Chapter 102, Welts. Once we returned to base, the lieutenant went and handled the debrief. I was dismissed and told to just go relax, so I didn't argue. Man, we just sat there and did nothing. It may well just have been you three. Vetsmon grumbled a bit. He prepared everything just to sit in the car for an hour. I smiled. Hey, you know how much I need you guys. I couldn't even do something like that without Amara, let alone any other mission. Still. I've been finding myself itching lately. I keep telling you to come duel me. Phaidon spoke out, making Vetsmon click his tongue. That's different. I keep losing to you. You need to get faster. You can't do that unless you push yourself. No, you're just too fast. Not even Pontek is that fast, so I'm pretty sure I could handle him better than you. I feel like I'm just standing still in our duels. Phaidon hummed, feeling a bit flattered while Vetsmon sighed. It was tough for the big guy to even react to Phaidon's speed, let alone fight on par. I had seen some of their duels and could clearly tell that Phaidon was in another league all to his own. He wasn't quite as fast as Shadowbane. She was the real freak of nature. But Phaidon was also several years younger, yet he wasn't that much slower. If he kept it up, he might genuinely surpass her. It was vexing to think something could react and move so fast it could dodge my bullets after they were fired. Phaidon was the second person I had met who was getting to that point, and the other was only Authority 7. Seriously, how was I supposed to fight at a higher level? I sighed as we walked, the puppet master appearing in our view. So, how was it? A resounding success. For Scout's dead, and not so much as a scratch. Good. Hell, even better than I thought. Since that's the case, look forward to another one soon. There are plenty of higher value targets in the vicinity that the general wants rid of. You'll have your place in those hunts. Sure. At this point, I'd done enough VIP hunts, be they in the black market or here, that it was rather ordinary to me. My only concern was encountering a royal, but I trusted the puppet master's judgment. He wouldn't send me on something he knew wasn't safe. I still needed to be prepared. We went back to requisitions to return our gear and relax. It was much like the lieutenant had said. We were out for no more than 3 hours and were handily back before dinner. That left us plenty of time to do whatever we wanted. I looked at Phaidon as we unpacked in our room. Hey, how's your aura? Mine? Not as good as yours. I've never seen an aura so powerful that it can dodge arrows without even knowing they're there. Well, I've been thinking. I met one of Amara's friends from the Raven family not long ago in the Wedded City. Really? I've always wanted to go there. The Martial League sounds much better than the Magisterium, but my parents insisted. Anyway, what's this about a friend? He tossed his armor to the side and took a seat on the bed. I did the same and entered discussion mode. She reminded me a lot of you. She specializes in speed and is freakishly fast. A lot faster than you. Anyway, I helped her with her aura while I was there. I thought I could do the same with you and Vetsmon, maybe give you a few pointers that might rectify some things. It worked with her. I don't see a reason it shouldn't work with you. Well, I'll certainly take whatever you can give. Information on aura is hard to come by. Not even considering the cost. I'll even pay you for lessons. No, that's not why I'm doing this. Just let me help you out. This stuff with the royals has me antsy, so I just want to make sure all of you are as prepared as you can be. You? Antsy? I don't see it. Phaidon's brows raised, a bit of a smile on his face. You're the spitting image of confidence. I didn't see you nervous even when you were dying. That was an extreme situation. Besides, I'm more concerned about you guys. I need to make sure the people around me aren't getting hurt just because I'm catching eyes. Well, it should be the other way around. We're responsible for protecting you. You're the most talented summoner I've ever heard of, let alone seen, but you're still a summoner. It's up to us knights and warlocks to take the damage for you. I'm certainly not arguing, but that still puts you in danger, and how can you face the threats trying to kill me if you're still lacking in certain areas? Would you be able to stop or dodge an arrow you couldn't see? I stared him down with a small smile, his scrutinizing gaze reluctantly giving way. Fair point. Then how do you suppose I train my aura? Well, I'll explain it to you how I did with Amara and her friend. After that we can train it physically. Knights learn with their body, so that's how I'll teach you. By the way, Amara's friend was able to dodge my bullets. I waved a 1911 around as I said that, making his eyes bulge. Seriously. It baffled me too, but that was until I saw the Raven Chief move so fast it looked like he was teleporting. Still, I think that's a goal you should shoot for. Who knows, maybe with me there to motivate you, you'll grow even faster than she did. Maybe. He rubbed his chin, his face neutral, yet his aura radiating determination. It seemed I had sparked his competitive spirit or given him some inspiration. At that moment, there was a tap on the door. Vetsmon walking in. What are you guys up to? Just talking. Come sit. I'll explain what I was just telling Phaidon. Patting the bed, I invited Vetsmon over before going back over everything, elaborating on some things in the process. Once they both understood what I was offering, we made plans to put it into motion the next day. It was well into the evening now, so we were tired, especially me. I may have only fired 5 shots, but the use of my coat had taken its toll. So we went to sleep with our plans, waking up the next day eager and ready for training. What are you guys doing? I'm training their aura. Well, I'd certainly trust you more than anyone else. You made mine sharper than ever and even managed to inspire Shadowbane. She'd been stuck at that threshold for over a year, and a few lines from you shattered it like an illusion. Amara nodded as she watched Phaidon and Vetsmon prepare their gear on the training grounds. I fiddled with my Springfield as she spoke, shrugging. She was going to cross it anyway. I just offered a different perspective that managed to help her. Honestly, it's such a simple concept that I don't understand why they don't teach it in schools everywhere. Information on aura is extremely valuable since it can be such a strong tool. There are in fact techniques for it, but those are kingdom secrets given only to the most trusted warriors in the military. Even I wouldn't be getting one until well into my career. You can imagine how little information there is on developing it open to the public. It's stupid. I scoffed. You'd think against a threat capable of wiping out humanity, they would do anything they could to promote strength. But here they are, protecting their interests over the well-being of humanity. Besides, if I figured out some secret knowledge on my own, the rest can't possibly be that special. Their techniques are probably nothing more than rudimentary formations, especially in front of the real monsters I've seen wielding aura. I thought of Apocryon, my inspiration for several auric improvements. President Carrion, an Authority 11, had a strong aura surpassing any other. However, Apocryon's was so sharp and destructive that he could kill with it. Carrion's was unhoned. It would at best provide some extra sensory suppression. And then there was the Raven Chief, a black hole of perception, capable of eluding my mind to such a degree that my own senses turned against me. Someone like Carrion couldn't possibly compare. I had no doubts the kingdom was lacking in the field of aura. After all, where else could Carrion have possibly learned how to strengthen his aura like that? Maybe he had other techniques that I simply wasn't aware of, but I also understood enough to know that an aura's capabilities were reflected in its nature. I would have seen hidden techniques had he any, my inability to sense the chief's aura being a prime example. But I didn't, which meant he was either better than both the chief and Apocryon, or he was far inferior. I was inclined to believe the latter, which only made him more pathetic in my eyes. All his years of living, and he couldn't make a single technique of his own, whereas I was already using telepathy. Perhaps I could save Vetsmon and Phaidon from that fate. The only way I could be sure was if I started now. Amara sighed. Putting that aside, why the sudden motivation? You weren't thinking of training them before. Well, as you had said, the royal stuff is something to be concerned about. I've been feeling a little on edge lately. I just want to make sure I do what I can to make sure they're prepared for whatever might happen. On edge? Is this coming from you, or your aura? Is there a difference? She went silent at that. At this point, the lines between my own intuition and senses and my aura were blurred to the point of nigh non-existence. As it got better, the lines blurred more, transforming into what I could only describe as one unified form of perception. It was nice to have in battle since it kept me safe, but outside, it resulted in heightened paranoia and anxiety. It felt like I was always being watched, like there was someone after my life no matter how secure I should be. At first it was easy to ignore, but I was starting to feel worn out. That was why I was training so hard in my free time. Only by training would the omnipresent stress subside. Only by training could I distract myself from the feeling I was digging my own grave. And now, I was worrying about the people around me. Amara and I had already worked together for a while now, but the other knights of my squad were people I couldn't completely be sure of yet. I explained some of these things to Amara. Shortly after, Tana showed up, having seen my message. I walked over, putting my conversation with my girlfriend to the side and focusing on the knights. All right, listen closely. I'm going to be helping you with aura by explaining it in simple terms. Then, we're going to put yours to the test with some live training. It might take a while, but at least it won't be physically demanding. After waving everyone over, I started explaining my interpretation of aura. They were all silent as I spoke. My theories on what aura was, its purpose, and how it should be used were rather basic, so it wouldn't teach them anything specific. But because they were so simple, they could easily understand it. Like with Amara, they would hopefully realize how to hone their aura, even if they couldn't find a way to use it beyond its most basic extrasensory abilities. That would be enough for our situation. I knew that Tana had a pretty good aura. She made that clear when I had first met her. However, that was also when I had no idea what the concept even was. Mine had long since surpassed hers. Still, besides Amara, she probably had the best aura out of the group. It took about half an hour to get through my explanations. I gave them some more time to digest and ask me questions. They were talented, so they could all already sense their aura and harness it to some extent. That made it much easier for them to understand what I was saying, but unlike Shadowbane, they weren't yet at a threshold for enlightenment, or whatever Shadowbane had gone through. At the very least, they were a good while off. After an hour or so, each of them had grasped what I was saying to some extent. That's when we moved on to applied training. I took out my pistol as the three lined up in a line, their backs facing me. My smile caused Amara to speak. What? You enjoy the thought of shooting your friends? Of course not. Still, this situation is quite humorous. Do you want me to silence the gun? No need. It won't matter. I raised my arm with those words. The yelp that resulted almost matched the volume of the gun. Oh, want me first? Tana yelled and whipped around as the bullet smacked into her leg. It probably stung. Flip back around. If you don't want to get shot, then learn to sense it. All you have to do is raise your hand if you think I'm going to shoot you. If you're right, then you won't get shot. Otherwise, I'll just make it hurt more. Another shot went off, my bullet landing square on Vetsman's back. He cracked his neck. Like a massage. Focus on your aura, damn it. I aimed my gun at Tana again while smirking at Vetsman. I left it there for some time, giving her an opportunity to sense my intention. Of course, I wasn't simply pointing my gun. I was engaging my own aura, using it to subtly poke her with an invisible hand. I obviously wasn't trying to kill them, so my intentions weren't so intense, but there was still a rather pressing itch to pull the trigger. After counting to 10 and not seeing her hand, I shot. Ack. Again. Blame yourself. Next, I moved my gun back to Vetsman. After 10 seconds, I shot, eliciting a grunt of displeasure. It was Tana's turn after that. She earned another shot to the back. I took turns shooting randomly, occasionally taking a suggestion from Amara as to who to torment next. 2 more shots went into Tana's back before I suddenly pointed my gun at Fiden's back. His hand shot up. Heh, I knew you were sharp. I smirked then shot Tana. Stop shooting me. Sorry, habit. You've said that 5 times. Because it's a habit. I smiled while aiming at Fiden again. This time, I made my aura more indiscernible. Sure enough, his hand didn't go up. He was sensitive, but not enough. 10 seconds. Ouch. He flinched a bit. I had put a bit of Psyche in the bullet. It could actually hurt him now. As a bonus, I had caught him off guard. Come on, focus. I can and will do this all night until all of you are able to sense it. So if you don't want to be covered in welts. A bang, then brass hitting the floor. Then start using that aura. I smirked as Vetsman remained silent in the face of my shot. A bit of Psyche and suddenly he couldn't just shrug it off anymore. True to my word, I stood and shot my friends for another several hours. They weren't even allowed to eat. Amara occasionally brought some water for us when she took a break. It was only when night fell that Vetsman finally raised his hand. My brows went up, then I shot Tana. They were all silent, but I could sense Vetsman's joy. As for Tana, she had stopped complaining. I had said that her aura was the sharpest of the 3, but that's also why I made it more difficult for her. Fiden never raised his hand again after I shrunk my aura, so his back was riddled with red welts. As for Tana, I didn't even start her off easy, so she never raised her hand once. Thankfully, none of them were immature enough to fake it and raise their hand without sensing it. They took training seriously, understanding the gravity of having their lives on the line. Even after darkness long overtook the sky, we still continued. Amara helped me by silencing the sound of my gun, ensuring that we wouldn't get yelled at for making too much noise. But we stayed up, even as the moon glowed and midnight came. Hour after hour, I would shoot one of their backs every 10 to 20 seconds. My aura constantly adjusted between shots, prodding at their own and giving them an idea of what it should feel like. I treated it like shocking awake a new limb. I didn't change anything for Tana. I decided that we wouldn't go anywhere until she raised her hand. It was a good thing that all of us had the stamina. My body wasn't as good as theirs, but I had a strong mind that could push through mental fatigue. And before we knew it, morning came. The sun rose, none of us acknowledging it. I continued shooting, occasionally glancing at that unfamiliar star in the distance poking its head over the horizon. Amara laid on my lap, sustaining her silencing spell. It was only when the base became active again that she released it, falling asleep in the process. As for me, as morning passed and we approached noon, even I started to feel the allure of sleep. However, that's when I noticed something. Yet another bullet landed on Tana's back. However, this time, I noticed a fluctuation in her emotions. There was excitement. For a second, she was about to raise her hand, but she refrained. A rush of adrenaline hit me. For a moment, mental clarity returned, letting me hone my aura to the level it had always been at for her. Just to make sure, I shot the others once each before moving back to Tana. After about 10 seconds, I didn't see her hand, but I did sense how taut her body became. It's worth a shot, I thought. I pulled the trigger. In the instant before I shot, I saw her body twist. I continued with my shot anyway, and sure enough, she had dodged the bullet before I even shot. The bullet sailed past, burying itself in the dirt. I smiled and stood, walking over to her and planting my hand on her shoulder. "Oh, good job. We're done. Get some sleep." "Okay." She nodded before tilting to the side and falling to the floor. The other two did the same, all of them passing out under the afternoon sun. I sighed and walked back to Amara, picking her up and taking her to her room before going to sleep myself. Chapter 103. Something. Congratulations. Your auras are sharper than ever. Now you just need to learn how to do that vigor blade thing. I've been working on that for years. Phaidon mumbled, picking at the plate of food in front of him. We had gathered in the cafeteria after an entire day of sleep. Any injuries they suffered during our training had completely healed, making me far less sympathetic to their complaints. If I could eat bullets like that, I wouldn't mind getting shot every day. Well, not that what I had in mind for them was much different. None of us had the time to repeat last time's training session, but I could still throw a bullet in their direction every so often throughout the day. I hadn't started yet, but as soon as they were done eating, they would be in for a nasty surprise. Besides, I had to train too. I glanced between Phaidon and Vetsmon. You two should keep dueling. Find each other's weaknesses and exploit them. Get down and dirty if you have to. Just do what you need to do to get better. Maybe even Tana can join in. You say that like I couldn't hold my own against them. Tana quipped from the side, for which I gave her some side-eye. Can you? Probably. Well, your aura is certainly better, but that only helps with survival at your current level. You know, I've been wondering about that myself. How come you're so good? You make it seem so damn easy. Where'd you even learn? Experience. I answered while taking a bite out of some bread. Amara knows this, and Vetsmon does too, so I find it easy to tell you that my job is dangerous. I don't work much anymore, but when I did, I was fighting for my life every damn day. In that kind of situation, you either get better or die. I suggest you treat this situation the same. Your job as a delivery man, you mean? How is that dangerous? Powerful people want me to move valuable cargo. Plenty of people want it, but don't want to pay for it. I'm the only one standing in their way, so they take it out on me. The more I deliver and defend myself, the worse the people become. I've had to dip my toes into some pretty deep waters back at the capital and made some pretty big waves. I don't regret it, but it certainly doesn't make my life any easier. Which means... Tana narrowed her eyes, her brain chugging along to a conclusion she couldn't seem to find. I sighed. I work in the black market, you dingus. I knew that. Anyway, I've got plenty of experience and am more than qualified to tell you that you still have a lot to work on. All of you do. The enemies we have to worry about are no longer just animals. They're smart, and if you aren't capable of sensing the danger before it comes, then we won't even have time to be sorry. So please, heed my warnings and focus on training. I'll do what I can for myself, but I'm not the only person I have to worry about anymore. I've got a squad to watch over, and I'm certainly not going to lose anybody just because I was negligent. Come on, you don't think we're incapable of pushing ourselves, do you? Vetsmon smiled before his tone became serious. Besides, how can we leave watching over the squad to one person? We're all responsible for each other and ourselves. At the very least, I'll be damned if I'm complacent. No matter what enemies we're facing, it's our job to make sure we can at least survive. You're not the only one who needs to step up. We also need to watch over you. If I can't protect my summoner, then I wouldn't be much of a knight now, would I? I shrugged with a smile, causing him to chuckle and tap his fist against my shoulder. It kind of hurt. Don't worry, John. We've all been furiously training since we were kids. That hasn't stopped after we entered the magisterium. These fourth-year trips are what everybody works towards. We've had the puppet masters training and the tutelage of our parents and teachers. There's a reason no elite has ever died, and trust me when I say that you're not the first the royals have tried to kill. Phaidon gave his spiel, to which I pondered for a second before refuting. Would I be the first summoner? Maybe. I've never heard of one quite like you before, and it's extremely rare for one to be in the elites anyway. I think that one other summoner who was on it with you just recently dropped to the bottom of the list. The point is that we're capable and you shouldn't worry so much. Amara suddenly chimed in, striking down my refute. You need to worry more about yourself since you're the one being targeted. Believe me, I wish I could just relax since I'm doing pretty well right now. But it never feels like enough. I let out a long breath. The suffocating stress my aura never let me ignore washing over me in a moment of distraction. But then I shook my head and zoned in. Never mind. Just focus on training, and we'll be good. Speaking of, I have an advancement formation to work on. With that, I brought out the second layer of my advancement formation. All the talk of training made me eager to do so. I felt restless when I wasn't making progress, so I decided I didn't need any more food and needed more studying. For more days passed, filled with nothing but constant training. I practically had my face buried in that formation layer while the others worked on their own. Vetsmon and Phaidon were in constant battle, duking it out on the sparring grounds every chance they had. It seemed they had taken me seriously and were more than driven enough to follow through with my suggestions. It proved to be a great burden off my back. I was still worried, but their effort meant that I wasn't more so. Amara did the same, working through the booklet I had written with my knowledge of natural sciences. My only moments of relaxation were when I shot at the knights. It was especially fun during their spars, where I could simultaneously test my aim on Phaidon to see if I could actually hit the jittery bastard. With every new understanding, I was able to unveil another step in the process and push the ocean of my mind to move with stronger currents. This accumulated more psyche and made it much easier to move through the spirit dimension. With each day, I could tell that I was getting closer to something. It was one particular spirit, and it was powerful, that much I could tell. I could detect where it was with surprising accuracy, but still lacked the raw strength to project deeper inside. It was still good to know that there was something in there waiting for me that would undoubtedly help me. Perhaps it was another modified weapon, or even something special. At least my dreams were helping massively. I felt like I was making leaps in comprehension nightly. My dreams were far more vivid than even a mere few weeks ago, making for a much more powerful tool. My gains were starting to compound, and for once, I felt like I could blaze a trail and exceed Maxwell's predictions. It was rather stressful since I was compelled to work even harder, but my excitement far outstripped any pressure. The puppet master called us at midnight 4 days later with another mission. We were called to an impromptu meeting in a building beside headquarters. We groggily filed in, worn out from training, finding some unfamiliar faces already waiting for us. A few officers and some higher-ranking soldiers were standing around some tables, already geared up. Once we arrived, the commanding officer, Chief Carlson, who I recognized from the last mission, started. We've just received intelligence on another encampment. It has a small but formidable force consisting of 2 Authority 7 scouts and their escorts. There's also a small force of other beasts and the possibility of royals. Our strike force will be covert but equivalent. We'll strike with surprise and take out their observational capabilities to start. Our warlock will proceed with a bombardment while our knight forces pincer them. Entry points and the lay of the land are marked on this map. I started listening attentively once I realized that this was not just an informal briefing, but a full mission rundown. We were moving with a significant force. In fact, in this operation, I would just be the trigger. I was just to sit on my vantage point and kill as many HVTs as I could before being exposed. It was a 4-pronged attack utilizing 2 layers of surprise attacks. Even if there were royals, they would pose little to no threat. We would be able to eradicate the camp without issue. But that was only if we could approach undetected. I was only confident because they definitely run operations like this one before, and were still alive to tell the tale. I would even have some guards. They were treating me rather nicely. Make sure we all keep an eye on the clock. As soon as we arrive at the first checkpoint, we'll split and move into setup positions. After 10 minutes, we all move from secondary positions into primary positions for the battle. 5 minutes later, John will start, killing what he can, before the warlocks launch the bombardment. John, how many shots should we expect before moving in? I perked up when my name was mentioned, the attention in the room instantly focusing on me. They'll be alerted on the first shot by an explosive sound. Is it better to begin the bombardment sooner or later? Sooner. Then 3 shots. They'll be alerted but won't yet have reacted. 3 shots, potentially 3 kills. All right. Everyone here knows that those 3 explosions will be the signal. You won't miss them, believe me. John's priority targets will be the Authority 7 scouts. He will be afforded a minute or so to acquire them and kill one. He's done so before, so I have no doubt he'll be able to do it again. Be patient and stay hidden until it's time. You all have an hour to prepare. Dismissed. Everyone rose with those words, including my squad. On the way out, I met the puppet master, who pulled me to the side. I know there are some scouts there, but I don't suggest trying anything. For one, you won't be able to get anything unless you steal it. It's military property. Second, you shouldn't do anything to jeopardize the mission. Aim for the head and kill them. Worry about preserving the lives of those you're working with. I know, puppet master. Don't worry about me. I'm more concerned about preserving my own life in the first place. I wasn't able to sleep much. Yes, I apologize for the late wake-up call. But sometimes these special missions demand that of valuable soldiers. That's not why I didn't get sleep, but thanks anyway. I smiled before walking off with my squad. Wish us luck. Before long, everyone was gathered within a few trucks. It didn't take long to speed out of the base under the cover of darkness. My leg kept twitching as I sat next to Amara. I couldn't help but keep clenching my jaw from adrenaline. I wasn't feeling good. Are you okay? I don't know. This mission is either going to go well or not so well. Fuck. I need to work. How long until we get there? 2 hours. Why? I didn't respond, thinking before suddenly closing my eyes. Tell me when we're at the first checkpoint. With those words, I suddenly dove into my 4th dimension and started projecting. I poured my energy into my little psychodrone, pushing it deeper into the dimension with reckless abandon. My aura was overactive. I wasn't sure if I felt horrible about this mission or if I was just that paranoid. There was no solid indication yet that I was going to be in danger, but the feeling in the back of my head had grown to the point that I couldn't think of anything else. I needed to get somewhere, to get something. Right now, my instincts were telling me to dive into my dimension in search of that weapon, so that's what I did. There was a lot of nothing, but I had made a lot of progress, and the weapon wasn't that far anymore. I just didn't think a mission like this would happen now of all times, so I had thought I could put it off for later. I was still tired from the previous day's training, and even now I didn't have my full psycho reserves. But all this stress had me thinking that I no longer had a choice. I pushed forward, feeding the drone's ever-growing need for psycho. I didn't care much about saving what I had, much less passive recovery. I devoted the whole power of my mind and spark to that drone, seeking out the best path and making the best use of my psycho. Everything else faded away. I could barely even feel the rough terrain underneath rattling the vehicle. In a way, it was almost like I fell asleep. The projection dimension felt much like a dream, only not restful but tiring. And because of that, time flew by a lot faster than I liked. I zoned back in when I felt a tapping on my shoulder. We're here. Shit. I cursed and surveyed the dimension. It felt close, whatever weapon it was. I had used over half of my reserves in the process, but it would only take a little more to communicate with the spirit. Unfortunately, it was time to work. There were 5 other vehicles. One stayed behind with us while the others split off to their setup positions. We did the same, moving toward the vantage point. That took about 5 minutes, which I used to push the drone just a bit further. We disembarked and moved to the vantage point on foot. In addition to my normal squad, 2 Authority 7 Knights and an Authority 6 Warlock accompanied us. We were all silent as we stealthily made our way to our primary position. It was a subtle spot with a small outcropping that was elevated above the camp. The only issue was that it was also almost 400 meters away from the camp. I didn't even speak to the others before crawling over and setting my Springfield, looking through the scope to see a bunch of little beasts walking around the camp. It was too late to change positions. I could only make do. And it's in the dark. They're thinking too highly of me. I mumbled while looking around, straining my sight as much as I could to identify the beasts. There were plenty of escorts roaming around, some reminiscent of tigers and bears, others more alien in shape. Dozens of scouts were also scattered around, fleshy bulbs that indicated eyes shut tight from sleep. But there were supposed to be 2 Cyclops scouts, which I needed to focus on. Those were the most dangerous enemies. I felt antsy just laying there, but I directed the energy to focus on the beasts and found one. It was late at night, so most of the beasts were sleeping, The only Cyclops scout I found was lying against the large belly of a bear escort. It had one large fleshy bump on its face, conveniently illuminated by the faint moonlight. I marked the location in my mind and looked around a bit more with no success. Returning my scope to my initial target, I let out a long sigh. Amara. When I called, Amara deployed her sound barrier, the surroundings going completely silent. I blocked out everything else myself. Only the scout, my gun, and the cool night air registered. It was a shame I couldn't find the second scout, but I only needed to kill one to successfully do my job. There was nothing else to say or do. I lifted my aerial and stared at the clock, watching as the seconds ticked closer to T0. Time to begin. Everyone was in position and waiting on my mark. I had guards to watch my back and everyone else would take care of the camp. I just had to fire 3 times and I would be done. So why did I keep feeling like something was going to happen? Chapter 104. Zombie. Paranoia ate away at my heart. I had acquired my target. I had several people watching my back. There shouldn't be anything that would threaten me, let alone something I couldn't even pinpoint. Hell, it didn't really feel like a threat. It wasn't even my aura that was going off, just good old intuition telling me I would attract unwanted attention if I pulled the trigger. It was like I was being looked for. Somehow, an unknown enemy that didn't exactly know where I was held me in check. If I were actually being watched, my aura would have felt it. Even if there wasn't a threat to my life now, that didn't mean there soon wouldn't be. Everything was crashing together, even when nothing had really happened yet. The spirit in my dimension was practically screaming at me to push a little more and grab it. Through my scope, I continued to look around the camp. There were only 2 structures, both of them tents, that I assumed the royals were residing in. Both of them emanated powerful auras, neither of which I could handle. The briefing touched on the presence of royals, but didn't have a number. I wasn't exactly sure, but 2 tents for 2 royals seemed right. I wouldn't have to worry about them. I'd leave them to the knights lying in ambush. All I needed to do was take out the Cyclops. Despite my importance to the battle overall, I wasn't to play all that large of a role. It was completely out of scale with the immense foreboding cloud hanging over my mind. I couldn't afford to think through my thoughts now. The clock continued to tick, and everyone was waiting for my go-ahead. I shook my head, casting away the distractions. My jacket flared to life. Time slowed. My reticle, zeroed from my estimations, rested square on the Cyclops eye. I pulled. The rifle shuddered in my hands. On the other end, I could see the head of the Cyclops scout. Intact. I had missed. The bullet buried itself in the fur of the escort right behind the scout. I couldn't see where it actually landed, but all I knew was that the scout was alive and well. Both reacted fiercely, starting an alarm and looking around. My heart pounded as I chambered another round, instinctively readjusting for the minor deviation in angle. The world slowed down even more, my hyper-awareness taking full control along my instincts, as if I was making the shot with my life on the line. With another pull of the trigger, a flower of blood bloomed from the side of its head. Still slightly off, but at least I hit my mark. I sighed, unable to hear my own breath, before looking back out toward the camp. I saw 2 figures emerge from the tents, both humanoid, and look around calmly. I didn't like how they were so casual, and I wasn't stupid enough to give away my position by shooting them. That would be useless anyway. So I found another random target, a scampering furry escort, and shot it. The target on the other end didn't go down, continuing to run like nothing even happened, but that was fine. 3 explosions marked the start of the battle. For a brief moment, uncomfortably magnified by my coat, nothing happened. Then, night turned to day as 4 streams of superheated plasma coalesced from the ether, curling into densely packed spheres of fire. They flung themselves with uncharacteristic force into the camp, sending a blazing inferno thousands of feet into the air. Amara did away with the sound barrier, thankfully after the shockwave had passed, leaving only the rampaging winds to buffet our ears. I shook my head. Fucking ridiculous. You could set a city on fire with the wave of a hand. If it weren't for the distance, I'd be terrified. I know. Hard to believe that I can reach that level. Amara muttered, watching the blaze, enamored. I was a bit quicker than her to get over it, though. This time, my aura spiked with a faint sense of danger, confirming my worst fears. We're not done. Get ready for battle. What? Are we going down there? No. Something's coming. Shit. Amara cursed as we both picked ourselves off from the vantage point, running back to our unit. The captain nodded at me. Good job. We'll wait here since there's no possible way for you to provide any support like this. Great. I responded a bit harsher than I intended, sitting myself down by the truck. I looked into my dimension while scratching the back of my head. I didn't use much Psyche earlier, but also didn't have much left. I took a deep breath and dove back in, projecting for the weapon that so desperately called to me. A minute or so passed. The feeling gnawing at my mind grew. Part of me just wanted to take the truck and start running, anything to get away from the constant paranoia. It only fueled me to push my projection further. Then something changed. The captain snapped up in confusion. That something had a direction. I could practically see it through the wall of the truck, my aura locking onto an entity, a nefarious smile plastered across its face. Found you. Move. I yelled, grabbing Amara as I dove out of the truck. A beam tore through it a moment later, the two glowing metal halves sagging for a second before the white crystal blew up, scattering our squad. It's an attack. Form up. The captain shouted as Amara and I tumbled across the floor. I immediately jumped to my feet, steering my gaze to a strange creature. It had no eyes, only a massive mouth and several flaps on its head that I couldn't fathom the purpose of. Beside that thing was a humanoid, just one, that walked toward us while twirling a longsword. A royal, an intelligent humanoid born of the Scourge. At first glance, it seemed to be an Authority 7. However, numbers didn't tell everything. It felt a lot more menacing than the two knights with us. My breathing slowed as I watched the mount scamper off. Shockingly, it was the royal that had let off that laser. Time slowed as I felt another buildup of power in the royal. I dove at Amara, forcing myself between her and the beam, a slight warmth emanating from my back where my coat was hit. I looked down at her. Prepare your Christmas gifts, sweetheart. Shit's hitting the fan. Right. What should we do? Regroup and get ready to run. Come on. I pulled her up when it was safe, sprinting in the opposite direction of the royal until we found some trees. We slid behind them, finding the rest of our squad waiting for us. We're here. Good. We need to stay far away from that thing. Let the others handle it. In the meantime, we're going to run to the other checkpoint the chief commander used. Got it. Give me a second. I spoke while equipping my Springfield, aiming from the tree's side to find that fleshy creature the royal came with lingering to the side. It was watching us, and it fell under my reticle because of that. With an explosion, the thing's head received another gaping hole. One shot, one kill. It was too easy. But what I saw when looking back wasn't pretty. The captain, his other Authority 7 knight, plus the Authority 6 warlocks, were all entangled with the royal. Well, the knights were anyway. The warlocks were on the floor, body mulched into a fleshy mass beyond comprehension. Fuck, it hasn't even been a minute. It was a chilling sight. These people were supposed to be protecting me, yet they were being killed off so easily. As for the two knights doing battle, the captain seemed to be the only one capable of meeting it head-on. The other one was drifting around, barely redirecting the occasional kill strike the royal threw at him. Yet despite being entangled with two enemies, that royal still found time to lock eyes with me. Bold golden eyes bored into my soul. There's nowhere to run to. Just be good and stay still while I end these amateurs. Its voice echoed into everyone's ears. The captain responded with a roar, heavily increasing the intensity of his attacks. His partner did the same. Their battle became so fierce that my eyes couldn't actually keep up. Each strike of the blade let out sounds that rivaled the explosions of my guns. Sparks would occasionally fly that reminded me just how much power was behind every one of their blows. That thing was right. We couldn't run. Their battle would end well before we could even get close to the other checkpoint. And it was too fast for any of us to outrun. I knew firsthand what one of these battles entailed, and that was only between two humans. This royal could fight well above its level, its suicidal vigor allowing for much riskier moves. John, hang on. I ignored Amara, watching the fight. The royal already had several wounds across its body, bleeding profusely. But the knights had suffered for it too, similar gashes littered across their armor and arms, breathing heavily from the exertion. And my aura was still screaming at me to do something. That something, however, wasn't running. I turned and sat against the tree, facing Vetmon. Carry us and run. All right. He nodded, scooping me up while Fiden took Amara. We immediately started running, the royals' laughter mocking us from behind. I yelled, Tana, stick around and expect a battle. Stay hidden until you're needed. Got it. John, are we really going to get to the checkpoint? No. I shook my head at Vetsman's question. Like I said, expect a battle. Now run a bit softer. I need to concentrate. I focused back on my dimension with those words, following that screaming instinct to find the weapon. The desire to see what was happening behind me tugged at my mind, but nothing would matter unless I could find that weapon. At least Vetsmon tried his best to run softly, minimizing distractions. I used what I had left of my reserves to charge forward, feeling the spirit get closer until I could practically touch it. My heart pounded, feeling the power of the battle in the distance as well as the spirit's beckon. "I'm coming for you, filthy summoner." I heard the scream of the royal, ignoring it as I blew past some new weapons. Then, I found it. A large metal platform with a short stock and wooden grip, 2 long barrels shooting out of the front, and a thick pan magazine sitting on top of the receiver. The Lewis automatic machine gun, invented by Isaac Lewis in America, widely adopted in the United Kingdom, and used extensively in WW1 and WW2. This particular one in front of me was a variant, one upgraded by America after they adopted the weapon. Chambered in 30-06, the rifle wasn't equipped with the barrel shroud of the earlier models, had a thicker pan magazine capable of holding 97 rounds, and had a skeleton stock and bipod. After staring at it for a second, I immediately made contact. I realized that this variant had some strong memories to give. Unfortunately, I didn't have the luxury of time to appreciate the tale of the original owner. Instead, I received a rudimentary understanding on how to operate the gun, nothing more than small details like operating the bolt and reloading the pan magazine. Everything else had to be pushed away. Sure enough, not long after I got the weapon, I felt the royal barreling toward us. The only thing that gave me solace was the fact that my aura no longer screamed that I was going to die. I shouted, "Stop running." "What?" "Get ready to fight," I yelled, punching Vetsman's armored chest and prompting him to reluctantly come to a halt. I knew they could all feel the royal coming. It didn't seem feasible to actually fight it, but we didn't have much of a choice. Once I was set down, I hoisted the gun, pounding down the pan magazine and racking the bolt. "Treat this thing like the beast it is. We're killing it, so act like it." "Vetsmon, Fiden, to the front. Amara, prepare your spells." "Got it." They yelled their affirmatives, taking up their positions with me at the back. That's when it appeared. The royal, haggard and seriously wounded. It was missing an entire arm, blood still pouring from the wound, while a knife was skewered through its leg. There were gaping wounds across its body, including one large stab wound through its gut. How it was still standing was beyond me, but clearly it couldn't completely outclass the 2 knights. Despite all that, though, I still felt like this thing could kill me with a flick of the hand if I got anywhere near it. Vetsmon and Fiden were the only ones who could hope to go toe-to-toe with it. Time to use that aura. "You actually decided to face me? At least you're not an idiot." The royal cackled, blood coating its chin as it walked forward. I responded, "You apparently think awfully highly of me if you're willing to go this far." "No, my boss thinks highly of you. But she wants you dead, and she gets what she wants. So unless you want your friends to die, I suggest you just give yourself up. I'll get an extra treat if you're alive." "Fuck, so you're really nothing more than a dog. Eat shit." With a clenched jaw, I raised the Lewis gun, grabbing the barrel and taking aim. I jammed down the trigger. The light machine gun spewed out rounds rate far surpassing anything I had previously fired. I empowered every round with as much juice as I could give, each bullet smacking into the royal with prejudice. Vetsmon and Fiden stood back, stunned, as the royal was actually suppressed. Bullet holes riddled its body, its remaining energy not enough to completely block them out. "Ack, what the fuck is that? Stop doing that." After just a few seconds, dozens of holes riddled its body. The royal screamed in irritation before bolting off to the side. My coat lit up as I followed, continuing to pelt it with rounds. It tried to get closer, but doing so only made things worse. Earlier, I wasn't landing every shot, but the closer it got the more I hit. It was too weak to take me head-on, but only I knew that this couldn't continue forever. So when it retreated a bit, I stopped. "Vetsmon, Fiden, pin it down." "Got it." "Amara, hold fire. I'll need you to stall for time in a bit, and they're too close for you to not accidentally hit someone." Amara met my telepathy with her assent. The 2 charged forward with my call. Vetsmon hoisted his shield and charged it, while Fiden circled around for a better position. "Shit. You think you can fight me? I'll fucking gut you." It screamed while meeting the 2 knights head-on, swinging down its sword at Vetsmon. The blade rang, a spray of sparks bursting out from where the sword dug into Vetsman's shield. Even with his sturdy legs, he buckled a little before driving the sword back. He rose back up while driving his sword forward, forcing the royal to dodge while unlodging its sword. That's when Fiden came in, swinging at its legs. It twisted in midair, dodging the thrust and backing away. It took a moment to recalibrate, then went after Phidon with a vengeance, snaking its sword toward him. Like he had seen it coming all along, Phidon deftly batted away the tip of the sword while swiping out with his spear. Ah, son of a bitch. Phidon sliced across its remaining arm, leaving a long but shallow wound before backing away. Vetsmon dove back in, but by now, the royal had been suitably enraged. Fuck off, metal pile of shit. It raised its leg, kicking Vetsman's shield at just the right angle to launch him several yards backwards. Then it refocused its efforts on Phidon, a storm of killing strikes forcing him onto the back foot. He was trying to keep it at a distance to use his spear effectively, but failing due to its sheer strength. That's when a figure dove in from behind, Tana deftly shooting her blade forward. The royal noticed, but couldn't quite react before Tana's sword stabbed straight into its back. Ah! Its scream of pain rent my ears, but it didn't even flinch, using Tana's momentum against her to lunge and grab her neck, longsword all but forgotten. She didn't panic even as I did and brought out a knife to drive into its arm. Shit. Fuck. It cursed and had no choice but to let go, delivering a fierce kick into Tana's gut that launched her several yards away. Phidon tried for another attack, sticking his spear into its shoulder, but was met with heavy resistance when he tried to pull back. He tried to abandon it, but was met with a quick kick at his chest. It caved his armor in, sending him as far as Tana, blood pouring from his mouth. I contacted Amara with my telepathic connection. Now, keep it busy. Got it. She responded, blades of air already making their way towards it. The royal was bombarded, slashes appearing across its remaining limbs. The occasional blast of pressurized air also knocked it around, nowhere near enough to kill it, but plenty enough to distract and unbalance him. Stop it. Stop it. Warlocks are nuisances. I should have killed you first. It screamed, planting its feet and charging at Amara. I panicked again, but with a light kick, a gust of wind lifted her up as she kited the royal. Unfortunately, the terrain was rough. She also couldn't move fast or far, and she surely wasn't as agile as the royal, so it closed the distance quickly. I slammed the bolt back into place, another round ready to fire. Get out of the way. I pulled the trigger when Amara launched herself out of the line of fire, pelting the royal once more. Amara joined in by launching the most devastating attack she could, most consisting of pressurized air that blew holes or left gaping wounds behind. There was hardly a part of this royal that wasn't wounded. I could almost see its organs, but it was so incredibly resilient that it continued to try and get one of us. By now, Vetsman had recovered and was prepared to dive in again. Vetsman, go. He's still trying for Amara. Huh. He let out a cry, launching himself on my word right as I let up on the gun. Amara, who was trying to outmaneuver the royal between trees, was about to get caught when Vetsman came flying in. He tackled the royal to the floor, taking out a long knife and driving it into its body repeatedly. Amara ran away as that happened while I hefted up the gun to get closer. Vetsman continued to attack it, but it retaliated quickly. It drove its hand up, letting the knife stab it before grabbing Vetsman's fist around the grip. I've got you now. It smiled before opening its wide mouth and biting down. Vetsman blocked with his other arm, but the royal's teeth shredded through the armor and clamped down around his bones. Ah, he yelled, blood spraying from the wound as he tried to back away. But the royal had him solidly in his grasp. And yet it let go, tearing away Vetsman's flesh before headbutting him, denting the helmet. Then, as he was dazed, it raised its leg for another kick. One so devastating that it warped his abdomen and sent him flying off into a nearby boulder that cracked under the impact. Vetsman. Tana, stop. I called out as I saw Tana diving in, her blade snaking in to stab the royal's chest all the way through. It was a solid blow, but the royal didn't care and swiped down with its arm. Tana abandoned her weapon to block, raising her arms. But, preoccupied with that, she didn't notice the knee being driven into her stomach. That alone raised her into the air, the royal moving so fast that it was able to back away and deliver a follow-up kick before she could even touch the floor. I raised my gun, about to take advantage of the opening with nobody around until I saw Phidon diving in with his spear. Fuck. Phidon. Finish him. Phidon yelled as he drove his spear into the other side of the royal's chest. This time, it seemed to put the royal on its last legs. And yet, it still managed to grab Phidon's leg and start whipping him around. Like a ragdoll, the royal slammed Phidon into trees and the ground repeatedly, only stopping when some precise blast of pressurized air disrupted it. Phidon was thrown, landing a distance away. That's when Amara appeared, a massive spell circle in front of her and gathering power. Before I could even say anything, The spell completed and launched an impossibly dense projectile of air, one that shot toward the royal at the speed of sound. With a loud crunch and a splat, the royal collapsed to the ground, an entire leg missing. It almost seemed harmless with only 2 limbs, despite the bloody fight it had been putting up earlier. But against all odds, it rose back up on its remaining foot, turning its blood-soaked face toward me. It spoke with a blood-curdling, guttural voice. Its golden eyes pierced straight into mine. "One last mission. Try me, you dog." I met it head-on, pulling the trigger. Its body twitched as dozens of bullets shredded what remained of its torso, many of them shooting straight through. Yet it still threw its body toward me like some kind of zombie. "Ah!" I yelled even as the gun continued to fire, punching a massive hole in its chest that left behind nothing but a mess of gore. Its bounds were slowed to a crawl, and by the time it was in front of me, it could do nothing more than twitch. It took me a second to realize I was pulling the trigger to an empty magazine, a mechanical click ringing out in the suddenly silent forest. My rapid breathing let out some fog as I dropped the gun. My psyche was utterly spent. Still, I looked down on the royal, seeing its golden eyes that continued to stare up at me. It wasn't quite dead yet. I smiled a bit, placing my boot on its neck and bending down to speak. "You know, I could have killed you earlier if I had aimed for the head. But I hear that royals can be made into some good crowns, and you seem to have just what I'm looking for. Congratulations, you scum. I'm going to brew you into a nice little treat. You can die knowing that you utterly failed. Grah." The royal let out one final cry before I summoned my shotgun and placed it on its neck. Its head and body were a lot easier to fit into my spatial sack separately. Slightly tinged with insanity, I chuckled to a forest returning with sound. Time to make up for my mistakes. Chapter 105, Stowaways. How nice of you to come rescue us. You have quite the knack for getting into shit situations. The puppet master cursed while looking us over, seeing the countless injuries covering our knights. I clicked my tongue. Not my fault. How'd everything go? As well as can be expected. If not for the Mulch Guard squad, possibly missing Royal, definitely missing Royal, and abandoned student squad, we at least got one of the bastards. You wouldn't happen to know what happened to whatever took out your guards, would you? I looked at the man with a neutral face, lips shut, yet conveying my meaning perfectly. He let out a long sigh. Never mind. But if you're doing this, then you need to leave. I'll slot you on a rail soon. All of you will take it and go home. And I mean your actual homes. Don't come back to the Magisterium until you're recovered, or until the Magisterium no longer has any interest in the events that transpired this day. And don't tell the military a damn thing. I have no idea what you're talking about. But thank you for the vacation. I smiled, letting out puffs of smoke as I chuckled. Man, it was good to have friends like this. After a bit of relocation and some discussion, the squad and I had decided to keep the dead royal a secret. Nobody would be able to gather any evidence, and while our injuries were suspect, it wasn't like they could blame us. We had run into a stray escort beast, after all. Those were rather strong, but through hard work and the power of teamwork, we were able to triumph over it while sustaining injuries in the process. What a nice story. All around us, the rest of the unit was preparing to return to base. Bodies were strapped in and critical wounds were tended to. The puppet master, being courteous, put us in a separate transport and sent us off with the initial group. It wasn't long before we rolled through the gates. He called for his assistant healer Vision. "I need you to tend to these kids. Get them operational." "Got it." He went between the knights and tended to their injuries. It was nothing they wouldn't recover from. Apparently, even shredded flesh and shattered bones could be wholly repaired if it was a knight that sustained it. That made me scoff. Their resilience was freakish, as evidenced by the royal that just refused to die. Once that was all taken care of, we were ordered to pack our things. The rails came and went from the base daily, so it wouldn't be long before the next departure. The sun was beginning to rise and morning was our departure time. Once all was said and done, the puppet master came to us in our dorm. "John, I'd like you to explain to me what happened." I gave them your alibi, but that still left some unanswered questions. "All right." I nodded and sat back on my bed with Amara against my chest, the others sitting nearby. It was pretty simple. We were found by a royal not long after I let off my third shot. Alongside the royal, though, was some odd creature with a huge mouth and a bunch of flaps of skin on its face. No eyes. That's a saw beast. It's like a scout, but uses sound instead of sight. They're a bit tougher than scouts, but still specialized. Sure. Anyway, that thing was there when the royal attacked us, no doubt how we were found. My squad and I ran away while the 3 warlocks were immediately decapitated. After that, The two knights pinned it down and heavily injured it, taking an arm in the process before ultimately dying to it. The royal was tasked with killing me, so it gave chase and went on a suicidal rampage that we were barely able to fend off. We sustained some injuries in the process, but it didn't take long for it to eventually die under our constant barrage. I see. He considered the story. Not much was new other than the specific details, especially about the royal. The royal said that his boss was interested in me and wanted me dead. It was obviously willing to die in pursuit of that mission. Another thing, it was a bit like the Cyclops Scout in that it was able to shoot lasers from its eyes. In fact, here, take a look. I suddenly brought out the still intact head of the royal, a strange amber liquid dripping from its stump. The puppet master scrutinized it, gazing into the lifeless golden eyes. He nodded. Very well. Take the body and never show it again. I know you want a crown, and this particular variant does in fact have good eyes. Use it well. What about the rest of it? I have what's left of its torso and limbs. Everything else is scattered across the battlefield. Right. And the rest of you. You understand that you're essentially accomplices to a crime, correct? Is it really a crime? Tana asked plainly, cradled against Vetsman's shoulder. I cheered him on silently as the puppet master nodded. It technically is, because John isn't a noble. But so long as none of you say anything about it, he'll be fine. I'll take care of the debriefs. The only good thing about death is the fact that nobody can question the story. Dead men tell no tales. I muttered a phrase, making him hum. Grim, yet accurate. The rail leaves in an hour. Be there. The tournaments are in another month, so after this, you'll only have one more trip to the bases. Also, John, you're about to top the rankings. Congratulations on becoming #1. Seriously. Seriously. He confirmed, a little smile spreading across his face. I didn't think I'd gathered that many points, but then again, I did kill another scout. This time, there were even plenty of uninterested witnesses. That I was second place already also certainly helped. I had been around 400 points behind Pontek before the trip. An Authority 7 scout was more than enough to push me over that by itself. Of course, Pontek had been killing things too, but nothing as strong as what I faced. There was little he could do to keep his lead. I shrugged. So long as the president doesn't breath down my neck about things, I don't care what happens. Then I suggest you disappear for a while. Don't you worry about that. I have a feeling that I'll have some business to take care of. Though I need some damned rest anyway. I let out a long sigh, smoke accompanying my breath. Amara had already pointed out the dark bags underneath my eyes. An entire week of constantly being on edge and working my ass off had taken its toll. But now, I could finally relax a bit. The puppet master nodded. Sure. Just stay safe. I will. Thank you, sir. I appreciate what you're doing for me. Really? HM. You say that then make my job harder. So long as you make it worth it, though, I won't complain. You've already complained a lot. Keep testing me, and it won't stop. Haha. All right, all right. I relented as he scoffed, taking his leave. Not long later, all of us were packed aboard the rail like stowaways, headed back home for a well-deserved vacation. Thank you guys as well. I don't like hoarding this corpse for myself, so if you all need anything, just let me know. Don't worry about it. Totally honest, I was about to buy you a corpse to make up for what the president did to you. At least now you got something even better. Vetsman smiled, lounging across from Amara and I alongside Tana. The two seemed to have gotten close since the battle. I still remember Tana running after her beloved all panicked. I felt happy for the big lug. I waved my hand at his words though. Those are two different things. I couldn't have brought that thing down without all of you. I mean, we quite literally gave it our all. It went well, but without any one of you, that battle wouldn't have ended nicely. That's true. And yet when we take into account all the things you've helped us with, something like that seems inconsequential. Stop arguing and just take the damn beast. I'm too tired to explain my generosity. Fiden nodded in agreement, still half asleep even though he had slept for over a day straight. It wouldn't be long before we rolled to a stop at the much grander Capitol rail platform. The sun had already risen quite a lot despite us departing in the dead of night, and it looked to be about noon by the time we would exit the station. The ride had generally been quiet. Everyone had been busy recovering. While Amara and I weren't physically wounded during the fight, we had exhausted even our plentiful mana and psyche reserves. I was especially drained. I had fallen asleep not even 10 minutes after the rail departed the base. And like Fiden, I had slept for a full day, only waking up to eat or drink something. Yet all of that stress, training, and the sleep was more than worth it. In one night's rest, I managed to complete the entirety of my advancement formation's second layer, even connecting it with the first and forming the beginnings of the third. I was on my way to advancing to the fifth authority. If I kept up at this pace, I would get there well before the end of the school year, which I was more than happy with. My overall power had already grown significantly by finishing the second layer, and the new gun was just a nice bonus. The Lewis gun was the first automatic weapon I'd attained, quite appropriately a light machine gun. It wasn't the best in its class, but it was a damn welcome addition to my arsenal. It also told me that I was reaching the limits of what the fourth dimension was capable of offering to me. I had looked around a bit more, and there wasn't much more in the way of advanced weaponry, though there were some other outstanding pieces. For one, I found some weapons of non-American origin. The one that stuck out the most was the Wexelaparat, also known as the flamethrower. Although not the first of its design, this flamethrower was an updated version that made its way through the trenches in WW1 in the hands of the Germans. The only issue with it was the fact that it needed to be operated by a two-man team since the nozzle was attached to a long hose. Perhaps at some point I would try to have some pyrotechnic fun with Amara, but I slotted that away for now. I didn't know if she was actually capable of operating it. There was a semi-automatic shotgun by Browning, along with some other machine guns that needed a crew to effectively operate. There were also some mortars, but I couldn't really think of when I could possibly use that. Perhaps during another siege. The most valuable weapon was still the Lewis gun, the semi-auto shotgun being a close second, so for now, I didn't bother searching anymore. My energy was better devoted towards simply advancing my formation. Huh. How are you feeling? I stroked Amara's arm, her head turning up on my chest a bit. I'm all right. It's just those 5 soldiers who had been guarding us. Our lives were paid for with their own. It just doesn't sit right with me. An unfortunate consequence of this war. The only thing we can do about it is get better. But do you not feel any pity? Those 5 had families that they're never going to see again because we were being hunted by some suicidal royal. I was being hunted, not all of you. So yes, their deaths are my fault, and I do feel bad about it. But I don't feel like I have the luxury of feeling any kind of pity. Like I said, we can make up for that by getting better. No need to waste energy dwelling on it. Amara was silent, perhaps contemplating my answer. It didn't seem to be one she liked. I looked down at her. Is there another answer I'm missing? No, not necessarily. I just can't help but think about how devastating the news will be for their families. Not to mention how it feels like we're running away. We're doing what we need to so this matter doesn't get more complex than it needs to be. It would be trouble otherwise. I mean, the only other alternative to this whole situation would be us dying with those knights. By all means that should have happened, but we capitalized on the lives of those that died for us. What would it have meant if we wasted their sacrifice? I still feel like shit. She pinched her nose, and it became clear that she was no longer looking for answers. I hugged her as all the others contemplated our conversation in silence. The mood turned down a bit, but thankfully the ride was almost over. The cabin fever wasn't helping the situation. The rail soon docked at the terminal, letting us depart with our luggage. Before we all separated, we gathered together one last time. I spoke. I need to take care of this corpse, so I'll be heading straight to my mentor. Whatever I do after that is up to him. Well, I need to get home so I can finish healing my arm. That means I'm going to the church. Betsmont spoke next, making me nod. Say hi to your parents for me. Will do. I'll be going to my manor. I've learned a lot this trip, so my father will want to hear about it. Phaidon was next, to which Tana chimed. Same. I need to report to my parents. I'll be gone for at least a couple days. I'll be calling my mother, but unless she says otherwise, I'm staying here. Amara looked up at me. It seemed we would both be sticking together. I let out a breath of smoke before concluding. So everyone except us is leaving. Well, take all the time you want. There's no rush to return, that's for sure. I'd like to hang out though, so we should find a day to gather again. I'll let you know when I'll return after getting to my peerage. It shouldn't be long. Sure. Stay in contact and relax. We won't have anything too exciting, and you 3 need to focus on getting back in shape. Don't go training or anything. I'm going to feast and then sleep for another day. Phaidon punctuated his announcement with a yawn, making me laugh a bit. After that, we said our goodbyes and separated. I walked with Amara to the hotel where we unpacked, and she stayed there while I went straight to Maxwell. It was time to see if I could finally get a crown. Chapter 106, Anderson. Hello. What do you want? Nice to see you too. I pushed open Maxwell's gilded doors, receiving an enthused greeting and an even more enthused glare. If he wasn't always like this, I might actually think he didn't want me here. I stood in front of his desk and smiled. What do you want? Do you have a house or anything? I only ever find you here. I do, but I can't bring you there or you'll start bothering me there too. Man, you didn't even sugarcoat it. Whatever. Check this out. With a grin, I brought out the head of the royal. Maxwell narrowed his eyes. A royal. That's right. It could shoot lasers out of its eyes like the Cyclops Scout. What do you think about making it into a crown? Well, it's even more suitable than the Scout. But how did you get this? A simple story. I gave him a quick explanation of my most recent expedition. He seemed rather unbothered by the fact I had even acquired such a unique material. You've stumbled yourself into another very lucky situation, haven't you? I hadn't expected you to be back so soon. Very well, you have a suitable medium, and the sooner it gets processed, the better. Looks like I need to make a visit. Where to? An old friend with the church. Hold on to the material and come back here tomorrow morning. We'll leave then. Cool. And that reminds me, I have a friend heading to his peerage tomorrow. His name is Vetsman Verga. A Verga? That's a valuable friend to have. Their knights are exemplary. The wife of their current head was a student of mine as well. Nevertheless, if it's a peerage, then we're going to the same place. You'll get to see him. Groovy. I'll head back for now then. We talked for a bit longer, then he rushed me out of the study. As I made my way back to my room, I notified Vetsman that I would be heading to the peerage as well, wherever that was. We talked for a bit, and I found out that the church controlled its own massive city that rivaled the capital. That's where all the peerages were located, and from a cursory description, it seemed to be an incredibly rich place. I learned that Vetsman would be using the capital's teleporter to head there. After a call to the mentor, I learned that Maxwell and I were planning on doing the same. Perhaps we would run into each other, but Maxwell had made it clear that he wanted me to stick with him for the duration of business. He said that his presence within the church was sensitive, and he didn't need to make his arrival a big deal. I would need to keep my head down so long as he was there. I couldn't go see Vetsman immediately, but I would later once we finished all our business. After hanging up those calls, my walk lapsed back into silence until I got back to my room. I told Amara the recent news. You're going to the peerage? Yeah. Maxwell apparently has a friend there that can help me with my crown. Vetsman is going too. I see. Well, I was talking to Tana and she said that she'll be visiting the Vergas at the peerage after she's done with her parents. Oh? Then maybe you should come with me. We can all meet up. Will that be fine? She asked while taking a seat beside me, bringing over a package full of treats. I grabbed one and chomped down while nodding. I don't see a reason why not. Worst case, you just stay with Vetsman until I'm done. I'm not sure how long business will take, but it can't be that long. All right, let's do it then. She smiled and threw a cookie into her mouth. I watched her for a second, the two of us just staring at each other. You're so pretty. So are you. I am quite the looker, aren't I? By the way, I have a question. What's that? She scooted as I thought back to our recent battle. During the fight with the Royal, you never brought out your flicker companion. I haven't seen the pup in a while at all. Was there a reason? Oh, yeah. Amara waved, the six-legged wolf jumping out of her body and appearing in front of the couch. My eyes widened. The snowy blue wolf with horns and wings was now twice as big as it was before, clearly stronger. Turns out, there's a period of time that the companion needs to spend assimilating with you. Bringing it out minimally is best for a while until that assimilation period is passed. As for how long it takes, it entirely depends on the age of the flicker and the difference in power between it and the host. I'm quite a bit stronger than him, so it's taking a while to fully assimilate. It'll be less than a month until we're both on the same page, but that also meant I couldn't take him out. Was it just because he was weak? Yes, and the fact that he's even more vulnerable than normal while assimilating. There was a high risk of death if he had engaged the Royal, and his speed wouldn't have helped me much, so I just decided that he was better off staying put. Makes sense. Come here. I waved to the wolf, the creature trotting over before nudging my hand with its snout, tongue flopping out and tail wagging. I messed with it for a bit while conversing. Have you played with him at all? Not really. He's not a pet. Although the way you interact with him has me questioning that. She muttered as I pushed the beastly canine to the floor, rubbing his belly. I chuckled. Well, do what you need to do. If it makes no difference, might as well bring him out more. I can't imagine isolation inside a cold, dark mind is very nurturing. Excuse you, but I think my mind is plenty substantive. Thank you very much. Come on, look how deprived he is. I can almost see his ribs. I poked his chest, having to reach through a thick layer of fur just to hit skin. Even then, it seemed there was a huge layer of muscle coating his entire body. Amara rolled her eyes. Unfortunately, the pup needs to stay inside. Assimilation is fastest that way. Well, then I guess the pup needs to hurry up, doesn't he? Yes, he does. Har. The flicker let out a small howl in response, making Amara laugh. Anyway, if you're coming with me, then get ready to leave tomorrow morning. Prepare for a multi-day trip. It should be fun. I've only been to the Holy See once as a child. I've yet to see it again. The Holy See, huh? I pondered, thinking how the Vatican on Earth was located within a tiny city-state by the same name. I was curious to see what it was like. So this is where you brought me. It looks nice. Amara looked around as we entered the Polaris headquarters hand in hand. We made our way straight to Maxwell's study, throwing open the doors to find the man himself preparing some materials. Maxwell, it's too early for your voice. And why did you bring your girlfriend? She wants to see the Holy See. I'd also like to thank you for what you did for me during my enlightenment. Amara stepped forward and curtsied formally. I may not have been conscious, but I hope I wasn't too much trouble. Don't worry. Nothing more than a rudimentary procedure. Your mother and I already discussed it. Now, delivery man, carry those cases. We're heading to the teleporter nexus. Can't even use my name. I clicked my tongue while grabbing a stack of cases. They were kind of heavy. Why can't we put these into a spatial sack? Unless you want to degrade the integrity of your own, I suggest carrying them. They're special materials to be used for your crown. I see. How much besides the corpse do we need? A significant amount. Your body will be altered on several levels. I will not simply glue the head on, despite how much it might improve your looks. We will attempt to give you the greatest benefit afforded by the corpse while focusing on sensory aspects. Regardless, you should be prepared for an extensive, invasive, and possibly dangerous operation. All right, so it's genetic. I can see how that would be dangerous. I'm not sure what that means. Maxwell frowned at the term he was unfamiliar with. I sighed. Never mind. Where's the carriage? We'll be arriving in a moment. Then why am I carrying this? I rolled my eyes and set everything down until there was a place to put it. Eventually, the carriage came and took us and our luggage to the teleporter platforms. I didn't see Vetsmon there, and the batch of transports we were assigned to were idling. Before we knew it, we had teleported and arrived in the Holy See. My feet planted themselves onto another platform, identical yet different from the one we arrived from, the rest of my body taking a half-second to reorient to my new surroundings. As we walked out of the transporter building, through the gaps the tower of boxes afforded me, I noticed the incredibly intricate black stone patterns on the walls. We exited into a massive plaza, and the church sure as hell knew how to make a view. 8 massive towers circled the plaza, each stretching around 600 meters into the sky. Despite their distance, I could still vaguely tell just how monumental each tower was. There wasn't any accurate way to gauge how much land they covered, despite my heavily enhanced thinking processes, so I reverted to measurements I knew well. That's got to be at least 100 football fields of area in total. Ridiculous. Come on. Maxwell waved, walking straight toward one of the towers. Each of the 8 towers had their own unique styles ranging from brutalist architecture to sleek and minimalist to golden and rich and artistic. Despite some base similarities, all of them were distinctive in manner. In the center of this circular formation of towers was a statue with a height I had never seen before, even on Earth. Easily triple the height of the towers was a statue of Jesus, a simple sword raised and pointed off into the horizon. It had a vibe very much at odds with the Christ of Earth. I had to crane my neck just to see the top because of its incredible height. It would easily top even the tallest skyscraper if placed on Earth. Its strangely inspiring presence reminded me somewhat of Christ the Redeemer in Rio de Janeiro. The base of the statue almost looked like a small mountain, covering the massive area needed to support such a structure. As we walked closer, I could appreciate the scale more. 100 football fields wasn't anywhere near a big enough estimation. The city itself sprawled endlessly around the towers and beyond, hundreds of densely packed buildings visible even from behind my towering stack of packages. Wide paved streets ran tidy grids through the city but still managed to seem crowded, hundreds of vehicles and thousands of people packing them to the brim. This place rivaled the capital in size and outstripped it in infrastructure quality. It was like industrial America, and a conservative estimate put a few million in this city alone. Amara and I walked behind Maxwell, marveling at the sights as we crossed the massive plaza, known as the Walk of Saints, around the statue toward one of the towers. So, which tower are we going to? The 7th peerage of the Franks. They are warlocks specializing in alchemical practices, especially crowns. I have a friend there that will help concoct your crown and perform the procedure. This guy must be pretty old if he's your friend. Yes, he should be approaching a century. So you better pray he still has the steady hand he did back then. TSK, now we're just playing with my life. There were so many people going in and out of the tower through a massive translucent black archway that we wouldn't possibly stick out. Maxwell said his presence within the city was sensitive, necessitating subtlety, but that didn't seem to be required right now. Once we entered the building, greeted by a grand hall, Maxwell turned around and faced us. I apologize, Lady Umara, but this is where John and I must proceed alone. I wouldn't want to involve you in any potentially complicated matters, if only out of respect for your mother. I understand. I'll wait here. Are you sure? I asked, letting her nod with a smile. Don't worry about me. I'll just call Vetsmon. It's not like I can get lost when we've got such a convenient landmark. She glanced at the huge statue, causing me to bob my head in agreement. That's true. If you need anything, though, just let me know. Sure. Just keep yourself safe. After I meet with who I need to and resolve any potential conflicts, you will be free to join John as you wish. For now, though, it's best if there are no misunderstandings that might associate yourself with me. Maxwell explained the general situation, easing Amara's worry. After that, we said our goodbyes and ascended the tower while Amara lingered around the Walk of Saints. She was a big girl and could take care of herself. I wasn't worried. Like the Black Spider Hotel, there were tons of elevators in the tower that could bring you to any floor. There were even mini teleporters that we used on the higher floors. Wherever we were going, it wasn't open to the general public. Sure enough, after ascending what had to be 100 floors, Maxwell had to utilize some kind of token to allow himself higher. It didn't take long after that before we reached our destination. The floor we entered had floors, walls, and a ceiling of pure white marble that felt more like sterile tile than actual marble. From the entry hall, we moved into an offshoot where we found a single pair of doors. He should be in here. I wouldn't know him to be anywhere else. Maxwell walked up and kicked the door, making them sound like a gong that shook the hall. A yell came in response. Who the hell is it? Is courtesy a forgotten fucking art? It's me, you wrinkly old ass. There was a terrifying silence while I processed the fact that Maxwell could actually be aggressive. Suddenly, the doors flew open, revealing a short old man with a slight hunch. His most outstanding feature had nothing to do with his person, but rather what he wore. Several incredibly high-quality and intricately adorned robes covered him, making him seem like he was wearing an entire suit of armor. He looked like a greedy king, even more so than Maxwell, which was saying something. His eyes were wide when he saw Maxwell. Alberain, Terrace Gold, you don't seem to be enjoying retirement. I don't see 24 women wrapped around your crotch. Fuck, you just made this reunion a lot easier on me. Can I expect to be questioned by a fucking paladin after this? Not if you have any common sense. At least tell me you haven't been pissing away the last years of your life. Maxwell barged into the room, looking around to see tall shelves filled with books and stacks of paper. There were a dozen different tables as well, all filled with what I could only assume were alchemical tools and supplies. Most sat dormant, but some bubbled with life. Small flames ignited under glass baubles and clear tubes twisting and turning around containers. He scoffed, stepping away from the door and presenting an opportunity for me to slip in. I decided I should blend in with the background for a bit. Of course I haven't. You think any of the kids these days are smart enough to replace me? I swear, it's like the only thing their parents are good for is teaching them how to wipe their own ass. Otherwise, I need to fill their tiny heads with everything imaginable. God forbid they figure some things out on their own. You were cut out for a lot of things, Terrace. Teaching wasn't one of them. That just means I'm still the best at my craft. Humility obviously hasn't grown on you either. Heh, you're one to talk. Now what do you want? I can't imagine you'd come here unannounced if it weren't a big deal. Not after almost 30 years of silence. Maxwell was silent, observing the room a bit more before turning to his friend and nodding toward me. The kid. I need you to concoct a crown for him. And who the hell is he that you'd come out of hiding just to get him some lousy crown? My name is John Cooper, sir. Pleasure to meet you. So he's a kiss-ass. What else is new with young ones these days? My smile twitched, my approach to the interactions threatening to flip on its head. The only thing that held me in check was the fact that this man actually had to do something for me. I didn't need him turning me into a blob in the process just because I pissed him off. Maxwell rolled his eyes. He's my successor. That's all you need to know. And all I need for you to do is make him a crown and perform the procedure. Successor. Terrace faced me, his sharp eyes scrutinizing my body. I could feel his aura wash over me in the process. It wasn't threatening in the slightest, but it was incredibly precise. It felt like there were 1,000 eyes observing me, even capable of seeing through me like I was under an X-ray. Then, he cast a spell that enveloped me with runic formations, mana scanning through every inch of my body before disappearing. Well, he certainly has fantastic integrity. Honestly, it's one of the best I've seen, despite being just an authority force summoner. A strong crown won't be an issue. What's the basis for it? A royal descended from the scouting lineage. John, show him the head. I raised my hand, the head of the royal appearing. He waved, and it flew out of my hand. He scanned it like he did me and shrugged. Decent, so long as he wants a sensory-type crown. He does. Vision is his most important tool. Think of him like an archer. Perfect. Vision is rather important. I have the rest of the necessary materials as well. I saw that, but don't bother. Crown technology has advanced significantly since 3 decades ago, my pickled friend. I'll take some of yours, but you probably don't have the rest. Don't worry, I can get them. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You used your badge to get up here, so someone will dash. Someone already has. I snapped around to lay eyes on the new voice entering the room. The man I laid eyes on, in a word, was massive. He was even bigger than Vetmon, standing over 7 feet tall, and was built like a wall. At least, that's from what I could see from under the large black coat he wore. Despite the wide grin he wore on his face, he felt dangerous. A grizzled face marred by scars spoke to volumes of experience. He was by far the most dangerous man I'd ever met, and yet, I couldn't actually detect anything from his aura. He felt like he didn't exist and still managed to have all too powerful of a presence. Maxwell cleared his throat. Anderson. Heretic. I didn't think I'd ever see you again, least of all here. And to think you have a successor now. A little heretic. Of all the things, that's not something I'd ever believe unless you showed me. My protege has nothing to do with my past, and you know that. That doesn't change what you're teaching him, Alberain. You know that. And none of it will change the fact that you will not get in my way. Maxwell roared in a way I had never seen him doing. The rest of the room seemed equally stunned, falling into silence for a few moments. Yet Anderson never stopped smiling. You're right, Maxwell. I won't get in your way. You know that. It's been 30 years, Anderson. I don't know, and I needed to make sure. There are few I can trust. Oh, ye of little faith. How could I possibly change so much that I wouldn't at least pay homage to the greatest summoner to ever live? You know me well enough. Don't play dumb. Maxwell harumphed as Anderson walked over and patted his shoulder. I mean, I've even saved you the trouble of erasing your entry into the upper levels. And here, use this for now. Your badge? Why are you interfering? You've never been one to help. I'm not helping you. I'm helping your successor. The poor kid needs at least one advantage if you're going to turn him into a heretic. Letting him slide through here undiscovered can be considered a small favor. Besides, I'm curious to see why you of all people chose him. Because if anyone is capable of breaching the Great Barrier, it's him. If I could ask for anything, Anderson, it would be as you said, to let him remain undiscovered. You better hope he's allowed to grow. High praise. For now, I'll wait and see. After staring into what felt like my soul, Anderson turned around and walked out, the door clicking closed softly behind him. Chapter 107. Creaking Vessel. With Anderson's exit, Maxwell let out a long breath of air he had been holding. He's always a treat to talk to. I know the name, but who is that? Only the strongest knight in the church, if not the world. It's surprising you've heard of God's assassin at all. Terrace responded with a side eye, making me shrug. He's got a bounty on him. I guess that's nothing more than a joke then. Obviously. Now, back to business. Hand me the rest of the corpse and I'll perform some tests today. By nightfall, I'll have a recipe ready. Concoction will be performed tomorrow, and the day after will be when we operate. Kid, I need you to be here for those tests, so stick around. Sure. Then put the corpse over there and sit in that chair. I followed along with Terrace's directions while Maxwell took a seat beside us. The tests I underwent were a lot less dramatic than I had imagined. I really only had to offer my arm. Some blood was drawn and some hairs were plucked. The strangest test was a few drops of some acidic stuff on my tongue. Whatever was going on, Terrace was performing similar tests on the corpse and constantly logging information. I took the brief respite to go over recent events. Maxwell was apparently known as the Heretic. He had told me his identity was sensitive, but I hadn't expected it to be so serious. Apparently, the story went much deeper than I imagined, since one of the strongest knights in the world personally appeared to talk with him. He even showed some modicum of respect for Maxwell, as he was supposedly the greatest summoner to ever live. That only raised more questions. What the hell did Maxwell do? He was called a heretic, but he wasn't treated like one. Had he been, he wouldn't be alive standing here, much less me. It seemed he still had at least 1 or 2 friends here, powerful ones at that. After not seeing him for almost 30 years, Terrace didn't hesitate to help him make this crown despite his identity. I truly couldn't imagine what he could have done. It wasn't so antithetical to the church that he was genuinely treated like one, yet his title still existed. From my observations, he was a strongly principled man. He would not have committed some grave sin against the church. My only suspicion was his summoner call. That seemed to be under more scrutiny than the man himself. I wondered what about it could possibly be heretical. Regardless of my musings, we were in the clear for now. The conflicts had passed, and with Anderson's badge, we probably wouldn't be disturbed for the rest of the trip. For the rest of that day, I just went along with Terrace's tests before getting let go at the end of the day. Finally, I'm starving. I stretched while leaving the elevator with Maxwell, stepping out into the ground floor of the Franks Tower. You won't be needed tomorrow for the concoction. Just be prepared for the operation afterward. I'll be ready. Just how dangerous is this operation going to be anyway? Am I actually going to be at risk of death? Probably not. As Terrace said, the methodologies have grown significantly. My information is outdated, but at the very least you have much less to worry about, especially if he's the one making it. All right, just let me know when I'm needed. Until then, I'll be with Vetsmon and Amara. Maxwell nodded, causing a brief lull in the interaction. I stared at him for a few seconds before putting my hand out. Thank you, Maxwell. I appreciate all of this. And don't worry about that stuff with Anderson. In my book, you're a good man no matter what anyone else says. He looked down before giving my hand a clasp, then separating and turning away. I will be taking up residence in an inn. Relax and stay rested. After the operation, you'll be bedridden for some time. I nodded as he started walking away, watching his back for a bit before lifting my aerial and sending a few messages. Vetsmon and Amara responded. They were both within the Verga Tower across from the Franks Tower. I started making my way over, anticipatory for the day of the operation. Maxwell let out a long, rough breath as he leaned into the plush couch in the center of the hotel suite. His head ached like a sore muscle, his mind too powerful for his current self to handle. As the most powerful summoner to ever live, he had a mind that operated at a level most couldn't imagine. John was only just beginning to catch a glimpse of that power. But after the events of so many years ago, that powerful mind became a curse. His body could no longer bear it, threatening to shut down entirely should he not heavily restrain his mind's power. It was like a powerful engine forcefully throttled to mere fractions of its capabilities, bound by a brittle and rusted frame too fragile to handle its full extent. They called him heretic. It had been so long since he'd been debased as such he'd almost forgotten it. Unlike back then, though, he couldn't be bothered to care about such baseless mockery. They said that people feared what they couldn't understand. Well, how could anybody possibly understand the creations of the most powerful summoner? There was a time when he never had to worry about that. A time when he stood alongside the greatest in the world, respected and treated as their equals. He was a pioneer of the likes the world had never seen. Given more time, his name would have echoed across the world as a revolutionary who uplifted the whole of the summoner class. His achievements would have brought change to humanity as a whole and sparked the beginnings of a new era. Back then, he could see how bright the future could be. And yet, one day was enough to bring it all crumbling down. It was a day of great renown, one that continued to be celebrated even now. But where others found joy and hope, he found isolation and sorrow. The day he lost everything that made him the greatest summoner, was branded a heretic, and was exiled from society. In fact, it was the very thing that made him great that also wrought his downfall. The call of the fallen angel, his greatest creation, and the source of his ruin. Its namesake was by no means insignificant. There was a time not long after that day that he had sat within his rich home, blind and aimless, almost catatonic. His crippled vessel couldn't sustain his previous level of thought, and the adjustment to that limitation had taken him no short amount of time. But even more difficult than that was finding a new purpose after he had lost everything. Years were spent in isolation as he was ridiculed and hunted by those who wanted to end the heresy at its source. He had to abandon his home, which still sat barren and decrepit to this day, and find refuge under the wing of a friend. For a long time, he had been inanimate. But with time and age, he realized that he couldn't just lie back and wait to die. The Scourge would forever be a threat to humanity, and so long as the summoner class was weak, nothing about that would change. As the greatest, he had an obligation to do something about that. And so he utilized what remained of his mind to carve a new path. The Call of the Fallen Angel was much more than just a way to contact spirits. It was a demanding path of advancement that far surpassed all of the other summoner advancement paths. However, that was also inseparable from the Call and utilized aura extensively. Maxwell hadn't been raised in the Call. He was its creator and had to pioneer the path once he was already halfway down another mediocre path all previous summoners used. But this permanently crippled his advancement and doomed him to never breach the Great Barrier. Even as an Authority 11, he was only ever able to glimpse the barrier from a distance, never even touch it. But that didn't mean he couldn't guide someone else to it. And besides his massive royalty deal with San Industries to fund his research and instruction, there was one other thing he didn't lose on that fateful day. His knowledge. His mind couldn't operate at the level it used to, but that only meant that he would have to take more time. And having lost everything, he was rich with time. Thus, he embarked on a 20-year-long journey where he plotted out the entire advancement path for the Call of the Fallen Angel. Or, at least most of it. Authority 10 was the limit, because that was the first time someone was met with the Great Barrier. Whoever came after him would need to breach that barrier instead of just ignoring it and rising to Authority 11 anyway, and that was a path he had never walked, and thus couldn't tread. But everything up to that point was as well documented as he could make it. He couldn't personally experience the cultivation path. The best way a magus detected flaws in their methodologies was through personal experience. But his extensive work and knowledge on the nature of advancement and authorities lent great aid to ensure accuracy. The achievement of doing such a thing while effectively blind couldn't be understated. He knew that only he could possibly perform such a feat. Narcissist was a word many used to describe him, but he always liked to correct that in exchange for self-aware. At the very least, his many theories had been proved right throughout his life. With the Call of the Fallen Angel, he was afforded the chance to do so once more. The only issue was finding someone who could prove him right. Someone who would take his place, a successor that would change the fate of the summoner class. It was a task he left to Luna to do something about. He couldn't be bothered with finding someone personally. There had been a few candidates sent to his door, some of those few even having adequate potential. But they all had critical flaws, be it their attitude, lack of motivation, age, low-quality summons, or inability to commit to something they believed to be unfounded. Almost 2 years went by, and as his standards rose, less people came. Until one young man came knocking on his door. Maxwell didn't think the 22-year-old would fare well. He was too old and laid back, narcissistic to boot, and had no clue about anything. This became one of the very few times he had been proven wrong, and even rarer to be glad about it. Who could have possibly predicted John Cooper's incredible progression over just half a year? It was not just completely unheard of, even in other Magi classes with deeply developed advancement paths, but completely unbelievable. He had sent him out time and time again, anticipating the day he would hit a wall and come back groveling. But time and time again, John came back having made leaps and bounds of progress. There was no end in sight to his potential. Dare he say John was just as good as he was? So he made his investments. He couldn't let such a talented young man die, especially not after he pledged to go along with his training. He made sure he had protection, something to rely on in battle, yet not a crutch he could abuse and stun his progress with. The coat was an easy purchase. Forcing John into the trenches was his way of making him work for it. Now, though, it was finally time to give him something greater. Something that would continue to serve him even after the coat outlived its utility. He knew this sensory crown would boost John's auxiliary powers significantly. The only issue was that it required him to re-establish contact with those that had once exiled him. Once again, he would have to go back out and fight. After having hidden himself away from the world for so long, and despite his power, Maxwell still felt a little hesitant. This time, however, instead of fighting for himself, he was fighting for his protégé. There was a reason encountering Anderson was so stressful. Nobody could tell that man what to do. If he got in John's way, Maxwell didn't know if he could even offer more than token resistance, and that caused him to lose control of himself for a moment. It was a good thing he still held some level of respect. He knew better than anyone what transpired that day. He was there and had seen it all. It seemed that his sacrifice that day had earned him something useful. It only took 3 decades to realize it. At least he'll get the crown. I need to find some more ingredients as well. Maxwell muttered, pondering over the concoction of the crown. He couldn't possibly allow this crown to be so barebones. Forcing John to bring him the base material was merely a test of his ability. He had earned himself a crown, so it was up to Maxwell to make sure it was up to his standards. Money was no object. The corpse itself was countless times easier to acquire than John's coat, let alone higher quality materials. Terrence would draw out the full potential of everything Maxwell gave him. All he had to do was find the materials. The royal would be the foundation. Its roots in the scout bloodline actually made it prime material for sensory augmentations, despite the relatively low authority. But John had an immense capacity for crowns. To not fill it to the brim with the best possible enhancements would be selling him short. There was much to discuss with Terrace, but for now, he needed rest. Just a brief moment of letting his mind out of control had given him a splitting headache, and even that had still only been a fraction of his real power. His creaking vessel needed some time to rest and recuperate, but that was all right. He had a purpose, and so long as he fulfilled it, nothing was off limits. That's how he had lived his entire life. Just because his purpose now had a name didn't mean anything had changed. He closed his eyes and drifted off into a land of blankness. What time he had left would need to be taken full advantage of. Chapter 108, Secrets. I took one of the elevators up the Verga Tower, heading to the 60th floor. Once I arrived, both Vetsmon and Amara were waiting. Behind them was an open floor with tall wall-to-wall glass panes giving a view of the city all around us, and massive columns scattered throughout the lobby to support the other half of the building above us. I smiled. Hey man, thanks for helping us out. Please, I'm just glad you finally get to see my home. Welcome. One hell of a home. We clasped hands and hugged for a moment before I separated and turned to Amara. Everything settled? Of course. Vetmon prepared us a room up above. How was your business? It went well. Tomorrow my mentor's friend will concoct the crown, and the day after I'll be getting the operation. So soon? Vetsmon blurted in surprise. When I nodded, he thought for a second. Crowns can take weeks, even months to make depending on their complexity and power. So either your crown is being made by the best alchemist around, or it's weak. Are you sure the man your mentor recruited is good? Don't worry about that. He's reliable. I apologize if I can't give any details right now, but no matter what, it's going to be a good crown. If you're sure. Come, my parents are waiting for you. I told them you were coming. I let Vetsmon lead as he took us up several more floors, occasionally flashing a badge at a sentinel or magical engraving. I pieced out the Verga Paladin peerage in the few brief glances I caught of its front. At the end of a white-walled hall were a large pair of doors, various armored statues flanking a path of red felt carpet leading up to it. Two sentinels bowed at our trio and heaved to open the also incredibly thick doors, a huge lounge sprawling out behind it. It was a living room the size of an entire property. As we entered, a couple stood up and made their way over to us from the pair of grandest seats situated in the middle. Vetsman's parents. Mr. and Mrs. Verga, a pleasure to see you again. The pleasure is ours, John. Once close enough, his father swallowed my hand in a thick and weathered hand of his own. His mother, still as tall as I was, leaned in to hug me. After we embraced for a second, she leaned back, a playful grin spreading on her face. We continue to hear so much about you, even beyond our son. You can't seem to keep your head low, Unfortunately, my exceptionalism makes that difficult. Haha. Well, I at least find great joy in hearing about such an amazing summoner. You're bringing some long overdue pride to our name. So long as you can, keep doing what you're doing. Of course, madam. I'll make sure Vetsmon relays all of the spicy details. We both laughed for a moment before the father waved. Please, let us sit. We wanted a small bit of your time to catch up and to welcome you to the Holy See. I understand it's your first time here. We all walked over to a closer cluster of couches, Vetsmon sitting between myself and his parents, and Amara sitting by my side. I've only seen one city that can compare to the grandeur of this one. Let me guess. The Wedded City. That's the one. If I may ask, what do you think when you compare the two? Well, I thought about the main differences between these cities. There were few, but one difference made this place a level greater than the Wedded City. Both of them have amazing architecture and art. I had this discussion with Amara, but this kind of culture and wondrous capital instill a great sense of pride into all who view it. It distinguishes itself by its achievement. But this place doesn't just have the culture and statues. It also has the religious devotion that even an isolated community can't compare to. It unifies the population and further encourages virtue. I couldn't have said it better myself. This city rivals the kingdom's capital in every way. In fact, many often debate about whether or not humanity is a people of the kingdom or a people of the church. Many say that it's a conflict between the two, but I would argue that there's nothing to fight about. The people are of the church, that much is certain, and nobles are not of the people. That's where the only conflict lies. I would agree. I had a small smile while relaxing back into the couch. I have my own personal hatred for the nobility, but regardless, it's clear to everyone that those of such status live in a world separate from the rest of the population. It's a product of natural course, but the disconnect will inevitably breed hostility between the classes. Why do you say it's natural? Although today's nobility is corrupt, there have been times when it was not so. They lead the people. In fact, we do the same here at the Holy See. 8 towers that act as the fingers of God to protect the world from evil. But that does not make us separate from the rest of the population. We are one cohesive whole. What you're saying isn't wrong, but I'm of the mind that the very nature of this world both necessitates and inevitably leads to the disconnect between all forms of nobility and the people. Just rule may be the reality, but it is a fleeting one, bound to devolve into oppression over time. That disconnect, unfortunately, means the people will never have any form of independence. I habitually took out a cigar as I spoke, lighting it and letting a lazy curl of smoke drift into the air. You needn't look any further for the answer to why than magic itself. Magic creates the magus, and the magus, forced by the hostility of nature, must rise to power and fight back. Disregarding everything else, this fact means that the magus wields power that the ordinary will never be capable of fighting against. And so he becomes king by default. No matter if he is a benevolent king or a tyrant, he will always be king. And how can a king be of the people? It's the very antithesis to what a king is. What you speak of is true, but only the Magi ensure humanity's continued existence in the struggle against the scourge. Does not their critical role warrant them some authority? Yes, the Magi are essential, but it's exactly that which makes the scourge similarly so. Hate them all you want. Only their overwhelming presence occupies the ultra-powerful and holds corrupt Magi in check. Without the scourge, those powerful Magi have nothing to do with themselves. And so, as humans naturally seek conflict, they turn on each other. I can already see it. The war, the tyrants, the absolute control the Magi would have over the ordinary. It would be a nation ruled by the hands of a select few. I drifted off, just imagining the bleak dystopian society in a world where power only enhanced the capabilities of tyrants. Because here, absolute power truly was absolute. On Earth, it was always a facade that a single well-placed bullet would rip through with impunity. Human nature was a fickle thing. Conflict was written into our DNA. Humanity couldn't go 10 seconds without something to fight against, and if they did, they would certainly fabricate something. It was why things could never be too good. It was why a utopia was just that, an ideal, forever unachievable, eternally hoped for society. So in a way, in this world, the scourge could be considered a good thing. They were the enemy to fight against, something to unite humanity. And while internal conflict certainly still happened, nobody could afford to escalate too far. The existential threat on humanity's doorstep made sure of that. It kept everyone in check, because even the tyrants understood that they couldn't rule over everything if everyone was dead. I looked at Vetsman's father, of whom I still didn't know the name, with focused eyes. Just as the pride of your city's architecture and religion unites your people, so do your enemies. You have distinction because there are those who stand against you, or beyond you. But take that away, and the only thing you are capable of distinguishing yourself against is your fellow man. Remove the one thing that prevents you from taking over the world, and realize that someone else has another idea of how the world should be taken over. What then, other than war? Nobody responded for a moment, all pondering my words. It was a scary future, and so much as thinking about it invited dangerous ideas. If one hoped to defeat the scourge, then one had no choice but to think of the aftermath. You needed to think about a world ruled exclusively by humanity and what that would entail. And so, this world would enter an era of unceasing warfare. The scourge was hated for its unyielding drive to end humanity, but should humanity be incapable of coming to a consensus, the resulting world would be just as bad, if not worse. It was a fatalistic catch-22. To think of defeating the scourge was to flirt with human warfare. To disregard the possibility was to live under existential threat forever. Which world would truly be better? To ask all of humanity to govern itself under a single set of rules is an impossible task, just as it is preventing an unchecked noble class from becoming tyrannical. It's a lot to think about, isn't it? I heard a chuckle come from Vetsman's father, making me snap out of my reflection and return a smile. Yes, it is. Thankfully, I still have a long way ahead of me to mull over it. Indeed. By the way, I don't believe we've properly introduced ourselves. Last time, we got sidetracked. He stood, putting out his hand. My name is Ignatius Verga, Lord of the Verga Peerage. This is my wife, Willow Verga. It is a pleasure to befriend a wise young man such as yourself, John Cooper, and the pleasure is mine. I shook both of their hands, finally having a formal introduction. We sat back down with smiles, Ignatius speaking first. I'd like to thank you for being an essential member of my son's squad. It is clear that you have been an integral part in his survival and prosperity in recent months. Of course, sir. And I couldn't ask for a better knight to protect me. I'm frequently made painfully aware of my own mortality, but with Vetsman there, I find confidence knowing I can entrust my back to someone. I reached over and patted the man's shoulder, making him smirk. Ignatius shifted his gaze to Amara. And I hope the young lady is doing all right, given the recent pressure? Of course, Lord Verga. I'm very lucky to have multiple people who support me. I at least know that I can find true friendship in those I entrust my back to. And I take pride in the fact that my son is proving to be a reliable man and fighter. I know you all only have one more trip to the front lines, and that your paths may diverge afterward. But I sincerely hope that all of you are able to create some everlasting bonds. I would argue that there are few things as important as friends you can trust. I would agree. I nodded with a smile, Ignatius standing with his wife. Now, it's getting late. I'm sure you've all had a long day, so allow Vetsman to show you to your room. Thank you for the hospitality. Of course. Enjoy your stay, and if there's anything you need, please let us know. With that, the discussion ended, all of us retiring for the night. Vetsman showed Amara and I our rooms. The two of us were left to ourselves on the 70th floor of the tower with an incredible glass wall view of the nighttime city. There were some attendants to take care of us, basically room service, and so we were able to arrange ourselves some dinner. After all that was said and done, I stood in front of the glass wall, taking in the view. This wouldn't be the first time, and certainly wouldn't be the last time, I had seen expansive cityscapes wrapped in night, but I still felt like I could stare all night. That's when I suddenly had a thought. Amara, I have a question. Yes. How would anybody know if we had sex? Huh? Well, that's sudden. Pinkish-hued emotion surged from our mental link for a second before she managed to collect herself. She went silent for a few seconds before offering a response. You said you come from another place without magic, so I can assume you don't understand what happens when a virginity is taken. Anything special? Yes. Sex between magi rarely results in children, but there's a special phenomenon that helps overcome that, and it's why keeping your virginity until marriage is so important. It's called the inception, and it's established the first time a couple has sex when at least one virgin is involved. It tends to be the woman who maintains her virginity in noble society, but it's even better when both parties are virgins. So this process helps have children? It vastly increases the small chances until the firstborn comes, yes. After that it diminishes. I see. Now, how do you know when the inception occurs? I asked with a bit of nerve. Rayla was my first partner in this world, but not my first in my life. Neither of us were virgins, but I just wanted to be sure I didn't miss anything. Would virginity be magically reset when I came to this world? Amara, slightly flushed, considered my question a bit longer. I've only heard about it, but it's said that it's like your body's fuse for a bit. That, and there's a lot of heat. Interesting. I rubbed my chin. That definitely didn't happen with Rayla. Sure, there was heat, but that was body heat and alcohol. I assumed what Amara was talking about was different. That said, at the time, I had only been authority too. I didn't even know if that whole sex system had been effective at the time. Since then, I had come a long way, and I would certainly be advancing even more before Amara and I got married. I wasn't even sure how Psyche could affect my fertility. I could understand if it was vigor, even mana, but not the power of the mind. The bit Amara and I gained through our temperings could probably be discounted, though I made a mental note to ask her later. Well, it would be something to figure out when the time came to cross that bridge. However, I decided that since we were on the topic, it would be a good time to bring something else up. After some silence, I turned to her. Given that information, there's something I need to tell you. Yes. She tilted her head at me, inquisitive face unable to hide the small spike in anxiety clear in her aura. Well, I'm not a virgin. I lost it a long time ago, well before I arrived in the kingdom. I told you that I had relationships before, and a couple of those involved sex. If you really want to know the details, I lost my virginity when I was 15. That young, she blurted out in astonishment, making me nod. Yeah, let's just say the culture there is pretty different from here. It's not so uncommon for kids that age to be having sex, though looking back on it, I wish I hadn't just based on principle. That's insane. Even ordinary people don't usually get married until at least their 20s. I thought it would be younger. Unfortunately, that's only part of my history. I'd like you to know this now, but I did have sex with one person one time not long after I arrived in the kingdom. You know, on our first trip, that girl who had come to see me off. You didn't. Her face fell, anxiety getting replaced with a slight tinge of aggression. I diverted my gaze a bit. Yeah, we did. I was authority too at the time, and it was during my first gala. Well, we had been working together for a month or so, and we had gotten really drunk. Or, at least I did. You work with her? I don't work much anymore, but yes. But you can rest assured. I didn't feel anything like an inception, and even afterward, once she learned that you and I were together after we came back from the first trip, she basically never talked to me again. I let out a sigh as Amara processed the news. It was one thing if I had a distant history. It was another if one of my partners was recent and someone she had met. But thinking back to that whole fiasco had me a bit depressed. Beyond all else, Rayla was a good friend. I didn't like how things ended, and the magisterium occupying all my time certainly didn't help. I could feel Amara's steely gaze on me as my mind drifted, snapping out of it when I heard her taut voice. What, are you thinking about her? All I can say is that the situation then had been complicated. I don't like how things went, but it's done now. We haven't talked in months. Ugh. Amara stood and stomped off to the kitchen, making my brows raise as she grabbed a bottle of alcohol. Are you okay? Shut up. How complicated was it? Why do you look so depressed? She's a widow. She lost her husband to the scourge. Amara froze, bottle in hand, as I continued. He was converted as well, came back as a monster, and had to be put down. To say she was traumatized is an understatement. And I guess at the time I was pitying. Fuck. She set the bottle down, standing there with her head lowered. Then I heard a sniffle, watching as she wiped away a tear. My head tilted a bit. She was crying. What's wrong? She never deserved that. Nobody does. And just thinking about how it's possible scares me. Yeah, me too. But someone has to fight and take that risk, even when they don't want to. I walked over to Amara, putting my hands around her face and lifting it. Amara, I'm sorry. This changes nothing, and we both know that. I love you, and there's nobody else I want to spend the rest of my life with. But I didn't want to keep those secrets from you. It wouldn't be fair. Now, you know almost everything about me. Almost. She glanced into my eyes with a glint, making me chuckle. Yes, almost. For one, I've got a lot of blood on my hands from my time in the black market. I haven't told you just how much, but we'll come back to that later. As for the other details, well, that'll be left for when we get married. But who knows, perhaps you'll figure it out before then. Okay, now you've made me curious. Just tell me. Sorry, my dear, but I need to retain at least some of my mystery. I can't have you getting bored of me, after all. I pat her cheek before giving her a quick kiss on the forehead. After that I went to bed, shelving the topic, and drifted off into warm sheets. Chapter 109, Catalyst. When I woke up, something was blocking my vision. It took me a second to not panic before I realized Amara was wrapped around me, sound asleep. Her arm lay across my face, soft breaths and a little bit of drool tickling my neck. I was being used as a body pillow. It was a good thing I slept like a log, but it made me smile as I shifted a little, turning toward her. I was glad to see her all over me. I couldn't really gauge how Amara had been feeling after our conversation last night, which is why I gave her some space to think. She even came to bed a bit later than normal. We didn't even have a chance to cuddle. Despite a few small worries that persisted, things seemed all right now, so I pushed those to the back of my mind. It was rather difficult to think of anything else when I knew my crown would be ready today and the operation tomorrow. Part of me wanted it to happen now and be over with it, but another part didn't feel ready. What would the process even be like? From what I learned from Maxwell, it would be similar to a surgery and procedure, but I didn't even know if they'd use anesthesia. Hell, maybe I was misinterpreting everything. Maybe it would just be a potion I'd have to down. Whatever it was, I knew it would be dangerous and still felt anxious, even if the chance of me dying was incredibly low. I decided I could take a break from training, so after getting out of bed, I ordered some breakfast. When the room was filled with the aroma of breakfast meats and pancake equivalents, Amara stumbled from our room, half awake. Good morning. Good morning. Our greetings were succinct. Neither of us were very cheery when it was bright and early, so our mornings were usually spent in silence for the first hour or so while we cast off what remained of our grogginess. We both ate and cleaned up before I got a call from Vetsmon. He wants to take us on a tour of the city. The school as well. I guess the Holy See is something like the Magsaterium. They do. It's called the Arkansas. So why didn't Vetmon go there? Not sure. Maybe it's a relational thing. A way to forge ties between the church and kingdom. She muttered while stuffing some bread into her mouth, making me hum. Well, since we have nothing to do, we can go. I smiled a bit before heading to the room and dressing myself. However, that's when I got another message from Maxwell, my face falling a bit. Shit. What? Amara asked from around the corner. I'm getting called out. Maxwell needs to see me. Oh. Well, do what you need to do. You're here on business, after all. Sorry about this. We'll have more time after the operation. I pulled down my collar before walking up to her, looking down into her eyes. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Well, just let me know if there's anything on your mind. I thrust a lot onto you and want to make sure you don't have any lingering concerns. I did that so you could trust me, full transparency. I suddenly looked down at my Ariel after I said that, seeing another message. Tisk, he's being impatient. All right, I need to go. Have fun with Vetsmon. I kissed her forehead before leaving the room, heading for the place Maxwell wanted me to meet him. Where's John? He's got business. It's just us for now. All right then. Vetsmon nodded as Amara walked to his side, the two leaving the Walk of Saints. From there they took a carriage to explore the city. Vetsmon showed off some of his favorite places, including military training grounds where he would practice the sword as a child. Being the son of a tower lord, he naturally had an equally impressive upbringing. Amara didn't really ever mind on any of it, though. Other than the fact that it was based around a religion, the Holy See wasn't much more impressive than the wedded city. Nothing could quite compare to the wealth of the church, not even the capital, but it wasn't like its majesty was so awe-inspiring it dwarfed that of the rest. Instead, her mind swirled with thoughts of John and the news he had broken to her. It was difficult to think about much else, especially with a clearer head. All the little details about what it meant for him to do that with someone else kept tugging at her mind, never mind the other complications. Well, he wasn't an innocent boy, that much was certain. The only issue was how okay she was with it. He was at least right in that it didn't change anything. Amara already knew that even if she didn't like it, that changed nothing about how much she loved him. And she was pretty certain that he felt the same. It was also fortunate that he never saw much of that girl anymore, saving her some anxiety. But it was still a bit shocking. It was a blight on the perfect image she had of the two, even if she previously harbored some suspicions. There was a lot about John that she didn't know, so she was naturally curious. The only solace was that he was open about the fact that he had some secrets, and he wasn't hesitant to reveal them over time. This just happened to be one she didn't quite like. As such, she was actually rather happy that John had to go for a while. She could ask Vetmon for a second opinion. As the big man talked, she suddenly tapped his arm. Vetsmon. I have some to ask about. Or, perhaps get your opinion on. John and I had talked last night, and he gave me some news. All right. What about? Turns out, he's quite far from being a virgin. Oh. Vetsman's eyes widened, though not out of surprise. It was more so the embarrassing topic that caught him off guard. But it only took a few seconds for the information to sink in, and he realized where Amara was coming from. So I assume you didn't find that very settling. No. He gave me the details, and I know I can't really blame him. The place he came from is far different from the kingdom. He told me he first had sex when he was 15. That young. That's how I reacted. She smirked a bit. It was nice to see someone else with her sensibilities. John was just so strange sometimes. Anyway, apparently he had a complicated relationship with a friend from his work several months ago. He hasn't talked to her in a long time, so I at least don't have anything to worry about. But it's still vexing. I don't like it. Well, I can understand. You won't be his first. Vetsmon drifted off in thought, Amara lowering her head in silence. That was the crux of the issue. She wouldn't be his first. If the only times were when he was young, then she wouldn't care so much. He was just a kid, and kids made bad decisions all the time. It was difficult to blame any of them at that stage in their life. So it didn't really matter either way. But that wasn't the case with Rayla. Although she understood the complicated circumstances, that didn't mean she felt any better about it. It was difficult to think about how your partner had been so intimate with someone else, and to know that you weren't as special as you initially thought. Amara sighed, combing back her ashy gray hair. Am I just overthinking things? I don't want to be mad about it, but it's hard not to be. I would say that you're not in the wrong. It's okay to be mad, but I wouldn't direct that towards him. As you said, he comes from a place very different from here. Although he's not the person he was when he was young, that doesn't mean he didn't carry certain ideals over. Besides, he's crazy about you. I can't possibly fathom the idea of him being unfaithful to you. And that's despite him getting a whole lot of attention from other girls. Attention? How? Huh. You guys don't see it, but I constantly have girls come talk to me in order to ask about John. It's honestly getting annoying. Faiden is dealing with the same thing. I heard his girlfriend had to start chasing them off. Oh. Amara smiled a bit, making Vetsmon chuckle. You two are always in your own little world. But at least you know that there's no possible way John has anyone else in his eyes but you. So I don't think it matters all that much that he's not a virgin. And why should you let those other girls make you mad? It only hurts you. That's true. The only thing you have to worry about then is the inception. Well, I may not have to, but we'll see. What sparked the conversation anyway? Vetmon glanced over at her, watching her shrug. He wanted to know how anybody would know if we, as he sometimes calls it, did the dance with no pants. Hey. Anyway, he didn't even know that inception was a thing since he came from a place with no magic, and thankfully, has never experienced it. That gives me hope, but neither of us can be completely sure until the day. You're waiting until marriage? But only because we have to. I can't imagine what you guys would be doing without all the nobility to hold you back. Vetsmon smiled at her, causing her to smirk as they continued walking. She punched his sturdy arm. Thanks, big guy. Are you feeling better? Yeah. I think I just needed someone to talk to. Besides, I'm going to have bigger things to worry about soon enough. John's operation is tomorrow. Maybe he told you about that now because of that. Really? She looked at him with raised brows. Vetsmon just shrugged. I don't know. Just a thought. All right. Amara shook her head, deciding to clear her mind of the subject and move on. The day of the operation came. Amara and I met with Maxwell at the bottom of the Franks Tower, taking the elevator up to the top where we met with Terrace. The day before, I had done nothing other than drink some odd potions Maxwell gave me. Their effects varied greatly from making my skin tingle to making my entire body boil with heat. Some of it was incredibly uncomfortable, while some of them made me feel great. Then all I had to do was wait. He didn't want me doing anything, not even eat. I could at most drink tons of water, and along with the potions, it all served to cleanse my body. As a result, I was positively starving, but the feeling of anticipation far outstripped it as we arrived at a special wing of the tower. It was a large medical facility, white stone hallways leading to different subsections teeming with medical personnel and patients, labeled with terms I was familiar with: emergency, quarantine, hospice, and where I was headed, surgery. I was about to become one of those many patients. Maxwell took us to a large room, the entire place relatively clean, but not nearly sterile enough for my liking. I know I wouldn't be going under the knife, but it wasn't comforting to think that the people operating on me couldn't practice basic sanitation. But then again, they all used magic, so what the hell did I know? The room we entered had a bed in the middle and some odd devices on a table next to it. Several contraptions also hung around the table, for purposes I couldn't possibly guess. Finally, there was a separate tray to the side, on top of which were several large vials and syringes. It felt menacing. I took a deep breath as Terrace motioned to the bed. Take off your shirt and lie on the bed. Once my assistant gets back, we'll begin. All right. I nodded and stripped off my coat and shirt, sending them into my spatial sack before climbing onto the hard bed. There was no noticeable cushion, but I was too anxious to worry about that. I looked around at the vials and syringes again. I never had a phobia, but needles and the like still had me antsy, especially when they were so damn big. I turned my head, watching Terrace make some final preparations. Is there going to be any numbing? Partially. I'll explain the process so you understand what's going on. He lifted a vial and scanned it with a magic spell before nodding. Crowns are no mere medicine or potion. They are deep modifications to the human body, requiring extensive and invasive procedures to impart. They are dangerous, painful, and can take quite some time to apply. What we are going to do today is inject a liquefied solution of white crystal into your blood, using that as the catalyst to apply the crown. Once your body is sufficiently saturated, The crown itself will be applied via an ocular injection. A fucking what? An ocular injection. You wanted to enhance your eyes. Well, we need to get straight into the eyeball. I'm gonna lose my eyes. I felt my neck go limp. Tara smirked at my discomfort. Yes, in a way, you will lose your eyes. Most of your eyes will be destroyed in the process before getting regenerated in their new form. This is the part we will numb you for, because the process is notoriously agonizing. Why don't you just knock me out? I'm not sure I want to be awake for any of this. We can't. A side effect of injecting you with liquefied white crystal is the effect it has on your psyche. Let's just say that it makes it impossible for summoners to fall unconscious. Your mind will become incredibly overactive, so much so that the only thing that would sedate you is an overdose. And from past experience, sedating you first only worsens the experience when you inevitably wake up. It's enough to send the body into shock, potentially killing you. Fuck. I cursed with a long sigh. Am I even going to survive this? Of course. Just because it's painful doesn't mean it's going to kill you. Don't worry so much, though. We can't sedate you, but we can paralyze you. It'll keep you from making this more difficult for me. That's not comforting. Then take comfort in the fact that you won't have a choice, and that you're in my hands. There's nobody better than me. Amara, I'm ready to write my will. Little brat. Terrace clicked his tongue. At the same time, I established a telepathic connection with Amara. She looked at me worriedly from the side. Are you okay? I'll be fine. Probably. Well, just keep in mind while you're doing this. You're going to get through it. There's a lot of people who have sacrificed for you to be here. Don't let them down. Don't worry. Mama ain't raised no bitch. I smiled before suddenly hearing the doors swing open. I looked up to find the assistant, another man who looked to be a bit younger than Terrace. Ah, Baron. You're here. Yes, sir. This is John? Pleasure to meet you. You're in good hands. Thank you. I shook the man's hand with a smile. Then, he prepared some gloves. Terrace grabbed a vial, flicking it with his fingernail and drawing the fluid inside into the first syringe. Very well. Time to begin. We'll start by injecting the white crystal. Just relax. This is the easy part. He said that while filling a syringe. Then, he placed it up against my arm. I took a few long breaths. And so it began. Chapter 110, Operation. Terrace depressed the plunger on the white crystal solution. Something incredibly viscous flooded into me, feeling like what I imagined coagulating blood would feel like. I could just barely see him retract the needle and receive another from Baron, which he jabbed into my thigh. In total, he injected me 4 times, once on each limb. He also gave me a tincture of some sort that numbed my entire tongue, like I wasn't drinking liquefied crystal but some oral anesthetic. My throat and stomach felt similarly. It was like they became completely foreign to my body. At first, that was the only uncomfortable part about it. But then, the white crystal started to kick in. It started to feel like lead as it dispersed throughout my blood, muscles, and organs. It only took a few minutes to fully circulate everywhere, and once complete, my heart started to beat faster in an attempt to move my heavy blood. My entire body started to throb a bit. It was no worse than a sore day after a hard gym session. But then he brought out more vials, preparing more injections. Looks like the process wouldn't be so easy. Sure enough, he went through 4 rounds of injections, filling my body to the brim with that liquefied white crystal. By the time it was done, it felt like the stuff had seeped straight through my muscles and into my bones. The throbbing turned into a heavy ache, which then turned into an intense pain shooting through my body with every heartbeat. Despite that, I could hardly move a muscle. Even my fingers felt leaden, as if someone had cut them open and poured in molten iron. Even my internal organs were heavy. I almost vomited several times from the feeling, yet couldn't from some mysterious weight pressing down on my chest. However, even that wasn't the worst of it. The 4 rounds of injections took about 40 minutes, each one spaced apart. The spacing alone was agonizing. It was just long enough to get used to the pain before another 4 injections. Then again, I was still sure I'd been through worse. Football practices were no less brutal, maybe more so. But in the back of my head, I still wondered about when I would feel that mental overdrive he talked about. It was about an hour and when I started to feel something strange. How are you doing? Amar asked, causing me to turn to her. My head moved lethargically. Her voice seemed like it was being replayed in slow motion, yet sped up so much that I couldn't keep up with it. It was like my mind couldn't decide whether to process the information or not. The lights all around me started to get brighter as well. That's when I could see Terrace's assistant Baron glancing over at me periodically. His pupils have dilated. The mental effects are kicking in. Good. Give it another 15 minutes before paralyzing him. And adjust the dosage. He's got a bit of vigor in him. Understood. I could hear them conversing. I could consciously register the words. But no matter how hard my brain churned, I couldn't process what they actually meant. Within my mind, my spark rampaged, slowly ramping up in speed until it felt like a pulsar instead of a star, a typhoon instead of a stream. None of my mental preparations could have prepared me for this. Any token resistance I could put up would be washed away in the storm. Every sensation was amplified by magnitudes, not out of sensitivity, but redundancy. My mind registered everything several times at the slow yet fast speed before the next set of thoughts and feelings overrode it. I was dizzy and out of control. Time moved 10 times faster, yet every moment just wouldn't end. It felt like forever before that feeling subsided. At some point, my thoughts became far more lucid, shifting from mental chaos to hyperfocus. My breathing sped up as I dialed in, looking around at Maxwell, Amara, and Terrace like I was just waking up to find them in my room. Maxwell? What is this? Your mind has adapted to the effects. It's being overwhelmed with Psycha, but now it's beginning to harness the power. The crystals used were Authority 7. They're incredibly potent, but difficult for us to acquire. What you're experiencing can be likened to how you'll feel when you advance to a higher level. Yeah, that's great and all. But it's also more painful. Tremors racked my body, filled with strength I couldn't contain. The hyperfocus only made the bone and organ pain worse, helping me experience every agony in excruciating detail. It would be better if it all just blurred together. Maxwell patted my shoulder. Just bear with it. The paralytic solution is being administered. Once it is, distract yourself. Use your spark to fill your mind with thoughts other than the pain. In fact, maybe you can use this opportunity for training. He suddenly brought out the third layer of the advancement formation, holding it up in front of my face. My eye twitched. I can't catch a damn break. Come now. This will be good for your training. And I thought you were being sympathetic. That's your girlfriend's job, not mine. Prepare for paralysis. Baron announced as he poked my arm with another syringe. I felt parts of my body stop responding as the paralytic agent spread from the injection site, losing any feeling of control through my body. Thankfully, my nerves were also slightly dulled, a slight respite from the somehow intensified pain signals surging to my brain. I just focused on the advancement formation as I lost control. It was only when my neck and head went limp that I prepared myself. It was time for the worst part. Baron spoke after moving my face around. I couldn't even move my eyes. Saturation has reached the threshold, and his body is paralyzed. Moving to phase 2. Prepare the crown. We'll go top down, starting with the sensory enhancement before moving on to the spine. Understood. Here's the ocular injection. Work on the ears while I do this. Terrace took the syringe and grabbed my head, shifting me around until I was lined up. All right, kid, here comes the hard part. All of that white crystal is going to circulate through the sites that we inject the crown in. Its power will be consumed there, so imagine all of the pain of your body being focused in one area. It won't be fun, but I can assure you that this is worth it. Now, try to dissociate or something. Anything you need to do to bear with it. He said that before pulling open my eyelids and bringing up the syringe. Inwardly, I was shitting myself, but the paralysis rendered me unable to even move my eyes in protest as Terrace performed the ocular injection. After that, I wasn't exactly able to think straight. The feeling of getting a renovation in your eyeball was difficult to describe, but it was safe to say that I felt like killing myself. They may as well have gouged out my eyeballs and installed new ones. Of course, attaching the ocular nerve to a new eyeball required technology that they were far from developing. I wasn't even sure if there was magic that could do it, but then again, maybe this was precisely the magic that could do such a thing. And so my senses liquefied, almost literally, as the agony of my body was concentrated up in my head. All of the sensory discomfort was amplified by the world's nastiest migraine. It was a good thing I was paralyzed, because otherwise I would have been trying to kill someone, probably Terrace. Amara tried speaking to me at some point too, but I couldn't hear her after Baron did the operation on my ears. Then they pried open my stiff mouth and made a mess in there as well. It felt like they were tearing me apart. They practically were tearing me apart. And yet, through it all, I couldn't help but remember how there was one woman who pioneered all of this shit, the one who had to destroy her own body in the pursuit of something greater, developing a key advantage to be used against the scourge. Oh, how madness and genius coincide. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of deep respect, because I felt like I was the one going mad now. I couldn't estimate how long the procedure went on for. But it was a damn good thing that assigning my spark to effectively spam my brain with other unrelated thoughts actually helped in distracting me from the pain. Rather counterintuitively, after my sensory organs were liquefied, the nerves all around them were either fried or killed, so the pain actually subsided to bearable if still agonizing levels. In a way, it was almost like I had already passed out. I was unable to see, hear, taste, or even smell. Touch was the only thing grounding me, and it made for quite the sensory deprivation experience. I was in that darkness for an eternity, feeling more than like I had been thrown into a dark hell. The pain was never ending, and even with my spark, I was slowly starting to think it would just be an eternity of pain. I couldn't even seek refuge in Amara's mind. My spark was working overtime feeding me junk, leaving me unable to connect with Amara, much less think about something like the advancement formation. But at some point, I felt them wrap up my face. Then, I was turned over on my stomach. That's when I felt syringes get stuck around my spine. The first ones were numbing agents, but they didn't actually stop me from feeling the next needles push aside my flesh and enter my spine. Thankfully, I didn't have to bear the pain, just the creepy sensation of separating flesh. Whatever was in the needles, it actually ended up serving me well. I started to lose my sense of touch throughout my entire body, dulling almost all of the pain except for what was around my head. I didn't know that this was part of the procedure, even though he said they would move on to the spine. Seems like Maxwell prepared something else, the cheeky old man. Either way, I officially got the true sensory deprivation experience. No sight, hearing, taste, smell, or touch. The only thing I had was my aura, which was the only indication that I was still alive and functional. At first, it was interesting. Once some of the pain faded, I was able to concentrate on other things. I got to appreciate the experience. But after a while passed, it went from interesting to scary. I was suspended in a void and I started to see things. I realized my mind was creating something to see, an attempt to fill the gaps. But they were only hallucinations, right? Eventually, the foggy images started to focus and I realized that it was actually my aura. I could see everyone around me. I could see Terrace talking with Maxwell, Baron preparing more materials to heal me, and Amara fidgeting anxiously in the corner. In fact, it became so focused I could actually project out. That's when I noticed something in Maxwell change, and even if he didn't turn his head, he turned his sight to me. He reached out with his aura before I realized what was happening. Maxwell felt John's aura reaching out for his mind. Sending information to another's mind was nothing more than a rudimentary exercise for him, but that didn't make it any less impressive for John to be proficient at it. He was improving handily. You'll be okay. The crowns have been installed. Now you just need to heal everything back up. It's been about 11 hours since the start of the operation. It may take another day for you to heal, and Baron will be periodically injecting you with more white crystal until everything is over. There was no response from him, which wasn't unexpected. He just looked down, observing his body. There were marks all over his back, arms, and legs. It wasn't enough to get just a sensory upgrade. Maxwell wanted him to have more, and he knew just the thing for him. Of course, adding more was only possible because John had a freakish capacity for crowns, according to Terrace. A person's capacity to get modified by crowns was, put simply, determined by the stability of a person's body. There were several measurements to determine stability and a whole science behind it that Maxwell had never quite bothered to learn. All he knew was that, oddly enough, people who required more sleep tended to have more stability. This could be figured out using some magical scans that Terrace had performed earlier, as well as several other measurements. Age was also another factor. The prime of a person's life was also the most stable time of their life. Unfortunately, not many could obtain a crown while young. Only the children of rich parents would do such a thing, and even then many might wait to receive prime material or let their children get stronger before deciding on something so permanent. Regardless, John could take plenty, so they pushed to his furthest extent. This wasn't to say they filled his capacity. He would expand that capacity as he got stronger. But for now, they had given him a rather extreme procedure. Maxwell was curious as well. He wondered what it was like to lose every one of your senses. He couldn't imagine what John was experiencing. Perhaps that's why his aura was becoming more prominent. But then, after speaking to him through aura and letting enough time pass, he suddenly felt a wave expand from John's body. It was almost like he saw John's ghost rise from his body before walking over to Amara. She also lifted her head, as if she could see it too. Go ahead and head back to the room, my sweet. You need sleep. His voice traveled into all their minds. Baron and Terrace turned to him as well, their eyes widening. Terrace chuckled in disbelief. An illusion. That's amazing. John, can you hear me? John didn't respond. Instead, the illusory body teleported in front of Terrace. I can't hear you, but I can see your lips flapping. Thanks for the most painful experience of my life. Next time, figure out how to numb the pain. You'd think if this technology were so advanced, you'd be able to do something as little as that. Amara, remind me to teach you some things about the human body after this. Okay. Amara responded, surprising Maxwell. She spoke again. How are you feeling? Like shit. But I'll be fine. You should go rest. I'm staying right here. We'll leave this room together. And if you need someone to talk to, you have me. Then have someone get you a blanket at least. I don't want you to be uncomfortable. Says the man who just went through the most painful experience of his life. Don't worry about me. She smiled as the illusory figure turned to her. Then it disappeared as the telepathic connection was established with her once again. She spoke into it. I love you, John. Love you too. I want to talk more, but this is all really tiring. It's okay. Please, just focus on recovering. I will. With that, the connection was cut, everything going quiet. Terrace scoffed. You've got quite the protege, Maxwell. Yes, he seems to be adept at utilizing aura. It seems the loss of his senses has only aided that as well. I'll consult him later. For now, help him recover. Maxwell said that while waving a chair into existence by the wall. A moment later, a cush couch also appeared nearby. Lady Amara, feel free to use this. You guys are turning my operating room into a living room? I'm sorry, did you have another patient to bring in here instead of attending to my protege? Never mind. Baron, take the first shift to watch him. I'll get some shut-eye and finish him up later. Understood. Baron nodded as Terrace walked out. As for Maxwell and Amara, they both got comfortable in their seats. Like that, the main phase of the operation concluded. Chapter 111. Recovery. At some point, my aura projection faded into darkness with my consciousness. The pain had eventually subsided and I was so exhausted I didn't really have a choice. I didn't know how long I slept, but when I finally woke up, I realized I had my senses back. Yet I couldn't quite use the one I was most eager to test since my entire face was wrapped up. Even my body felt as tender as my face, every touch with the bed and sheer sheets they laid over me overstimulating my nerves. Not only that, but when I tried moving my limbs, they didn't feel like my own body parts. Mere twitches of the fingers came with such mechanical ease, clarity, and precision they felt completely alien. And my movements didn't go unnoticed. I heard a voice not long after. John? He's awake. Seems so. Time to finish this up then. I heard Terrace's voice before feeling a hand grab my own. It was Amara's. Can you hear me, John? I nodded slowly in response to her question, feeling the muscles in my neck move with unerring responses to my subconscious desires. At the same time, I could tell just how unbelievably sensitive my hearing was. Every tremor in the room sounded like it was right next to me, every breath, even their very heartbeats. Their voices rang in my ears like they were yelling, yet it didn't feel like too much to handle. Like that, I felt the wrap around my head get taken off. It wasn't long before I was able to see again. And what appeared in my vision was quite the sight. Amara was the first person I saw, and yet I almost thought I was looking at a whole different person. The image of her was so clear that I thought I could see the cells that composed her skin. And the colors all around me were so vivid. The color depth that I was experiencing had to have exponentially increased. In fact, I soon realized that I was seeing more than just colors. Dare I say, I could actually just barely see the magicka in the atmosphere, something that could only be sensed by my aura before. It felt like a whole new world had opened up to me, as if I had been looking through an unfocused lens all this time and suddenly got upgraded to the best. My field of view was widened, the range of light I could see expanded, the resolution multiplied, and even magical power became somewhat visible. Once my nose was uncovered, a whole host of smells slammed into me like I had gotten the nose of a dog, though the amplification was quite subdued compared to my vision or hearing. My mouth was already uncovered, and I didn't immediately taste or sense anything different. All my teeth were there, and my tongue still functioned as normal. Or, at least I thought it did. But then I felt something odd and stuck my tongue out. I could swear it wrapped under my chin, Amara recoiling from the sight in front of me. Why the hell did you make my tongue so long? That's the first thing you say when you wake up? Every sense of yours has been enhanced. You should be thanking me. Maxwell scoffed from the side, my tongue slithering around before getting pulled back into my mouth. I suddenly smiled at Amara. You're going to enjoy that later. Oh, okay. Tisk, kids. Terrace clicked his tongue, walking up to me and handing me a mirror. Here, your eyes are different. You should know what they look like. Oh, wow. My brows raised when I saw myself. My eyes used to be hazel, but now they were a bold golden color. Not only that, but they seemed to be a bit larger as well. The pupil and iris filled a much larger area, so the eyeball wasn't necessarily bigger. There was just less visible sclera. If my memory served me right, these eyes were identical to the royals, at least in appearance. Functionally, I could dilate and contract my pupil if I really focused. I could kind of feel the muscles in the eye, and by manipulating that feeling, I could focus in on something. I looked off toward a wall of the room, focusing my eye and watching as my vision effectively zoomed in. I focused on a seam of the stone wall, able to see even the tiniest details of its surface and variations in the coloration. I even noticed that we were in a different room, and that was just from a casual glance. I suddenly wanted to go outside and see for myself the extent of this enhancement. But when I tried to get up, I found that my body was far more sensitive than I initially thought. Controlling my own limbs felt difficult, and the slightest change in touch made me so uncomfortable that it was painful. Terrace put his hand on my shoulder. Relax. Your body needs time to adjust. I want you in bed for at least the next day. After that, you can start moving around. At that time, you'll need assistance until you can function on your own, so if necessary, I can give you a doctor. Maybe. We'll see how I feel. You did well, getting through that. You seem to be fine, but take a week to wind down. It can be a traumatic experience, especially what you went through. Yeah, especially when there's no numbing agent. Sorry about that. Terrace looked apologetic. Some people outright refuse to get the operation done due to expectations of pain. Unfortunately, there's nothing I could have given you to dull that beyond what the paralytic solution gave. So I felt like it was better if I didn't tell you at all. Whatever. I let out a breath and looked away. If I was being honest, that pissed me off. Fighting through all that pain while paralyzed was something I never wanted to experience again. Thankfully, I would never have to, as this was the only modification to sensory organs I would ever get for the rest of my life. But I felt so mentally drained, and it wasn't from the operation. That level of pain seemed to age me a few decades, and he was right in that it would take time to get over it. Maybe my attitude was just bad because of it all, but I didn't really feel like I could look at him. And refusing to thank him would temporarily be my way of expressing my anger. I raised my hand to my face, touching it and feeling all the odd sensations. It would take time to get used to this. Well, with that, the operation is complete. You're free now, but since you'll be staying here, I'll have someone bring you food. Just make sure not to bite your tongue. Seriously. I've done tongue enhancements before and all of them bit theirs. One girl even bit off the end of hers. So just take it slow. I nodded as Terrace left. That's when Maxwell spoke in explanation. The enhancements you got are obvious, but I should notify you about the one I added. The injections we did across your spine and limbs consisted of the spinal fluid of a shrike. These beasts are known for their agility and are incredibly difficult to catch because of it. Anyway, that has given you greater agility and fine movements, especially in your hands where I thought you could use it most. You will find that your dexterity has become a magnitude better, and thus your capacities to utilize the time dilation effects of your coat are much more thorough. The crown was effectively time dilation but for your body instead of your mind. However, you will need to figure out how to use it. It may be a while before you can even sense the ability. I see. I lifted the hand that wasn't holding Amara's, waving around my fingers. They still felt foreign, but I was already adapting. Thank you, sir. This honestly is a great enhancement. I appreciate you helping me. Don't worry, you earned it. Your next crown won't come for a long time, because now, the only ones that will afford you any significant enhancements are the ones with great strength and vitality. Those will be valuable since they will increase your odds of survival, but even that is limited. You will want to become as powerful as possible and go through as many temperings as you can, because your level of vigor will determine how strong of a crown you can receive of that nature. Another type of crown will be one that enhances your mental faculties, but those that will be able to meet your future standards are extremely rare and even more difficult to acquire. So from now on, just focus on your summoning. I will. Thanks. My nod was accompanied by a smile. My strength had been advancing rapidly, and if I was being honest, the operation actually helped me a bit with advancing. I was filled with so much psyche from the white crystal that a huge chunk of my cultivation had been done for me. Now, I just needed to comprehend the rest of the formation and I would become an Authority 5. I didn't think that would take very long. At that moment, an attendant walked into the room with some food. This room was one of the normal ones within the medical wing of the building, the bed being far softer and comforting than the operating table. There were also some nice facilities, including an incredibly opulent chair that I guessed was Maxwell's. I took the tray of food, finding some small but tender chunks of meat in a broth and some other bite-sized treats. My two guests let me take some bites in silence, and that was when I finally got to appreciate the enhanced taste. I savored each bite by wrapping my tongue around everything that entered my mouth. Talk about an unnecessary enhancement, though I wasn't complaining. Neither would Amara. At some point, Maxwell stood. I'll leave you alone for now. Tomorrow I'll head back to the capital. Just focus on recovering. Thank you. You keep thanking me. Because I'm thankful for what you're doing for me. He hummed while retrieving the chair, leaving the room. Amara watched his back as the door closed before looking at me. He's not a very expressive man, is he? He's just got his own way of doing things. Right. So, how are you doing? She scooted to my side, leaning against my shoulder all cutely. I smiled. I'm all right. I think I'm distracted enough by the new sensations to not focus too much on the lingering terror. I felt the vivid memories resurface for a moment. Honestly, the ocular injection itself wasn't a fraction as bad as what came after. I've been through a lot of pain in my life, both things I forced myself through as well as things that were inflicted onto me. But that was something else entirely. And being paralyzed like that only made it worse. It's hard to describe, but I sincerely hope I never go through something like that again. I hope so as well. If I'm honest, I got a bit scared watching you go through all that. Your face was bleeding a lot. I could only imagine how agonizing it all must have been. I just hope you find it worth the pain. Time will tell. I let out a long breath. I didn't want to act like temporary pain would suddenly make a permanent benefit less valuable, but that temporary pain was horrendous enough for the thought to cross my mind. Perhaps it was a good thing that I wasn't told about it, and that I was paralyzed. As Tara said, it wasn't really my choice at that point. It made me feel a tiny bit better. Only a tiny bit, though. After some silence, Amara muttered, I'd like to apologize. 4. I was a bit mad at you for what you said earlier, about your history. I have to admit that I really didn't like it. But I spoke with Vetsmon and he helped me realize that something like that has no bearing on us. So I apologize for ever thinking that it did. Well, I suppose I'll accept that apology. I smiled a bit and licked my spoon clean. I've never been so in love and so heavily invested in anyone else that I'd talked about marrying them like with you. I'm going to trust you intrinsically and love you unconditionally. And so long as I'm able to continue doing that, then I will be marrying you in the future. You got that? Why, yes. She nodded, her aura giving away her feelings of joy and erratic heartbeat. That felt good to see, and is also when I noticed how unbelievably sharp my aura was. But that was an analysis for another time. I chuckled a bit. Good. Now, I'd pin you down and test out this new tongue of mine, but I'm kind of immobile right now and want to eat my food. I can help with that, but I want to eat my food. The food isn't going anywhere. She suddenly grabbed my tray and set it aside, straddling me from the front. If I understand this situation correctly, I can do whatever I want to you, and there's nothing you can do right now to stop me? Something like that. Then I think I'm going to enjoy you for a little while. She leaned in, but at that moment, we heard a noise. Knock knock. Damn it. She cursed before letting out a long sigh, making me smile. Who's that? I forgot that I asked Vetmon to come. Tana is here too. How long was I out? From the start of the operation, about 3 days have passed. She responded while walking to the door and opening it, letting Vetsmon and Tana. Surprisingly, Fiden was with them. Hello. Hey guys. How's the boss man doing? Getting better. Fiden and I clasped hands before giving a quick hug. I recoiled a bit from it, not to mention the weakness pervading my body. Careful, guys. He's sensitive. Amara chuckled while handing me back my tray of food. I ate the rest of what was left while watching the others. Vetsman's brows raised. Your eyes. They're golden now. Just like the royal. How much better are they? Just from the couple hours I've been awake, they're already a few magnitudes better. I'm basically a scout now. I can't imagine what you're going to be able to do now. I'm a bit excited for the next time we deploy to the front lines. Vetsmon rubbed his chin in thought, Fiden tilting his head. We have the tournament first. Oh yeah, forgot about that. What's the deal with that anyway? I asked, prompting an explanation. The tournament is just that. The entire school competes in a few different categories. There's the Warlock, Knight, and Summoner divisions to determine the best in each one. Then there's the champion tournament where everyone regardless of type shoots for the crown title. It already started a day ago, but the elites are exempt from the preliminaries, going straight to the semifinals for the division tournaments. We'll need to be back in a week in order to compete. The champion tournament happens after all of those conclude. Do you think you're going to compete? Vetsmon asked me, causing me to shake my head with a baffled look on my face. Are you kidding? Hell no. I'm not trying to accidentally kill someone. I guess. It would be pretty cool though. You'd probably be able to take the crown title if you didn't hold back. I just need to get through the rest of this year. I don't care about some school game. Besides, I'd rather train. I'm really close to Authority 5. Already? Amara asked in surprise. Yeah, that operation packed me full of psycho, and I had a dream while I was sleeping, though I can't really remember it. Give me a week or so, and I'll advance. You should focus on recovery. I know. I factored that in. Just making sure. We nudged each other before Fiden asked, when are you going to recover? Mentally, not for a while. Physically, I should be good to move around normally in a day. Until then I can't really move though, so unfortunately I can't go anywhere with you guys. That's alright. We'll just have some fun here. A medical room isn't very fun. No reason we can't make it work. He smiled before grabbing a seat, the others following suit. I smiled and relaxed. It was nice having good friends. Chapter 112. Kill someone. I was only bedridden for another day before I could walk around the hospital. A few more passed before they released me. With another night of sleep, the tenderness pervading my body subsided to a faint ache, then disappeared. From there, I just had to get used to my new senses and the almost foreign movements of my body. Maxwell's additional crown enhanced my bodily acuity. He said they used spinal fluid, so I assumed that it modified the neural pathways across my spine and limbs. I was more sensitive, reactive, and had a lot more control over my body. I didn't suddenly become an Olympic gymnast or anything like that, but the entirety of my motor function had been brought up a level. My senses were the most obvious improvement, though. The first time I stepped outside, a whole new world opened up to me. My eyesight was unlike anything I could have imagined. The color range available to me seemed to have tripled at the least. I almost didn't recognize some things because of how detailed and vivid they were. Not only that, but it turned out that merely seeing the texture on a wall was the most minimal ability of my new eyes. Looking out at the Saints Walk, I focused on the towering statue of Jesus and zoomed in on his head. And not just zoom in like a camera, but like a telescope. After some fine focusing, I could even see the minute cracks and weathered textures on the sculpted hair. And that head was sitting close to a mile from the ground, which meant I could easily see even the small details of something more than a mile away. It was difficult to test out anything beyond that due to where I was. I'd need to go to the top of the Verga Tower in order to get a line of sight to something farther. But regardless, the fact that I could see something a mile away as if it were 5 feet from my face was astounding. I could hardly believe it was possible, and perhaps biologically it wasn't. I knew eagles had good eyesight, and maybe if I had something like the massive eye on a scout, the lenses might be large enough to act like a telescope. But 2 regular eyes shouldn't be able to see that far. The physics of optical focusing simply didn't allow it. But of course, magic didn't give a damn about what physics said. So not only was the biological eye itself probably a few times better than a human's, but the magic built into it multiplied that strength by a dozen times over. That was the reason liquefied white crystal was utilized to such an extent. This organ was by no means completely organic, and it was difficult to think that those scouts still had better eyes. My eyes only touched upon a portion of their power. It was no wonder they were so weak. They traded all of their survivability for observational prowess the likes nobody could imagine. Then again, it was a royal I got the material from. I wasn't quite sure what the difference would be. Since I was able to walk around and operate normally, my squad and I spent the day touring the town. Vetsmon insisted that he cart us around, taking us to his favorite restaurants, entertainment venues, and the school in which he was raised. The Ark was the Holy See's version of the Magisterium. Or perhaps it was the other way around. It would raise children from the young age of 5 until their crest was activated when they were 16. Once that happened, they would move into the grades of higher magical learning. The difference from the Magisterium was in how long each taught for. Each year of students in the Ark would be with each other for 15 years until they turned 20. Every single child who had a crest within the entirety of the Holy See would enter and be taught by the Arkansas. Vetsmon made it a point to mention that nobody was allowed to fail out, and there was no other school for magi to go within the Holy See. Because of this, every major and minor family had a massive investment in the school, their own children. It was on a whole other level of involvement compared to the magisterium, as well as perhaps the most significant and important institution in the city, solely responsible for shaping the future of the church. And because of this, it was naturally far larger than the expansive magisterium grounds. Each of the 8 towers were 600 meters tall. And not only was the ark even taller, but it was effectively the size of all 8 towers combined into one. It had 3 primary sections. There was one central tower and 2 sub-towers connected to the central tower's sides, making it look like a rocket with 2 boosters. It was the one place where the entirety of the Magi youth went, which meant there were a lot of children of all ages in that one place. It needed a lot of facilities for both them and the teaching staff, as well as maintenance and whoever else might need to work there. Their building may as well have been a city unto itself, and it was what Vetsmon brought us into. There were thousands of children and parents within the plaza surrounding the entrance to the building. The only requirement to come to this place was to be a magus, so no matter if they were 5 cities away, any child with a crest could enroll in the ark, and it was apparently completely free. No parent would have to pay for their child to live, eat, and learn there. There were even ways for them to make money if they were really that strapped for cash, allowing some method of self-sustainment. It seemed like a paradise, but of course, there were downsides to any institution. The most prevalent issue was the division between the noble children and the commoners. The church had its own noble class, and they were addressed as such even if they didn't operate in the same way as kingdom nobles. And because they were the ones who funded and operated the ark, their children were prideful and ruled the place as they saw fit, even if the school advocated for equal treatment. And that led to the second issue. Staying with the same people for 15 years could become quite a drag, especially if they didn't get along. That brewed no shortage of discontent in the long run, and commoners always suffered the brunt of that. So many quit. Just because you couldn't fail out didn't mean you couldn't quit. It wasn't the perfect system, that much was for certain. But there were certainly worse systems out there. Compared to those, or no education at all, these kids had it pretty damn good. The interior of the ark wasn't much different from any one of the towers, besides being filled with children and teens. It was at the higher levels that the young adults were found, those being the same age as us from the magisterium. School was in session as we walked through, and Vetsmon brought us to the training grounds. Apparently, he had stayed within the ark until 2 years after his crest was activated, getting taught the ways of the night before getting sent off to the magisterium. That meant he had many friends here, and that's who we were going to see, as well as a teacher he was close with. We soon arrived, entering through a normally sized pair of doors, greeted by the wide-open indoor field on the other side. The walls were made of massive glass panes, letting in natural light, and there were a bunch of students doing various drills across the field. We stood to the side for a moment, a question spilling from my mouth as I watched. Vetsmon, why did your dad send you to the magisterium halfway through? He didn't want me to remain within the bubble of the Holy See. He answered back with a shrug. You only ever see the same several dozen people for so many years, and he wanted me to go out and meet more and get exposed to the reality of the kingdom. Only after I had learned what he wanted me to, though. Once I had a foundation, he sent me to the magisterium to finish up my time. Becoming an elite was also an expectation. I guess that makes sense. Do you think it was worth it? Of course. Last year wasn't nearly as exciting, but it was still fun. And I wouldn't trade anything for you guys. Heh, you're gonna make me blush. I laughed, making the big guy scratch the back of his head. At that point, I started feeling a bunch of gazes fall on us. All of them, to be precise. It seemed they all recognized Vetsmon. Noticing, the instructor finally diverted his attention. Vetsmon, either get the hell over here and introduce us to your friends, or leave. I'm on a schedule. Hello, Sir Klein. Vetsmon waved and walked over, the 4 of us following to arrive in the center of the field. A few other students also jumped out, running over to Vetsmon. Hey, Vetsmon, what are you doing here? Hey guys, just visiting. Well, at least you came to say hi. 6 guys and 2 girls came over, all of them surrounding Vetsmon and exchanging reunion greetings. At the same time, more gazes fell on us, curiosity and judgment prevailing in their thoughts. When Vetsmon finally peeled away from everyone, he introduced us. Sir Klein, this is my squad from the magisterium. John, Amara, Fiden, and Tana. We're all elites, and John here is rank 1. Oh, the strongest in the magisterium? Yes, sir. Vetsmon nodded, and everyone looked toward me, my brows raising. It's not official yet. Yes, it is. The steel was updated yesterday. That doesn't help, darling. I poked Amara, who laughed while batting away my hands. So much for dodging attention. And he's a summoner. I'm gonna have to fight someone, aren't I? I'll protect you. Phaidon stepped in front of me as I said that. I chuckled and hugged him from behind, looking over his shoulder at Vetsmon. Sure enough, every eye fell on me. Many were competitive, but most were doubtful. It should be impossible for a summoner to top the leaderboards of an institution like the Magisterium. One of Vetsmon's friends spoke with such doubts. Hey Vetsmon, are you saying this guy could kill you? Probably. Stop lying, you big hunk of muscle. I looked at him with narrowed eyes, causing his arms to go up in surrender. I'm not. Especially with that new gun of yours. You still haven't told me what the hell that was. It's a machine gun, and even with that I couldn't kill you so long as you weren't stupid. What about your grenades? Maybe. Exactly. Vetsmont smirked at me, as if I was the one losing the argument. I just rolled my eyes as Sir Klein stepped in. All right, Vetsmon, how about you help us with training today? Let's see how you've grown during your time away. Your squad can participate too, if they're fine with it. So long as I get Phaidon. I raised my hand from behind Phaidon. That's when Amara jabbed me with her finger, my body jolting. Hey, you're supposed to be recovering. I want to use my eyes though. Fine. But if you feel anything off, you stop. I'll be careful. I smiled as Sir Klein organized the training event, Amara's brows raising as she watched me continue to hug Phaidon. Is he your new girlfriend now or something? Maybe. Phaidon, don't tell your girlfriend about us. I'm not sure what you mean. Exactly. Good job. Pfft. Amara laughed at Phaidon's flustered face. Right then, Sir Klein got the event organized. All right, I've pulled together a squad of 5. I won't have you all fight each other, but instead compete. Your objective will be to fell the same monster. First team to do so wins. Now, both teams come to the center. Everyone else gets to watch. Sir Klein dispersed the other students to the side as we assembled. We all had our armor, so we donned them before the surroundings suddenly changed. The field of grass flowed to life as a breeze swept over everyone, 2 thunderous quakes shaking the ground as the monsters appeared, one on each end of the field. It was a huge gorilla, one that we were a bit familiar with. It stood over 10 feet tall and was covered in thick, bristly brown fur. It seemed this place had a simulator similar to the Magisterium's. It didn't surprise me too much. If one could do it, so could the other. Everyone ready? I looked around. The other team had 5 people in it, 3 warlocks and 2 knights. It was a well-balanced team, and no doubt consisted of the Ark's finest. I let out a long breath, the Lewis gun appearing in my arms and immediately drawing attention. The other spectators had all gathered on the side as well, watching intently. Once everyone was ready, Sir Klein started the challenge. Go. My squad bolted off at the word, as did the other one. I, on the other hand, remained where I was in the center of the field. I watched as my 3 knights ran forward and lunged at the gorilla. Vetsmon took it head on, ramming into it with a shield while Tana moved behind it. Phaidon also wrapped around it and started laying into it with a spear. Each strike gouged a hole in its body, but it was so big that it almost seemed not to matter. The gorilla roared with rage as it fought back, using its mass to its advantage as it attacked Vetsmon. Unfortunately, the big guy was no weakling. When the gorilla swung its arm like a bat, he raised his shield and tanked the hit head-on. His feet sunk into the ground as a low sound rumbled through the air from the impact. I racked the bolt, hearing the metallic thwack of the bullet chambering. The gorilla swung again, and Phaidon struck his spear into its hide once more. I reached out with my aura, contacting the minds of my entire squad and giving a command. They all jumped out of the way when I did so. Going hot, I slammed down the trigger and sent out a volley of empowered shots toward the gorilla, pelting its body and sending metal streaking through its muscles. It roared and covered its face, unable to do anything but defend or risk getting put down prematurely. With every shot, more blood spurted from its body. It tried jumping to the side in an attempt to dodge, but I found it all too easy to track it. Wielding the gun was especially easy. The crown was already impressing me. And then, when the gorilla was on its last legs, I ran out of ammo, giving another command. Finish it, please. I got it. Tana swooped in at that moment. However, she was too late, and I watched as the gorilla launched itself toward me. The distance wasn't much, no longer than 70 yards, and it crossed it with a single bound, intending to reach out and crush me. I saw Tana right behind it, her sword slicing out and severing its Achilles tendons. Then, Phaidon appeared in front of me, diving forward and tackling the beast to the ground. Vetsmon was last to arrive, sailing through the air, landing right next to the gorilla's head on the floor and beheading it with a single swipe of the blade. I looked down at its severed head, its lifeless eyes seeming to stare straight into my own. You got faster, Fightin. I was inspired by our fight not long ago. He got up and smiled, blood smeared all over him. He lifted up his bloodied arms toward me. Want another hug? Give me a kiss instead. Never mind. Haha. Amara started laughing her ass off as Fightin backed off. That's when I turned around to see the other team still fighting the gorilla. They were slowly whittling it down, a multitude of wounds stacking up and blood spilling like a fountain. Until finally, a few minutes later, it fell to one last strike across the neck. Sir Klein clicked his tongue. You've got a damn good squad, Vetsmon. That thing sat at the height of Authority 6. Yes, sir, I do. And I can see why your summoner sits at the top of the elites. That's some shocking damage, kid. What's your name? John Cooper. I gave my name, Sir Klein nodding. It's good to meet you, John. If you don't mind me asking, what's your authority? On the verge of Authority 5. I'm about to advance. Authority 4. That's some freak talent. Vetsmon. Keep this one safe. If I find out that anything happened to him, I'll have your head. Of course, sir. Vetsmon responded with a shout, making me smirk a bit. None of us had broken a sweat with that beast. We dealt with far more during the Puppet Master's training. Besides, we were all getting stronger. Vetsmon and Fightin were both about to advance to Authority 6, Tana only a bit behind them. And I would be advancing soon myself, not to mention the recent boost from the crown operation. It felt good to exert myself a little and to help Vetsmon show off. Sir Klein shouted. All right, everyone else, line the hell up. Obviously some more training is in order. Start running. We watched as all the other students started doing more drills, our group shifting to the side. After that, we talked some more with Sir Klein. It was mostly Vetsmon catching up with a former teacher, but he did formally introduce us as well. After all that, Vetsmon brought us out to tour some of the other facilities. It was later in the day when we finally left the Ark and went back to the Verga Tower for dinner in a restaurant on one of the upper floors. I also got a message from Maxwell saying that he had left for the capital and to meet him when I was ready to advance. And that concluded our stay at the Holy See. The Magisterium's fourth-year students were already back and everyone was preparing for the tournament. The others couldn't be absent since they wanted to compete, so we decided to all head back together the next day. Like that, we took the teleporter and arrived back in the capital the next morning. Well, would you look at that? I let out a low whistle as Amara and I read the updated leaderboard. She had already told me that it changed, but seeing was believing. Rank 1, John Cooper, 3620. Rank 2, Pontek Goliard, 3370. Rank 3, Fightin Desmus, 3090. Rank 4, Vetsmon Verga, 2880. Rank 5, Amara Teleria, 2710. Rank 9, Tana Choron, 1980. Seems we're all in the top 10 now. I nodded at Amara's observation. Tana had the lowest point count in the squad, but even she was now within the top 10. I was quite proud of her, especially when I remembered the time that the Puppet Master wanted to replace her. Back then, he had pinned the blame on her especially hard. She had definitely been the weakest link, her performance not up to the level of the other two knights and therefore unable to keep up. But she stepped up, and we hadn't run into any more problems like that. If I had to say who was the hardest worker in the squad, it would be her. Her role had initially been the scout, someone who monitored the general situation and attempted to guide the flow of battle by applying force to the various scales of battle, tipping it in our favor. It required extreme stamina and wise decision-making, knowing when to press harder and when to back off and support. I could often see how she operated from my vantage points, and it was assuredly stressful, more so than the other roles including mine. It was probably why her aura was better than the others. During the Puppet Master scenarios especially, she was constantly pushed to her limit and was always the most beaten and tired by the end of the battle. And that hard work was paying off. If given more time, she would continue to rise higher. But that didn't mean she wasn't one of the best elites in this generation, no less than Fightin or Vetsmon. I nodded again with a smile. I'm really proud of Tana. She's come far. She has. I initially thought that she was biting off more than she could chew when she was first put into our group. But she no doubt earned her spot on the Magisterium's best squad. What's it like, knowing that we're the best? It's weird. It doesn't feel like it's anything worth being proud of. She tilted her head, my voice coming out in agreement. Yeah, I get that. There's too much ahead of us to get excited over something so small. But hey, It's not like we can't have fun with the small stuff. I wrapped my arm around her shoulder and pulled her in, making her smile. That's true. So, you ready for the tournament? As much as I can be. I'm trying not to be cocky, but there's no reason I shouldn't win in the Warlock division. I'm more anxious over Vetsmon and Fiden's battles than my own. Yeah, that's going to be a hell of a fight. When will the semis start? A week. That's when the elites will start taking part in their divisions. A week after that, the champions for each division will be decided before moving on to the champion tournament. There, the top 3 of each division will compete against each other, Warlocks versus Knights primarily. And the one who comes out on top will be crowned Grand Champion. How nice. I pondered a bit, wondering how Fiden or Vetmon, perhaps even Amara, might fare against the now ranked 2 Pontek Goliard. I hadn't seen the man fight much at all, but he was ranked high for a reason. He definitely wasn't any less skilled than the other 2 considering some of the things I'd heard about him. They would be fighting well before the champion tournament, so like Amara, I was quite excited to see how they would perform. At that moment, I turned and saw Vetsmon and Fiden walking over. Hey guys. Hello, Mr. Rank 1. Tisk, let's just walk over. I smacked their shoulders before all of us started heading to the training grounds. There, we met with Tana and the rest of the elites, all of us waiting to hear from the puppet master. Once he emerged from his shed, he announced, for the duration of the tournament, we will halt all scourge scenarios. You all will be offered opponents to battle should you want them. We have humanoid simulations and you can specify the type of enemy you want for training purposes. Knights, you can fight against other knights or warlocks. Warlocks have the same options. Just tell me what you want and I'll send you to a private area to battle against your opponent. Their skill may not be so elaborate. Nothing can quite mimic human decision-making and unpredictability, but it'll be close enough, especially if you battle against an opponent significantly stronger than yourself. So, line up and let me know what you want to do. He waved us over, everyone getting in a long line to specify the enemies we wanted to face. Hearing all that, I rubbed my chin. I might just sit this one out. You don't want to train? Amara asked inquisitively. I had just gotten new senses, so I should be training to adapt to them more. I do, but right now I think focusing on advancing is more important. Besides, I'm not competing, so there's no point. Cultivating is the way right now. That's true. Well, I'll let you know when I'm done here. Go ahead and relax in the hotel. Have fun. I gave Amara a kiss before walking off. Right as I did so, though, I heard my name. John. Come here. The puppet master waved me over, so I cut to the front of the line where he brought me to the side. What's up? I see your new eyes. First and foremost, congratulations. Was it worth it? Completely. And thanks for your help. This has benefited me massively. Good. Unfortunately, you're going to be putting them to use sooner rather than later. I have a verbal message from Carrion. I stood there silently, just letting him spit it out. He said that you will be participating in the tournament whether you like it or not. He didn't bother to print out the rules for you to read, but wanted you to know that this is an order from him and disobeying it can result in varying consequences not limited to expulsion. And he said that if you really had an issue, that you could go see him in his office again where he would explain it to you in a more clear and concise manner. But for all that is holy, I ask that you don't. Don't worry, I won't. I smirked a bit, even chuckling and earning a strange look from the puppet master. What? Have you finally gone insane? No, I just find it funny. What reason could he possibly have for forcing me into this tournament? Does he want to kill me or something? Well, injuries are common. So there's that, or perhaps he wants you to kill someone instead. Then he can throw you in jail. I guess that's true. Fine then. I'll play his game. Your name is already signed up. You'll be competing in a week for the division title, which you should attain with no issue. The summoners here are so weak that they belong to a level of their own. So you only need to worry about the champion tournament where you fight the knights and warlocks. Or I could just forfeit. I smiled, causing him to sigh. You could, John. You must participate, but technically you can forfeit. There's nothing in the rules that say you can't. But I'd like you to think about this. We both know how strong you are. You're an anomaly, a summoner that the Magisterium has never seen. You've already left your name behind on the annals of history, and in my opinion, there's no reason why you shouldn't continue to do so. So, I want you to consider seriously competing. I went silent, genuinely following his advice and considering it. He continued, John, there are a lot of things stacked against you. You've got a lot of attention, especially now that you're rank 1, and becoming the grand champion won't help that. But I don't believe it'll bring you many, if any, negative consequences that, frankly, don't already exist. You've fought through a lot, and I believe that you deserve nothing less than to become the first summoner to ever become Grand Champion at the Magisterium. And since you'll be entering the military, these things will actually help you land a good spot. Regardless, you understand what I'm saying. Play his game, like you said, but try and beat him at it since you have to play anyway. All right, fine. I nodded, sufficiently convinced. I'll win it. But don't get too cocky. Pontek is undoubtedly going to bring you a dangerous challenge, to speak nothing of your squad. I don't believe he actually has it out for you, believe it or not. But he'll probably kill you if it means winning, especially if they're telling him to try and do so. The only thing I'm worried about is accidentally killing someone, not dying myself. Sure. So, do you want to train today? I can give you a simulation pretty close to Pontek. No, I need to cultivate. I'm about to become Authority 5. TSK, what monstrous talent. Fine then. Come back whenever you're ready. Will do. We shook hands before separating. Finally, I retreated back to my lair where I began the final steps toward Authority 5. Chapter 113, 5th Star. The third layer of my advancement formation was almost complete. It seemed pitifully easy compared to how much I had struggled previously. The improvement to my ability to grow and study was truly amazing. Half a year ago, when I first received the formation, it had been so complex that I barely felt capable of even starting it. Now, I looked at it like it was no more complex than a cube. Everything simply clicked into place. There were 4 more days in the week, the end of which would mark my first battles in the Summoner Division. I wasn't particularly concerned about how those would go. Like the Puppet Master said, I was the anomaly here. Every other summoner was painfully weak and would fall easily before me. But I still wanted to be efficient with my time. I was confident that by the end of the week, I would be in Authority 5, but it would still take a bit of time to stabilize myself and find more weapons. I would be using the week of division battles to adapt to my body more and gather an arsenal. The weaponry I had briefly glimpsed previously would be crucial in the upcoming battles against knights and warlocks. I didn't think it would be particularly difficult to find those weapons. There was usually a batch waiting for me with every new dimension. I would need some practice with them, though. Time to familiarize myself with their operation and usage. Imparted knowledge would only take me so far. I buckled down and focused on comprehending the rest of the advancement formation first. It was easy to pick up the little details with my improved psychic capabilities, but the sheer volume of information I had to process was what held me back this time. I was tracing out the formation in the air with my aura and psyche repeatedly, fine-tuning it until it was perfect. Once I finished a section, I would move on to the next, integrating completed chunks with the ever-growing sphere of my formation. Despite my incredibly thorough processes, it took me 6 hours to crunch through the formation. Well past midnight, inside of my room, I sat on a chair near the bed. Amara had curled herself up onto the sheets, reading her own book, her gaze occasionally drawn to me as I worked. I lounged back into the chair, having propped my feet up on a table, continuing to fine-tune a few more connections in the formation. After I reached a satisfactory point, I stood up and wiped out all the vague chunks of formation in front of me. Then, I formed the first layer. Then the second, which sat on top of the first and interconnected with it via 144 runic lines. Then the third came, sitting on top of the second and linked in 312 separate places. Like that, the entire advancement formation was assembled, flashing once I finished drawing the last thread of aura. The bed creaked under Amara as she sat back up. You completed it? This is it. It's unbelievably complex. I can't imagine what they'll look like later. I can't either. But I just have to work on it bit by bit. I at least know it's possible to get better and do it. So what now? Now. I looked at the formation, the visualization entirely unnecessary as it was present within my mind. All I need to do is cultivate this. I'll sleep on it, and depending on how that goes, tomorrow I should be able to reach the threshold. Then I'll be going to Maxwell for the advancement. All right. She nodded as I crawled onto the bed, inviting me over and settling with me under the sheets. My mind was a bit drowsy, but not completely drained. It went to show how much more power I was infused with during the operation. After that, I went to sleep with her, my night filled with vivid imaginations. The next day passed by in a blur. I didn't bother going to the Magisterium with Amara, simply training during the day before heading to Maxwell's study at nightfall. My dream last night was valuable, like they always were. And although I had finished the formation, that dream had further solidified my understanding. Not only that, but the fifth star within my mind was almost spilling over its threshold. There was already enough psyche within my body, so now I just had to cultivate a bit, reach the threshold, and trigger the advancement. And it would be happening tonight. I arrived at Maxwell's study, and it seemed he was already prepared for me. He even had that tempering chair ready and everything. "You're ready." "Yeah, I'm pumped. Sit in the chair." He waved, explaining as I took a seat. Although you can only ever temper yourself when you develop another spark, your mind still opens itself when a new dimension is opened. Thus, every advancement can have what could be considered a mini-tempering. Since your body was recently infused with power that pushed you to your limits, I want to harness some of that and temper you a bit more. Of course, you need to trigger the advancement first. So start doing that. I'll wait. Cool. I nodded and got comfortable. Triggering the advancement was as simple as gathering enough power, a far cry from the processing and visualization I had to perform over the last few days. Cultivating the advancement formation drew power into my mind and flooded it through the paths and channels of the advancement formation. Now that I knew all of the formation, and since I had already cultivated many of the steps early, I was primed for advancement. It didn't even take an hour for the circulation to reach a peak. The stars within my mind that represented chunks of knowledge were all spinning in a whirlpool of space. It was an ocean, and it spun around my spark, increasing the speed of my mind accordingly. It wasn't blazing fast, but I already knew what speed it was trying to reach. Advancing would bring it up to that significantly faster than my current level. So I continued to circulate the formation. There was so much power inside of me that it felt almost trivial. And thus, after only 3 hours, I reached the threshold. I felt the psyche within my mind reaching a tipping point. I had the option to stop here if I wanted to wait for a more opportune moment, but this was exactly the moment. I stood on the edge of the precipice, and I stepped forward. I felt the tempering device activate at the same time, Maxwell's probing aura feeling the exact moment my star overflowed with power. Right as the psyche gathered in front of the fifth star, I felt a power bear down on my body, forcing even more psyche into me. I muttered as the barrier started to break down. "Yeah, don't stop. Keep going. I'm almost there. Please be quiet." Maxwell scoffed, making me laugh as the barrier shattered. Just then, the whirlpool of my mind exploded in speed, a central current around my spark creating a ring that looked like a blazing river. I could feel my speed of thought increase by what seemed like magnitudes. Even better, the increased speed of thought made it that much easier to process the information I received from the newly opened dimension. I felt the power of the spirits inside, of a whole other level than the ones from before, of much greater variety in weapons, armor, and tools. I outright ignored the feelings created by the tempering and the advancement of my mind. After what I went through during the crown operation, this was nothing. I just concentrated on finding some new weapons. I projected a drone into the new dimension, finding some weapons that made me break out into a large smile. Cartridge technology didn't change much after WW1, so most if not all rifles from America utilized the .30-06 caliber. Even into modern times, it was still a reliable and often used bullet. However, all cartridges had to be delivered, and the technology to do that changed drastically as countries around the world prepared for war and utilized the knowledge of experience given to them by WW1. Thus, the world was finally introduced to the first iterations of automatic infantry rifles, more commonly called the assault rifle. The first successful fielded assault rifle was developed by Germany and was called the STG-44. It was one of the weapons I found within the dimension and was chambered in 7.92 by 33 millimeters, a bullet that fell between small and large caliber developed specifically for the assault rifle. The introduction of the intermediate cartridge rifle. Automatic rifles weren't new at this time, but nothing quite like the assault rifle had ever made its mark until Germany fielded their own. It was only later after the war when the rest of the Western and European countries saw how effective it was that they created their own and made them standard issue. Even the term assault rifle came directly from the STG-44. Sturmgewehr, translated into English, was the weapon category's namesake. The rifle that I found within the dimension was the most basic variant without anything more than iron sights, and thus didn't really come with memories. I could only sense a basic level of information carried by the spirit which detailed the gun itself and its operation. I'd have to delve deeper for the variants to get special memories, which was kind of unfortunate. I wanted to see if I could get memories from a German soldier. Those kinds of perspectives would be enlightening. Another thing I noted was that I was no longer seeing weapons that were strictly made and fielded by America. I had already seen a German flamethrower and the partially European Lewis gun, so it was apparent that I would have access to a much larger variety. This excited me to no end. There was nothing quite like German engineering during WW2, after all. Besides the assault rifle, I found some other weapons like submachine guns, namely the MP40, which was also German. But I also found a cult classic, the Tommy gun. Once I had my bearings, that was the first weapon I summoned. Within the chair, the Tommy gun appeared in my hands. Unfortunately, this variant was one of the early models and thus didn't have the classic drum magazine. Granted, those were extremely prone to jamming, but I figured that these spirits would theoretically operate perfectly, so I wouldn't have to worry about that. It would make the weapon even more effective, and most importantly, fun. Remember, kids, the first rule of gun safety is to have fun. Maxwell watched me from the side. Is that one of your new spirits? Yeah, this thing is a hell of a gun. I'll finally be able to complete the gangster look. What? Never mind. HM, come over here. Let me give you the next formation. Maxwell waved as I stood from the seat, the Tommy gun going back into the dimension as he pulled out an odd crystal object. The advancement formation to Authority 6 consists of 3 clusters, each cluster containing 4 formations that interconnect. Each cluster must also connect in a certain order and via specific connections from specific formations. The connections in total exceed 5,000, so you've got your work cut out for you. Fucking hell. What is that thing anyway? It's your advancement formation. He held up the crystal ball. After focusing on it with my supervision, I was able to see tons of tiny runic lines and symbols within. At a certain point, these things become too complex to simply write on paper. I could fill a booklet with the diagrams necessary to outline the formations, let alone the connections between them. So we summoners utilize these special white crystal orbs to contain the information, making it easier to handle. There are projecting devices you can put these orbs onto which will create an image out of the data. Or you can just stream your psyche into it and directly handle the information with your mind. It's your choice. Here. He placed a device below the orb, a cradle that supported the crystal ball and shone a light through it. Then, in the air appeared what was basically a hologram. It showed me the 3 clusters as well as each formation within those clusters. It also showed the connections between each cluster and formation. You could zoom in on specific parts, and it seemed there were diagrams and explanations for each formation and connection to assist in comprehension. Regardless, though, there was so much complexity and information that my shoulders ended up dropping in defeat. I'm never gonna advance again. This path is much more difficult than the standard. Yes, but you're already more powerful than Authority 8 summoners. Either way, you're already on this path and can't turn back, so I suggest you prepare yourself for much worse in the future. Depending on how long it may take you to complete the first formation within the first cluster, I'm estimating at least a year for you to complete this. Perhaps exactly a year, depending on how smart you really are. I mean, I'm not stupid, but this is insane. I mean, how small does this shit get? I squinted, my vision zooming in on one of the formations, specifically a dense chunk of lines and runic symbols. This was the kind of stuff you'd see on a circuit diagram, and not for a simple one either. I've seen many before, and this was as complex as the schematic for a CPU. Sure, there were only 12 formations as compared to the previous 3, but each one was also several times denser. It seriously seemed impossible for me to ever comprehend this. Maxwell spoke in what seemed like comfort. The future will be worse than this, but your next advancement formation actually won't be that bad. Maybe a tiny bit worse than this one. They're generally equal in complexity. That's because this needs to lay the foundation for the next one. You'll start discovering exactly what these advancements are doing to your mind and why as you comprehend this formation. I'm going to be giving you all my notes on these as well, not just so you can perhaps correct any possible errors, but also so you can begin to understand the direction yourself. This will be crucial for your future. Thanks, I guess. At least now, though, I get to be a wizard with a crystal ball. I took the orb and projection device, stashing it away. It was at least a lot more convenient than giant sheets of paper. With that, business was finished. Contact me if you find any issues with the formation. Also, you're getting to the point where marriage is becoming a viable option. I suggest you consult me before doing so. I mean, Amara and I are doing pretty good, but I think a bit more time would be nice. I meant regarding your summons, you brat. Go on now. I laughed as he waved me out. However, I had one more concern. Hang on. I have an inquiry. What is it? President Carrion is forcing me to participate in the tournament. I discussed it with the puppet master, and he says that I should give it an honest try. What do you think? That's a difficult situation. He frowned. John, those nobles are getting to the point where you're more of an eyesore than they're willing to put up with. They should begin to make attempts on your life, especially now that you're going to be leaving the magisterium soon. They want Amara, and they want you gone. So, an event like the tournament where accidents can happen would be a good place to kill you. Yeah, I figured. And you won't be able to kill them in defense. If a noble were to kill another student, even if they were another noble, nothing much would happen. There might be bad blood, perhaps some compensation and short jail time, but it would end there. You, on the other hand, would be prosecuted to the fullest extent possible by law and put away for only God knows how long. You could kiss your future goodbye, because you'd also probably be killed in jail. It would be a great achievement to become the first summoner to ever become the grand champion, but you lie in a precarious situation. You need to balance the risk and reward. The safest avenue would be to simply forfeit during the division battles. The most dangerous would be to shoot for the top. It's up to you, but know that one mistake can be the end of you, especially with how lethal you are. I nodded. I understood more than he did how I would be riding a fine line during those battles. One misplaced shot could kill a warlock, and then I'd be screwed. Thinking of that, I chuckled. It's a good thing I got that crown. It'll maximize my margin of error. Yes, I suppose that makes it perfectly timed. You're lucky, so use that. Make your decision and understand the consequences. If it were up to me, I simply wouldn't participate. Well, at least now I wouldn't. Back then, I suppose I was quite reckless like you are. I'm not reckless. I'm just spontaneous. Call it whatever you want, just don't get killed for it. That's all I have to say. Sure. Thanks. I'll at least be careful. I waved with that, leaving the study and heading back to the hotel. When I arrived at my room, I smelled a nice aroma mixed with a healthy dose of smoke. My brows raised as I turned the corner, looking into the kitchen where Amara was handling a pan with tall flames lashing out of it. She looked back at me, flustered. I am sorry. I don't know what happened. The fire just got worse when I put water on it. That's called a grease fire, dear. Did you turn the heat off? Yes. All right, let me see. I walked over and saw that she was attempting to fry something. Whatever it was planned to be, it wasn't anymore. So I took the pan and grabbed a cap. Once I quickly clamped down the cap, the flame was smothered and gradually went out. She looked over, brows raised. That was easy. I've taught you this before. What does a flame need to grow? Fuel, heat, and oxygen. Yes, that. If a fire doesn't have one of these things, then it goes out. What I just did was block the flow of air to the fire, smothering it and making it go out. You could do the same with a blanket or a towel. I uncapped the pan as I said that, letting all the smoke flow out. It was intensely pungent with my new sense of smell. Amara nodded. I see. So a fire can be put out simply by cutting off oxygen. Most of the time it can, but not always. This one could, and you also could have put it out yourself simply by making a vacuum around the pan. That would get rid of all the air, and the fire would have simply disappeared. Because a flame is what? It's just a gas undergoing combustion. So wait, can vacuums combat all flames then? Theoretically, most flames that you normally encounter, yes. She went silent in thought as I started cleaning up. Once I had cleared most of the filth from the splattering grease, she looked back over. Congratulations, by the way. Thank you. I'm finally closer to your guy's level. How big was the advancement? My mind is about 5 times as fast compared to before. It's difficult to put a number on it. As for my psychic capacity, I'm not entirely sure since I'm running low after breaking through to the new dimension. But I'll know tomorrow. That's great. Any new weapons? Loads. This tournament is going to be fun. I smiled and grabbed any salvageable food that was left. Thankfully, this fire had only started after she was almost done with dinner. Amara sighed while helping set the table. I still can't believe you were forced into the tournament. Then again, you seem like you're going to have some fun with it. Oh, but I am. I got some exotic weapons that my enemies will particularly enjoy. Yeah? Like what? You'll see. I want it to be a surprise. I chuckled a bit as we sat down to eat. Combined with the crystal ball, I would have weapons that would really make me seem like a wizard. Maybe people would start questioning if I was actually a warlock. For now, though, I decided that I wouldn't bother trying to start the next formation. It was time to focus on other things that would actually help me, like training and searching for more weapons, which is what was on my mind when it came time to go to sleep. Well, that and how Amara and I smothered each other with our tongues for about an hour before going to sleep. Chapter 114. Reflect. The next day after my advancement, I followed the others to training. When we arrived at the grounds, quite a few of the other elites were there. I let the rest of my group go on ahead while I went over to speak with the puppet master. Pontek Goliard was the largest threat. He would almost assuredly trounce most of his division. I would need to train the most to counter him. Of course, he wouldn't be the only one. Although I had plenty of experience in the trenches, none of my enemies there had been very competent, especially not on the level of those at the Magisterium. One could argue that age and experience did more for those in the black market, but sheer power didn't care much about experience, and that was the most pressing problem here in the Magisterium. Warlocks had a plethora of spells that could easily turn me to paste. Whether it was suppressing me with an unceasing barrage of water or trying to cook me alive with fire, they were just as capable of killing me as knights were. It was just that knights were harder to kill in response, making them a bit more dangerous. Even then, depending on how it was looked at, the sheer variety of attacks a warlock could throw at me made a case that they might be more dangerous than knights. The situation I was in dictated that I couldn't kill anyone, so options that might have worked in the black market were limited. All of my weapons were solely designed and devoted to killing people as efficiently as possible. I would be going into a match completely at odds with my nature, which is why my new crown would be playing such a large role. The only reason I couldn't easily incapacitate someone was due to my own imprecision. Shooting someone's leg or arm would easily give me the win. The issue was, I had to be able to hit them with a small enough margin of error so as to not risk killing them as well. While a normal bullet might kill in a minute if I nicked an artery, I never had a chance to exactly examine the degree of damage a Isekai-enhanced bullet might deal. All I knew was the sheer trauma caused by a hit easily downed even scourge beasts. My aim was good, but I wasn't perfect. It was easy to hit unsuspecting targets, even easier with stationary ones, even at great distance. I'd have my fair share of experience with hitting moving targets in the trenches, so that experience would be coming into play. But that was also without regard to the health and safety of the other party, because why the hell would I bother? Now, I needed to combine my ability to adapt my aim as well as the precision that came with distance shooting. I had a feeling that time dilation would be a major factor, and that just made me appreciate my advancement even more. After waking in the morning and feeling my replenished Psyche reserves, I found that it had actually been multiplied by an entire 5 times. That was a massive boost in strength, especially in combination with the hard-to-quantify increased density of Psyche. Still, my increased speed of thought as well as my larger reserves meant that I would be able to utilize my coat's abilities to a greater degree. It really was the perfect tool to have. I couldn't imagine the trouble I'd have to go through without it. And perhaps Maxwell knew that all too well, which was precisely why he gave it to me. Of course, my weapons, coat, and crown weren't the only tools at my disposal. Aura was probably my greatest lifeline at this point. Not even my coat could beat it, although the number of times they had saved my life were probably tied. Nonetheless, my aura and the abilities it afforded me would form the basis of my style of combat. It would be my sole decision-maker in combat scenarios. But not only could it give me the demo version of precognition, it would also allow me to play some tricks on my enemies. I hadn't used the ability since there weren't many situations where it would be effective, but the ability to disrupt the minds of others was both valuable and something I was very much capable of. I had already done it with Apocryon. There was no reason I couldn't do it with everyone else. Now, I would finally get to put its efficacy to the test. Of course, some practice was in order. For that I would need to employ actual people instead of the puppet master's puppets, like my friends. But for everything else, the training grounds would be sufficient, especially since the puppet master apparently had a puppet that could fight similarly to Pontek. I was sure something like that was valuable, but I couldn't bet everything on its accuracy. I had my training plan. I would train to mesh my shooting skills together in the scenarios the puppet master prepared me and pull aside my friends to hone my aura. It would benefit them too anyway, so it was a win-win. And so the first day of training began. Once at the training grounds, I decided to have the puppet master give me some warlock opponents. His puppets weren't limited to beastly behaviors and appearances. They could take on the form of humans, and he could have them operate with decently intelligent behavior. More importantly, they could utilize a large variety of spells, giving me valuable experience against all sorts of opponents. Without delay, I was sent into my own training area. Apparently, it was modeled exactly like the tournament arena, a large stone platform about 100 square meters large. They were actually giving us a pretty massive area to work with, which allowed me to keep my distance rather well. There weren't very many rules or restrictions on armor. This naturally meant that nobles could buy their way to victory with some super expensive armor, though there were some upper limits that ensured the tournament was still a tournament. As for tools or external weapons, those couldn't be used so freely. Surprisingly, my coat could be used without issue. That was a headache preemptively taken care of. Besides that, things like Amara's disposable weapons and tools couldn't really be used. It was all up to the discretion of the judge. Thankfully, I didn't use any of those. The only external items I had were my medicinal things. So I entered the arena how I would every other battle, facing off against a faceless puppet with some robes and a staff. I could still get injured here, but it naturally wouldn't be trying to kill me. The puppet and I were placed on opposite sides of the arena, 100 meters away from each other. And once the battle started, I immediately equipped one of the new weapons in my arsenal, a rather famous weapon that I had actually fired once before on Earth. The M1 Garand. It fired the same .30-06 cartridge as the Springfield, but was semi-automatic instead of bolt action. That made it significantly more suitable for anything that required more than one round in a short amount of time. It also carried 8 rounds and could be loaded with a single clip insertion instead of having to fumble around with multiple stripper clips. Once the rifle appeared in my hands, I lifted it and took aim through the iron sights. Of course, in that period of time, the warlock before me erected a shield. I immediately fired when I saw that, not bothering to further correct my aim. The gun cracked, kicking back into my shoulder. Sure enough, the shield ate my bullet, though flickered in the process before the warlock doubled down on it. Seeing that, I continued to fire, dumping a few more rounds into the shield while getting a feel for the new gun. Unfortunately, not even all 8 moderately empowered bullets could break the shield. Once I heard the dick-hardening ping of the empty clip, I started reloading. With my enhanced reflexes and speed of thought, it was shockingly easy to slot in a new clip with precision and throw the bolt forward. It took all of 1.5 seconds, and that was without any actual experience doing so. Oh yeah, this crown is going to pay for itself. I smiled and took aim again. But in the time I was reloading, the warlock had cast some spells. 3 large fireballs trembled around it, growing a bit larger before flying toward me. I dove to the side, my hood appearing over my head. 2 of the fireballs flew past me and exploded, but the third one exploded right next to me. Though I was a good bit away by then, the flames washed over my body. Everything was nullified by the coat except the force of expanding air, which pushed me a bit further than I had been expecting. I tumbled a bit, turning my fall into a somersault before rising to one knee and taking aim. Once centered, I fired more. 3 fully empowered rounds flew out in short succession, and with the third round, the warlock's barrier shattered. It messed up the next spell they were casting, and in that time frame, I activated my coat and focused on my aim. I raised the sight a bit and found the warlock's shoulder. It was around 90 meters away, and I was using iron sights. Normally, I would have found it a pretty difficult shot, but this time, my eyes finally demonstrated their uncanny value. My sight zoomed in through the iron sights. My target painted like it was right in front of me. The iron sights may as well have been a 20x magnification scope the way I was using them. I was easily able to twitch my barrel in line, pulling the trigger before the warlock could recover. An explosion ripped forth from the end of my barrel, and I watched as the bullet tore through the warlock's shoulder and ripped half its arm off. The staff, still tightly gripped by muscles that hadn't quite gotten the severe trauma message, dropped with the limp limb, the warlock clutching its shoulder as soon as it registered the loss of its limb. I lowered my sights, the puppet freezing and disintegrated in front of my eyes. Pretty good. The match would be called as soon as you made a shot like that. You'd also piss off anyone related to that warlock for destroying his arm. The puppet master appeared, standing a few meters away from me. I stood back up as my hood retracted. What else am I supposed to do? Warlocks are weak, unlike knights. Even the weakest weapon in my arsenal will tear them a new asshole. I know. I wanted you to give this competition an honest shot, but I didn't say it would be pretty. At the very least, all the participants will be offered free healing, and limbs can be reattached. You'll become a bit more infamous, but it'll be a necessary evil and I'll do my best to dampen the backlash. So long as you don't kill anyone, then it's out of my hands. Yeah, so as long as the wounds can be healed, I should be fine. Yes, and we'll have some of the best healing warlocks available for it. Injuries are common and families don't want their children to die in some game like this, so it's a given there will be adequate treatment. If you can continue to do what you just did and keep it to the limbs, then you'll make things much easier on us and yourself. Well, you'll certainly be working for it. I sighed a bit. A shot like that would be enough to incapacitate them, to say nothing of the pain. Of course, if they insisted on continuing despite that, then I would just give them another one. There was always another limb to convince them with. It would require great precision on my part. Thankfully, it seemed I was more than capable of it. Legs are easier to hit anyways. Whatever you need to do. However, that warlock right there was only an authority 5. I'll give you an authority 6 now, then an authority 7. I want you to have to fight for your well-being in the event you actually have to. I've trained some competent warlocks, that much I can assure you of. Give them to me. I want to see how my experience from the trenches compares. TSK, still can't believe you fought in that place. He muttered while vanishing, another puppet appearing on the other side of the arena. A level above, and given how the puppet master wanted me to fight for my wins, none of them would be stupid. Sure enough, once the battle started, it immediately put up a thick barrier a magnitude sturdier than the previous one. I lifted my Garand and started firing, using fully empowered shots without inhibition in order to start whittling it down. That was all I could do. Bullets were particularly effective against warlock barriers due to their size and penetrability. I've battled some warlocks where my bullet pierced their barriers without actually breaking it, meaning that the magic wasn't without its obvious weaknesses. After all, they were primarily meant to defend against other spells, or at the smallest, melee weapons. No matter what, they were not designed to handle the unfamiliar type of damage my bullets inflicted, which gave me a great advantage. Still, so long as it had any reasonable amount of mana behind it, a barrier would eat bullets like candy. Nothing would get through, and they would just sit there like a bunker and launch spells like a turret. What I had to be careful about was not challenging the warlock during the time they were casting spells. I watched as some air warped, my psyche picking up mana formations in the atmosphere, and my new eyes seeing air blades hurtling toward me. They were fast and sharp, so right as my hood formed over my head, I utilized my speed of thought and control over my body to deftly dodge between two blades. My body tilted backward as I stepped forward, both blades sliding past my limbs and slicing into the stone underneath, leaving gouges where they disappeared. New spells were already being prepared by the time I had regained my footing. When I saw those formations, part of me wanted to just wait and dodge again. But that was a deadly cycle to fall into. I wasn't a knight and definitely not faster than those spells. If I allowed a warlock to launch spells without contest, then the only ending was defeat or death. I needed to challenge them, no matter how token the resistance was, and I needed to do so consistently. Damaging a warlock's barrier drained their mana, so even if the battle became one of attrition, I could still do something. So instead of getting ready to dodge the next wave, I decided to run forward. I sprinted as fast as my legs would carry me in a straight line toward the warlock. After another couple seconds, I had managed to cover 20 yards and got ready for the next set of air spells. 6 blades of air appeared and flew toward me, all of them closing in from the front. In response, I shifted my momentum laterally and waited for the right time. Right when the blades were going to collide with me, I threw my body to the side and let them all fly past me. I rolled once and popped back up to my feet, continuing my sprint and covering another 50 yards before the next spells were coming. But I stopped at that distance. A grenade appeared in my hand, pin already pulled. This was the MK, 2-hand grenade, a basic fragmentation grenade, and positively loaded with psyche. Right when the spells were launched at me, I tossed the grenade, the chunk of metal and explosives rolling to its feet as I dodged another set of blades. It was surprisingly easier to do at close range. I missed the explosion as I was rolling, but popped back to my feet with my rifle shouldered, catching sight of the warlock through my iron sights. And surprisingly, he was missing a few chunks of flesh from around its body, particularly the abdomen and legs. The warlock collapsed before freezing and disappearing. The puppet master appeared again. A bit overkill, though effective. Use something like that early on when the barrier has enough to resist it. Then you'll deplete a large chunk of mana while weakening it for a short period of time. If you're fast enough, you can break it with your gun and shoot the person behind it. Good to know. Are wounds like that too much? Depends. There were a few chunks of metal inside its body, and considering the damage to the organs, it would be more difficult than normal to keep them alive. Those metal chunks do incredible damage on the way in. Well, that's what they're built for. I'll keep it in mind. Though I'm starting to think you need to increase your medical personnel. Maybe you're right. Focus on damage control first, though. I just want to make sure you make any mistakes like this here first rather than in the arena. Right. I nodded, the next enemy being prepared as the puppet master left. It was another Authority 6, but this time, it used both air and fire spells. The two elements were used in tandem, proving particularly difficult to dodge. I found myself having to close a surprising amount of distance as the warlock deftly darted out of my way with air at its feet. No longer was range necessarily to my advantage. Of course, that was only to use my grenades. Warlock barriers only had a certain amount of mana loaded into them, depending on how much the warlock had loaded beforehand. But it would never be a majority of their mana. This was yet another advantage I could use. Not only were barriers susceptible to penetrative power, but they also had limited fuel. This meant that an explosive amount of power hitting the barrier at a small point was the perfect recipe for breaking them down. Grenades were naturally good at that job. Of course, I might kill the warlock in the process if I went overboard. But that's what this training was for. I needed to find the sweet spot and gauge their power properly, so I knew how powerful of a grenade I could use and when. Of course, grenades were only one tool among many. I had plenty of time and energy, so I tried everything I could think of. With each battle, another weapon was brought out. Sometimes I used grenades, other times I brought out my Lewis gun. The Lewis gun was currently the best machine gun in my arsenal that could be held and fired. I had found others, but those needed to be mounted and were stationary. They weren't very fitting for my current situation. Of course, I had also tried to look for some other particularly famous machine guns, but the one I had my eye on couldn't yet be found. At some point I would get my hands on Hitler's buzzsaw, but that time wasn't now, so I needed to make do. The Lewis gun I found had good handling anyway, and I could fire it in bursts to maintain accuracy. I found it good for suppressing the warlock and forcing them to continue channeling mana into the barrier or risk it breaking. I wasn't the only one who could get caught in a deadly loop. Barriers were nice, but they apparently weren't very versatile. The warlocks could move around while using them, but that only took more mana and concentration. And it wasn't like I couldn't simply adjust my aim, so running like a rat only helped me. There were plenty of ways that I could suppress and beat a warlock, especially if I got the drop on them. But situations were dynamic and the puppet master didn't like letting me have my way. So I was frequently put into sticky situations and my acrobatic skills were put to the test. That training went on for hours. I took some breaks to process things and reflect, holding several discussions with the puppet master as well. He was controlling the puppet directly, so he knew best how to correct things, given that unique perspective. His insight had unquestionable value. I was taking everything I could get. Going into this tournament unprepared would be no different from sending myself to jail. Of course, there was one thing that actually made battles much easier than they otherwise would be. As proven time and time again, my coat was way too powerful to be damaged by anything at or below Authority 7, unless it was a knight trying to crush me with a blunt weapon. That was why I found knights to be so much more of a threat than warlocks. When it came down to it, only knights were really capable of hurting me. Everything else could be tanked by my coat relatively easily. Of course, there were always exceptions. Earth magic happened to be one thing I needed to pay particular attention to. But besides that, I could rest easy knowing that basically everything thrown my way by a warlock couldn't actually hurt me that badly. It afforded me great leeway. And so, the first day of training ended. We decided to train more with warlocks the next day as well. So in the meantime, I just needed to rest and reflect. Chapter 115, Completely Alien. The next day of training came, and I was back to facing warlocks. The night before, I had discussed some things with Amara, getting her insight on how warlocks operated. She provided me with some weaknesses as well as the thought process behind her decision-making. Warlocks were just as fragile as summoners. The only reason they weren't seen as that weak though was because, unlike summoners, their magic could actually protect them. But that also meant they had a singular point of failure, their barriers. As she had told me before, barriers were only loaded with so much mana at any given time, a quantity that changed when damaged or according to the warlock's wishes. My bullets and grenades could outright bypass some of those defenses with penetrative power and rapidly shatter the integrity of the spell. Barriers, as described by Amara, were one large active spell formation. So disrupting the spell meant disrupting the barrier. However, good warlocks could also shift the power distribution, allowing for variable strength in different areas of the barrier. Warlocks from the Magisterium were taught spherical barriers that provided omnidirectional protection. But they were also taught how to shift the power concentration, so I could count on definitely facing that. This worked against me in two ways. Not only would my bullets be less effective, but I also couldn't adapt to it. If I placed a grenade behind them while shooting from the front and they failed to perceive the threat of the grenade, it would just kill them. I had plenty of ways to kill a warlock. Keeping them alive while crippling their ability to fight back was something else entirely in magnitudes more difficult. Right now, I was the icon of the industrial war machine, and it was spitting out some of the deadliest tools of wrath that Earth's history had ever seen. And I was being forced to rein it in and direct all of that explosive power into measured, non-lethal attacks. That was like trying to train a bunch of hungry rabid wolves to capture a rabbit instead of just tearing it in half, chewing it up, and shitting it out. But it could be done, in part by not using the rabid wolves, but bloodhounds instead. I needed to use the precise tools instead of explosive ones, and I needed to understand how my enemy thought in order to corner them. But that meant battles would take time, and such time was putting my cardio to the test. Once I was back on the training grounds, the puppet master threw some Authority 7 warlocks at me. These warlocks weren't operating like true Authority 7s. He just wanted to make the barriers tougher to break and the spells more varied, giving me more of a challenge. But after just a few hours of fighting, I was stumped. A warlock at that level could tank all my shots while also using spells to simply run away when I closed the distance. Not only that, but their spells were fast and powerful. I couldn't even do anything to them. Of course, the puppet master understood that. Sometimes I thought he was having me do a cardio workout instead of actual combat training. Either way, I realized where my limits lay and what to do when a warlock was really good at one particular thing. The staffs they used helped them buffer spells, which meant that the good warlocks were able to cast multiple spells at once and in quick succession. If you let them, they would throw a constant barrage at you with no rest, all while being mobile. Of course, the downside to this was the fact that the barrier was neglected, making them a weaker target. Against that, I could only stress myself to find a shot while constantly dodging and moving. During a battle against one opponent, I had only half a second to take a shot, and that was while taking a pressurized ball of water to the leg. That left a nice bruise, even through my coat. So I continued to rack my brain for solutions. I didn't want to be helpless and resigned to constantly dodging, but that seemed to be all I could do. Or at least, until I thought of something. After that, it all seemed so obvious. Barriers were spell formations, and my bullets could affect that spell formation. The fact that I could pierce through barriers was evidence of that. If my psycho were unable to affect mana, then my empowerments would do nothing to help me break barriers in the first place. So why the hell wouldn't it do that to every other spell formation? Although launch spells were just clusters of an element, they still relied on formations to keep them together and guide them with a specific purpose, so Psyche could still affect it. With that logic in mind, I put it to the test. Standing across from the warlock, I panted in exhaustion. I had already run a lot in the past few hours, and I was getting sick of it. But now, my veins pulsed in excitement as the warlock created its barrier. I stood there and brought out another new gun. Called the Remington A5, it was the first semi-automatic shotgun ever created and a weapon that John Moses Browning considered to be one of his greatest achievements, and for good reason. This model was chambered in 12-gauge, like most shotguns, and it handled like most shotguns with a tube-fed system. But that semi-automatic system was way too attractive to continue to use the trench gun, despite the satisfaction of slam fire. So when I discovered it, I communed with the responsible spirit immediately. I watched as 4 fireballs hurled toward me, raising the shotgun and firing as soon as they crossed the 50-meter mark. The stock slammed back into my shoulder. A brass casing spun off to the side. All the buckshot that flew out the front was empowered and aimed right for the fireball. And I watched as the fireball was blown up, all of its power being disrupted and detonated mid-flight. The rest scattered as the spell formation holding it together was destroyed. I smiled even as I shot the other 3, all of them being snuffed out like the first. The warlock across from me stood there, frozen for a few seconds until the puppet master appeared. I smiled at him without a word, causing him to scoff. Whatever. It's not like there's ever been a cold summoner capable of doing what you just did, so I didn't know it was possible. I guess it should have been obvious, though. It's a good thing you found out about it. Fuck yeah. Well, I'm suddenly far less worried about how you'll handle warlocks. Still, I'll make sure you can handle different varieties. Fuck yeah. I responded with an even wider smile. He was right. This just made things a lot easier. After that, I got to do a little skeet shooting as spells were constantly flung at me. They came in batches and each one was a different type from a different element. From fire, to water, to air, all kinds of spells were hurled at me in just as many varied forms. The only thing limiting me was my reload time. There were no such things as speed loaders for shotguns at the time, so I had to make do with hand-loading shells. However, that was exactly what my crown helped with. I resorted to practicing loading 2 shells at a time. Without needing to grab them from a belt, I could simply have them appear in my hand perfectly oriented for insertion. Then all I needed to do was shove them in repeatedly. It might have seemed unnecessarily complicated, but I still couldn't simply will the shells into the tube. That seemed to be a feature I was incapable of, at least until I figured out why and how to bypass it. Regardless, the A5 could hold 4 shells in the tube and 1 in the chamber. So long as I left 1 in the chamber, I could just load 4 with 2 swipes of the hand and continue shooting. That meant I had 4 shots before needing to reload. Of course, more than 4 magical projectiles could be thrown at me, so the strategy became shooting the ones I couldn't easily dodge and going from there. Threat assessment was key. Like that, the rest of the day was spent practicing my quick draw, reloading, and quick aim. I used both shotguns and rifles to shoot spells, but naturally shotguns were far more reliable. It was like shooting birds, and birdshot was in fact better suited for the spells. One issue was now resolved. Now, it was time to move on to the rest. When the 3rd day of training came around, I had the puppet master give me knightly opponents. Unlike warlocks, knights were straightforward to fight, but also more difficult. I didn't have to worry about accidentally killing them. They were built to take hits, and the only way I could beat one was to dish out more hits than one could handle. That took sheer power and brute force, not so much precision. And even if I went overboard and given knight grievous wounds, they were tough enough to stay alive, and the doctors had more than enough leeway to heal them. Ever since that tooth and nail struggle with the royal, I knew that knights could fight even when half dead. For them, I needed to bring forth the full might of the industrial war machine, and the puppet master was good at drawing that out. It was exhausting, to say the least. I could now easily go toe-to-toe with Authority 6 knights, but doing so took a lot out of me. Not to mention that they were usually fast and strong, just like Pontek Goliard. It seemed like everything always came back to Goliard. I asked the puppet master to give me opponents as fast as Phaidon and as strong as Vetmon, which seemed to be where Pontek lay. Though he couldn't quite match the extreme attributes of both, he wasn't far from it. The man really was a powerhouse deserving of his spot on the board. My main issue with fighting him would be maintaining distance, given his speed. Of course, with some suppressing fire and my aura, I could deter him from getting too close too fast. But I couldn't stop him, even if I was hitting my shots. It would be his victory if he got close. After that, it would take everything I had in order to keep myself alive, from the power of my coat to the fullest use of aura. Dodging was nearly impossible with that guy. He was too fast, and it wasn't like I was trained in martial arts. 5 seconds trying to keep my life felt like an eternity, and, oftentimes, I couldn't make it any longer than that. I would reach my limits, and no amount of precognition or time dilation could save me from my comparatively lethargic body. So my goal was to keep as much distance between us for as long as I could while trying to put him down before he could reach me. It was difficult, but not impossible. My recent advancement meant that my bullets were more than capable of wounding him. Armor was a factor that could mitigate that significantly, but I also had a way to circumvent that. For hours of constant battle with the dummy left me at the edge of exhaustion, but I called the training session to an end a bit early in order to work on something else. I finally met up with my squad, the 5 of us on a field for our own special training. Hey guys. John, how's training going? It's going. This is turning out to be harder than expected. I shrugged while clasping hands with Vetmon and Phaidon. Pontek is fast and strong, so if he gets close, I'm screwed. How difficult is it to bring him down before then? Difficult enough. Which is why I want to do this training. I need my aura to be sharper, and I want to test out something new. Something that might help me keep my life against someone like him. Come here. I grabbed Phaidon and pulled him over to the open field. Then, I stood about 15 meters away, the 2 of us squaring off. I want you to catch me. All you have to do is lay a hand on my body and you win. Utilize whatever means you can, whether that's aura or your full speed. I don't want any handicaps. All right. Amara, start us off. Phaidon took up a stance as Amara raised her hand from the side. Ready? Go. Phaidon flew forward as soon as she spoke. It was clear that he didn't bother holding back to see what would happen, which is exactly what I wanted. Because right when he did, I let my aura bloom, expanding out through the area like a thick fog. Like during my operation, I was able to see everything around me with great clarity, almost as clear as my eyes were, though with far more insight. I could see Fiden, the heat running through his muscles with every neural impulse, and his plans on attempting to catch me. Of course, his own aura attempted to blur his intentions, but my own had advanced so much that it didn't really matter. Like that, I infused my psyche into the fog of my aura, the power of the mind entering Fiden's body and affecting his psyche. Then, I started visualizing things that didn't exist. I stood completely still, yet imagined that I was moving to dodge. I almost convinced myself that I was actually moving even when I was sure I was standing dead still. And sure enough, I watched as Fiden veered to the side and dove at nothing. Halfway through, though, when he realized something was wrong, he recovered and slid to a halt, turning back to me, seeing me in the same place as I was when we started. I looked at him, and then started running. Two Johns split off from the same location. It was difficult for Amara to tell which was the real one, though she wasn't quite worried about that. She was still shocked that this was happening at all. It seemed John had learned how to utilize illusions, a power she had only heard about before. Illusions couldn't easily be mimicked by magic. That was because it required one to not just project realistic images, but trick the mind. With Psyche and Aura, it was much easier, yet few summoners ever learned to do so simply because they didn't need to. They couldn't fight, and so they didn't develop many combat-related techniques. This was the first time she was ever seeing something like this. A fog permeated throughout the area for a great distance, even enveloping them who stood on the sidelines. That fog was only from John's aura, and so it didn't actually disrupt their vision. They could still see both of them clearly. But the effect that his aura had on their minds created illusions of things that weren't real. They obscured John's body while creating other images of him that weren't real. Even they were tricked, because they had thought Fiden caught John the first time he dove forward. And after that, Fiden gave chase to multiple Johns, none of the ones he caught being the real ones. When he would catch one, it would disappear, as if his mind finally registered that it wasn't actually there. It would do so for the others too. But then, the real John would release another illusion that Fiden had to try and differentiate against once more. None of them could seem to do it. They had faint feelings, but it was too confusing, and there was only one Fiden. He could only choose to chase one. And even if he made the right choice, John would just kill the other illusion and create another, forcing Fiden to make another decision that was likely wrong. So, in practice, he could never be right. The only way to fight against it was aura, but none of them had an aura as developed as John's. Not only that, but their minds weren't very resistant to Psyche, which made his illusions all the more effective. Suddenly, the power of the mind seemed so incredibly powerful. All of them knew that summoners were weak. John was merely an exception. But when they saw this, they felt like summoners had unfathomable potential. Everyone was vulnerable against the type of magic they didn't wield. Knights were vulnerable to mana. Warlocks were vulnerable to vigor. But now, their friend had shown them just how vulnerable to Psyche they were. Because of that, Fiden was unable to catch John for an entire 10 minutes. No matter what he did, he was always outmaneuvered. John didn't even have to stress himself physically, not nearly as much as he usually would in this situation. Finally, once he seemed to have enough of teasing Fiden, the fog receded and they all laid eyes on the real John. The moment the influence was gone, the illusions felt painfully obvious, and they doubted they could have ever mistaken them for the real John. Well, that was certainly fun. Too bad I can't use this against the puppets. He chuckled a bit and sat down. He was obviously tired since this wasn't his first workout. Fiden scratched his head in confusion. I'm not sure what the hell just happened. Illusions, my friend. If you want to avoid them, then you need to train your aura more. All of you do. Tomorrow, I want to train like this more. Next time, I'll also use my guns and see how that affects things. Still, just imagine not knowing where you got shot from. That's kind of scary. Tana shivered a bit, making John chuckle. Anyway, I'm tired. Maybe I can just sleep here. No, let's get back to the hotel. Come on, big guy. Amara walked over and hoisted John up, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. After saying goodbyes, the two walked off, leaving the knights to ponder to themselves. Fiden sighed. If Ponhak doesn't have a good aura, he's screwed. No kidding. John is already hard to catch. That just makes it impossible. Still, it's amazing how powerful he is. Vetsmon rubbed his chin and thought. The level of aura he displayed was unreal. It made him question himself, thinking that aura couldn't possibly be so difficult to train if John was already doing so well. He hadn't even been training it for a year. All of them had been training since the young age of 16, like everyone else. They had years under their belt while John had less than one, yet he was already in Authority 5 and had a far better aura. The growth was freakish. Completely alien. Almost. Chapter 116. Forfeit. After a night of rest, I was back at training. There were only a few more days before the first battle started. No matter how sure I was in my ability to take out a knight, in the event something didn't work out, I would need to have some insurance. That wasn't even accounting for Pontek. Worryingly, I didn't know exactly how developed Pontek's aura was, but I couldn't bank on it being worse than mine. Thankfully, it would at most be even, if not a little better. Any more developed, and he would be able to project vigor, which would complicate matters far more. I at least had assurance from the puppet master that he most likely hadn't reached that level yet. So for the rest of my training days, I simply focused on fighting knights and utilizing my illusory aura. I no longer pushed myself as hard against the knight puppets, preserving more energy for training my aura. The additional time I managed to put in let me eventually play the game of tag with both Vetsmon and Fiden at once. However, that seemed to be the limit. I could make two illusions of myself indistinguishable from reality, but any more than that, and the one subtle differences in aura between a clone and the original became painfully obvious. Not only that, the act itself of maintaining the facade took quite a lot of concentration. I had to devote my entire spark to maintaining one, and my mind to the other. I didn't have another spark yet to control a third. That was fine though, because I only really needed one for the tournament. Two was just good insurance in case I was in a really sticky situation. However, utilizing two illusions also made them both less real. The more mind power I could devote to one, the better. I also used my guns in tandem, which worked shockingly well. Nobody would know where the shot would come from until it was made. And since I had really good control over my intent and how much it leaked, it was impossible to tell which one was real even while I attacked. This was all to say that I was very prepared, and I still had more time to refine all my techniques. My illusions would only get better, to say nothing of my aura overall. And so, the last few days of training passed. I didn't bother going to the arena because nobody I knew was fighting. But that changed at the beginning of the next week. All of us received our letters the day before telling us when and where to meet for our matches. And so we went, all of us with our own battles to fight. Funnily enough, because nobody cared about the summoners, we had our own arena in one of the training fields. It usually wasn't a popular arena. However, this time, it was much more crowded. I had a feeling that was because of me. After entering the field, I made my way over to a check-in. From there, I just waited in the staging area, watching some of the battles before me. Sure enough, as was expected by literally all of humanity, there were no cold summoners fighting. Only hot summoners even had a chance since they actually summoned beasts and the like, so they didn't have to do any fighting themselves, or risk much of anything. Perhaps that was why it was also on the field instead of the arena. I didn't have any clue what these summons looked like, but I relaxed as I watched the beasts fight. Most of them seemed like normal animals. None of them were exotic like flickers or vicious like scourge beasts. Then again, they were all foreign in some way. If cold summons came from other worlds, then these animals probably did too. That meant it wouldn't look anything like normal animals from this world. Still, nothing particularly caught my eye. The main issue with summoners wasn't actually their summons, but their advancement formations. Each advancement was mediocre at best and made them all pitifully weak for their level. It simply wasn't on the level of Maxwell's, which was designed to push a summoner to Authority 12 like the advancement paths for knights and warlocks. So these battles were really only cage fights. When one side's beast lost, that was game. The goal wasn't actually to harm the other summoner. Things would be far too easy for me. Though, I didn't expect what happened a bit before my turn came. A young man approached me with an entourage trailing behind, hesitantly walking over until he stood before me. I kept my relaxed posture as he spoke. John Cooper? My name is Max 10. A pleasure to meet the most powerful summoner in the Magisterium. Hello, Max. I shook his hand. This Max was naturally a summoner as well, so his psyche made his thoughts a bit more difficult to read. But it wasn't enough to really stifle my own aura, so I could tell that he came here with a certain level of determination. This obviously wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment meeting. Sure enough, he sat down next to me. I'd like to extend a proposition to you. You see, we summoners within the Magisterium tend to stick together, being an oppressed minority. We have something like a club that focuses on our intellectual standing, which also provides many opportunities through our connections with a variety of businesses within the capital. First, I'd like to extend an invitation. We're called the Psychic Conference. I'd like to make you a member. You do understand that I'll be leaving when the year is over, right? My brows raised. I wasn't being rude. It was just that I had no more than a couple months left here. If I had started from the first or even third year, they might be worth checking out, and I might be worth something to them. Max smiled. Yes, I do understand that. However, I still extend the invitation because the conference can provide you with many valuable connections. We're all aware that a summoner's place is really only behind a desk as the thinker of many businesses. I also know that you're an exception who's exceptional at combat, so that might not be for you. But the battlefield is dangerous, so I'd like to offer this to you. Take it as an olive branch. That's generous. Well, I appreciate the offer. I might drop by later and take a look. But if I may ask, why now all of a sudden? Well, this tournament is the main reason. I didn't actually come here just to extend an invitation. Allow me to lay forth my second proposition. Max glanced out toward the arena before looking back into my eyes. We at the conference have decided to forfeit all matches against you. This means you'll have no issue simply climbing to the top and taking the title of Summoner Champion. Oh yeah? Why? He looked down with an aura of self-disappointment. Sir Cooper, we have no illusions about our power. You are currently the rank 1 elite, even over Pontek Goliard, someone who was supposed to be the most powerful person of our generation. The only other summoner within the elites is currently at the very bottom, and he doesn't even worry about combat anymore as he recently started working with a company. So it's not hard to realize that you would easily kill all of us if you wanted to, let alone win the summoner tournament. So, instead of competing against you, we want to support you. With our forfeitures, you won't be bored with these battles and can focus on training for what really matters. I'd even tell you not to show up at all, but the judges are sticklers and you'll have to at least show your face in the arena. I nodded, looking out to where the last battle was finishing. I was next. Well, Max, I have 3 battles today and some friends to watch later. If you all really are doing this for me, then I'll take it with thanks. Of course. Please, go ahead. Rodern here is your opponent for your first match. After that, you'll have an hour to yourself. He motioned over to one of those within his entourage, Rodern nodding at me when I saw him. Sure enough, I was soon called. We both walked up onto the arena. Then, I forfeit this match. The judge looked between us before sighing. Very well. Match forfeit. John Cooper is the winner. Your next match is in an hour. How convenient. I smiled a bit, walking back to the seats where Max was standing. He smiled back at me as we shook hands. You know, I'd like to fight at least one of you. I've never fought a summoner before. If you'd like, then we can figure something out for the championship battle. Nonetheless, all of us summoners have been fans of your achievements this year. The pride you've brought to the summoner class can't be understated. So we want nothing more than to help you succeed in the upcoming tournament. If this eases your burden even a little and helps increase the chances of your victory, then it'll be worth it. Oh, don't you worry about my victory. I'll be taking first place. Your confidence is quite inspiring. Then I look forward to witnessing the first summoner to be crowned champion. Our hands separated, and with that, we said our goodbyes. I left the arena, and since I had plenty of time, went over to the actual arena to find my squad. All of them had battles today. There were tons of people in the stands watching. It wasn't just students that were able to watch, but outsiders as well. The stadium was huge and handily accommodated everyone. Thankfully, there was a reserved spot specifically for the elites. I found the puppet master and Tana there. I went to her first. Hi, John. Hey, Tana. We shared a quick hug before focusing back down below. Right now, Fiden was on stage about to start his battle while Vetsmon was in staging. Amara was also in staging. How was your battle? I can't imagine those summoners made you break a sweat. No. In fact, they forfeited against me. Ah, no wonder you were so quick. She nodded, looking back down. The battle between Fiden and his opponent started, but just as soon it ended. Fiden dashed across the arena and simply overpowered his opponent. He didn't even have to try. His opponent wasn't even an elite. It took all of 10 seconds for the battle to end, and he walked right back into staging. Then, Vetsmon went up, but that ended just like Fiden's. Nobody could match Vetsmon's strength. As for Amara, although Warlock battles were different, she couldn't possibly lose either. It took about a minute for her opponent to finally buckle. Unlike knights who could just overpower and put their enemy in checkmate with a blade to the neck, warlocks had to break through each other's barriers to eventually decide a winner. It took longer and required more energy, even if the enemy was weaker than you. But it was uneventful. Amara knew plenty of powerful spells and her precision was unmatched. She and Tana had the best auras on the team as well, so that only widened the gap. She didn't really have to try. Like that, all three of them came back to staging. That's when I went over to the puppet master. He scrutinized me. You arrived quickly. Were they that weak? They were, but that's not why. How come you never told me about the psychic conference? Because they aren't worth your time. You already know Son of Son Industries. That's about the best possible opportunity any summoner could ever pray for. So besides that, they have nothing else for you. I guess. Why? Did they approach you? They did. And they said they would forfeit all matches against me, letting me just take the championship. How generous of them not to waste your time. He nodded, making me smile a bit. You don't speak very highly of them. Of course not. Ever since you arrived, I can't seem to think highly of any summoner. It almost feels like they're making excuses. I mean, they're the smartest, and yet the weakest. How does that work? Yeah, I asked the same thing. But you know better than I do about all that crap. I just do what Maxwell tells me to. And you'll continue to do that. Another reason I didn't want you to go to that stupid conference was because, in all honesty, I want you to continue fighting. It's dangerous for you, and I know that. But even among the knights and warlocks, you're incredibly lethal. I'm pretty sure you were born to be a scourge hunter, and if you do things right, along with a little help, you'll do great things for humanity. So I can't let you get distracted by all that other crap like being a thinker behind a desk. That would be a terrible waste of your talent. I appreciate the praise, but I don't think I'm going to be that great. I'll do what I can, but I don't know if affecting all of humanity is in the cards. At least not in the realm of combat. I shrugged. If I really put my mind to it, I could bring about an industrial revolution. That would surely affect all of humanity, and I wouldn't actually have to do too much. But affecting all of humanity in regard to fighting the scourge? I would have to be an authority 12 for that. I wasn't sure if I had it in me. But the puppet master just scoffed. Please. Sometimes I'm not sure if you're narcissistic or not. Just pick one, please, because you seem to choose to be humble at all the wrong times. What? I'm just being realistic. Well, stop. Humility doesn't suit you. Now go play with your friends. He waved me off, and just at that moment, Amara, Vetsmon, and Phaidon entered the suite. I clicked my tongue and just walked off, going to greet them and watch some more matches before the time came for my next battle. If it could even be called that. Chapter 117, Breaking Point. As Max had promised, every opponent I faced in the arena forfeited their battles. I just had to show up for them to do so. Because of that, my days went by easily. There was a week of division battles, and I didn't have anything to do for any of them. My energy wasn't spent, and thus I was able to spend my free time training. None of my training deviated from what I had already been doing, even in the auric department. It didn't take much energy on the part of my knights who were responsible for catching me, so they were able to continue training with me despite their battles, to say nothing of the benefits to their aura that they wanted. Like that, a few days passed and the final rounds came around. That's when the battles finally got interesting, and so my focus was on my squad who were fighting for their lives. The arena was no longer divided into two, but completely dominated by just one so as to better draw attention to the match. I sat within the suite, Vetsmon, Phaidon, and Tana beside me looking down through the glass. On stage, we could see Amara standing across from her opponent. She had 2 battles left, and those who had made it this far were all elites. Amara was currently the top warlock in the elites. I had no doubt that she would win, but that didn't mean it wouldn't be hard-fought. I was curious to see how she would handle it. Our scientific discussions had yielded fruit over time. Amara was enlightened in the air element, which meant that any and all spells or techniques that utilized that element came extremely easy to her. That made it easy for her to create new ones or modify existing ones. And she utilized the knowledge I gave her to do so. Our discussions, while often running off tangents, largely focused on concepts she could use. I taught her all about how the various states of matter interacted with each other, the properties of whatever elements I could recall information for, as well as special concepts she could take advantage of. There were so many topics we had gone over that the booklet she kept with her of all my scribbles and written text was at least 6 inches thick. I was thinking that I'd need to get her one of those orbs to stuff information into. However, no matter how much I helped, it was up to her to apply it. I couldn't make the spells for her, even though I wanted to. So all this time, she had been solely devoted to doing just that. This would be the place where its value finally saw the light of day. I looked down from my seat, my eyes zooming in until I can see the individual strands of her ashy gray hair. The ability, despite the few weeks I had to get used to it, still held an element of unfamiliarity to it, and so brought a smile to my face. 3, 2, 1. Match start. The countdown for the start of the match blared through a magical speaker in the suite, silencing conversations and drawing everyone's attention to the pair of contestants in the arena. Once the referee's hand went down, I zoomed out and saw Amara's opponent conjure a barrier. Amara did the same thing, and both simultaneously started forming spells. Right now, Amara was best with the air element. She had been training her fire element, but hadn't quite been able to advance to Authority 6 yet. Meanwhile, her opponent's fire affinity had been perfectly developed. Spell circles appeared in the air as they held their staves. Each element had its own unique markers within the spell formations, but I was still studying those with Amara's help, so I couldn't quite differentiate them just based on that. Soon enough, fire bloomed forth from the opponent's spell circles. As for Amara, she conjured an invisible dome around her. I could just barely see some of the dense vapors around her with the help of my magical sight. 6 fireballs accelerated at Amara and her dome of air. She simply stood there, watching them as they crashed toward her with explosive momentum. Flames swallowed her dome of air when they made contact, washing over it entirely and holding for a few seconds before dissipating into smoky embers and floating off with the wind. Amara was left behind, unscathed and unamused. She suddenly smiled a bit, nodding to her opponent. "Come on, I'm testing a new spell. Keep going." Her voice echoed, her opponent baffled by her audacity, the audience reflecting his shock. I looked at him as he started to grit his teeth. "Fine then. Here." He raised his staff, another spell circle flashing into existence. This one was far larger, reflecting the efforts and time he put into it. Amara simply watched as he spent almost a minute adding formations and pouring mana into it. When it finally activated, a massive amount of fire started to congeal, being crushed down by mana into a massive lance of blue flame. It was clear that this singular spell was his best. His face was dripping with sweat, and his brows furrowed in concentration. Amara tilted her head and tapped the butt of her own staff on the floor, a spell circle flashing beneath her feet, connecting to the dome around its edges. I couldn't possibly discern what she had cast. Her opponent smiled, teeth gritted together in concentration. His tensed hands suddenly relaxed, and the spear of fire streaked toward Amara. The silence throughout the arena was suffocating. The tip spun, leaving behind a spiral of flame as it flew. For a second, I was honestly worried a bit. Amara was probably using vacuums to her advantage against the fire, something we had discussed when she started a grease fire in my kitchen. But flame was still a gas, consisting of matter with mass. A lance like the one hurling toward her would easily punch through a vacuum barrier. Of course, I'd like to believe that she'd never make such a stupid mistake as to not factor that into her defense, but I couldn't be entirely sure, not out of doubt for her own intellect, but uncertainty in my instruction. Still, I could only watch as the lance collided with her barrier, and to my great surprise, I had no reason to ever doubt her. When the lance made contact with her barrier, the barrier's movement was finally exposed. The lance's tip was sliced away by powerful winds, being carried away along the length of the dome as it spun like a hurricane. Of course, the lance contained so much fire that the barrier was soon engulfed. The winds of the barrier carried all that flame like a star, turning Amara into a ball of fire. But all that flame was redirected, being snuffed out while simultaneously being blown away from her. After about 10 seconds, the last of the flame disappeared, expunged with the smoke by a rather theatrical blast of air. Amara appeared behind, completely unfazed. She was smiling. It works really well." "Hey." I chuckled a bit from the suite. I could tell how excited she was even while holding it back in a public place. After that, she flicked her finger, sending a bolt of air toward her enemy. It crashed into his barrier, shattering it before launching him a few feet away. Like that, the battle was finished. Bet's mom laughed from the side. Like she's toying with a child. "Since when was she so powerful?" "What did you do to her, John?" "Making out with your girlfriend makes you stronger. You should get to it lest you get left behind." How preposterous. "Since when?" Fiden eyed me as Vet's mom turned away flustered. I just rolled my eyes with a laugh. When Amara arrived back at the suite, we all got up to congratulate her. She gave me a kiss before suddenly explaining what happened. "I used that vacuum stuff you told me about." "I saw that. Effective, right?" Vulnerable to heavy attacks like that lance though. So I changed the barrier to redirect all the flame with pressurized wind while using the vacuum to insulate against heated convection currents." "How ingenious." "Any issues?" "A bit. It got kind of hot inside. All of that radiation still got to me, so I had to duck under my robe a bit. Besides that though, it worked wonderfully." Your pure barrier didn't block the heat? I asked curiously. Amara had told me about the different kinds of warlock barriers, and the pure barrier was supposed to be the ultimate fallback. Mana had different elements, but warlocks still had access to the pure mana within their bodies. It was what they cultivated, and the process of gaining elemental affinities was merely the process by which they understood the different parts of mana so as to better utilize it. Pure barriers were barriers of pure mana. They were generally difficult to create, but here, at the Magisterium, they were the standard, the best protective measure for the best of the warlocks. They protected against any and all forms of magic. The only downside was that it took more energy across the board to defend against anything. Doing what Amara did and utilizing the properties of air to defend against fire was efficient and specialized. Using pure mana, however, was like using all 4 affinities to defend against fire. It didn't have any weaknesses or loopholes, but it was far less efficient. Regardless of all that, though, Amara said that the radiant heat of the fire had gotten to her, which, if she had been using a pure barrier, shouldn't have happened. Of course, then, the answer to why that happened should have been obvious. She scratched her head. I put the barrier down. Why not? I just wanted to see how well it would work. If I don't have to waste a huge chunk of energy to create it, then I don't want to. But now I know that I still need at least a weak barrier to protect against the radiation. What would block the radiation, by the way? The best thing is a solid material. But for fire, all you need is something that light doesn't travel through, even if it's a liquid. All right, I'll keep that in mind. She nodded as we went to sit down. Just then, though, Fiden stood. I have my battle coming up. Oh, we'll be watching then. Who is it against? Me. Tana suddenly stood, my brows rising. I then smiled. Hell yeah, I'm already going to lose. Well, with that attitude, you are. I stood, Tana looking at me with a less than enthusiastic face. I grabbed her shoulder, pulling her to the side a bit. Hey, why so down? You haven't even fought yet. The outcome is obvious. I was thinking about forfeiting so Fiden doesn't waste his energy. What? Fuck that. If you want to be all realistic, then fine, let's be fucking realistic. I looked her dead in the eyes. You're gonna go out there and do as much damage as possible. You might not have Fiden's speed, but you've got much more stamina than he does. That means you're going to be able to wear him out and whittle him down. You're going to push him to his fucking breaking point. He better be drenched in blood and sweat by the time you're done with him. And even if you come out with a loss, then at least you can look at his sorry ass getting carried off the arena and know that you earned your fucking spot. What if it affects his other battles? Who the fuck cares? If he's that weak, then obviously he couldn't handle you. The most important attribute of a knight isn't their speed, but their tenacity. So go put his to the fucking test. Go. I pushed her toward the door, her determination rising with every step as she left and didn't turn back. Fiden walked over, my hand grabbing his shirt. You better make her work for that shit. Yes, sir. Good. Fight hard. I smacked his shoulder, letting him leave. When I walked back over and sat between Amara and Vetsmon, I smiled. This is gonna be a great fight. TSK, I thought you were dead serious for a second there. Did you rile them up just for the show? Hey, 2 birds with 1 stone. Tana stops acting like a pussy, and we get to watch a great battle. I shrugged at Amara, making her smirk as Vetmon hummed. That's my future girlfriend, you know. And that right there, my friend, was called tough love. I don't know what the fuck she was thinking talking about forfeiting, but I don't have no bitches in my squad. Besides, if she were really a quitter, then she would have been kicked off the squad already. She just needed some motivation. Kicked off? He asked with a bit of surprise, making me nod. Of course. The puppet master wanted to kick her off at the beginning of the year when I almost died. But I told him to let her stay and get better. And sure enough, she trained her ass off and earned her spot. So she's got the strength and talent. She just needs to get out of her own head. He nodded a bit, looking back out to the arena. I suddenly looked over at Amara. So you know how making out makes you stronger? We should train. This is a public area, dear. That's never stopped you before. No, that's never stopped you before. You're right. Just a peck. Ack. She curled her neck as I plastered myself all over her face and collar. When I pulled back, she was bright red, and I was satisfied. I smiled while looking down, seeing Fiden and Tana stepping up to the arena. My smile had practically become perpetual at this point. They were both dressed in their normal armor, facing off against each other with the entire arena as their playground. Fiden with his spear, Tana with her sword. I watched both of them intently, wondering how they would handle this fight. I knew both of them would give it their all, especially Tana, but I wasn't sure how much experience either of them had fighting people. I could only assume Fiden had more based on his background. Well, I would know soon enough. Match start. The hand went down, and the two lingered for a second before darting off like arrows at each other. The first strike came, Tana slashing out and being parried by Fiden's spear. He then moved in with his momentum, his spear snaking toward her. She dodged with lithe agility, retracting her sword before kicking off his body and creating distance. They had a moment of reprieve before continuing. Tana knew her strengths pretty well. Her stamina was her best asset and provided the most value to our squad. However, because she didn't excel in strength or speed, her combat power was relatively low. That meant that any enemy she faced, she would have to chip away at. This required her to kite her opponent, diving in and out without getting hurt in the process. This naturally required a great level of agility as well. That was one of her strong suits. Unfortunately, Fiden used a spear which was basically built to keep an enemy at a distance, close enough to attack, far enough to make counterattacks a mistake. Tana only used a sword, so she was at a range disadvantage. But she knew how to handle herself. During all our battles, she was always on the outskirts, observing and planning before striking. She could read the flow of battle and the people within it. She knew how to find opportunities and exploit weaknesses. That went for her own squad as well. Tana watched everyone, and she knew her own team well. That meant that she could read Fiden like a book, as she could vet Mon and Amara, perhaps even me. So she knew how to handle Fiden. That was shown clearly as Fiden received nicks in his armor from her blade, while she remained entirely unscathed. Minute by minute passed. Compared to all the other battles before, this one seemed to drag on as 5 minutes of hit-and-run attacks passed. They were fighting, but there weren't many exchanges and no wounds. 5 minutes turned into 15. Tana continued to bounce around, diving in with greater frequency as Fiden was forced to fend off all of her surprise attacks. Although she didn't seem to be capable of doing anything to him, Fiden was also incapable of going on the offensive. She would just slip away, and the flow of battle would be dominated by her once again. Of course, Fiden tried to make some bigger moves every so often, expending energy and utilizing his speed in an attempt to pin Tana down and deliver a decisive blow. But she always snaked away from them, always able to evade and retreat. And every bit of extra energy that Fiden spent was another advantage for Tana. And finally, the first to land a solid strike was Tana. As she dove in, Fiden was caught off guard as she burst out with her full strength and thrust her sword into the gap between his armor plate around the leg. A long slice was left behind, blood splattering across her sword and the ground. But Fiden was a quick thinker, using his elbow to deliver a blow to her overextended body, knocking her to the floor and bringing down his spear. Before the blade could reach her, Tana rolled out of the way, jumping to her feet like a startled cat and scurrying away. Tana sucked in a long breath, the two at an impasse for a moment before Tana dove right back in. She couldn't let up. She couldn't afford to let Fiden gather himself. She would need to press every advantage she got. She continued diving back in, the battle moving in her favor as the wounds continued to appear. Fiden couldn't utilize his energy whenever he wanted. He needed to wait for an opportunity that Tana rarely presented. It would only happen when she finally got tired, so until then, he had to be patient. Of course, that meant he was on the defensive the whole time. Even when she overextended to deliver a wound, Fiden was unable to do much. She was too agile, and with her aura, she could read him better than he could read her. It made it all the more difficult. As 15 minutes turned into 30, the audience started to grow bored. With Tana whittling Fiden down, it almost seemed like the winner was decided. Fiden wasn't landing any hits and was only accumulating wounds. Eventually he would fall. But over time, Tana started to get tired. They were both losing vigor with every exchange. Vigor was no different than Psyche or mana. Every magical thing a knight did cost vigor, just like how every spell a warlock cast consumed mana and every summon a summoner brought out consumed Psyche. Tana was definitely consuming more than Fiden was. He was just stalling. She was trying to inch her way toward an impossible goal. From the suite, I could see Tana reaching her limit. Maybe not her physical limit, but her mental limit. Although she was encouraged by my little speech, that didn't mean she liked the situation. I could tell that comparing herself to the rest of her squad was a sore spot for her. Maybe she had carried that all the way from the beginning of the year when the puppet master had blamed her for my near death. And she knew that she couldn't win against Fiden. He was smart like her, so although he might not have her stamina, that didn't mean he couldn't win. The perfect course of action was to do exactly what he was doing, which was to let Tana wear herself out and strike when she couldn't avoid him. That time was coming, and they both knew it. That kind of helplessness was no doubt suffocating. And from the suite, I could see the exact moment that Tana finally gave up. I stood. Let's go down there. I didn't wait for a response, running out of the room and heading down the stadium stairs. As I did so, I could hear the audience starting to cheer as Tana started battling Fighten head-on. That was a recipe for disaster, but she didn't care. Instead of diving in and out, Tana dove in, wounded Fighten more, but stayed. She started to try and fight him on equal grounds, pushing forward with all her might. She might not be as strong nor as fast, but with her aura, she was able to predict Fighten's behavior and adjust accordingly. It allowed her to compensate, and for a minute, Fighten was actually suppressed and beat down. Whether it was elbowing or kicking, utilizing her spare knife, or deflecting his spear with her sword, Tana used all avenues available to her in order to get in close and stay in close. She didn't do anything that would let Fighten create distance. However, right as we got down the stadium and arrived at the side of the arena, Tana's advantages went up in smoke. I watched almost in slow motion as Fighten let out a breath and lifted an arm, deflecting one of Tana's kicks and diving in, driving a fist straight into her gut. I saw his eyes through the thin gap of his helmet. Right now, he was treating Tana like a serious opponent, which is exactly what he should be doing. But that meant that when Tana was thrown away, he was able to ready his spear. After that, it was over. He thrust his blade forward, Tana noticeably panicking as the spear sliced through her armor and opened up a large wound on her leg. She tried to jump away, but Fighten didn't allow her to. He jumped in and continued delivering blows with his spear that she was forced to either evade or block with her sword. It was overwhelming. His training became evident as each move he made flowed together in a way that Tana simply couldn't fight back against. Her armor was almost stripped entirely off as Fighten's spear ripped it apart. She was avoiding his blows by an inch at most, pushing her aura's predictive ability to its max, yet was still suffering wounds. Blood had already dyed the white arena floor red, mostly from Fighten. Most had already dried by now, the minute quantities not holding enough fluid to stay that way for long. However, it now received a fresh dose as Fighten's wounds opened back up and Tana's own started to bleed profusely. Vigor had a nasty effect on the body that didn't allow wounds to heal in any way, constantly degrading them. I had experienced that personally. The scar above my ear would never truly heal. We watched from the side as Tana continued to get overwhelmed. Of course, Fighten wasn't much better off. His energy was leaving his body far faster than Tana's ever did. It meant that Tana could do nothing but sustain injuries. It only took a minute after that for her to fall. With a knee to the chest, Tana was thrown a distance away, tumbling across the arena floor. She couldn't even recover, coughing up some blood. I saw tears run down her cheeks. She was more frustrated than in pain, that much was obvious. At that moment, I heard Vetmon yell, "Get up and fight. Come on, stand up." His voice roared even over the audience. I recoiled from the sound, his demands ringing in my sensitive ears. Still, I watched as Tana pulled herself to her feet. I couldn't know what was going on in her mind, though knew she was definitely in a lot of pain. I had been in that situation a few times and knew what it felt like, even if I didn't know about the conflict within herself. She had wanted to quit before, just letting Fighten roll on through so she wouldn't waste his energy. Now, she was feeling exactly why she had wanted to do that. But as I had convinced her, it was a matter of principle. She'd feel even worse if she had done that. At least now, she knew that she was earning her spot, even if it wasn't at the top. Fighten took a breather as Tana stood. And once she was steady, he dove back in. It was already over, and this was the nail in the coffin. Fighten only had to fly over and make one last exchange with her before kicking her sword away with his foot and placing his spear against her neck. She stood there, defeated and in pain, before falling to her knees. The judge stepped forward. Match over. The winner is Fighten Desmus. The match was called. And as soon as it was, Fighten dropped to his knees, blood dripping down his armor in exhaustion. All of us jumped up onto the arena and ran over. Vetmon went straight for Tana, as he should, and wrapped her up in an embrace while she cried. As for Fighten, I walked over and slapped his helmet. Good shit, dude. Other than your reflexes. You couldn't catch her for shit. Ugh, yeah, fuck. He cursed while coughing. It was clear that, just as I had predicted, Tana would push him to his breaking point. His breath blasted heavily against my leg. He couldn't even hold himself on his knees, falling to the ground a few moments later. Thankfully, there were always medical personnel on standby. A group ran up and took both of them away. We followed, the puppet master appearing along the way. He pulled up to my side and asked. I thought she was going to forfeit. I convinced her otherwise. Well, that's quite unfortunate for Fiden. His next battle is supposed to be against Vetsmon in 3 hours. They would fight to face Pontek. Well, Fiden met his match. It's nothing Tana is obligated to worry about. Seems like Vetsmon is going to be fighting for the championship. I suppose. He shrugged. Something like this was normal in these tournaments anyway. Tana forfeiting would be abnormal. After that, we got to the medical room and watched everyone get treated. Vetsmon had one more battle, but that wasn't going to be anything eventful. So with that, we moved on to the final phase of the division tournament. Chapter 118, Complacent. Both Tana and Fiden eventually passed out in the medical room. Both of them were treated and allowed to sleep and recuperate. Knights recovered best while sleeping, as did all humans. But the effects for them were heavily exaggerated. With some potent recovery drugs in their system, their wounds healed at an almost visible rate. When I zoomed in with my eyes, I could actually see their flesh churn within the wounds, blood clotting and scabbing, and patches of flesh spontaneously growing. It was almost disturbing, seeing the sped-up healing process completely open to air. It was a freakish healing ability that I couldn't help but envy every time I saw it. Like how warlocks and summoners could regenerate their energy within a day, so too could knights. But unlike the other magi, their wounds also healed with their vigor. They would be battle-ready in less than 24 hours. I rolled my eyes when the doctor told us that. Afterward, Vetsmon headed out for his final battle. We went to watch it even though it was relatively uneventful. The opponent was the second knight on Pontek's squad, someone going by the name Usern. He couldn't really handle Vetsmon's overwhelming strength or defense. His attacks were rebuffed gracefully and his parries were smashed aside. Not to mention that, although Vetsmon was slow compared to Fiden, he was still fast. He'd been training against Fiden a lot, so at the very least he could handle those who were faster than him. That battle ended sooner rather than later. Amara stepped up a few matches after that to finish her last match. She got another hour of rest before heading up. Her opponent was a lesser-ranked warlock who was also on Pontek's squad. That girl had a perfect affinity for the water element and a partial affinity for the fire element. Apparently she was working to become a healer, and although she was good, she couldn't really compare to Amara. Unlike me who had only just found out before, all warlocks knew that the formations behind their elemental spells could be disrupted. So no matter if it was a pressurized ball of water or a huge river, Amara was able to either destroy the spell before it reached her or counter it with her versatile air magic. Over the weeks before the tournament, we had been discussing ways for her to counteract each of the elements with her air magic. The fire element was most discussed due to their compatible properties, which was why Amara could so easily beat a fire warlock. But we had also discussed the water and earth elements. The earth element was both difficult and simple to handle. If Amara could suppress and corner an earth warlock, then she could win pretty easily. They would be forced on the defensive. On the other hand, if they knew how to utilize their strengths enough to counter her, then she would have a much harder time. As for the water element, that was a bit easier. Pressurized gases could be used to disrupt spells, and strong winds could handle area spells. Of course, water warlocks had the mass advantage. But Amara also had mobility. If you can't beat it, avoid it. That's the stance she took with her battle, and before long, she had cornered her opponent. After that, it was only a matter of time before she came out with the win. And when the last blow was delivered, she was declared the winner. With that, we were done for the day. Well, Fiden technically had his battle against Vetsmon. But since he wasn't even conscious, it was a loss by default, and Vetsmon moved on for his final battle. And of course, all of my opponents forfeited, allowing me to do the same. When all was said and done, it was later in the day. Amara and I stayed in the medical room with Vetsmon and were there when Tana and Fiden woke up. Fiden was first, and we greeted him as soon as he sat up in his bed. Hey dude, how are you feeling? Sore. Everywhere. How's Tana? She's fine. Good. Honestly, I didn't even know she could do all that. He let out a strained breath, recalling the battle's events. I chuckled. Hell yeah, she made you work for that win. All she needs is to get out of her own way. She's talented as hell. She's going to be just fine. Agreed. If she wins her battle tomorrow, she'll be getting 4th place. That's an amazing placement. And speak of the devil. I suddenly looked over, sensing Tan awake. She groaned softly as her eyes fluttered open. Vetsmon sat on her bedside, brushing a few blonde strands of hair out of her face. Ugh. That's Mon. Hey, how are you feeling? I tired, I guess. She groaned while pushing herself to sit up, but it proved to be a mistake. She flopped back down onto the bed, wheezing from exertion. She was obviously healing from more than fighting. Damn. It's like I don't even work out. Just relax. We're in the medical ward. Your last battle is tomorrow, so you have plenty of time. Right? I don't know if I even care anymore, though. She let out a long breath before slumping to the side, leaning against Vetsman's body. My eyes widened, as did Vetsman's. I started flailing my arms right after and caught Vetsman's attention. He gave me a strange look as I pointed at Tana and then ran over to Fiden's bedside, scooting in close before wrapping my arm around his shoulder. Fiden tried scooting away, but Vetsman got the hint and did as I demonstrated. His arm lifted and went around Tana, and she adjusted naturally, laying against his chest. I leaped up and started bouncing and flailing around in silent excitement. Was I mistaken and Tana wasn't nearly as dense as I thought she was? Did Vetsman manage to finally woo her? I continued dancing around, shaking Amara a bit, until Tana's head lifted. That's when I suddenly stopped and smiled at her. Hey, sleepyhead. That was a hell of a show you put on. It hurts like hell. My body felt like it was going to explode. But it was fucking worth it. I mean, look at what you did to my boy here. I shook Fiden, eliciting a grunt from him and getting a small smile from Tana. He actually had to be carried off. That arena had his blood painted all over it. And who did that? I did. Sorry, who did that? I did that. Fuck you did that. And to think you wanted to forfeit. Like I said earlier, I ain't got no bitches on my squad. Us 5 right here are the baddest motherfuckers in the Magisterium. Who can compete with this? I motioned around, everyone smiling a bit in pride. And it was true. Pontek wasn't even the top elite anymore. Myself, Amara, Vetsman, and Fiden all occupied 4 of the top 5 ranks, while Tana had recently crossed into the top 10. We were simply better. Our relationships were also fantastic. 2 couples and Fiden who had a girlfriend resulted in just about the best group relationship one could ask for. The best strength, the best chemistry, and plenty of talent left to unearth. Nobody could compare. I slung my arm around Fiden and leaned back into the headrest, my piece having been said. Amara chimed in at that moment. Now we just need to worry about Pontek. Vetsman will win. I don't have your confidence. The big man chucked from across the room, making me roll my eyes. Like I said to Tana, you won't win with that attitude. You need to go in expecting to win. It won't be easy, but you will. I can't expect something so unlikely, though. Pontek is better. He's strong, fast, and his technique sits at a higher level than mine. I hear he's close to achieving projection. That's the Vigor Blade release thing? Yeah. Well, he doesn't have it yet, so it doesn't matter. It does. His aura is assuredly better than mine, not to mention everything else. My chances of actually winning are slim to none, no matter what I do. You're being too pessimistic, friend. I'm being realistic, friend. Our voices fell into a few moments of silence. Vetsman and I stared at each other, our visions clearly conflicting. I was realistic too, and I knew that Vetsman had a really low chance of beating Pontek. I had fought against a Pontek clone more times than I'd like to remember, and he was definitely a level higher than Vetsman. The fact that he was close to what Shadowbane had only just accomplished meant he was incredibly talented, more than any other knight I'd met, and definitely more so than Vetsman if the rumors were true. Granted, he was also on his way to Authority 7, but the point remained. He was significantly better than most of his peers. What that meant for his aura as well meant that Vetsman likely wouldn't have a chance. However, like with Tana, I didn't believe going in with such a pessimistic attitude was any good. It was only counterproductive. You could take your opponent seriously while still having confidence. Just because you acknowledged them didn't mean you couldn't win. And telling yourself that you would win was a good way to keep you psyched for the battle. Putting yourself down only hurt you. Mentality affected performance. That was something I discovered during my time on Earth playing football. I had only learned that lesson when we won our first championship, something that should have been impossible, yet we had accomplished anyway. This was a competition just like that. It was better to fight knowing you would give everything, fighting to snatch that trophy, rather than believing otherwise and holding back. Which led me to my only rebuttal. I shrugged. Fine then. Just forfeit. What? You heard me. You're about to face another knight that only you and Fiden can stand shoulder to shoulder with. You're about to fight for the championship. So if you don't believe you're going to win, then why fight? If the result is already set in stone, then don't bother. I can still fight, even if I'm not expecting to win. I can test myself. There are still several benefits to be had from the battle. What a sorry excuse. A sorry purpose, actually. Why don't you just come out and say you're a pussy? He went silent, frowning while leaning forward. I almost wanted to chuckle, but I maintained my poker face for the sake of seriousness. I'm sorry. I don't understand. In what fucking universe am I the pussy? The one where you're scared shitless by the thought of losing honestly to Pontek. I can see it in you. There was a point in my life when I would make up the same bullshit. You're scared, because if you entered that arena expecting to win, giving everything you had to do so, and still lost, you'd be devastated. It would be humiliating, because all of your friends and family, both here and back at the Holy See, would see it and realize you weren't the best. So you make up some sorry fucking excuse to somehow preemptively spare yourself from that. Please, I don't fear anybody, especially not some Pontek. But that doesn't mean I can't acknowledge that he's better, and that in a fight, I might not win. Again with the excuses. How fucking so? Because whose fault is it that you're not better? I finally sat up as well, waving to him. I don't know what kind of training Pontek has, but you were trained at the Holy See. Your father is the head of the Verga family. A background doesn't get much better than that, my friend. So whose fault is it? Why aren't you capable of beating him? He was silent, but I could practically see his gaze turn red. A singular, overwhelming emotion flared up within him. And then he stood up, taking jerky but powerful steps toward me. I stood up as well, taking a few steps forward before we were chest to chest. Or something like that. He was just so much taller. And then, his hand shot out. I felt it coming well in advance, but I just stood there anyway, letting his hand go around my collar. It didn't clamp down, but my powerlessness was obvious. I could kill you in a squeeze, friend. At least now you're confident in something. But is it worth being so confident in something so damn easy? Does it matter to you? Who would be too dead to care? Yeah, you're a fucking liar. No, I just want my friend to be fucking better. I suddenly have a feeling that you haven't been trying nearly as hard as I thought you have. Maybe you've just been pretending. Honestly, I don't care. So long as you man the fuck up and start giving a damn. Because when I see fuckers like you pissing away all your talent with a shit attitude, I get a little pissed off myself. So go ahead and just try to fucking kill me. You don't have the fucking balls. He was silent as I smiled in his face. Then again, my teeth were gritted. He started clamping down on my collar pretty hard. I heard it first, then felt it. The coat gave. My collarbone crumpled inward. His brow went up, and his hand loosened as the snap sounded, letting me go and stepping backward. His aura flared with confusion, then anxiety, as he backed away. I suddenly felt what had made him let go. A sharp lance of wind had sliced his hand open. Phaidon appeared beside me, still limping, and Amara caught me from behind, her staff held at the ready. I took a knee, my arm hanging limply beside me and in excruciating pain. Thankfully, my pain tolerance was well adapted due to recent events. That's when the door flew open, and the puppet master walked in and shot a look at Vetsman. You, get the hell out. I'll find you later for a talk. Vetsman didn't even get a chance to respond before he was summarily thrown through the doorway with a gust of wind. Then, Vizin, the puppet master's standby medic, walked in. Heal his bone. Hopefully this won't affect you for the upcoming battles. I've dealt with worse. Come sit. Vizin brought me over to a chair, which I sat in while he held my arm. A large spell was cast that started to affect the bone. This may hurt. Try me. I grimaced as the bone crackled back into place. I slammed my fist against the wall, but generally bore with it as everything returned to its place. Once everything stopped moving, I let out a breath of relief. The spell would continue for a few more minutes, but the worst of it was over. I turned to Amara and smiled. Thanks for saving me, dear. I just didn't expect that he'd actually hurt you. Guess he forgot just how weak I was. Well, a knight who harms his own squad has no right to be on it. The puppet master suddenly spoke. I was standing outside, wondering what was going on with all the shouting. It seemed like you guys were arguing. Like she said, though, I didn't think he'd actually hurt you. Seems he can't control his temper, like some sort of massive child. So it seems like he needs to be punished like a child. Well, if I may. You may not. The very man who's supposed to protect you has harmed you. To not even speak of punishment, he doesn't deserve to be on your squad after that. He spoke with an unarguable conviction. I just sighed. Second chances, puppet master. We want him to learn from this, which he can't do if he's kicked. We still have another trip left. I'll need my shield. Also, don't tell his father. Are you kidding me? I was going to make the call as soon as I left. Behavior like this is an embarrassment to his family. If you want him to learn, then we should allow his family to reteach him just what it means to be a Verganite. Agreed. Amara chimed, my head turning toward her. I could tell how pissed she was, so her next words weren't surprising. You're the one person we need to protect, and he just threatened to kill you before almost snapping your neck like a twig. I didn't think he could throw a tantrum like that, and it was clear that it was an accident. But his actions and words are a stain on the honor of the Verga family, like the puppet master said. He doesn't deserve anything less than the punishment he would receive from his family. But even if I agree with you, there's still the issue of the next excursion. Who's going to be our shield? Amara went silent. It was the end of the year, and we only had one more trip left. But if it followed the trend set by previous trips, this would be the most dangerous one. We couldn't just pull a knight from somewhere else. All the other squads were already set in stone. Anybody else who was free was probably at the bottom of the elite rankings. They would be more of a hindrance than a help. If Vetsmon left, we'd be screwed for the next trip. I just prefer not to go at that point. I shrugged. Listen, we can save it for later. For now, we need the guy. Let him serve his purpose for the last month and then grill him all you like. You're being awfully lenient to a man who just threatened your life. The puppet master looked at me with scrutinizing eyes, making me smile. What can I say? I'm just such a generous and kind person. I don't know about that, but you at least have a point. I couldn't send you out without him, and you need to go on the last trip. I suppose he needs to stay, but I can guarantee that as soon as the trip is done, you won't see him again for a very long time. His parents will still be notified. So long as I get my shield. I shrugged. The puppet master and Amara had good points, but I wouldn't put my life at risk just because they wanted to teach him a lesson. At that moment, Vision's spell finished. I shifted my arm around a bit, feeling piercing pains. But otherwise, it was operational. Your arm will take some time to heal the small stuff and properly seal the bone. Otherwise, it'll work as intended so long as you don't put it under heavy strain. I'll do my best. To take care of it, I hope. Well, I'll just heal you again if necessary. He smiled before going over to Phaidon and Tana, checking their conditions and ushering Phaidon back to bed. Once all that was done, the two instructors prepared to leave, and the puppet master turned around at the door for a last word. I'll take care of Vetmon. I can already tell you he won't be winning tomorrow. We'll see if I allow him to even compete. Regardless, you need to focus on yourself, John. After tomorrow, you'll be battling the best warlocks and knights the Magisterium has to offer. Heal up and prepare. Already on it. I spoke while taking out a cigar, lighting it and letting out some puffs of smoke. After that, given it was already evening, Amara and I left. Phaidon and Tana were released from the medical ward, and everyone went back to their residences. We went back to the hotel where we ordered dinner. We ate in a strange silence before retiring for the final hours of the night. Amara finally broke the silence as we finished washing up. You know, you didn't have to push so far. I know you were trying to get him motivated, but it devolved to a point it didn't need to. Actually, I'm thinking I did a pretty good job. I managed to get Vetsmon of all people riled up. Didn't think it was possible. But was that necessary? Or did you do it just to do it? Because now your friend may not like you anymore. Losing a friend like that doesn't seem like the right thing to do just because he didn't want to be as optimistic as you. It wasn't about being optimistic. I let out a breath of smoke, lounging back onto my couch. It's a mindset issue. I made my point when talking to him, and it still stands. He's scared of losing. And more importantly, he's scared of shooting for an unlikely goal. And because he's scared, he doesn't try. Now I know that he probably hasn't been giving his full effort at all this year. The guy is so talented that everything just comes to him, which makes him complacent, as most talented people become at some point. I get that. But why did you have to do it like that? It would have been better to do it literally any other way. At least a way that doesn't try to end your friendship and leave you hurt. I don't know. It just happened that way, and I rolled with it. I don't particularly care, though. If he hadn't hurt me, it wouldn't have been such a big deal. And it was an accident anyway, so I don't really care. I mean, the healing magic is so good. What's one broken bone? I shrugged. With this world's healing, there was little I had to worry about so long as it didn't instantly kill me. So who cared about a little broken collarbone? In mere minutes, it was already put back together. Amara sighed. I still think it could have been handled better. Besides, I don't think it was that big of an issue. It was, though. How? He was doing just fine and getting stronger every day. We all are. And that would have continued without you fracturing our squad like this. So what was the point? The point is complacency. I looked her dead in the eye. If he gets complacent, then he's probably going to die. Amara, I've gotten much stronger since I've started down this road, and yet every time I go out to battle like we have been, I feel like I might die. Take our battle with the Royal. If I hadn't pulled out that machine gun, we might have been fucked. And the only reason I was able to do so was because I had trained my ass off for weeks. Every single day it felt like my head was going to explode out of anxiety and paranoia. So I kept training, and I was just barely able to get that weapon during the battle. So if I hadn't trained that hard, what would that have meant for us? She went silent. The answer was pretty clear. We may have died if I was any slower. That was too close for comfort, and something I didn't want to ever happen again. I sighed. I just don't want any of us to die, now or in the future, but I can only help myself. And here I am, feeling all of this urgency, while the talented Vetsman just sits back on his ass and waits for his strength to come to him. One part of me gets pissed seeing that, while the other part gets scared because if he keeps that up, somewhere down the line he's going to pay the price for it. I don't want that for my friend. So yeah, I'm going to press the issue. Maybe it'll be the wake-up call he needs. Amara didn't respond, lingering for a moment before walking over and sitting beside me. Is this that tough love you spoke of before? HM. So, how do I know if I'm getting complacent? I come from the same talent and background. Maybe I'm not giving my full effort either. Just know that where you're at isn't enough. You should be shooting for higher goals, things much greater than the Magisterium. Do that, and I think you'll be fine. And if I see you getting lazy, you know I'll call you out on it. Good. And I'll try to help you as much as I can. I know you've got more than enough pushing you. I'll try to ease the burden. I appreciate it, my sweet. I gave her a peck on the nose before we both headed to bed for the night. Chapter 119. Writ. Good evening, Sir Altrit. Please, come in. Thank you for having me. Of course. Ignatius Verga smiled as the puppet master entered the residence, a rich but modestly sized abode on the outskirts of the capital. They both entered a guest room where Willow Verga was waiting on a couch. She was dressed nicely but casually given the late hour. After they all sat down, the puppet master spoke. I'd like to provide a report of something that recently happened regarding your son, Vetsman. I see. I was wondering what might have prompted the urgent meeting. Is he all right? Yes, he's perfectly healthy. It's his team that's not. While in the medical ward today, he and John had an argument. Oh, that's surprising. John is Vetsman's best friend. What could they possibly have argued about? Well, I'll let you see for yourself. The puppet master suddenly waved, a holographic projection of the medical room appearing on the small table between them. Can still fight, even if I'm not expecting to win. I can test myself. There are still several benefits to be had from the battle. What a sorry excuse. A sorry purpose, actually. Why don't you just come out and say you're a pussy? The conversation ran through from the puppet master's earliest recollection, the figures of Vetsman and John in the room, as well the others, shifting about as the tension gradually rose. Ignatius and Willow were both laser-focused, realizing what they were seeing. Still, they found it curious, wondering how John could so easily insult their son when they were supposed to be friends. In what fucking universe? You're scared shitless. It would be humiliating. I don't fear anybody. Acknowledge that he's better. Whose fault is it? I could kill you with a squeeze of the hand, friend. The images showed Vetsman grabbing John. How hard? They didn't know. But that didn't matter. Ignatius stood with fury on his face. He wouldn't dare. Well? The puppet master was silent, letting the projection continue. At least you're confident. Does it matter? Yeah, you're a fucking liar. I just want my friend to be better. Just try to fucking kill me. The couple twitched when the bone snapped like a brittle cracker, a violent departure from even the loud and angry voices. The video ended after the puppet master entered. Silence reigned for several moments before Ignatius looked over. Where's my son? Still at the Magisterium. But what happens now is something I need to discuss with you. I don't believe there's anything to say. I didn't think I could ever be so disappointed in my son like this, but he's proven me wrong. It seems like he's in dire need of education and training, and it shocks me to realize that he's grown to be so immature. Thankfully, John was able to draw it out of him. I should thank that man. Well, that's the thing. I'm here to request that you delay whatever education and training you might have in store. This request comes from myself as well as John. The puppet master went on to explain the situation, how they still had another excursion and John wanted Vetsman on his squad for it. Else it may be too dangerous. I want him to be punished as much as you, but there's still some time left. John says he needs his shield. Of course, the decision is up to you. Just know that Vetsman's presence is still worth something to his squad. After that, he's all yours." Ignatius was silent, looking to his wife for input. She sat there with a frown on her face before letting out a sigh. "I suppose there's no reason not to have Mercy for another month or so. After all, his re-education will last years, no less than 3. What do you think, dear?" Well, I prefer something more like a decade. But if he hasn't shaped up after 3, we've done something wrong." "Very well. He'll have his last month. But he's not to compete any further in the tournament. Instead, I want you to put him through hell until the day he leaves for his excursion. I'll compile a writ for him, and if it isn't followed for its duration, I will be taking legal action against both him and the Magisterium." "Understood. I can deliver it when you're ready." "No need. I'll send my guard. They'll be responsible for overseeing and enforcing what they can." "Very well." The puppet master nodded. It seemed Ignatius would be taking this deed seriously. There was no room for negotiation on Vetsman's part. At that moment, Willow spoke. "That girl Vetsman was cuddling. That was Tana, correct?" "Yes, it was. I saw her battle. She fought valiantly. I quite like her. And she deserves a better man than what my son currently is. Perhaps if she doesn't move on, he'll be allowed to try her hand once more. Until then, he can only blame himself for what we're about to do. To think he would dare." She stood with a huff, walking out of the room. With that, Ignatius and the puppet master stood, shaking hands. "I appreciate this report, Benedict. It has been most enlightening. Of course. Please, have a good evening. After that, I'm not sure I can." The puppet master saw himself out with that, leaving Ignatius in the room. And as soon as he was gone, Ignatius grit his teeth and turned, throwing a kick at the nearby table. The moment the wood contacted his leg, it splintered, then disintegrated, a wave of vigor washing over its constituent particles and wiping it from existence. The only trace it ever existed was a minuscule chip in the opposing wall where a larger dust particle had impacted. As the next day was the day of the finals, the stadium was packed with people. Unfortunately, I had to be up at the but crack of dawn for my own battles. Since nobody cared about the summoner battles, they started first and would be out of the way by the time everyone was actually here so they could enjoy the good stuff. At least we got the entire arena this time. But of course, nothing eventful would be happening. At least, not entirely. The battle for 4th and 5th place happened first between 2 summoners I didn't know. After that, I was up. Amara was on the sidelines, along with the 5 other people who actually cared enough to show. Those were mainly the parents of some of the summoners. And surprisingly Maxwell, who came to me before my battle started. "I heard you were hurt. If it will affect your performance, drop out now. You were already treading a fine line before. Now, it'll only be more difficult." "I'll be fine. I was healed anyway. It's just a bit sore now." I moved my arm around, feeling some brief pains, nothing out of the ordinary. One of the few benefits of being a completely ordinary human was that magic had a far greater effect on you, for better or worse. It meant that I could be hurt much more easily, but could also be healed with the same level of ease. Right now, whatever pain I felt in my collar was just some lingering issues that would heal over the next couple days. It was nothing that would prevent me from doing anything. It would just be an annoyance. Maxwell let out a breath. "Fine. Just keep in mind that playing it safe should be your first priority." "I know. I'm not sure if you do, but I'll trust your judgment for now. Will this child be forfeiting?" "No. I want to test these weapons against a normal summoner. He's going to humor me. Just don't kill him." Maxwell waved with those words, walking off as my battle started. I walked up to the arena, seeing Max across from me with a smile. Let's see how long I can last against the Magisterium's greatest summoner. Well, unfortunately, I don't have the leeway to play games. I took out an STG with those words, my hands finding their way and gripping it with novel familiarity. Without suspense, the judge put his hand down. The instant that happened, Max summoned several beats. It seemed he was going all out from the get-go. After all, nobody else knew about my injury besides the squad and the puppet master. He had no reason to hold back. But that's exactly why I went with the STG. Taking aim, my iron sight snapped to a burly bear beast that came charging forward. And I pulled the trigger, letting 3 rounds fly forth and bury themselves into the head of the bear. They were fully empowered since I expected some toughness from a bear such as that. However, the reality was cruel. Those 3 rounds were enough to punch straight through the bear's head and cause it to vanish. It seemed the spirit didn't like being hurt and retreated automatically. My brows raised. It was almost too easy. After that, My iron sight shifted to all the remaining beasts in sequence. There were 3 wolves besides the bear as well as 5 eagles of some sort. With quick shots, I killed all the wolves before shifting to the birds. Those were slightly more difficult simply because it took a bit more time to aim. That, and it hurt like hell to actually wield the rifle properly. Every shot made my bone feel like it was being fractured all over again. But that was easy enough to ignore. If not for me taking this battle casually, I might not have even paid it notice. Like that, all the summons were unceremoniously slaughtered, each one of them vanishing back into their dimension one after the other. Once I was done, I still had a bit less than half my magazine left. I used at most 20 rounds to kill those beasts. And Max seemed winded too. He had poured all his energy up front into those summons. That was how they usually did things, and it was why Maxwell's call was superior. I didn't have to pay up front for all the energy I would use. I could just give it as I needed it. With that, Max raised his hands in defeat. My loss. You didn't even try. So that's the state of summoners, huh? To think the smartest ones couldn't find their way. Well, you seem to be doing something right. What's your secret? Above your pay grade, unfortunately. And not mine to give away. I figured as much. He shrugged as the judge called the match. The winner is John Cooper. Good luck, John. We hold high hopes for you. And if you ever need help, just come find us at the tower. We may not be the strongest, but we have resources. Thanks for the offer. I nodded to him as we left the arena. He looked almost unsteady as he walked off, clearly having exhausted most of his reserves. I walked back to Amara, who smiled, finally realizing what kind of anomaly you are. It was enlightening, yes, and quite disappointing. I knew they were weak, but not that weak. Yeah, part of me gets excited because you seem to be paving the way for a new generation of summoners. The other part of me gets scared since you'll get so much attention. Well, I'll just need to stay ahead of the curve now, won't I? I smiled at her before giving her a peck on the forehead. After that, we walked off the arena with linked arms. Maxwell had disappeared at some point. I doubt he cared much about a battle he knew the outcome of, so it seemed he didn't bother watching. Not that I minded. I wouldn't have bothered either if not for the fact that I was the participant. So, because of that, I now had the rest of the day off. The stadium was almost entirely empty aside from all the workers getting it ready for the real events. However, after a bit of walking around, Amara and I heard an announcement wash over the entire magisterium. Vetsmon Verga. Approach the gates and receive a writ from the Tower Master Ignatius Verga. Failure to comply will result in forceful retrieval. What the hell? We both looked at each other before breaking out into a run. We headed right for the gates of the magisterium, and that's where we saw an entire escort of armed knights. No, they weren't knights. They were Templars, soldiers of the Holy See bearing the crest of the Verga Paladin peerage. There were at least 24 of them composed of knights, warlocks, and even summoners. I could see a few flying beasts, probably for observation, the only thing a summoner would be good at. Otherwise, the knights were decked in thick white armor while the warlocks had flowing white robes. They were orderly, professional, and radiated the power of authority 11s. They were seriously pissed at Vetsmon, and they were showing it. The puppet master had naturally spoken with Vetsmon's father Ignatius, and he was reacting quite fiercely. I sighed, seeing Vetsmon approaching. Once he stepped foot outside the gates, a Templar approached in front of him, grabbed his shoulder, and pushed him down. His knee slammed into the cobblestones, digging through the ground and leaving a hole. I heard a deep grunt escape his lips in the process. That had to have hurt. After that, another Templar came up with an orb in hand, projecting out its information and allowing him to see the writ. Vetsmon Verga, by the decree of the Verga Tower Master, you shall have your power stripped and suppressed henceforth until the day of your departure for the Magisterium's final 4th-year excursion to the front lines. During this time, you will be subject to nigh ceaseless battle for half of the day, every day, until the day of your departure. At the end of every day's battle, you will be required to write a letter to a recipient of your choice detailing any of the values, traits, and ideals of a proper knight. All responsibilities and extenuating activities will cease for the duration of the stipulated time period. Finally, upon completion of the final excursion to the front lines and return to the capital, you will report directly to the Tower Master at the entrance of the Verga Tower, with all of your valuables and belongings packed, dressed in full combat attire, and at a time to be specified in the future. Failure to carry out any of the listed duties will be met with disciplinary and legal repercussions exercised by the authority of the Tower Master. The Templar read through the writ from start to finish, uncaring that everyone in the vicinity heard its contents, or perhaps intentionally broadcasting his voice. It didn't specify why the writ was being delivered, but it was clear that it needed to be followed. The involved parties were already crystal clear on why this was happening. The Templar pinning Vetsman to the floor took out a set of interconnected chains. He clamped the largest onto Vetsman's neck, and the rest of the chains came alive, snapping to ensnare each of his limbs. Once the magic was activated, Vetsman let out a low roar. I watched as his power was sucked out of him forcefully, and he was reduced to an ordinary man. With that, the Templar released his hold, letting Vetsman collapse to the ground in weakness. The writ was tossed in front of him, and just like that, the Templars packed up and left. By now, there was a whole crowd watching, one even bigger than that in the stadium. The commotion had drawn much of the spectators making their way over. Just like that, Vetsman was out of the game. He sure as hell wouldn't be competing, that was for sure. Pontek won by default. I could already hear some teachers giving out commands, herding all the students and getting ready for the final bit of the tournament. As for Vetsman, he was just left there. Amara and I watched from the side, seeing one of the Templars staying behind. He seemed to be the one who would keep an eye on Vetsman. After walking up to him, the Templar tapped him in the gut with his foot, sending him flying a few feet. Get up. You've got a battle to do and not a lot of daylight left to do it. Head to the training grounds. The puppet master already has your stage set. Vetsman struggled as he pulled himself up to his feet and started trudging off. He didn't look at us as he passed, and I didn't say anything either. Everything that needed to be done was done. At least he would be there for the excursion. As for how much I could count on him, given what he would be put through on account of the writ, I could only hope he would be fine physically and mentally. Chapter 120, Double Down. Since the last summoner battle was long over and Pontek now won by default, the final warlock battle would be the one and only battle taking place today. It was delayed by another few hours so people could gather. Once the stadium was full, Amara was up to bat. I massaged her shoulders while we stood on the sidelines. There were tens of thousands of eyes on us, including some very powerful ones, the Duchess among them. I didn't care. It was a well-known fact that we were together. If anything, acting all chummy with my girlfriend allowed me to rub it into their faces. I leaned my chin over her shoulder, speaking in a low tone. How are you feeling? Perfect, actually. Although, my focus isn't really on the battle. What's it on? The battles after this one. Mainly what I'm going to do when it's my turn to face you. Will that happen? Perhaps. If President Carrion has his way, though, he might just put me up against Pontek instead, since I'd probably forfeit against you. I'm not sure if I'll even get the chance. Not that I think it'd go well. I nodded slightly. I didn't want to face Amara. I'd have to shoot her to beat her. She knew that, so she just forfeit the match for me. However, Carrion knew that too, and he'd be damned if he let me get a free pass early on in the interdivision matches. I spoke into her ear. Remind me to talk to you about how to handle something like my guns. We already have a lot to go over. I know. I'll have to make another booklet. Hiki, the first one is already bulging at the seams. I was thinking about getting it properly bound too. I might make it into another grimoire. How about an orb instead? I don't like orbs. I like handling a tangible book better. Helps me think. Works with me. Amara Teleria and Grace Jessie, to your positions. Amara reached up to pat my cheek. Wish me luck. My girlfriend doesn't need luck. Can't hurt. I gave her a juicy kiss instead, laughing as she squirmed away from my grasp and jogged over to her start. After taking another moment to watch her prepare, I took a seat on a nearby platform with Tana and Fiden. Both of them had already fully recovered physically. Damn knights in their vigor. They'd probably be feeling a lot better if Vetsman hadn't done what he did. He was probably getting his teeth kicked in on the training grounds right now, and in all honesty, I wasn't completely sympathetic. The broken bone wasn't much of a concern, as I had told the others. The healing went well, and I had dealt with plenty worse. Any pain would be a temporary annoyance at most. What I was still concerned about was Vetsman's drive. Battling like they did was the norm in this world. From my perspective as an earthling, any form of combat demanded my full attention and efforts, to say nothing of my inherent summoner fragility. I had to pull all stops to keep myself alive. I didn't have a buffer. Vetsman, who was incredibly talented, tough, and strong, was probably a bit lazy. He didn't feel the urgency I did. He didn't feel the same fear. He didn't have to stand in the face of those who could kill him with a pinky and hold his own against them. If anything, he was rapidly becoming someone who would dominate all others under his knightly power. Honestly, I was glad this was happening. He was finally feeling the level of powerlessness I had all this time. He was getting a small taste of what I had to deal with every day and understanding what it meant for him to threaten me like he did. Later, he would be going through even more. I wondered how they would go about teaching him, how they would make him appreciate the talent he had and respect the danger of those he fought against. I couldn't imagine the monster he'd become if he were to train as I had. Hopefully they'd be able to pull that out of him, for his own sake. These thoughts were pulled from my mind as Amara's battle started. Grace Jetsi had a perfect water affinity and a working air affinity. This meant her magic was incredibly versatile, both able to attack with speed and defend with mass. However, she only conjured her barrier before standing there. Amara lifted a finger and drew it across her body, sending a thick blade of wind crashing into Grace's barrier. It splintered into a million little fragments, a smaller fraction composed of rapidly vaporizing shards of barrier. But Grace didn't hurl back a counterattack with mana, but words. So is that boy your pet or something? Amara froze in the middle of casting another wind blade. Really? You're doing this shit now? Amara let out a huff in frustration. It was ridiculous Grace would take a free hit just to insult her. However, she caught herself after a few seconds. Her response was shockingly non-aristocratic. She was talking more and more like her boyfriend by the day. Amara cleared her throat before deciding to humor the girl. There was no harm in a little banter. She knew she would win regardless. Grace frowned. You two seem to have already devolved into licking each other like dogs. Is that what you keep him around for? Sweetie, there's no need to be so bitter just because you can't get a man. Besides, you say that like keeping him around is at all convenient. You're not the first to degrade me to my face, and you won't be the last I have to deal with. Please. Even if I were concerned about such things at this age, I surely wouldn't pick someone so below me. Not only is he a commoner, but also a cold summoner. How could you possibly do worse? Well, he likes to tell me I'm the lucky one. And he's probably right. I didn't know it at the time, but I got the strongest summoner in Magisterium history. Amara's smile widened as Grace pursed her lips. The conversation probably wasn't going the direction she wanted. John definitely wasn't inadequate. Right now, he was at the top of the elite rankings. It was no secret that he was an anomaly. Strong even for an elite, and as a summoner too. Even a summoner who could match up to the average knight or warlock would be exemplary, let alone one who stood above them all. Grace took a moment to parse a reply and shook her head in mock regret. Whatever. Everyone knows that he couldn't have possibly reached rank 1 honestly. He'll be exposed within the week. Perhaps that will slap some sense into you. Even then, though, it might be too late. Nobody will want to marry such a deluded woman. Well, it's my boyfriend's job to prove me right. It's my job to stand by his side. You just sit your pitiful ass down in those stands, bitch. That's the only place you have the strength to reside. Amara raised her hand, her smile gone, and snapped her fingers. The sound that came from it produced a shockwave that collided with an invisible wall around the arena. But, unlike the audience, Grace wasn't spared. Her eyes widened briefly, cognizant of the doom fast approaching yet unable to do anything about it, before she covered her ears and collapsed in a heap, though none of her screams could be heard as some blood seeped from between her hands. Amara flicked another pressurized lance of air that Grace, in an impressive, if futile, display of defiance, hastily erected a barrier to block. This time, upon collision, it was the barrier that turned into shards to be blown away moments later, and Grace was thrown into the arena wall. The judge raised his arm. The champion of the Warlocks is Amara Teleria. Woo. The crowd started cheering as Amara walked down. She and John approached each other. Well done. That was a new spell. I wanted to save it for the battle against Pontek, but it doesn't matter that much. I've got more. Haha, someone get on your nerves? No. Heh. Well, now we get to rest. Maybe we should head back to the hotel. We can lick each other like dogs. You. She squirmed again as he kissed her neck, the two pushing and pulling each other as they made their way off. The day passed. After Amara's battle, Pontek was declared winner by default and information was given for the next battles. The top 3 of each division would be fighting for the title of strongest student at the Magisterium, the crowned champion. Of course, since summoners almost never decided to compete for that title, there were usually only 6 competitors. But I would be joining those 6 this year, making it a 7-way struggle. Who I would be fighting was fairly obvious. According to Amara, the normal way they conducted the battles was by having the first, second, and third place individuals fight their equivalent enemy. That meant Pontek would be fighting Amara, and under normal circumstances, the winner of that match would be declared the crowned champion. However, my participation messed things up. The entire tournament would be decided by who fought who first. Amara and I didn't really have anything else to do the next day, so we just waited for the schedule. Vetsman was naturally busy. We didn't even get to see him. As for Fiden and Tana, Fiden was busy trying to see if he could battle Grace Jessie, the second-place warlock, since Vetsman dropped out. As for Tana, she was sitting and relaxing. Although she would be fighting the third-place warlock if Fiden's inquiry went through, she had already taken fourth place. So we had nothing to do. Neither I nor Amara could prepare any more than we had, so we just went to bed in anticipation. We woke up just in time the next day for the schedule announcement. The announcer gave a small speech out in the plaza just beyond the gates of the Magisterium. There, thousands of people were gathered to hear the news, including Amara and I. He spoke. On the next day, the standard protocol for the championship battles will be maintained. The first, second, and third-place knights will battle the first, second, and third-place warlocks respectively. However, John Cooper, the sole summoner taking part in the championship, will be battling one knight and warlock respective to each of the third, second, and first places. As well, due to concerns of prejudiced forfeitures in his favor, only selected knights and warlocks will be allowed to battle him, potentially beyond the top 3 in each division. The first battle will commence 3 hours after dawn, and the final battle will end no later than evening. The arena will open 2 hours before the first battle. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I blurted out, drawing some attention. I was being forced to fight everyone. Of course, that wouldn't be so bad if they weren't replacing my friends with their own hand-picked goons. But that wasn't the worst part. I was sure I could handle most sent my way. It was the fact that this would all be happening in one day. They wouldn't be giving me any rest, because apparently that would make things oh so easy for me. They had to bend the rules every which way to make sure I couldn't win. For a moment I stood there in thought. Then, just as Amara was about to talk, I sighed. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna win anyway. I don't care about their bullshit. Are you sure? Amara quickly followed as I started making my way out of the crowd. I shrugged. What else am I supposed to do? Quit. This is obviously unfair, and everyone knows it. At the very least, you don't need to go all the way, especially if things get dangerous. The only thing I care about is that you're safe. You see, part of me gets that and appreciates it. But the other part? That part says fuck that. They're being unfair, and that's exactly why I need to double down. Amara was silent as we walked toward the training grounds. I needed some time at the range if I wanted to be sharp for these battles. Finally, she responded as we arrived. Fine then. I'm with you no matter what you do. So long as you live, we'll figure it out. Oh my. Never had a girl tell me that before. That's quite the level of trust. Well, it's my job to be by your side, even when things get risky and worrying. I stopped and turned around, looking her in the eye. Things were risky and worrying. I could sense a bit of her fear. There was now a much greater chance that I would either get hurt or accidentally kill someone. Even Maxwell had been telling me to play it safe and drop out. But here I was, doubling down instead. And Amara was sticking it out on the ship with me, treading dangerous waters by my side. She was choosing to believe in me, through thick and thin. Should she continue to do so, then my appreciation would know no bounds. I smiled at her. It's my job to prove you right. Don't worry, my dear. I'm staking my life on this. That's exactly what I don't want you to do. Anything less isn't enough. Now come on. You should learn how to handle my bullets. Now's a good time for you to practice. I brought her to the training grounds where the puppet master was waiting. From there, we were sent into our own private area where I got some target practice in. My final day of battle was just over the horizon. Chapter 121. Cooked. The finalized schedule came out after a day of training. The warlocks and knights would be going first, in traditional Magisterium tournament manner, each knight facing their respective warlock by placement in the first 3 spots. Fiden's petition passed through as well, so he would be facing Grace. Tana would move up a position in the matching and face the third-place warlock. If they won their battles, they technically would have the opportunity to face Amara, but they all knew how that would go. They would just forfeit if it came to that point. After they were done, I would be facing 6 people in total, and none of them would be my friends. 6 hand-picked individuals would be my opponents, and no doubt all of them would be hellbent on either thrashing or killing me. Thankfully, none of them could match my friends. After all, they weren't on the leaderboard. Pontek was still my biggest concern, especially now since I would be fighting him last after several other battles that would no doubt wear me down. Well, that was exactly why I was doubling down. Nothing less than my full effort would be required if I wanted a chance to win. There was too much stacked against me to hold back. However, I had just one card to rely on. Amara still had to battle Pontek, and I could count on her to wear him down for me. Hell, if she could win, then I'd forfeit and let her have the champion title. But, from her own words, she didn't believe she could. I hadn't thought much about what the clash between Amara and Pontek would look like, but I wasn't optimistic. Pontek was freakishly talented. My training sessions with a mimicry had made that clear. And I couldn't even hate him, unlike most of my other adversaries. He was a pretty decent person from what I'd been told, and I couldn't rely on anecdotal evidence to disprove it. I had never actually interacted with the man. But saying that he was obsessed with the art of the blade was a good way to describe him. It seemed the Goliard family in which he was raised had been rising in prestige recently, and Pontek was supposed to be some prodigy that would bring them up another level. How true it all was I didn't know. But nevertheless, he was skilled, and Amara hadn't been enlightened for long. She still had a lot of learning to do regarding some of the more advanced spell formations while integrating what scientific knowledge I could provide her. That took time. Technically, she was a full step ahead of Pontek in regard to power. She was enlightened, and he had yet to be. But unlike knights, who received an immediate boost in power, warlocks didn't. So in practice, they should be pretty even. I would be rooting for her, and I knew she would do her best. But whether she would come out on top was something I couldn't say for certain. I just didn't know enough about Pontek. Either way, I was in for some ball-busting work. And I would have quite the audience. For one, Plex left me a message saying that he would be watching, which meant the others from Divine Distribution would too. I even got a message from Patriarch Tavera telling me he would be attending. I didn't realize he had the time, but the situation in the black market must have been in his favor if he could leisurely spend the day watching me. Included alongside them were Vetsman's parents and Amara's friend Shadowbane. Her parents would also be there. It seemed I would need to put on a performance. With all these thoughts and expectations swirling about in my head, the morning of the battles came. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you all the debut battle for the day, 3rd place Knight Tana Chiron against 3rd place Warlock Alfred Hollick. The stadium burst out into cheers, tens of thousands of people filling the stands to the brim and thousands more within the building watching. There were even projectors above the stadium displaying the battles high in the sky for the denizens of the city outside to watch. These were the most impressive battles the Magisterium could present. All cities needed communal entertainment, and these great demonstrations of power by the students served well to both excite the masses as well as display the might of the kingdom's future. All eyes in the capital were on the event. It was almost like a holiday. Tana moved into the arena for her battle, her face calm as she faced her opponent. She had made it through fighting, given it her all, and left him so battered he couldn't even show up for his next battle. She was proud of herself, and in hindsight, substantially grateful to John for pushing her to fight. And she could now face her opponent with confidence. Because, no matter what, even if she lost, she would be the 6th strongest individual within the Magisterium, with the proof to match. 7th if she counted Vetmon, which she did. Still, she was in the top 10, and that was worth all the pain she faced. She glanced at her parents in the stands before her battle started. Once the referee's hand dropped, she dashed forward and started her all-out assault. Alfred was proficient in fire, so she couldn't kite him. Her only chance was an unrelenting head-on attack. Scorching hot air blasted over her head, singeing a few hairs as she ducked down low. Her aura had accurately reacted in time to inform her of the threat, letting her get close enough to strike out with her sword. Turns out, she had been too worried. Alfred had some mobility, afforded to him by a partial air affinity, but it wasn't enough to escape her. Even as the arena was flooded with flames over the course of their battle, she could simply use her vigor to tough out the damage and readjust. She may not have had the power to beat him with brute force, but with her aura, she was able to harass him without rest, constantly cracking his barrier and forcing him to spend energy to repair it instead of casting spells or recovering. After 5 minutes of the futile game of cat and mouse, Tana, wreathed in flames, stood up from her landing stance, and Alfred lay crumpled outside the arena from one of her kicks. The winner is Tana Chiron. The audience exploded as the smoke and flames dissipated. Tana had scorch marks all over her armor and skin, 3rd-degree burns scattered across exposed skin, and her hair was a charred and tattered mess. But all that would heal within the day. Such power was the envy of summoners and warlocks alike. The field was cleared, and the next contestants came onto the field. Fighten Desmus versus Grace Jessie. Fighten was fast, but Grace couldn't actually display her full power against Amara. Not many in the audience knew what she was capable of. They only knew that she had a perfect water affinity and a working air affinity. Against that, Fighten could work rather well. Nobody could use mobility against Fighten. That was his thing. Instead, as soon as the battle started, Grace could only try to suppress him with water while using air to keep the distance. At first, Fighten couldn't go anywhere. Everywhere he went, he found unsteady footing as the earth underneath him turned swampy, and constant currents battered him to and fro. All that weight couldn't be shrugged off or dodged easily, so he was forced into a more passive stance. But it was clear that once she tried doing any significant damage, she would fail to contain him. Shifting away from suppression would open a window of opportunity, and Fighten knew well to take advantage of it. That was her first and only mistake. The instant she let up, trying to end the battle early, and Fighten sensed her intentions with his aura, he dove in and closed the distance before she could even react. One barrier splintered into innumerable shards before a second one was hastily erected in its place. That too was pierced and turned to glitter as yet another glimmered to life. This one, however, was the end of it. Grace's surprisingly fast reactions couldn't keep up with Fighten's speed, and she was beaten senseless and forced to surrender. Of course, Fighten was dead tired by the end, but not a speck of blood was on him or his armor. He made the fight look easy as he stood tall, concealing labored breaths underneath his mask. In a large suite containing several high nobles, Teleria sat with the Raven Chief Ironheart alongside their spouses and children. Ironheart smiled at Telexia. I hear your daughter has had a particularly excellent performance in the tournament. Is she enlightened? She is, somewhat recently. Amazing. I've only heard of rumors and tales about prodigies who enlighten at such an age. I never thought I'd know one myself. She was only an advancement past her perfect affinity. I think she will win this battle. I would normally agree, but she hasn't had much time to fulfill her newfound potential. I still have much to teach her, which will only happen when she enters the military. Understandable. I congratulate you. You've raised an amazing girl. Thank you. Telexia nodded, but wasn't necessarily smiling. She often forgot, but it wasn't supposedly Amara's own talent that let her enlighten at such an age. She continued to insist that John was the reason, and Telexia was starting to believe that more and more as she had time to think. She was learning spells and techniques by herself, many of which were quite advanced, but nothing appropriate for her current level. She had seen the spells personally and knew that she wouldn't learn such things until she was well within the military, even if enlightened. It wasn't anything she hadn't seen before, but it was clear that John was feeding her some advanced information. It seemed his knowledge was as good as she said. That, or he had gotten the spell formations from elsewhere. She couldn't be sure. His background meant that he could get his hands on things inaccessible to most. Regardless, she was focused on how this battle with Pontek would go. There was a lot going on politically, and this would be the first time she would see her daughter go all out. Soon enough, she could see Amara. Unshockingly, she was with John. It seemed he was still busy telling her something. Interestingly, she just shook her head when her name was called and walked up the arena without looking back at him. They didn't even kiss. It seemed they had a disagreement. About what? She couldn't guess. Before long, the battle started. A gust of wind cradled Amara's body, darting her beyond Pontek's reach as he drew his long sword and lunged forward. His speed was almost as blinding as Fighten's, perhaps just barely slower. To Amara's comparatively lethargic gusts, there was no practical difference. But he wouldn't be able to beat her with just speed. Amara was smart and had prepared for this battle with John's help. She also had some cards up her own sleeve. She lifted her hand alongside her staff. From her open palm came a burst of flame, and from the staff came a raging tornado. With a wave, the tornado was sent forth, Pontek slowing his pursuit in wariness. Then, everyone's eyes widened as the flame above Amara's palm shot forward in a stream and fed into the tornado, creating a cyclone of flame. And it continued to grow even as it pursued Pontek. Teleria leaned forward, curious, sensing the mana being used, noticing how it was being almost entirely driven by the air magic. Amara maintained her control of the superheated whirlwind as it grew from a tall tornado to a low and flat hurricane. Pontek tried to dodge, but it grew so fast and with such intensity that he could do nothing but be enveloped. He no doubt thought his vigor would be enough to carry him through it. But he failed to account for Amara's creativity and paid for it when a barrage of air blades tore through the swirling flames. Some were attacks, wearing Pontek down and exposing the white-hot flames enveloping his defensive stance. Others only sped up the fire, making it burn hotter and brighter. However, Amara's inexperience proved her downfall. Her crude efforts at combining the two spells, coupled with an incomplete affinity for the fire element, had her try to grow the scale too fast. Her stream of fire mana flickered as she lost concentration while trying to compensate for an overeager blast of air, and whatever was in the conflagration rapidly disappeared as it oxidized. The Firearms scattered into various embers as her spells suffered a catastrophic collapse, their effects dissipating as fast as they grew. The smoke puffed aside, revealing Pontek darting straight for Amara, almost completely unscathed within his scorched armor. She was already dodging by that time, though, relying on the rapidity of her sudden bursts of wind to avoid his momentum and keep distance. In fact, her proficiency made it seem like she was baiting him, keeping close enough to ensure consistent effort from Pontek, but far enough to not get hit. Volleys of pressurized air bombs and invisible blades laced Pontek's body as Amara resorted back to what she was good at, leaving cuts and angry purple bruises scattered across his flesh. He had emerged from the vortex with nearly no injuries, but not because of his raw strength. He had instead expended vigor to keep himself whole, and the intensity of the flames no doubt consumed prodigious amounts of it in his attempts to keep himself from incineration. Now, he didn't have so much. Of course, Amara was also running through her mana, even if at a better than equal rate. Now he was receiving wounds that bled out energy every second. His vigor would decrease even faster as the injuries tried to heal. Some blood soaked his pants and shirt as the minutes passed. His armor was dented and any gaps in it received air blades whenever possible. Pontek was still throwing his weight though, and occasional dashes and bursts of energy kept Amara on her toes and spending more mana than she would like. Some particularly close calls made the audience gasp in anticipation and anxiety. But she could keep her distance. That was a warlock's specialty, and with an enlightened air affinity, Amara was perfectly suited for mobility. But Amara's one-sided peppering couldn't continue forever. Pontek would win in the Magicka race. He still had his sword to rely on, while Amara needed mana for all her attacks. 15 minutes in, both contestants growing more and more tired by the second, Amara decided to try for a decisive move. She clenched her teeth, and suddenly, her barrier dissolved into particles of mana. She stopped dead in her tracks, prompting Pontek to halt dead in his tracks and drop into a defensive stance, wary of a firestorm or volley of attacks, his aura screaming danger. However, the next spell formation she cast didn't release a blade of wind or a tongue of fire. Instead, the surrounding air suddenly expanded. Pontek's eyes widened, recognizing the new threat but unable to comprehend what was quite going on. Talexia and several other high-profile spectators followed, more understanding of the principles of the spell, but surprised by its caster. A vacuum domain, Amara as its epicenter, enveloped the two contestants. Pontek's body suddenly glowed as his vigor expenditure became visible. But that only lasted for several seconds before his wounds exploded, blood shooting out of them like a river. The vacuum exerted a siphoning force across Pontek's entire body. Every fluid in his body was trying to escape through any opening possible. In any other circumstance, he'd be able to fend such things off merely with the strength of his body. But not only was the attack completely novel and unexpected, he was almost entirely drained of energy. It took most of what he had just to keep his eyes from popping out of their sockets. However, that seemed to kick in his fight or flight response, and suddenly, his blade glowed. Everyone's eyes widened further as he let out a slash, a blade of vigor projecting from the blade and flying toward Amara with blinding speed. She shuddered before an explosion of wind threw her body to the side, the vacuum collapsing and sending a shockwave through the arena. It took even more energy to protect herself from the resulting pressure of her own design, and that seemed to be the last straw. Pontek took the opportunity, his body emaciated, and dashed over to her. Before she could even raise her trembling hand, his sword was placed against her chest. Everything froze, and the judge announced, "The winner of this battle is Pontek Goliard." The crowd exploded with cheers, yet the people who really knew what happened were silent. The Raven Chief glanced at Talexia. "You sure you haven't started teaching her?" She didn't respond, but her frown made the answer clear. John ran up the arena, Pontek backing off a step before outright collapsing. Of course, Amara wasn't much better. She couldn't even hold herself up as her eyes fogged over. John picked her up as the audience watched. Amara hadn't won, but she had given John a much higher chance of winning. "Are you sure you want to do this? I've seen your opponents. They're being outfitted with some strong gear. We both know the answer to that. John pulled back the bolt on his assault rifle with a click, checking the bullet for the umpteenth time before letting it slide back forward. Maxwell watched him, silent. He didn't sense any anger from John's emotions. In fact, he didn't sense much at all. It was almost like his mind was blank, or simply so focused on the upcoming task that he didn't have space for anything else, not even his own emotions. Of course, John wasn't mad about the battle. In fact, he enjoyed the show. He had never known his girlfriend was capable of such things, and she surprised even him with how she utilized his ideas. But now was the time for business. Amara had lost, so everything hinged on him now. He would be walking into a lion's den. He could already feel the killer gazes on him while outside. There were people who wanted him dead, and it was good that tens of thousands of people were there, as well as some strong allies. Some of those in the crowd hardly concealed their murderous intent and would be acting on it if not for the witnesses. No, they had to send somebody else, like a conveniently hand-picked knight or warlock who would do their best to follow their orders and kill him. This tournament was now nothing more than a killing floor, the arena their cage. And John was walking right into it. Many eyes were on the arena, powerful ones with vested interests among them. Maxwell knew that better than John himself, he himself was one. But the numerous eyes were the only reason he wasn't grabbing the kid and dragging him out of the city. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the final battles of the day. Please welcome John Cooper, a cold summoner who will be contending against the best of the warlocks and knights the Magisterium has to offer. Sir Cooper sits at the top of the elite rankings alongside the rest of his elite squad, but that only tells of his prowess with the scourge. Will he be able to prove himself capable of matching up against the best of his peers? We shall see as he faces his first opponent, the 8th place knight Raven Ditton. The judge continued with Raven's introduction as he walked up the arena in a thick suit of armor. Maxwell pulled John aside for a last bit of advice before he stepped on the field proper. Stay safe. Just get my girlfriend awake. I wouldn't want her to miss such a spectacular show. Tisk, there's that arrogance. Maxwell sighed and walked off as John arrived in the arena. He faced Raven as an item appeared in his hand, his coat closed up and boots tied in preparation. His fingerless glove shifted as he stood there without an obvious weapon, his neutral face staring at Raven. His opponent spoke. I'm really glad I get to see you like this. I was beginning to think I'd never get the chance to tear out your disgusting tongue. And I'm regretting not bringing some olive oil. What? Raven looked at John like he was stupid. At the same time, John lifted the item in his hand. He pulled the gas mask over his head. Its shape and glass eye sockets, along with the metal canister sitting in front of his mouth, gave him an almost inhuman look. A muffled voice came out, one barely distinguishable if not for a knight's improved senses. Your cooked flesh would taste better deep-fried than pan-seared. Battle start. The judge's hand went down, Raven taking a second to assess what John said before shaking his head and running forward. John placed his hands in front of him, and a pair of large cylindrical containers appeared on his back, connected by a hose to some metal amalgamation he held. Raven could swear he saw John smirking underneath the mask. Have a taste of German engineering. He pulled the trigger. A long line of sticky flames quickly enveloped the running Raven, much like Amara's firestorm. But unlike the mana-fueled fire, this burned on tar and gas at nearly 2,000 degrees. Raven, with no means to extinguish it, was left at the tender mercies of the psycho-enhanced inferno. And the mixture within those tanks didn't include any mercy. As expected, the man halted in his tracks and started flailing about. At first he was silent, his vigor still holding, letting him try to bat out the flames. But eventually, some cries started to leak out. John didn't bother to keep a steady stream on him, but occasionally added some bursts to sustain the sticky napalm. He even walked closer, circling, dousing him with more fuel that streamed into the gaps in his armor. The heavy armor, thought to be protection against the weapons John had previously demonstrated, turned into an oven that cooked him alive. Black smoke rose from his body as cries turned to screams and echoed through the arena. The audience, once enthusiastic to witness a unique fight, fell silent. John finally dropped the hose after letting loose for 2 minutes, letting the hose and backpack return to their dimension. There was an inhuman chuckle from underneath the mask. What's this? Come on, little boy. Come rip my tongue out. Or is the melting skin keeping you occupied? Maybe it's the warm metal against your flesh? I can certainly smell it. Could use some seasoning. Raven continued to scream as John stepped right to the edge of the puddle of fire pooling underneath his body. After another agonizing few seconds, what remaining fuel had been expended and the flames went out. Of course, Raven's whimpers didn't stop with them. The red-hot metal armor continued to cook his skin long after the flames died out. Finally, once the body at his feet fell quiet, John, comparatively gently, tapped his boot on the charred chest plate. I think I won this battle. You go back and tell them that they'll have to do better than sending some pathetic sack of shit to come face me. Otherwise, all of you will need some skin grafts by the time I'm through. Honestly, it must suck being so tough right now. Fucking knights. The arena was left in complete silence as John turned and started walking away. The judge, deadpan, raised his arm. The winner of this battle is John Cooper. The next battle will be in 10 minutes. TSK? Only 10 minutes? Not even enough for a nap. His laughter echoed throughout a silent stadium. That was quite surprising. Maxwell muttered as John passed by him. Well, I've got more where that came from. You're in for quite the show. He still didn't feel much from John's emotions, except for a hint of psychotic joy. There was definitely something wrong in the head with him. He could cook a man alive and have fun doing it. Even Maxwell was a bit put off by those desperate screams. Even now, Raven was being sent back to the medical rooms. Even for a night, having your skin melted and scorched like that wouldn't end with some simple recovery. There would be extensive scarring that could take years to properly reshape into anything resembling his previous looks. To say nothing of the experience of being burned alive. John was right. It must suck being so resilient. That much Maxwell could agree with. Chapter 122, Dominance. Is there anything else I should be prepared for? Any more surprises like that? Fire magic? That wasn't magic. And yes, I suppose I should discuss something with you. Later, though, the puppet master had come to see me in my exclusive staging room. Amara was still in the medical room recovering, unfortunately unable to come and see my match. I, meanwhile, was still perfectly fine, having not actually expended much psycho while burning Raven. Cooking my enemies with fire wasn't of particular concern. I proved it would work and knights could just tough out the flames. I was more worried about the effects of my other weapons. World War I and II was a time of extensive weapons engineering in all sectors. Plenty of weapon types diverged from the standard, launch rock very fast type of weapon I was most familiar with. I wasn't sure if they would accidentally kill a knight or not, to say nothing of a warlock's fragility. Those weapons could come later, when I was in a pinch. I would rely on conventional firearms for now. The puppet master sighed. Raven's armor wasn't suited to handle what you threw at him given the existing record on your arsenal. You got lucky this time, but now that they know, they won't make the same mistake. Every knight and warlock will be prepared for your fire. Obviously. I was thinking about saving it for later, but I was curious how effective it'd be. Turns out, it's just as good as everything else in my arsenal. Yes, it was quite shockingly effective. The attack is entirely physical, so magic-oriented defenses are nearly useless. The synergy is almost too good. Raven crumbled despite being on the tougher end of Authority 6. Whatever dimension, whatever world, that continues to feed you those weapons was obviously extremely good at making them. I can't imagine the kind of place it was. Yeah, it's a real head-scratcher. My lips contorted into a half-grimace, half-smirk. If only I could show him how much worse it could get. The wars themselves, although horrifying in terms of sheer scale, paled in comparison to the mere concepts behind the weapons they necessitated. The arms of this world were optimized for the Scourge Beast. They could be used against man in a pinch, but were primarily designed around eliminating the ever-present existential threat. Nobody even considered creating weaponry to facilitate killing another person with the greatest efficiency. In this world, battles between humans were one-on-one, the scarcity of the magus limiting the number of combatants who fought. Now, I, with the technological prowess of my home and the psyche of another world, could focus their great destructive power against the barrier of magic. And when that barrier collapsed, the recipient would taste a hint of the horror dispensed upon every other earthling in history who had to face them. I had to admit, I was having some fun. It was even more satisfying to be kicking the asses of the goons they were sending to try and kill me. It was all legitimate self-defense. There was no remorse to be felt. I was letting them off generously with just some wounds. There were still 4 more ahead of me before Pontek, though. 3 warlocks and 1 more knight. I could have all the fun I wanted, but I still needed to be efficient. I had to incapacitate all of them while preserving enough energy to win the final battle. It had to be done, but it would be difficult. I looked over to Maxwell. Would you happen to have anything that can give me psyche if I need it? I would. It comes with backlash, however. Anything permanent? No. Then I don't care. I may be coming to you later. I never agreed. He offered his refusal to my back. It was time for the next battle. The warlock whom I walked to was geared in thick robes and a hood. I didn't know their name and didn't care to listen to it as it was announced. They would be gone before long anyway. I equipped my hood and pulled up my gloves, getting comfortable before the judge's hand went down. The Browning A5 for shells in the tube appeared in my hands. I chambered a shell and slipped another in before shouldering it in preparation for the spell formations popping up before the warlock. A barrage of fireballs flew toward me. I simply emptied the tube into the oncoming spells, balls of flame dispersing as their integral formation was torn to shreds. The opposing mage froze. One paused in the midst of another formation. In that time, I dropped the shotgun and swapped to my STG, letting off a burst at the warlock. The bullets were minimally empowered when they collided with the barrier and didn't even make it ripple. I continuously poured Psycha into them until I noticed reactions. The last few rounds in the magazine were charged full of Psycha, 3 of them outright shattering the barrier and catching the warlock off guard. That's when I took out the M1 Garand, lining up a quick shot that went through his shin, shattering his tibia. His scream rang in the silence between gunshots. That shot was fully empowered as well, so although the robes had some defensive measures, they folded like paper before the projectile. Right after that, the barrier came back up, but its formation was unsteady and its surface disturbed. I emptied another magazine into it for good measure before putting a few more holes into the warlock's legs. When he couldn't stand, I lowered my gun and turned to the judge. The judge glanced between me and my opponent, not immediately calling the battle even though it was pretty obvious I had won. It didn't matter though. I just stood there as the warlock continued to suffer, his blood pooling under his shattered legs. Still, it took almost 2 minutes for the judge to call it. The winner is John Cooper. Next battle will be in 5 minutes. Seriously. I stared at the judge for a second, the man turning away from me. I rolled my eyes. This was just what he was being told to do. So I simply stayed on the arena, watching the warlock get carried off and the next step on. 2 warlocks back to back. Seemed they were doing their best to put me in a difficult position. My eyes narrowed as the judge's hand moved, my code activating when it was only halfway down. Time slowed, and as soon as the battle officially started, I brought out my M1 Garand with the fastest speed I could muster. It appeared as my arms raised, settling into an aiming position before the judge's hand even retracted. And it wasn't even a second and a half before I had her in my sights. I saw the spell formation for her barrier glimmer around her. It wasn't formed yet, and I was a full step ahead. I fired, an unempowered bullet tearing straight through her shin just like the last warlock. She buckled involuntarily, the pain barely registering in her mind before I fired again, another bullet going through her arm and tearing a chunk of flesh off it as she collapsed to the floor. Her grip staff released, falling to the ground and all spell formations flickering out of existence. Like that, my time dilation ceased, everything around me speeding up, her screams entering my ears. I walked over, glancing at the judge who didn't want to call the battle. It had barely been 7 seconds, and she was already finished. So I simply approached her, silence reigning as she grunted and glared up at me. I looked down at her, and then suddenly saw a few spell formations flicker around her hands. To that, I brought my leg back and sent a swift kick across her jaw, knocking her dizzy, the spells flickering away. Then, I reached down and grabbed the back of her throat, my arm flexing as I lifted her up off the floor. She hung above the ground as I faced her toward the judge. And then a knife appeared in my hand. Guns weren't all there was in those dimensions, so I brought out a trench knife in my other hand, putting the blade against her jugular. Call the match, dumbass. I'm sure her parents don't like seeing her like this, and it'll be your fault that she continues to suffer. Everyone watched as the girl continued to choke and sob, blood streaming down her arm and leg, her face swelling up from my kick. It was obvious who won, and now it was obvious that the judge was hesitant to declare the obvious. Finally, he raised his arm. The winner is John Cooper. Next battle is in 30 minutes. Finally, I dropped the girl and turned, healers running up on stage as I walked off. Maxwell muttered when I entered the staging room. You know why they're stalling? Yeah, because they want to give my enemies more time to try and wear me down. I can't just point a gun at them and expect to deliver the same message of dominance as if I were holding a knife. That. And they want Pontac to have more time to rest. The puppet master told me his status. He lost a significant amount of blood, and they're feeding him a bunch of medicine. He'll recover a noticeable amount within the next few hours, but at the very least, he shouldn't be 100%. You just need to preserve your energy and use the opportunity your girlfriend gave you. I will. How is she anyway? She's fine. She just ran through every ounce of mana she had. Given an hour, she'll be lucid enough to watch. Good. Focus on recovering. That means clearing your mind. Like meditation? Yes. Just relax. Sleeping if you're able would be good as well. I nodded, and right then, Maxwell spawned an entire couch. My brows raised. For me. No, for my dog. Hey, I'm not your dog. I didn't. Never mind. Just sit. He waved me off, making me chuckle as I plopped down on the couch. It was plush, it cradled my butt, and it smelled nice. I kicked my feet up and heard a scoff. Boots off my couch. Fine, fine. I rolled my eyes and slipped the boots off. Couldn't he just get it clean with some magic? This couch probably had a self-cleaning function anyway. After that, I got comfy and closed my eyes. With the control over my thoughts the spark gave me, it was fairly easy to blank out and doze off. However, I didn't have long. After 20 minutes of a power nap, I felt a sharp poking in my mind. Get up. Next battle is here. I yawned and climbed off the couch, slipping my boots back on and heading out the door. My yawns were incessant as I stepped onto the arena. The next opponent was a knight, a girl a head shorter than me. This girl was the top knight before Pontek arrived. Her name was Kevela, and she wore armor that was particularly intricate. She wielded a spear, but interestingly, also had a whip coiled around her waist. I noticed the bladed tassel on the end. Worse than all that, though, was how threatening she felt. I was quick to sober up when I felt her snake-like gaze on me. And perhaps another detail I was curious about was how I couldn't remember her name from the elite leaderboard. I remembered them all, courtesy of my enhanced memory, and she wasn't there. Which meant she wasn't good enough to be on it. Or the more likely explanation, she didn't care to compete for a position. Perhaps she just never went on the expeditions, training on her own in whatever way her family insisted. Regardless, she caused my neck to tingle, and not in the sexy way Amara did. I tilted my head. I've never seen you around before. Too good for the magisterium excursions. Something like that. I wouldn't be here if it weren't a special request, and I was curious. Man, they must want to kill me pretty bad if they're bringing you out. Just forewarning you, though, I'm not into the whipping or bondage stuff like that. Like what? You know. Spanky spanky. I made some whipping motions and sound effects, getting confused silence in response. The judge's hand slammed down. Battle start. I had a girl convince me to try it without realizing that she wanted to tie me to the bed. It took spanking her ass red to finally get her to dash. Shut up. She charged at me, making me laugh a bit as my hood wrapped over my head. This time, I didn't bring out a flamethrower. It would be useless. I could sense the mana around her armor. It probably wouldn't even make her sweat. So I took out a Lewis gun and started unloading. The pan atop the gun chugged along with mechanical clicking to match the blasts coming out the front. Kevela faced a storm of lead. However, some of the bullets actually ricocheted off her armor, while most didn't do any noticeable damage. They were moderately empowered, so it was surprising. I started kiting as she continued forward. She wasn't incredibly fast, unlike Fightin', so it was pretty easy to keep my distance with the pressure of my machine gun. However, eventually the pan went dry, and she took the opportunity to charge forward. An STG appeared in my hands the next moment, fully empowered shots emptying into her chest. This time, I saw sparks fly as they managed to pierce the metal. However, the effect seemed minimal. They probably couldn't break much further past her skin. She completely disregarded them and stabbed out with her spear. My aura screamed at me. I made a split-second decision and spread. A clone appeared, taking my place as I ducked out of the way. We both barely dodged before sprinting off in different directions. She looked between us for a few seconds, not able to decide. And then, she shot toward the wrong me. I kept my face neutral even though I wanted to laugh. My clone continued to run as I took out my M1 Garand. My eyes zoomed in through the iron sights, finding a gap between the helmet and collar piece of Kevela's armor. And I stuffed my gun so full of Psycha that she actually turned around toward me. I fired before she could respond. The gun slammed back with more force than usual and blood bloomed from her collar as it pierced through the leather underneath her armor and into her flesh. She staggered for a second before suddenly dropping the spear and grabbing her whip. I watched as it flicked about with her arm, emptying my clip but not hitting any more significant shots. She finally stopped having me wait and beat the whip toward me like a bullet. I created another clone, sidestepping a bit and letting the tip crack past me. It snapped right where my body was, the bladed tassels letting off a sound no less explosive than my bullets. There was even a shockwave. I would get turned to paste if I let that hit me. Although I still presented a facade of calmness, my mind worked overtime to come up with alternative strategies. My psycho would only go down the longer this continued, but she still couldn't pressure me much. It turned into an almost comical bout of target practice, her shots whipping not but air or the occasional clone. It went on for a minute or so. I thought I could sustain my current situation since she couldn't seem to hit me. I thought wrong. She shot forward and slashed her whip horizontally, the whip's length striking my shoulder and beginning to wrap around me. Time dilation and my crown's agility saved me, letting me duck under the path of the strike and have it slide off me just before it could wrap me up completely. In my moment of distraction, however, Kalava closed the distance. I generated another clone, but luck was not on my side today, and she came after me. The clone disappeared as I devoted the entirety of aura and spark to dodging and analyzing her patterns. This was a worst-case scenario. She slipped out a pair of knives from her sleeves and tried to slash at me. Occasionally, one of my clones would distract her long enough to get me some breathing room, but it was clear that I wasn't getting away. Even pulling out a machine gun didn't deter her. She still came at me like nothing could hurt her. Gradually, her threat started to grow. I had to do something now before I got overwhelmed. I donned another gas mask, different from the one I used with the flamethrower, and dropped a grenade loaded with Psyche a little behind me just as she lunged. She managed an incredible vigorated feat of agility, twisting out of the way of the grenade and jumping to the side as it exploded. The shockwave washed over me, but I landed unharmed as the code absorbed the majority of the energy. It shocked Kevala too. She landed several meters away and righted herself. We looked at each other. I pulled out another canister. I sighed, tightening up my coat a bit. Let's see how this works. At the very least, you'll be sorry you ever fought me. I pulled a tab and threw the canister between the two of us. She naturally backed away as yellow vapor started spewing from the canister. I tossed a few more in her direction, saturating the entire area with one of the most feared chemical weapons in Earth's history. Mustard gas is quite the fitting name, isn't it? Although I don't think you guys have mustard here. What is? Kevala rushed around, but was eventually enveloped. I also continued to shoot her in order to keep her away, and I suppose she decided to test her luck inside the gas cloud to try and get to me. That turned out to be her biggest mistake. I backed away to a corner of the arena where the gas hadn't spread, staying as far away from it as I could. Between bursts of fire, I could hear whimpers and muffled cries sounded from the gas cloud. The gas was contained by the invisible protective barrier around the arena, so she had nowhere to go to escape it. Unless she wanted to lose, of course. I watched her faintly through the gas as she scrambled around, even bringing out some water and dousing herself with it, all while trying to protect herself from my barrage. Of course, nothing worked. I stopped shooting, and after a few screams, my brows raised. Seemed the gas was incredibly effective. From what I knew, mustard gas didn't work immediately. It took a while for the effects to kick in and really cause some damage. It also seeped into everything it touched, adding to the fear factor. I knew that my psyche made my summons better. They made my shots sharper so they could pierce and destroy barriers and knights, and it also made flames more effective, otherwise my flamethrower would have been useless against Raven. Now, it seemed it was making this gas more effective as well. Maybe not more potent, but definitely faster acting. It burned Kevala's skin, and whatever got into her lungs was no doubt wreaking havoc as well. I realized it was even worse than I expected when she threw herself off the arena, ripping off her helmet and armor. After that, I saw her bare arms, completely red with yellow blisters already forming. She looked like she was choking on her own throat before vomiting and coughing, streams of tears going down her twisted, agonized face. At the very least, she was still breathing for now. I suddenly looked at the judge, getting a bit worried at how well the stuff was working. I also wanted to get the hell away from the vapor that gradually started to settle in my direction. Hey, call the match. She ran off the arena. The winner is John Cooper. Good. Puppet Master. I called and ran off the arena, escaping the gas as the Puppet Master appeared by my side. What did you do now? She'll probably be fine. It's a poison that causes blisters and irritation. Do you have an antidote? Of course not. You guys can treat poisons, right? Besides, she's a knight. It won't be as horrible as it would with a normal person. Also, if you can, I would try to contain all that gas in the arena. If you disperse it, some spectators might get affected. It likes to linger. My God, what the hell did you leave me with? He sighed as I walked off. It was no longer my issue so long as Kevala wasn't weaker than she looked. I walked back to my private room as the Puppet Master started to gather warlocks to contain the gas. Maxwell looked me dead in the eye. What the hell was that? A poison gas. Not as deadly as it is extremely painful and terrifying. I saw you staying away from it. I've never seen someone so afraid of their own weapon. You've also never seen a weapon like that. You don't know what it's capable of. I do. I'd say it's a war crime in a can, but hey, nothing's a war crime the first time. Either way, I respect the weapons I use. I know that all of them could kill me even easier than they do anything else. That's not fear. He nodded as I sat down. After some silence, I smiled. Looks like it was quite effective. I just can't use that one against Pontek now. I would end up hurting myself. A mask might protect my lungs, but not my skin. Do you have another card like that to play? No, nothing so exotic. I'm preserving my energy, like you said. Now, I only need to face one more warlock before fighting Pontek. If you let that battle drag, you may be screwed. So I'll start by going all out. A blitzkrieg, as we call it where I'm from. Maybe the shock and all will give me the edge I need. I rubbed my chin while laying down to take another nap. Wake me when it's time. I heard a hum before closing my eyes, falling into a state of half-sleep. It was almost time for the finale. Chapter 123, Noose. Amara's eyes fluttered open, her head, body, and chest throbbing from the exertion of her mana core. Talexia was right beside her bed when she looked over, sitting there and observing her. How are you feeling? Like shit. You really are speaking more and more like your boyfriend. The Duchess just rolled her eyes. This wasn't really the time to bother with her language. Amara sat up a bit, taking a second to rub her eyes before asking. How's John? He's fought 4 of his battles. He's about to face one more warlock before he fights Pontek. How's he handling it? Almost too well, if I'm being honest. Here, take a look. The Duchess brought up an orb, projecting a video of the recent battles. 3 things caught Amara's attention. John's flamethrower and the gas were the first 2. He looks more like a warlock than a summoner. Amara knew the sticky flames John spread operated differently from her own flames and was very curious about the poison gas. Recalling when he told her about such things a few days ago, she never imagined this was what they would look like in action. They probably had something to do with the so-called chemistry he talked about occasionally. The third thing was the brutality. The orb also recorded sound. Before the first round began, Amara had predicted Raven would throw some insults at John but was still disappointed when he lived up to her expectations. She would soon forget about all that, however, when Raven's screams started echoing through the room, burning him alive. Amara shuddered. She couldn't imagine what he could be dealing with right now. Just the scarring would make him unrecognizable. Slightly better was the gas. At the very least, Kevala wasn't burning, although her blind flailing and desperate rolling did little to assuage Amara of the incredible pain she must have been in. And then there was the way John treated that girl. Kicking her across the face was bad enough, let alone picking her up by the throat, and all after giving her those wounds. But she understood why it had to be done. The judge was corrupt, stalling the battles. They knew John couldn't kill his opponents, so they wanted to try and force him into a corner by letting them have more time to try something, like the girl almost did. Thankfully, John could establish dominance pretty quickly, not to mention how parents would complain if their children were being hurt while the judge was stalling their treatment by not calling the battle. Carrion couldn't do whatever he liked before all those other nobles. So watching all the battles didn't take long, John making them quick. Talexia turned off the orb after the replay was finished. Amara stared at a wall, then commented, choosing to ignore the thoughts of his opponent's horrific pain and make a logical conclusion. He's doing well, but running through energy. He'll need to get through the next battle fast. That's what everybody is saying. And that's exactly why President Carrion is sending out an Earth Warlock. They'll wear him down. Earth? Huh. Amara pondered for a second before letting out a long breath. They still don't know how his weapons work. What makes you say that? A bunch of dirt can't stop the things he can throw out. You'll see. I need to get out there. You need to rest. I'll rest when my boyfriend walks off the arena safe and sound. Amara ignored her mother and crawled off the bed, making Talexia sigh and cast a spell. Amara suddenly felt incredibly light, making it much easier to walk out of the medical ward. They circled around to the staging area, heading to John's room and hearing an authoritative voice reading something from that direction. When they rounded the corner, they saw John standing in the doorway with a less than pleased expression, facing a short man with a large mustache. Decree of President Carrion, you will need to submit your coat and hood for inspection. The rules state that I don't give a shit what the rules say. You're not taking my coat. Then your only option is to forfeit the remaining battles or equip different and approved gear. Different and approved. How long is the approval process for new gear? Approval requires at least a day of processing and testing. Fucking bullshit. He scoffed before taking off his coat and hood, tossing them to Maxwell behind him. Since you guys want to play these games, then fine. I'll compete without gear. Unless you want to inspect my dick as well to make sure it's not some concealed weapon. You're a disgusting man. You should have thought of that before you fucked on over here and interrupted my nap, you short pile of hairy shit. Now fuck off before I rip off the rat off your face and shove it up your ass. He slammed the door, leaving the official too stunned to properly respond. Even Talexia was stunned by the language, looking down at Amara who scratched her head. He can get a bit irritated when he wakes up before he has to. I've learned not to wake him up unless absolutely necessary. Has he yelled at you like that before? No, not like that. I've been kicked once though. Kicked? He was asleep. Again, I just don't try to wake him up anymore. Sleep is important for him, and his internal clock is actually really good. That, and he sets alarms for everything. The Duchess nodded as Amara knocked, sidestepping the fuming official to gently push open the door. John snapped around, but his face softened when he saw it was them. Hey, how are you feeling? I'm fine. How's your energy? Around 75%. Pardon my French, but if those cocksuckers hadn't woken me up, it'd be a bit better. You're French? It's a turn of phrase. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay. John smiled and sat down while Amara walked over to the arm of the couch. So you can't wear your coat? Seems like it. More rules, more bullshit. If I want to stick it to them, then I just need to play along and win anyway. Or you can back out. Maxwell spoke up, catching their attention. It's too risky now. My only solace in this whole thing was the gear I gave you. It's the one thing that you could rely on to protect yourself. Now it's gone, and you're at an extreme risk of death if you so much as step foot on that arena. The risk outweighs the reward. You need to stop. John was silent, all of them watching him as he dived into deep thought. But it soon became clear that he had made his decision. No, I need to fight. I wasn't asking. Neither was I. Like I told Amara, this is exactly why I need to double down. This is the only way I can win against them. Winning against them doesn't matter. You need to focus on the future. Your potential is far more important than this tournament, your pride, or their thoughts. You're risking the capacity to revolutionize the summoner class. What is this tournament compared to that? It's a matter of principle. It may be, but right now, you're using that as an excuse to be stubborn. John went silent, eventually huffing. I don't like all of these valid points you're making. I'm not an easily convincible idiot. Now, are you going to be a rebellious child and continue, or will you do the smart thing and back out? We can use this next battle as a gauge. I agree that it's more dangerous, but it's also not like I've had to use my coat much at all so far. Besides, even with the coat, if I had to fight in close quarters with Pontek, it wouldn't help much. Yes, it would. You think that coat is only good for magical resistance? Impact mitigation and dispersal are its primary functions alongside dilation. I know exactly what a summoner needs, and you can easily wear that coat until you're in Authority 9. It's the only reliable protection you have, and, without it, you're one mistake away from certain death instead of 10. Man, you're not going to let me squeeze my way through, are you? John sighed, and then, they all heard a voice. John Cooper and Sally Vartone, to the arena. They looked between each other for a second before John stood. He didn't say anything as he walked out the door, Amara deciding to follow him and leave the Duchess and Maxwell alone together. She looked toward Maxwell, sensing his fuming anger. Children. Can't always reason with them. He's an adult. He should be acting like it. And he's ignoring the most obviously lopsided risk-reward ratio. It's asinine. It is. However, I would consider how angry he is too. My daughter has told me about what he's had to deal with, and this is his last chance to do something about it. From that perspective, I can understand his decision. Maxwell pinched his nose and decided to remain silent. He understood the Duchess' words all too well. It was true that he wasn't very involved in John's daily affairs, so he wasn't aware of how he usually felt. All he could sense was how he was doing whenever they met. This was the most he had normally interacted with John outside of teaching him, and it was when he was facing his greatest conflict yet with the Magisterium. John's mind was closed off. He was too focused to get an accurate read of his emotions besides the obvious temporary ones. That was an extraordinary feat to accomplish in front of Maxwell's aura and attunement to Psyche. The Duchess' assessment was most likely correct. John was pissed, and he had been working his ass off to do something about it. Initially, he had just been wanting to bypass the tournament and get out of the magisterium. But yet again, they forced his hand, and he had decided to make them pay for it. Dropping out would be giving them what they wanted, and he had enough of that. He wanted to prove a point, to spit in their face and glorify his name, the name they hated. It would be one last hurrah before going on a final excursion and leaving forever. It would take a lot more to get him to stop, especially when he had adequate power and wit at his disposal. After all, if he were any less accomplished, he wouldn't have survived up until now. Maxwell eventually sighed, walking out with the Duchess to the spectator stands. He would just have to sit back and watch. That was all he was allowed to do now. Amara gave John a quick kiss before he walked up the arena in nothing but a shirt, pants, and boots. He didn't have his coat or hood with him. Instead, he had a cigar in his mouth, puffing smoke occasionally. He stood across from Salivar Tone, his last warlock opponent. Salivar was dressed in actual armor, not unlike a knight, and wielded a heavy staff. He was a big man who seemed like a knight in a warlock's body, given the wrong crest at birth. He had a perfect earth affinity, adding to his durability, especially against someone like John who utilized ranged weapons. The judge's hand snapped down. Salivar cast his barrier before raising some walls around himself to protect against John's barrage of gunfire. Anything that made it through in the initial barrage was blocked by the armor. It was obviously of much higher quality than some flimsy ropes. Walls suddenly rose, boxing in the entire arena and blocking lines of sight. Amara's anxiety spiked as everything went quiet. A minute passed, only occasional gunfire reaching their ears. John wasn't shooting much, and only the rumbling sound of earth could be heard in between the shots. After another bout of silence, a shockwave rocked the arena. An enormous plume of dust rose above the walls, rippling from the force of the explosion as massive chunks of rock were sent flying into the air. The ground shook simultaneously, rattling the chests of the audience, the explosion painfully loud to their ears. And that was only the beginning. Explosive blasts were heard continuously after that, not from a mere gun, but from something much larger, much more potent. Some walls were outright toppled, knocking others over like dominoes. There were also other faint sounds from what seemed like a person, but they couldn't be heard over the lingering ringing in the ears. Most of the walls were reduced to heaps of rubble over the next 5 minutes until it all suddenly stopped. Silence reigned across the arena, the audience unwilling to even whisper. The judge couldn't see anything and didn't seem willing to call the battle even if he could. Unless absolutely necessary, they would give John's opponent enough time to do damage, wear him out, or kill him. But he soon didn't have a choice. Another explosion rang out as a section of the outer wall was scattered across the arena border. A little while later, John stepped over the rubble, dragging a body behind him. Salivar Tone was thrown out like a broken toy, missing an entire hand with armor dented or blackened, rolling down the rubble for all the audience to see. John stood at the top of the pile, his clothes caked in dust and blood. None of his injuries seemed serious. In fact, he was barely worse for wear, only appearing a bit more tired. He looked toward the judge, who had no choice but to call the match. The winner is John Cooper. Yet again, he received silence in response. He gazed across the audience and lifted his arms. Are you not entertained? Huh. I'm not even wearing any armor now. If President Carrion is going to insist on taking away a summoner's only lifeline, then I'll win this tournament without it. You. He suddenly pointed to the judge, who jumped a bit. When is the next battle? That is undetermined. Undetermined? Are you trying to give Pontek Goliard, the greatest knight of our generation, more time to rest? And yet here I am, fighting battles back to back? He's had hours. Bring him here. Bring me my final opponent so we can settle this tournament once and for all. Your audience needs to see the finale. Whoa. The crowd suddenly exploded in cheers as John walked down the arena. Then, their cheers turned into a chant. Pontek. 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 Pontek's name rang out throughout the stadium, the judge bringing up his aerial to speak to whoever was on the other side. John paced around while several warlocks rushed to clear out the arena. The walls were torn down and the floor was cleared and repaired, making it look brand new. Just as the crowd started to die down, a man appeared from the medical ward. It was Pontek, and he leaped up to the arena, making the crowd explode with cheers once more. John turned with a toothy grin and was about to walk over when Amara suddenly grabbed his arm. Are you sure about this? I don't know if Pontek is out to kill you. But, no matter what, none of this is worth it if you die. Just, please tell me you're confident. Her purple eyes looked up at his in worry. John could clearly feel her anxiety. He was injured during the last battle, to say nothing of his depleted energy. It couldn't have been easy, and he may not be running with anything more than half his reserves. But he only smiled, his dusty hand gracing her face. I'll be taking that title, my dear. Your boyfriend is about to become the crowned champion. Just give me a few minutes. I'll be done quick. She didn't respond as he just turned and left, walking up into the arena to meet Pontek. He looked fine with his armor on, only slightly weathered. But his face told a different story. He was still battered, his reserves low, and only barely recovered. Seems like the medicine didn't help him as much as they thought. He wasn't going into this with much better health than John. He held his helmet underneath his arm, and shockingly, spoke first. John Cooper, I've been told several things about you, and heard many more rumors. They're probably true. Doubtful. It seems we're both in a suboptimal state. You've been worn down, and I've only partially recovered from Lady Talaria's spells. I have maybe 40% of my vigor. I would estimate about the same for my Psyche. Perhaps a third left if I'm being more accurate. That jackass before you is difficult to get to. Understandable. Then it seems I only have a slight advantage. So long as I also go without the armor they gave me. With those words, Pontek suddenly tossed his helmet away, tearing off his armor alongside it before throwing it off the arena. John's brows raised. How fair. You know, we never got to talk in any capacity before. But I'm starting to think you're a pretty decent man. And I'm not so inclined to believe the slander I've heard about you. Unfortunately, there are good things waiting for me should I deal with you. A Marquis household can't afford everything, and I need to take all the rewards I can get. I'm sure you understand what that means for our battle. I do. But I can at least respect you despite that. Respect for your enemy. I don't hear that very often, because you all only fight mindless beasts. Now, with low reserves on both sides, this battle will go quickly. Let's just skip to the climax, shall we? A Lewis gun appeared in John's hand with those words, smoke puffing from his mouth one more time before he grabbed the short cigar and flicked it off the stage. Pontek unsheathed his sword in response, his blood-stained clothes shifting as he took his stance. For a while there was silence, until neither of them waited for the judge's signal and started themselves. Pontek took off in a dash as John's finger slammed down the trigger, explosions ringing out in rapid succession. Lead flew towards Pontek, fully empowered bullets only managing to put dents into his skin before mushrooming and falling aside like so many coins. His vigor formed a visible film above his skin, a mere fraction of the power that was coursing through his flesh. And those were just the bullets that managed to hit. He was fast and agile and unpredictable enough to throw off John's aim, much more effective at dodging than any of the challengers that came before him. It bought John time but hurt Pontek less. John ran as well, kiting him until the Pan magazine ran dry. Then, he switched to the STG, unloading a magazine as the distance was closed. Pontek's legs exploded as he shot himself toward John like the bullets coming his way, the tip of his sword snaking around the gun and straight toward John's chest. At that moment, John's eyes narrowed, a long breath escaping his mouth. With that breath came a dense white fog that pooled around their bodies, enveloping them, Pontek's aura tingling in alarm. And then another John appeared, one just as real as the original, breaking off his body. The two diverged on their own vectors. Pontek was thrown off for a split second, enough time for both Johns to break off a distance away. Pontek had been told that John used illusory techniques, but seeing it now in person wasn't something he could have prepared for. He spread his own aura, but had a hard time immediately differentiating the two within the fog as they ran away. He could only stand there, not willing to make the wrong decision. And then, he suddenly snapped toward John, the real John, whose brows raised. You're good. The other clone disappeared instantly, John having distanced himself several meters. It wasn't much, but it was something. In his hands now was a Browning A5 with slugs instead of the burst shot he used for spells. He started firing immediately, Pontek's pupils narrowing as he felt the threat. He retreated as one of the slugs impacted his body, shattering the thin film above his skin and burrowing into his muscles before the slug pancaked, leaving a huge gash behind it. Even after mustering all his power, he couldn't completely resist the slugs. He found it harrowing. Not even arrows carried such penetrative and devastating power behind each and every one, let alone in such rapid succession. On the other hand, however, John was feeling disgusted. He couldn't believe that Pontek was actually resisting fully empowered slugs with his bare body. At the very least, with each shot, Pontek's reserves fell drastically. Both of them were expending energy at unbelievable rates, but neither were about to back off. John let off 4 shells before stopping and reloading. That instant he stopped, though, Pontek shot forward, almost completely closing the distance with a single step. John barely even got 2 shells in by the time Pontek was in front of him. However, as if John predicted it, he pulled the trigger and let off another slug. Pontek only expected 2, correlating it with the amount of shells John slotted in. John backed off while firing, and as soon as the second shell had been fired, Pontek diverted energy into his legs and shot forward again. However, John was ready with one more shot, the slug firing off and tearing into Pontek's dominant arm. It tore through his tricep, making it fall limp for a second as Pontek reached out with his other arm. John tried to dodge, but he was too close, and Pontek was too committed. Pontek's fingers clawed downward, his fingernails making contact with John's chest and sliding down. His skin broke like paper underneath a knife, the nails tearing down his chest, gouging angry red channels into his flesh and carrying away what remained of the shirt. John, who was throwing himself backward, continued to do so with a long groan. He hit the ground and rolled, popping right back up to his feet and looking down to see him pouring blood. But he just smiled before jumping aside to dodge another oncoming strike. A clone appeared again, and although Pontek knew what to look for, he was getting too tired to do so quickly. It bought John valuable seconds as he just stood there, creating more distance. But he found the real John shortly, taking off again into another run to be met with the shotgun. A few more slugs were fired, but Pontek closed the distance too quickly. John was shockingly agile for a summoner, but nothing he could do would ever come close to the physical abilities of a knight. The only thing that was saving him was his predictive ability. Pontek, even with such an advanced aura, couldn't counter that. He didn't have enough time to learn the things that usually came with experience. He could only make do with what he had, though he wondered how John had gotten so good at fighting people. It definitely didn't come from fighting beasts. So after another round of chasing, Pontek finally broke out his best card. He dashed forward, and John got ready to fire another volley. But right before he pulled the trigger, his instinct screamed at him. That's when he suddenly felt something. Time dilation, not on the level of his coat, but good enough to work with his speed of thought and seemingly slow everything around him. It was his crown, the dilation ability he hadn't yet figured out how to activate at will. Pontek swung his sword in slow motion. It was so fast that he wouldn't be able to keep up with it normally, and from it, a diagonal blade of white vigor shot out toward him. It visibly sliced through the air as John contorted his body, shifting his torso and kicking his leg up so it wouldn't bisect him from the shoulder to the thigh. However, John soon realized that he would land flat on his back, and so, in preparation, he summoned an object into his hand. As time resumed, John felt the full force of his psyche expenditure hit him, the blade of vigor shooting right past him without so much as touching a single hair on his body. John's back slammed onto the floor, placing him into the most vulnerable position he could be in. Pontek dove forward at the opportunity. However, his eagerness to end the fight decisively led him to ignore the small object flying behind him. John smiled as the grenade disappeared behind Pontek, the pin twirling around his finger. With a bang, the grenade exploded, sending Pontek's body flying over John before his sword could reach him, his backside bloodied and heavily injured. John hadn't come out completely unscathed either, though. He winced and looked down to find a hole in his leg and another through his forearm. There was probably a broken bone somewhere in there, but he couldn't mind that right now. He slowly climbed up, his injury screaming at him. The cut down his chest, yet another fingernail injury, seemed to burn under the lingering power of Pontek's vigor. But that wasn't half as bad as the grenade shrapnel that caused his limbs to bleed profusely. Once he was on his feet, he turned toward Pontek. He was also climbing to his feet, several holes through his back, no doubt plenty of broken bones and hurt organs. It was far worse than what John was dealing with. But he was a knight. His wounds weren't even bleeding, at least not visibly, which was freakish enough. John laughed a bit. Now it's a fight. How much vigor you got? I'm about out of psyche. Yeah. Pontek spit out some blood with that minimal response. He was no doubt in a world of pain, his eyes almost out of focus and his remaining vigor desperate just to keep him alive. John started hobbling over to him, his bloodied grin threatening to give Pontek nightmares. Come on, boy. Stick him up. Let's have a man's fight. Ack. Pontek shouted, the two putting up their fists and diving toward each other. John delivered the first blow to Pontek's stomach, sending out a shockwave of pain. But Pontek delivered one in response, his knuckles digging right into John's head. The two fell back before throwing themselves at each other once more. Each one of Pontek's blows were precise, backed by years of technique. Just because he used the sword didn't mean he didn't know hand-to-hand combat. In fact, the two were probably equal. But John had power. When reduced to their bare bodies without any magicka, John was bigger, heavier, and actually stronger. Vigor gave knights strength, but it was still only supplemental. The strength of vigor meant nothing for their pure muscular strength. So John hit harder, and he could take the blows. Pontek could dish them, but his severe injuries did him no favors. The two laid into each other for nearly 5 minutes, trading blows and bloody-ing each other further. John eventually stopped smiling and had to grit his teeth. His ribs were fractured and his face was swollen. His organs felt like they were about to explode with every body shot Pontek delivered, and his head was sending out waves of pain with every heartbeat. He could barely keep himself lucid when he was hit, almost blacking out before waking up to throw out another punch on pure instinct. His psyche the only reason he managed to stay on his feet. But Pontek was worse off. His vigor reserves dwindled to nothing. His wounds started to bleed out. His skin was deathly pale and his weakness was obvious. That sneaky grenade had been the noose around the neck. And with one final punch, John hammered the last nail in his coffin. His knuckles drove into Pontek's stomach, making him curl over before delivering another blow straight into his chin. With that, Pontek passed out, collapsing to the floor. John pulled his fist back. A few unsteady steps backward, and he stared, uncomprehending, at Pontek on the floor. Their bloodstains painted a mural across the arena floor and their bodies. Taking a second to let it settle in, he stood silent and slowly straightened out his body. He stood tall, his shoulders rolled back to put himself on full display. And then, his smile broke out, his chin lifting to the sky. Rayamada! The crowd exploded as he roared into the sky for several seconds, adrenaline coursing through his body in a euphoric high. But his victory cry was cut off by the menacing impact of someone jumping down from the stands. John looked over to see President Carrion on the edge of the arena, looking at him with a dark gaze. The hairs on the back of John's neck rose, but he still shot him a bloody smile. Another impact was felt through the floor, but it wasn't from Carrion's side. From the corner of his eye, John saw Ignatius and Willow Verga rising from their landing. More Magisterium staff stepped down beside President Carrion. And then, as if in response, the Raven Chief appeared beside Ignatius, Shadowbane by his side. Even the Duchess glided down onto the arena. John felt a few more auras light up from the stands as well, one of them being the familiar Patriarch Tavera. For a moment, there was a standoff. John slumping in the middle and feeling the heated clash of dreadfully powerful auras. What broke it was the puppet master running on stage with Vizen, Amara right behind them. He ran over to his side as Vizen tended to Pontek. A few dozen internal wounds, some organ scrambling. Goodness, John. You're making me work today. Hell yeah. John chuckled and grabbed Amara, trying to pull her in for a kiss. But his wounded leg buckled as the adrenaline wore off, and he instead stumbled into Amara's shoulder, barely able to keep standing. She caught him, disregarding the blood smearing across her clothes. The puppet master walked over just then and patted John's shoulder, but before he could speak, John suddenly turned to President Carrion, letting go of Amara. Looks like I won. But that's not enough. I want you to say it. Carrion was silent, glaring in pure rage at the kid who had slapped him in the face. Not many people knew about what was going on, but for those who did, they knew Carrion had lost. It was impossible. It had never happened, should never have happened. Pontek was a genius that would go into the Hall of Fame. He was the prodigy of his bloodline, the seed for a new line of high nobles. Yet he had lost to a cold summoner who, not even a year prior, was completely unknown to the kingdom. Seeing Carrion's silence, John frowned and yelled. His own anger, imperceivable before, suddenly exploded out all at once through his aura. Say it. Fucking say it. In fact, take out that trophy and lay it down at my fucking feet. John Cooper is the crowned champion of the Magisterium's tournament. He defeated Pontek Goliard in fair battle after 5 consecutive matches. The first summoner to win in Magisterium history. Go on, Carrion. I want you to say it. John stumbled in blinding rage, taking a step toward Carrion, but lost his footing on the way. Amara caught him again. John Dash? Come on, Carrion. Say my fucking name. I want you to engrave it into your fucking skull. John. Amara yelled, pulling John back and grabbing his face. They looked each other in the eyes. This is it, John. This is that time. I gave it everything I had. I know. And you won. She hugged his head, the blood of his face smearing onto her shirt. You won. So let's go. It's over now. He was silent, nodding into her shoulder a bit before standing straight. She helped him as they walked off the arena, those who had come to his side making a path, watching them with half concern and half joy as they walked off. Maxwell appeared before the couple. "Let us go to Polaris. They will treat him, and he'll be safe. Should I leave him with you, or? I won't dirty myself with his blood. Just follow me." He waved, Amara snorting out a laugh as she helped the half-conscious John walk out of the stadium. On the arena, the standoff continued for a little longer as Pontek got rushed off stage, a whole staff of healers on standby. Ignatius Verga spoke first. "I quite enjoyed this finale. I think those of the Holy See will find the results of this tournament to be quite historical. The Wedded City will mark this day as well. Never has a summoner been so capable as to best the Magisterium's greatest." Carrion grit his teeth as the Raven Chief concurred, barely speaking through his anger. "The Magisterium will not validate your reports. President Carrion, you are mistaken." Ignatius smiled. "You will announce the results of this championship to the world. Failure to do so will throw the Magisterium's credibility into question, as well as the integrity of its staff. In such a case, I'm afraid some of the administration may have to be investigated, perhaps re-educated and replaced according to the kingdom's bi-jurisdictional law with the church. But of course, that's only if this prestigious institution makes such a lowly blunder. I can't imagine that happening, right, President?" Ignatius shot Carrion a smile before turning and walking away. Like that, the standoff was broken, the tournament ending quietly. Yet its aftermath would be anything but. Chapter 124, Warm Socks. I wasn't sure when I passed out. I only remember leaving the stadium before everything went dark. When I said I was just about out of Psycha, I had meant it. Why else would I resort to boxing Pontek Gulliard? I couldn't even summon a pistol at that point. But my mind didn't need energy for my body to work. At that point, I just needed to stay lucid, which was easier since my mind was still powerful. The dregs of energy it gathered even while empty was enough to keep me awake and resist the lapses in consciousness whenever I got punched in the head. Either way, when I woke up and opened my eyes, I immediately noticed the dark surroundings. The room I was in was illuminated, but the walls and floor were made of some black stone like obsidian. It was odd. I let out a few deep breaths, rubbing the sleep from my eyes and propping myself up a bit. A sense of incredible clarity hit me like a truck, not that I would know what that felt like. It wasn't like I had started on the next advancement formation, so I couldn't be advancing at all. But I still felt like I had gotten more powerful. Maybe it was like a solidification of my recent advancement of power. Either way, my mind was crystal clear, and my body felt equally good. The leg and forearm that received a hit from some shrapnel were a little sore, but obviously mostly healed. "John." I heard Amara's voice and looked over to see her sitting on a couch. It seemed Maxwell let her use one of his. She smiled and walked over to my bedside, brushing back my hair. "How are you feeling?" "Oh, I'm feeling great, honey." "Hee. I bet you are. How does it feel to be the first crowned champion summoner in Magisterium history?" "Good. Pretty good. It took everything I had to give, but it was worth it seeing the look on Carrion's face." "Where are we, by the way?" I asked while taking another glance around. I saw an emblem on the wall and vaguely remembered it. Amara's answer cleared my suspicion. "We're in the Polaris headquarters. Maxwell brought you here to heal. You slept for a full day after the tournament, so it's about morning right now." "Oh. I really gotta stop doing that." I sighed while sitting up. It seemed every time I exerted myself, I'd sleep for a whole day to get better. I don't know about anyone else, but that wasn't normal where I came from. Amara shrugged. "That's normal. It's what happens when you overexert. Now, take a look at this." She excitedly scooted against my side as I threw an arm over her shoulder, what looked like a newspaper appearing in her hands. The front page held the results of the Magisterium tournament. A large picture of me screaming into the air next to Pontek's collapsed figure smack dab in the middle of columns of text. "John Cooper, Cold Summoner, wins the Magisterium tournament for the first time in history. Carrion actually made me the official winner? Shocking." "Indeed. But it seems like you didn't have a choice." "Yes. I got both wins." I smiled and thought. The tournament win was only one victory. The fact that they had to declare the win was another. I was dead sure that Carrion would rather die than plaster my name with such fame, but it seemed he was forced to comply. In our little battle of wits, I had won. Not only had I gotten another crown that he couldn't take from me, but I had now won the tournament despite everything he tried to do to kill me. Even Pontek had been trying to kill me for the rewards they offered him, let alone all the others. but I had thoroughly dominated all the others while barely triumphing over Pontac. I had won the tournament and lived. I did everything they didn't want me to. That wasn't just winning the battle, but the whole damn war. So I was satisfied. There was now absolutely nothing that I needed to concern myself with regarding the magisterium or anything related to it. I could leave now and never look back. Of course, I'd still like to graduate, just to have that for the resume. Not to mention all the time and effort I had invested into it. I wouldn't want to leave with nothing. I just had to stick it out through the last excursion we had. Speaking of, when's the excursion? We leave in 4 days, and it will be 15 days long. Good. Get in, get out, graduate, and be done. I'm about ready to move on. I laid back inside. It felt like this was the climax of my year. I wasn't in the mood to do more, but I didn't have much of a choice. I crawled out of the bed. Turns out I was in nothing but underwear, but I didn't mind as I twisted my body and popped all my stiff joints. Once thoroughly loosened up, there was a knock on the door, a doctor walking in. John Cooper? Seems you're doing just fine. I am. Thanks for the treatment. Do I owe you anything? No, you have nothing to worry about. Lady Luna would like to extend her congratulations, in fact. She said that you should go see her when you're able. If you want, I can take you there right now. Oh, I suppose it wouldn't hurt. I'll dress real quick and meet you outside. Of course. The doctor nodded and left, letting me dress. I threw on my pile of clothes sitting on a nearby table before slipping back into my coat. I was certainly appreciating it more now. That fingernail wound from Pontac had actually left a scar down my chest, alongside the new lumps of scar tissue through my leg and forearm from the shrapnel. Only a few among many, but still enough to remind me of my weakness. Once dressed, Amara and I walked out and followed the doctor further into the headquarters. Along the way, we passed by some blue glowing plants with vines that sprouted glowing bulbs and crystalline leaves. They were incredibly pretty, though they were dimming as the morning sun rose over the horizon. Moo shade. We used a bit to get you back in working order. Good stuff. Any battlefield medic will appreciate it if you have a bit on hand. The doctor waved us onward, guiding us into yet another glossy jet black door. After traveling down a long pathway lined in the same obsidian brick as the medical room, we walked to what seemed like a throne room, a grand hall decorated with pillars and insignia, yet without the statues or images that might have hinted at the history of the institution. There were many people walking throughout the hall. Most seemed like workers for the headquarters, likely managing all of the Polaris businesses like the bank and production lines. We were brought straight across the hall, passing everyone and walking through a set of double doors. We were greeted by an office. On one side was a massive orb flashing with countless tiny runic formations. It seemed impossibly complex, becoming recursively dense as I tried zooming in on the tiny glyphs with my eyes. On the other side was a chair upon which Lady Luna sat in silent meditation. The head of the Polaris family was stunningly gorgeous, so much so that she seemed ethereal. If I was being honest, I could barely concentrate on her features. It was like her face was being obscured by an auric fog alongside her platinum hair, and my mind filled in the gaps of what I couldn't see, hallucinating her beauty. It was quite amazing to see up close, but sure enough, her eyes opened with our entrance and ended my curious analysis. John, it's good to see you well. You as well, Lady Luna. Greetings, Lady Luna. Amara curtsied beside me, making the lady smile. Hello, Lady Amara. Seems you've been making rapid progress since I last saw you here. Yes, and I thank you for the hospitality you showed my mother and I back then, as well as for the care you've shown in these past days. You're quite welcome. We don't get many guests, but it's always interesting when we do. Like now. I'm proud to say that I now stand in the presence of the Magisterium's most historic summoner. Please, come sit. She waved, a couch appearing before the chair. We took a seat as I smiled at her. Thank you, Lady Luna. It took everything I had, but it was worth it. Indeed, yet even then, your everything is inconsequential to what you represent. Your power is already so far beyond the rest of the summoner class that you now represent a new path. Maxwell plotted the path on a map, which was revolutionary in its own right. But you're the one who needs to tread it, and you're already proving how superior it is. It's becoming quite obvious that you have something the rest of the class doesn't, which will attract more eyes than your infamy does, in or out of the markets. And now that the entire kingdom knows your name, there's no hiding. You know, I hadn't thought of that. I suddenly felt my heart sink a bit. By now, I could already expect that everyone connected to the black markets who knew the American also now knew that the American was John Cooper. It was a bit too obvious to hide. So now, both my identities were connected and revealed. But the worst of it was the fact that everyone now knew who I was. I was the talk of the town, and I was carrying some valuable knowledge that many would want to get their hands on. Knowledge that could revolutionize an entire class of magi. I had to admit, this would not be very good for my health. It turns out that announcing my win was actually bad for me, far worse than if I had just faded into the background. I was beginning to believe that Carrion did this on purpose. So the choices were to win and attract dangerous attention, or lose and let Carrion win. Seems I went with the more emotional option. I had won, but at what cost? A long sigh escaped my lips. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. I really can't catch a break, huh? Well, you certainly don't make it easy for yourself. But, I will admit, John, it's a welcome change to the scene. It may be more dangerous, but it's more valiant. It's the correct thing, more importantly. But I do recommend laying low now. You've attracted just about all the attention you possibly could, so your best option is to stay hidden and let the spotlight fade, at least until you get into the military. Right. I'll definitely be doing that. Good. And to that end, I have something for you. Lady Luna's hand flipped, a soft bundle of items appearing in her palm. Then she unfolded them, revealing a pair of hot pink socks. Amara's head tilted. Socks. Indeed. These are called the warm socks. They self-clean, don't get wet, and keep your feet warm. We don't have very many as they were a discontinued product due to their difficulty to make, but I'd like you to have a pair. I stared at the socks while Luna softly placed them in my hands. I had to admit, this was the last thing I'd guess she'd give me. I looked up, finding her bright eyes watching me with a smile. Then, I bowed my head. You know what? I love this gift, Luna. Really? Really? You can never go wrong with a pair of socks. Indeed. And these are the best socks in the kingdom. I couldn't find any in another color though, so I apologize for the pink. Hey now, I can rock pink. Watch. I suddenly kicked off my boots, swapping my other socks for the pink ones. Once they were on, I stood and struck a pose, looking at Amara. How do I look? Pfft. You look beautiful. Damn straight, honey. Ha. I heard Luna laugh, smiling before sitting back down and throwing my boots on. That's when I noticed how comfortable wearing the boots became. They were already comfortable, but now the socks made my feet felt like they were resting on clouds. The temperature also adjusted perfectly. It was blissful. Honestly, this was turning out to be a pretty good gift. Thank you, Luna. These socks are amazing. Hiki, I'm glad. Now, I'll let you go so you can relax. I'm aware your next excursion is less than a week from now. Please prepare yourself. It'll be your most dangerous one. I will. But don't be a stranger. Here, take a badge. You are now an honored guest of the Polaris family. Come see me again after your trip. Oh, well, thank you. I will. I checked out the badge. It bore the regalia of the Polaris family, a moon surrounded by 7 shining stars, the topmost star gleaming the brightest. The badge itself was a bright silver, and each star actually shone with what looked like a tiny white crystal. It was pretty, no doubt a disproportionate investment of resources, but perhaps holders of the card warranted such an honor. Well, I was now one of those people. What that meant, I didn't know, but it seemed like I'd at least be able to visit Luna when I wanted. I looked back up at her with a smile, taking her extended hand and shaking it. Have a pleasant day, John. You as well. And you, Amara. I look forward to your progress. Perhaps one day we might converse about the nature of magic. I sure hope so. Amara smiled and received a small hug from Luna. After that we left the room, heading back out of the headquarters and onto the Black Spider Main Street. Amara glanced back briefly. She's interesting, right? Seems like a fun person. Definitely not what I expected, but I'll take it. So, what are your plans? For days until the excursion. Anything you want to do? No. I want to do fuck all. I don't even want to leave the hotel. Really? I mean, you missed the trophy ceremony yesterday. But there's still your final tests. Tisk. I clicked my tongue, making her laugh a bit. To think I still had to do some tests. They would be easy since I had basically memorized the books by now, but still. I'll just stop by to talk to the teachers today. After that, though, I'm relaxing. Maybe I'll start on the next advancement formation. If I wait for too long, I'll get lazy. Sounds good. And since you have free time, mind if I pick your brain for science? We haven't been able to discuss anything recently. Of course. Curious about those weapons. Very. Well, it's an interesting topic. We can talk on our way to the magisterium. First, the flamethrower. Its chemical composition is pretty simple until we get to the different hydrocarbons and the nature of combustion when combined with other inert gases and accelerants. My day was spent preparing for the end of the year. It was no secret that the fourth-year students had another excursion, but usually they were all in classes that automatically accommodated for that. I wasn't, so I needed to plan accordingly, which basically meant taking my final exams early. But that was fine since I was a summoner. My mind was magnitudes better compared to when I first came to this world, so memorizing the entire book was no issue, let alone taking a curated test. Besides, I had my experience from college to help me out. This school was much easier in comparison. In fact, it was so easy that I decided just to take the final exams on the spot. They had already prepared them, so I took the opportunity. They even graded them during class. I aced all of them. And so, I never had to show up to class again. All I needed to do was go on this trip, and my time at the magisterium would be over. After that day passed, I had 3 more days. During that time, I actually went and tried to check on Vetsmon. The puppet master let me see what he was doing, but not actually meet him. And he really was being worn to the bone. There were hundreds of wounds, both partially healed and fresh, across his entire body. He was locked in a never-ending battle against constant enemies that he had to fight off with his bare body, a pitiful shield, and a basic sword, all while having his vigor locked away. Of course, not all of the vigor was wiped from his body. There was just enough left to keep him alive and functioning. Under normal circumstances, he would just go back to feeling like an ordinary person. But he wasn't allowed any respite. Part of me enjoyed seeing it, as mean as that was. I just liked the thought of him knowing how I felt. A knight's resilience no doubt made many of them complacent, since they could weather even the worst damage known to man. An ordinary person would be killed thousands of times over if they had to take the same damage. Case in point, as soon as Pontek's vigor dwindled to nothing and could no longer stifle his wounds, he collapsed. For a while, we were actually fighting on equal grounds. His vigor was too busy keeping him alive while I had no psycho left to spend. Thus, 2 ordinary, though wounded, men resorted to bare-knuckle fighting. It was almost refreshing. And I had won, because I could take more hits and dish out harder ones by virtue of my size and weight. Pontek wasn't as big as me, so despite his superior skill, I won in the end. Now, Vetsmon was feeling the same thing that I always did. The vulnerability of the ordinary, the capabilities of the mediocre, capable of dying at any moment. Perhaps that threat he gave me had left a sour taste in my mouth after all. Part of me wanted to go up to him and ask how it felt. Eventually, I left for my hotel room, lest I enjoy his suffering too much. Beyond that, my time was spent resting. My crown still had lingering effects even going into the tournament. My body was still sensitive, and I hadn't completely adapted to my senses. Of course, the capabilities they afforded me, even if uncoordinated, were still much sharper than what I had before. It was the only reason I was able to survive against Pontek for as long as I did while in close range without my coat. The tournament did a good job of distracting me from all those issues, though. However, now that I was healed and relaxed, I noticed myself on edge. I could only spend time settling myself, giving my body time to process things itself. Because of that, I had a lot of free time, a lot of which was spent educating Amara. 2 days before we left, I was doing just that. The sun set, and I found myself looking at the nighttime streets of the capital. A quick glance at the clock told me Amara and I had been discussing things for around 8 hours. I looked down. One of the main streets was aligned with the hotel, so I could see down its length for close to a mile before it got blocked by another building. From here, I was able to exercise my eyes to their fullest extent. The results were extraordinary. That building a mile away could be seen as if it were merely across the street. Even the people in some of the windows, from their grimaces and smiles to the shifting wrinkles on their clothes. And that wasn't even the best of it. I could keep zooming in. It was only at 2 miles that my vision finally started to drop off. Yet I could still see over 3 miles away clearly. At 2 miles, individual leaves on a branch started getting blurry, but I could still tell you how many there were. At 3 miles, I could still tell you how many bricks composed a section of the city wall. Beyond that, my vision wasn't precise, but it was still far better than any other human. And that wasn't even mentioning the fact that it was dark out. It looked no different than daytime for me. It was an insane level of vision that I could hardly fathom having. I actually disoriented myself a bit and had to zone out when trying to concentrate at such a distance. Eagle eyes, that's what they were. How I would use my guns in conjunction with my eyes, I wasn't completely sure. but it would be worth it to figure that out as I started to receive specialized sniper rifles. For now, I could just adjust what sights I had and correlate my vision with my aiming. However, while looking around the city with my fancy new eyeballs, I noticed more than just tree leaves and couples kissing in the windows of restaurants. I also noticed some posters on some walls and hanging on lines over the streets. On a select few posters were images, and I naturally recognized myself. Screaming into the air, shirtless, sexy abs, and standing over the body of my defeated opponent. There were only a few, but I could actually see people passing out more of those posters. I asked while looking for more. "Hey babe, what's with the posters of me?" "HM? What posters?" "Those." I found one nearby and pointed, Amara walking over and squinting. Interesting. Do they usually make posters after the tournament?" "No. I've never seen something like that before. But it doesn't surprise me." "No, of course not. You're the first summoner to ever pull something like this off. Not to mention the controversy surrounding the tournament. You think nobody else knew what was going on? I'm sure the news is out and about by now regarding what Carrion tried to do. Maybe not about how he was trying to kill you, but the unfairness was clear as day. I was silent, watching as posters got passed out like candy. They weren't even charging for them. You stood against President Carrion and beat down a bunch of cocky nobles while making history. Doing any one of those things would make you famous for a period. Doing all of them makes you something of a legend. I've been hearing nothing but talk about you. Even my mother has been asking me to come home, probably to talk about the spells and you, but I've kind of been ignoring her. How naughty. Still, this doesn't help me. If it keeps going like this, then I'm going to start seeing my nickname pretty soon." "Which nickname?" "American." I turned away from the window. It was what I was called in the black market. I already know people are making the connection, and that makes the situation worse. Oh, I know. Being famous must be so difficult. To think you have to go through the hell of watching people idolize you for another 2 days, all from the comfort of the kingdom's safest and most luxurious hotel. Ugh, the tragedy. Oh heavens, I know. Please, hold me, my dear. I don't think I'll make it much longer. Ack. I dramatically spun around before directly falling into Amara's arms, forcing her to catch me as I let out a sorrowful sigh. "You're heavy. I just don't think I can take it anymore. The pressure is too much." "Shut up and stand. I mean, it's like the whole world is against me. Thankfully, I can find comfort in the one woman who low dash." "I'm dropping you." "Ah." I let out a quick scream, landing flat on my back as Amara's arms loosened. She looked down at me with a smile before suddenly squeaking as I pulled her leg and brought her down to my level. After that, we fooled around for a while. 2 days before a short trip, yet it felt like I was already done with everything. I looked forward to the future. Chapter 125. Purple Sky. Over the next 2 days, I did exactly as I said I would and relaxed. Of course, that didn't mean nothing was happening around me. For one, those posters I saw on the streets earlier had spread like a virus. They were everywhere, on almost every building and scattered across the streets. At some point, I felt more concerned than confused. I didn't believe this was happening for no reason. I just didn't know why, and since I wasn't searching, I couldn't find out who. I could only hope this didn't devolve in a way that would land me in more trouble. Part of me thought that it was the precursor to some kind of protest or revolution, but I didn't believe that my winning the tournament was enough to spark something like that. If not for the slap to Carrion's face my victory would be, I wouldn't have even bothered with it. It really didn't matter much, so I let it be and let my days pass. Amara and I devoted those 2 days to scientific discussion. This time, it was a deep dive, unlike the more surface-level concepts we previously covered. In the process, I filled out another 30 pages for her, all of them loaded with definitions and principles. The core of our discussions revolved around some chemistry, biology, and ballistics. I taught her about different chemicals and how they could affect the human body, including the ways to synthesize them and about chemical synthesis in general. I also taught her most of what there was to know about ballistic weapons, including grenades and bombs. In particular, I talked about the most explosive weapon I utilized during the tournament, particularly the one against the Earth Warlock. Satchel charges. They were simple weapons utilized during WW2 and were nothing more than explosives packed into a handbag. The type of explosive could vary and came in various quantities. For the annoying fellow who walled me in and insisted on being difficult to lock down, I decided to bring out the good stuff. I used the satchel charges alongside grenades in order to either demolish his walls or corner him with his own structures. In the end, it worked out. The only downside was that it took a lot of energy, but that was beside the point. I taught Amara about what they were, how they worked, why, and all the other little details. Of course, conceptually it was all simple. It was easy to know that a bullet inside a rifle had its primer ignited by a firing pin, combusting the gunpowder within the casing and propelling the bullet through the barrel while twisting it with rifling. The problem was in the weeds. It wasn't easy to know that primers could be composed of a variety of different chemicals, that gunpowder, or more specifically smokeless powder, could be shaped in several ways like pellets or cordite and have their own special effects, or why the rifling enhanced a bullet's ballistic coefficient. And the systems within a gun instantly grew more complicated with the advent of automatic feeding, adding on a whole other level of mechanical complexity. Then there were explosives that could be ignited through electricity, shock, or combustion. Each one had different properties and effects that determined how you could potentially defend against it. After all, just because you blocked something didn't mean you blocked all the energy. As soon as tanks became widespread in WW2, armor piercing became a big deal. And sometimes, you didn't even need to break the armor. Shockwaves and spalling would kill just as easily as penetration. Everything was rather easy to understand individually, but the way it all came together and painted one massive and convoluted picture had Amara stumped. Weapons were more than just their components and chemistries. A weapon was an icon of its creator's intent. Regardless, it was difficult to explain to her how these things could be defended against. That's what she wanted to know the most. In her words, if she could defend against my weapons, she could defend against anything. I agreed with her, but the issue was that these weapons were built precisely to punch through defenses. It was why warlock barriers couldn't handle bullets even if the overall force was less than an attack from a knight. This led to one important lesson that I told her. It wasn't about the total amount of energy, but rather how that energy was used. Of course, like with the Earth Warlock, sometimes more boom was the key to your problems. When one bomb wasn't enough, I threw more. But weapons were not just about destructive power, but efficiency. I wanted Amara to learn that, because she only had a finite amount of energy. That was essentially the conclusion of our 2-day discussion. The day came for us to leave for our last excursion. Amara and I packed our things and went to the terminal instead of the magisterium, meeting with the rest of our class as well as our squad and the puppet master. It's also when we finally got to see Vetmon. He didn't look too good, to say the least. Hollow cheekbones and saggy eyes most prominently told of his ordeals, and the Templar standing sentinel behind him certainly didn't help his image. It didn't seem like he was going to talk to us much. Either he wasn't allowed to, or simply wasn't in the mood. I didn't blame him either way, but that didn't mean it wouldn't be awkward. Listen up. The puppet master's voice echoed through the terminal. There were several hundred soldiers around us, probably reinforcements for the base we were headed to. Our destination is the forward bastion Purple Sky. This will be the most dangerous base you've ever been to. The only people there who are below Authority 5 are logistics officers. There are approximately 100,000 troops at this installation alone, and you will be nothing more than a small drop in that enormous bucket. For the duration of your stay, all of you will be given a temporary infantry rank of sergeant, equivalent to an Authority 4. You must follow the chain of command accordingly. There will be no excuses for neglecting your duties, disobeying orders, or falling out of rank. Do so, and disciplinary action will be taken. And believe me, that's the last thing you want right before graduation. Now board the rail. You only have 2 cars, so you'd better get comfortable. The last of his words prompted us to file into the rail, piling into one of 2 cars. They were big, but not entirely enough to comfortably accommodate 150 students. 75 students per car meant that we were squeezing a little. Of course, the elites immediately carved out a section for themselves, so we at least got more space. My squad claimed 3 small rows. Amara and I took one while Fiden and Tana took another. As for Vetmon, he was stuck with his babysitter. Like that, we were off. However, as soon as the rail started moving, I frowned in annoyance. I could hardly call it a premonition, but I immediately knew that something annoying would be happening not long from now. After a day, we made a stop at a military depot, picking up more troops and supplies before streaking back off to the base. It was another day before we finally arrived at Purple Sky. Its namesake was immediately obvious. The terminal itself was even larger than the capitals, about twice as deep and thrice as long. It accommodated truckloads of supplies and troops that constantly boarded and disembarked. That wasn't even considering the fact that there were 2 other rails that came into this place. Once we arrived, we were immediately taken command of by another officer, an Authority 8. We were assigned to one of the weaker battalions primarily responsible for support, not any kind of direct combat utility, which was completely fine with me. A streaked expanse hung over us as we walked to our quarters. I couldn't imagine what was turning it purple, but whatever it was working. We were rushed off with our luggage to a huge living area. It was essentially a hangar filled with nothing but bunks, crap, and people. I was separated from Amara in the process as the girls were taken elsewhere. Fiden and I paired up and dumped our stuff on our beds. After that, we were taken to a command area for a debrief. The Magisterium students were already divided into squads, but to better integrate us into the command structure, each squad would be assigned their own commander. The chain of command was an integral part of making sure that we could get told what to do in the most efficient manner. As the strongest squad, we were assigned Squad 1 and given a captain who was in charge of mine and Pontek's squad, the second strongest. We were also given assignments. Everyone had something to do, even if it was bullshit, sometimes quite literally. We were set on a rotating schedule for tasks, particularly cleaning duties. We couldn't do much even in a support role, given our low authorities. They would probably find something for us to do later, but until then, we were stuck getting bottom-of-the-barrel duties. And there was no delay. Our duty started on the spot, and conveniently, my squad was on dusting duty. What was dusting duty? This is fucking bullshit. I muttered while swiping a broom across an entry ramp. This ramp led into a bay for countless vehicles. Of course, these vehicles tracked in dirt, purple grass, and whatever else was out there. So our job was to sweep it up. The only issue was that the trucks constantly came and went, without rest or respite. We had to sprint out of the way whenever they came or left, before running back to get to sweeping again. If we slacked, we got yelled at. I heard Amara chuckle from behind me. I would say it's relaxing compared to the other things we could be doing. You're right. We could be on toilet duty. I think I'd kill myself. Fiden muttered from the side, making me laugh. Hummer! Hummer! A few people shouted as a car came speeding up the ramp. We ran out of the way as it flew past and into the hangar. I scoffed. I'm pretty sure they're trying to hit us. I've heard they do exactly that. It's like a game. Assholes. I shook my head before running back and finding a streak of muddy crap inside a crevice. Left behind by the Hummer, of course. Well, we were the newbies. We weren't really allowed to complain. I did anyway, though. Dusting duty wouldn't be so bad if it didn't last 6 hours. And apparently it wasn't usually difficult, but because it was spring and rainy, a lot more mud got caked on the tires and more was tracked in. Normally it was just dirt or dust. But again, it wasn't as bad as what the bathroom cleanup fellows had to deal with. I said a silent prayer for them, and then prayed we would never be assigned to that. And that was our entire first day. The tour of the base only came the second day, and it seemed like we wouldn't be rotated on our duties. Since we were elites, we got the good stuff. I had the puppet master to thank for that. After the second day's tour, we were back to menial labor. A quick question to the puppet master told me that we wouldn't be getting missions anytime soon. Apparently, there was a lull in attacks recently. Any missions that came up were mainly for scouting, and that wouldn't go to us. The only issue I had with that information was that it gave me a bad feeling, stronger than the annoying feeling I had gotten when the rail left the station. By now, I trusted my intuition and felt like something was wrong. The only thing that dampened that feeling was the fact that this was one of the largest military bases humanity had, stationed at the front of the front lines. There were literally armies of scourge beasts, bigger than any siege we had been a part of, sitting at our doorstep. And because of that, this place was manned by an Authority 12. I was told that, but I couldn't sense whoever it was. I could sense a few Authority 11s, though, as well as plenty of Authority 10s. It made them seem common. Regardless, this base was one of the safest places to be in despite the danger just outside. Since we wouldn't be fighting, it was safe for us. It hadn't fallen since it was created, and there was no way it would be falling now. So I could only disregard the feeling. Anything that threatened this place's security wasn't something I could do anything about anyway. So what I was feeling was probably just a siege on the horizon. Once our duties for the second day were over, I grabbed Amara and started wandering the base. Let's go see the wall. The wall? I don't think we can go up there. Hey, with enough confidence, you can go anywhere. Just don't act nervous and follow me. Saying that, I started walking through the base, passing row after row of residences. The purple sky base really was massive. A lot of space was needed for 100,000 people, including all the resources and logistics necessary to keep them fed and operational. It was a city unto itself. There were even vendors who sold higher quality food than the stuff from the cafeteria, including an entire sector of blacksmiths and enchanters. There was naturally plenty of demand for their services. We bypassed that commercial sector and approached the wall. Amara followed a step behind me while I kept my aura reined in. As I had learned, anybody who could use aura to a degree had a certain sixth sense that told them the power level of the people around them. I could sense authority 11s even from a distance, at least the ones who couldn't, or wouldn't, rein in their aura. If you were capable of either completely concealing your aura or masking it with false information, then the people around you would only be able to sense what you wanted them to sense. Although there were powerful people here, the vast majority sat around authority 6 and 7. That also seemed to be the average, considering the logarithmic decrease in higher authorities present. And I was pretty confident in my aura, as well as the recent elusive techniques I had developed during the tournament. So long as I projected a certain image, that would be all the soldiers around me could see. They'd have to be significantly better in order to see through me. So with Amara in tow, I walked straight up to one of the side gates that led to a staircase. There was a guard beside it, but I didn't even look at him, simply walking up to the gate. And I stood there for a second, the guard giving me a glance before reaching over and opening the gate. I walked through, Amara slipping in behind me as we ascended a staircase. After a few twists and turns, we ascended up to the highest level, the top of the wall affording us an overview of the landscape beyond. The sight was extraordinary. For one, there was none of the plant life that I knew elsewhere. There were no trees, no shrubbery, and purple grass could only grow in the areas where the ground wasn't cratered and split open. In every other area, there were sharp vines growing across the ground, their thorns blood red. I recognized these vines from my bestiary class. These vines were called bloodthorn, and the thorns fed on the blood of all those who fell before the wall. They were some freakish carnivorous scavenger, and by no means passive. When a corpse fell, the vines would reach out and plunge into their new prey. The thorns were hard as metal, and they couldn't differentiate between a live and dead body, or simply didn't care. If you weren't careful, they'd plunge into your legs and bleed you dry. Apparently, the thorns were laced with something that made you bleed excessively, probably an anticoagulant. These things were basically living barbed wire, and even attempting to walk across a field of them would kill someone like me. And they were everywhere. I could see entire fields of them in all directions, some of them squirming around with life, spreading out in search of more prey. It sent a shiver up my spine. This was the true face of the front lines, and there were many more bases like this one. The war against the Scourge spread across the entire front of the kingdom's territory. Someday, I'd love to see a map of it all. I pulled out a cigar and started smoking, letting out a long wisp. I could see everything in front of me with painfully clear detail. Amara broke the silence. What do you think about all this? We're going to be soldiers pretty soon. This will be our reality for years to come. Well, I certainly can't run away from it. My thoughts spun as I recalled my time here on this new world. At this point, I was becoming more and more certain that my purpose here was to fight. I was backed by the full might of Earth's war machine. To deny that weapon its purpose would frankly be suicidal. It would be extremely dangerous, but that didn't change what I needed to do. At every turn, I was forced to fight. I was forced to get stronger, constantly improving to beat new and stronger threats. The recent tournament was the culmination of my growth at the Magisterium. I had triumphed over the best, and that was after training myself up from the bottom over the course of a mere year. I wasn't stupid. It was clear that my talent was great, even more so than someone like Pontek Goliard. I was Authority 5 after only a year. Where would I be in another year? Who's to say that in 5 years, I wouldn't be pushing Authority 10? And what kind of power would I be wielding then? Everything pointed toward fighting. I needed to use my power as it had been given. I would be a soldier. I would be fighting on these front lines, against the worst the Scourge had to offer. And I was already prepared to do so, having planned every action since coming to this realization. If I wanted to shirk away from the fight, then I wouldn't have taken up every battle I had been faced with for the past year. I would have played it safe at the last minute, like Maxwell had tried to convince me to do. I wouldn't have taken the risk. He couldn't understand why I insisted, and I hadn't explained myself since even I couldn't put it into words then. It was more than just slapping Carrion in the face. It was about confronting my enemies and destroying them. I wasn't sure if I was doing so just out of principle, but regardless, since it was my path, I would be treading it. I let out a long smoky sigh, slipping my arm around Amara and letting her lean against my chest. I've changed a lot since I got to the capital. I never used to be particularly keen on joining the military, but here and now, The decision seems almost easy. Any particular reason why? Well, I've been fighting so much that I've gotten used to it. That, and our enemy makes itself too easy to hate. Back where I came from, our enemies were our fellow man. There were too many moral gray areas, not to mention the corruption of the elite. I wouldn't allow myself to fight for those that didn't deserve my life. It's hard to imagine. I've only ever heard a few stories about wars within humanity. Amara muttered, earning a nod of understanding. I had learned all about the world wars and the wars following it into modernity, including the intricacies of the devastation that ruined so many countries and nations. I wouldn't call myself a history buff, but I knew more than enough to accurately recall the details of each one. It was interesting, after all, but perhaps that made me a bit more insensitive to the whole concept. Here, war was common, but it was against a beastly inhuman army. There was no moral gray area, and no reason to doubt joining the military. Even the corruption of the noble class didn't change what needed to be done. Besides, even beyond all that, I could admit that my goals weren't totally virtuous. It was fun kicking people's asses, especially when they were dicks. Even more so when I got to stick it to a bunch of noble pricks. I could only continue doing that if I got stronger. Chapter 126, Anarchy. What a cheeky girl, ignoring me then going on a trip. Duchess Teleria smirked as she put down her aerial, her messages to her daughter left unanswered. Her husband shrugged from his side of the dinner table. Maybe she's getting chummy with the boy. Oh no, she knows exactly what she's doing. There are a dozen different people who want to know where she got those spells from, but I thought she'd at least be open with her mother. You didn't think to ask her before she ran off to Polaris? I was being courteous since she was tired and in pain. And then she was overshadowed by John, so I had forgotten for a moment. Nevertheless, once this trip of hers is over, we'll have time to sit down and talk. Seems to me like you already know where those spells came from. Ikor glanced up at his wife, causing her to click her tongue. Forgive me if I find it difficult to believe that John has knowledge about the deepest secrets of the elements and is capable of imparting them to Amara. Could his mentor have given him knowledge? Maxwell only cares about his protege. He has no use for passing on elemental comprehensions to either of them. Besides, those spells she used weren't conventional. They were pieced together, unrefined. That's why they took so much energy out of her. Dear, I have a feeling you're ignoring the obvious. It's not like summoners have never worked with warlocks for spell development before. They do it all the time with enchanting especially. I see no reason why John couldn't be smart enough to do the same. So what's really going on? It's their relationship, Ikor. The Duchess rubbed her temple. Part of me doesn't want her to know this definitively since she may leverage it, but I will fight for my daughter. Before that, though, I need to make absolutely sure that John is the one. Him having a deep understanding of magic makes him valuable even beyond marriage. He would become an asset to the family, but that comes with risks since he's earned the ire of so many. I cannot give my blessing prematurely because the moment I do, I place this family against the other noble households. After the tournament, the pressure on us has risen tenfold. Not only did John kiss her in front of the entire kingdom, but he managed to survive what should have killed him. Now, the longer I stall, the worse our position gets. You know that. Ikor was silent, his fork no longer stuffing his mouth with food. Amara's performance during the tournament showed more than just her access to high-level spells, but also her enlightenment. It would be impossible to pull off what she did otherwise. Those interested in her were spurred into acting even more brazenly. She was showing talent even above her mother's at the same age and would become extremely valuable to any family that managed to claim her for themselves. The Duchess could always make excuses. She could argue that because she was showing such great talent, she wanted to hold on to her for as long as she could, especially as she started to enter the military. But even that was difficult since John was there and had made his claim in front of the capital's people. The situation was clear. Talexia didn't have much wiggle room to maneuver around something as obvious as that. Now, she was even receiving pressure from the ancestors, telling her to cut John out of Amara's life. No matter how talented he was still only a summoner with no noble title to back him. The noose was tightening. She would need to take any excuse she could get to stall. If Amara would at least speak to her, then she would be able to confirm her suspicions, even if it didn't change much. But now she was being ignored. She would be lying if she said that it wasn't bothering her. After some more silence, Talexia sighed. Maybe she doesn't trust me. Nonsense. It's just the position you're in. Look, how about I head over to Purple Sky and talk to her? Some things are better handled in person. Fine. Not now, though. Give it a few days so she can settle. Sure, but I'll still go now. I've got some friends there that I can talk to while I watch her. Are you sure this isn't just a vacation? Who said I can't do two things at once? Ikor chuckled while jumping up from his chair. Talexia rolled her eyes as he rushed to pack his things. Several more days passed at the base. We'd been here a week, and it was filled with nothing but menial labor. I was expecting a little bit more than that. I knew how dangerous it was out there, but the puppet master was good at knowing what missions we could handle. The fact that he hadn't come to us once meant that there was simply nothing we could do. In fact, there wasn't much of anything at all going on recently. Because we were on dusting duty, I could keep track of the traffic. At first it was constant, but then, only one vehicle out of an entire convoy returned from a mission, its back half missing and sides covered in deep gouges. After that, no more convoys or sallies were sent out, leaving us out of a job. The only messes we had to clean up then were created overnight when they launched Black Ops. Something was happening, something out of the ordinary. For a base as large as this, that meant big trouble. I started to worry more, but as the puppet master had told us, we were only a small drop in a very large bucket. If something was going to happen, it would happen. A small fry could only rely on our superiors to keep us safe. I let out a sigh. One more week. Yeah. Are you feeling anxious? So am I, Amara muttered. Her aura had gotten far sharper after the tournament, rising to a level not far below my own. I wasn't surprised that she was feeling what I was. Something was coming, but I couldn't get a read on it. Normally, I could tell when there was a concrete threat to my life, but whatever was coming was either weak enough to be easily handled by this base, or strong enough to completely thwart my aura. And I wasn't the only one. It was clear that tensions within the base were rising. Those who could feel what was coming were anxious like us, while those who couldn't were feeding off the anxiety of those who could. And the puppet master wasn't answering me. He had been AWOL since we arrived. He was clearly busy, but that only made me worry more. That was until the 7th day when we received an order to head to one of the briefing rooms. And by we, I meant the entire Magisterium class. I arrived with my squad, piling into the room where the puppet master was waiting with some instructors. The room was completely silent, even though there were nearly 100 people crammed in. The puppet master broke the silence after a few minutes, when the last few stragglers stumbled through the door coughing dust. Listen up, everyone. We've received news that there is a siege on the horizon. We don't know how big, but it's big enough to warrant contingencies. I need you to listen very closely to what I'm about to say. You are all the future of the kingdom's military power. You are all talented, which is why you all are in the 4th-year class in the first place. And our priority is to preserve that talent so you can grow to higher heights in the future. That can't happen if you die early, and this trip was never one to test your mettle. It was merely to expose you to life on the front lines, to help you realize that there are tens of thousands more who are talented just like you. Going into the military, you will not receive special treatment. You will be required to earn the respect that those above you receive. Now a new threat has come knocking on the door. Put plainly, you are worthless to the kingdom until you grow into your talent, and that is the only reason why I'm telling you this now. If things turn dire, if the wall falls and you find yourself staring death in the face, then run. Even if you are the only ones doing so, you need to run away. Refusing to do so only tells me that you're too stupid to weigh the risks and rewards. Hopefully, your parents didn't raise idiots that can't understand that. Nobody let out a sound. Anxious eyes flitted between classmates and friends. It was quite the ominous message. My only question was how we would manage to run away if the walls fell. Then, the puppet master evened his tone. Of course, all this is only necessary if a base that has stood for over a century manages to fall. I don't see that happening by any stretch, but even if it doesn't fall, that doesn't mean you won't be at risk. You all simply need to retreat should it prove necessary to do so. Just focus on preserving your lives. That's all we care about. Understood? Yes, sir. The firm response seemed to break the overwhelming pressure of the room, but I was still stuck in my own thoughts at the back of the room. If I was being honest, I was already prepared to run in the event something like that happened. This just made that decision a lot easier. But the issue wasn't running. It was where we would run to. I wouldn't trust the rails, and running wouldn't do us too much good. We were too far from civilization to travel anywhere on foot. That left the vehicles. Perhaps we'd have to steal one and secure an exit through a back gate. But as he said, the chances we'd actually have to abandon the base were slim to none. There was an Authority 12 here that could handle whatever threat came, so I'd only have to make sure that we would survive the duration of whatever siege was coming. We were dismissed after all was said, going back to our normal schedule. Unfortunately, it seemed like the discussion was perfectly timed. It wasn't even 3 hours later when I felt a tremor through my feet. As Amara, Fiden, Tana, and I walked through the base, I suddenly came to a halt. The tremor I felt was barely perceptible, almost entirely dampened by my boots and socks. But the air also vibrated, however slightly. I could feel it in my skin. John, hang on. I continued to stand there as another tremor, a bit stronger, rumbled through the ground. A minute later, it was strong enough to hear normally as it rose in tempo. It went from a tremor to a low vibration, like the purrs of a cat. I felt my hairs stand on end as I looked off to the walls. This wasn't the first time I experienced this. So I started running as the sounds continued to vibrate the ground, constantly rising in intensity. I streaked past the guard at the gate, climbing up the wall with footsteps trailing behind me and looking out over the front line. On the horizon, I could make out a small figure, rapidly approaching considering its overwhelming size. With every step it made, the drone around us got more and more unbearable. From shaking vibrations to the unceasing roars of a lion, to the pounding shockwaves of a jackhammer that threatened to split the ground, and my head open. All that was left was a screeching symphony that could tear the sky asunder. All that was on my mind was the mere concept of what was before me. It was no mere creature, not even something that could be described as a living being. For it was not living, and it was not being. It was a curse upon this world, the very icon of humanity's doom. Perched atop 4 legs, of a lion, of a lizard, and 2 of an eagle. An amalgam of twisted flesh and muscle. 6 arms protruding from random points, each curled around a bundle of broken weapons. 2 heads, one human with no eyes and a mouth sewn shut surrounded by scars. Slits for a nose. The second had a mound of flesh, a trinity of eye pairs, and twice as many mouths and tongues. It was as terrifying as it was incomprehensible. I cursed my eyes, cursed Maxwell, cursed myself for even being able to see it at this distance. No, I couldn't actually see it clearly. Its image was projected in my mind, its chaotic assortment of organs and appendages poking and piercing my brain with almost physical pain. At odds with its comical, if disgusting, appearance was the very concept of dread the entity seemed to walk with, all the way up to our doorstep. The last time I saw this entity, this thing, I hadn't identified it, couldn't identify it. But now, being much stronger and having directly felt its aura, I could identify it clearly. This king of anarchy. I muttered, feeling tears fall from my eyes. At least, I thought they were tears until I smeared them and looked down, finding blood on my hand. The corners of my vision turned red. I turned to Amara, finding her eyes wide open, staring out into the distance. After a couple seconds, I figured that I shouldn't even bother doing anything about this. The king of anarchy, one of the 4 kings, the most dreaded beings in the world, was here to destroy this base with all of us on it. What the hell could I do? It didn't matter how fast or far I ran. Even if I were to abandon everyone, there was no hope. If anything, I should be trying to kill her so that she wouldn't have to deal with the horror of dying by its hands. At least she would be able to die as a human. Then, I could try and kill everyone else, granting them the same mercy before going out on my own. Hopefully she'd just listen to me and let me do it. Otherwise, I'd have to force the issue. A 1911 appeared in my hand. I raised it and pointed it at her temple. I was just about to pull the trigger when I saw her barrier appear, her eyes drifting over toward me, the same streaks of blood going down her face. No, John, you'll allow me. Of all the people who deserve to die peacefully, it's you. You know you can't beat me, so why bother? Because you can only beat me with the right conditions. Thankfully, you've taught me well. Perhaps if you were a knight, nobody would be able to stop you. Maybe in another life, we'll be able to reunite under better circumstances. She smiled before a massive spell formation appeared around her. I could actually recognize it since they were hers, spells we had worked on together. She was going all out. My mask appeared over my face, and that saved me when the vacuum domain appeared. But it was only a temporary measure as I started firing into her barrier, fully empowered shots slamming against it and creating cracks. My psyche flowed so smoothly that it felt like I was a dozen times more powerful. I could fill my gun with so much power that it glowed. It felt good, so good. Perhaps this was what it was like to go out in one last blaze of glory. But then, just as our battle started, I saw a flash of light. All at once, my reddened vision cleared. I finally noticed that I was looking through a film of blood over my eyes. When I looked down, the blood vessels across my body were bulging, some of them having burst. I looked back up toward Amara, and my bleeding eyes widened. There, behind her, was the most beautiful being I had ever seen. An angel. I felt a familiar pair of arms hug me from behind, an embrace that washed my mind and made me fall to my knees in vulnerability, an embrace that felt just like her. Guardian angel. With my mind being cleansed of the power of anarchy, I finally realized what I had been doing and looked around. The entire base around us was descending into, well, anarchy. Everyone was attacking and trying to kill each other, what was initially supposed to be an act of benevolence turning into savagery. Some had already died. On the windows of the administration building there were veils of red obscuring the view within, the sight inside no less of a horror scene than the one happening around us. I looked back to Amara, smiling wryly. Fortitude, huh? I actually tried to kill her. Seems I'm still a ways off. You've any advice for me, miss? I looked over my shoulder, finding a luminescent arm and feathers, but no face to look into. The voice bypassed my ears and pierced straight into my soul. Don't give up. Well, that's certainly specific. I chuckled as she faded away, a glowing white feather the only thing to mark her passage before it too disintegrated into air. And then I crawled over to Amara and wrapped her in a hug. Sorry about that, dear. Did I hurt you? I almost killed you. Come on. You can't kill me that easily. Her worried face quickly turned inquisitive. I laughed. All right, let's save this for later. It's time to run for our lives. Can we really get out of this? Well, do or don't. It won't take long to find out. Tana. My head whipped around when I heard a shout, finding Fidan, Vetsmon, and Tana to the side. The Templar was also there, tapping an orb in his hand furiously. I disregarded him and picked myself up, pulling Amara along as I ran over to them. Hey, you three, we need to go. John, what is that? Fidan asked with a quivering voice and streaks of blood down his cheeks. In his arms was Tana, her face a similar mask of pain. I grabbed his shoulder. That right there is anarchy incarnate. Now stop thinking about it, and let's get down this wall. That's Mon. I stood, finding the big man nearby. He was looking down at Tana, his eyes raising when I called. I sighed. It's time to work, big guy. We're all we got, and it's a game of survival now. He was silent for a second as I stretched out my hand. It was only when he clasped it that I broke into a smile. We're wasting time talking. Hell yeah. Jump down. Got you. Vetsman's arms hoisted me up before we were suddenly airborne, landing with a thump and a ring of purple dust. Amara followed, floating down gracefully while Fidan jumped with Tana. I pointed toward the hangars. Get to the cars. We're stealing one. Got it. We charged back into the base with that word, flying between all of the nearby fights going on. Hundreds of people, anywhere from Authority 5 to 10, were killing each other mindlessly. They seemed to predominantly be those with weaker auras, unable to pull themselves out from the depths of despair. My aura certainly wasn't strong enough either. I was barely self-aware while trying to kill Amara. Remembering my thoughts and actions during that time seemed to be the extent of what my proficiency afforded me. The King of Anarchy wasn't something I could resist, no matter how talented I was. So it was my guardian angel who descended to help me. Question was, where was everyone else's? I washed my mind of that inquiry as we arrived at the depot, finding hundreds of vehicles lined up in hangars. Quickly running through our weeks of dusting the place, I recalled how the keys for the vehicles were stored and identified. Get inside and go to the far right admin shed. Vetsmon shot off as the words entered his ears, finding the admin shed and blasting through the door with his leg. Inside there, I saw a few containers holding different stacks of keys. Each of the vehicle types had different types of keys. What I wanted was a model that I had only seen deployed a few times. Hummers were popular, but they certainly weren't the best the human military had to offer. I jumped off Vetsman's back and went for the smallest stack of black keycards. The containers were attached to a desk, and there were several buttons along with a key slot. I looked down to find a corpse, bending over and snatching the keycard hanging off what remained of its neck. My hands flew as I recalled the actions of the operator who handled all the vehicles and security, unlocking all the containers and grabbing all of the black keycards. Let's go. Across the depot. With that, Vetsmon grabbed me and shot out of the room, jumping on top of one of the vehicles and flying across them all to reach the opposite wall. There, we found the steeds, large tank-like trucks meant to take the worst beatings one could find on a mission. Fidan, find one. I yelled while throwing the stack of cards into the air. Fidan's figure flew overhead at that moment, zipping around between all the vehicles and finding which card went where. Amara was dropped by Vetsmon and I, while Tana appeared on top of a steed. What's the plan? Grab one of these things and haul ass. I can use my aerial to find the general direction back to the military depot we stopped at. Why don't we just take the rail? Assuming the scourge isn't stupid, we won't get the chance to. Found it. Phaidon announced, appearing with one card in hand for the steed we were next to. I grabbed it and jumped in the driver's seat, the others piling into the back. This thing even had a couple magic turrets, so Tana crawled up into the gunner's seat. I slotted the card and started the engine, shifting the speed before gripping the steering wheel. Right as I drove out, though, all the sounds of the world were drowned out. I looked up, seeing a black line drawn from the ground to the sky, a severance of space without end. It seemed anarchy really could split the sky. Chapter 127. Run. Maxwell's head snapped up from where he had been lying on his arms, a shooting pain streaking across his mind like lightning. He couldn't even bother grunting in pain, simply placing a hand against his head while he clambered out of his seat. He hurried over to one of the dozen bookshelves in his room, his knotted fingers reaching for one dark red book and pulling. Mechanical noises rang out for a few seconds, then stopped. A small void had opened up behind the shelf, a softly glowing teleportation circle inset in the floor providing the only source of illumination from within. He didn't pause for a second before slamming his foot down on the runes caked in dust from years, possibly decades, of unuse. A flash of light lit up the cavity, and Maxwell was gone. He saw the little room 1 second, then a dark underground cellar the next. Surrounding him were kegs and bottles, all in pristine condition and infused with incredibly dense magicka. The value of this cellar was worth magnitudes more than the average person would ever see in a lifetime. But none of it was important at the moment. Maxwell stormed past it all, hurrying up a staircase and finding himself before a massive bedroom. It was large enough to be considered a house in its own right, but it was only one portion he had seen fit to maintain of a more massive structure. His heart pounding, he ignored the luxurious trappings as his eyes snapped to one spot, a full-size mirror flashing white by the wooden slab of a dresser. With gritted teeth, he stalked over to it and slammed the glass with his fist, a swirling light growing from where he hit it and forming yet another portal. He stepped through it to find himself at an unknown but familiar location, multiple silhouettes of people gathered around him sitting at a table. Ah, Maxwell. Seems it's true then. Maxwell glanced over, finding Anderson in one of the chairs with a huge toothy grin. All around him were other manifestations, other people, but he couldn't make out their mere figures. They were too far beyond him to gaze upon, especially if they didn't want him to. One woman across from Anderson, one of the few that Maxwell could actually see, garbed in shimmering white robes and a deep dark blindfold, shot back at Anderson. Why do you seem happy about it then? Don't patronize me, woman. You know exactly why I'm so fucking happy. Now, where is anarchy? Purple sky. Ho ho. Anderson chuckled as everyone turned to face a dark shadowy figure. Prophet. It's been a while. I've no time for pleasantries. Get ready to move. I will send you all universal coordinates soon. Every second is valuable. Yeah? Why don't you join us? Then we might be able to kill a king today. Not the time. His response was sharp and succinct. But I can tell you that if you aren't quick, the light will not shine favorably. The kingdom's future is at that base, true. But WH-. No more questions. It's time to act. Anderson let out a sharp exhale as he was interrupted, but chose to stay silent. Maxwell glanced at Prophet before turning away and closing his eyes. Make a note of my protege, please. That is all I have to ask. The woman flicked acerbic words back at Maxwell. I was hoping you wouldn't speak at all, heretic. But to hear you have a protege is certainly interesting. Which poor bastard have you ? No more questions. Prophet interrupted once more, the woman clenching her jaw in irritation before waving and disappearing. Anderson also disappeared with a knowing smile, Prophet following after that. Maxwell retreated with a gloomy face, leaving the unknown area and reappearing before his mirror. He recalled the meeting, something that only happened among those who could sense the oncoming of the kings. Except, whereas he used to be capable of seeing everyone, he could now only see Anderson and the Cardinal of Peace. Those two didn't care if he saw them, but the others did. They didn't even deign to allow him to gaze upon their images, their auras obscuring their figures. He could no longer even decipher them, nor their words, despite knowing their names. The only exception was Prophet. Nobody knew him. He sighed. I just hope that's enough. Get your ass home, John. Shit. Amara cried out as the steed flew out of the garage. Even Vetsmond and Phaidon were holding on for dear life as it rocked about. While locking her body against the seat, Amara looked to the side and found John furiously operating the steering wheel, every movement sending the entire vehicle flying across dirt paths around the base. Well, the magic powering a steed was certainly more powerful than anything else they had ever driven. Regardless, she was wondering where the hell he learned to drive like this. It was insanity, but she wouldn't want it any other way right now. Somehow it was comforting, especially when she watched as they flew through the base with wild abandon. John didn't even flinch when he rammed several people locked in battles. Many people dodged, but some were so engrossed that it took a massive truck plowing through their backside to snap them out of it. Didn't matter to them. Nobody could seem to care about anything except their own battles. The pillar of darkness splitting the sky in two was of even less concern, until it started getting closer. It got closer until it seemed to be right on top of them, and then in the distance, they could see a wave of terrain flowing toward the walls of the base. It grew larger and larger until the squad could see a wave of rock and dirt, taller than the walls themselves, flowing towards the walls of the base like water before the bow of a ship. It wasn't just a pillar of darkness. It was the slash of a blade from the King of Anarchy. A blade of pure power, devoid of all technique, capable of annihilating the base in its entirety with sheer brute force. There was only one who could contend against it, and in front of it they seemed like a mouse. The Authority 12 manning the purple sky bastion was a warlock, a woman draped in embroidered robes that fell well below her feet. Rising to the sky, her robes rippling about with a life of their own, but a mere speck before even anarchy itself, to say nothing of its blade, she raised a crystalline staff that blinded with the power of the sun. A single rune the size of a person flashed into existence far above in the sky, blinding light marking its division into 2, 4, 8. In mere moments, a runic shield of size to rival the slash with a chromatic glitter spread before the black tear. The moment the two touched, everything exploded into white light. A shockwave of not sound but pure magic rolled across the base, knocking those dueling to their feet. Even diluted by the sheer volume it had to cover and whatever else was simply reduced to nothing in the collision, I could still feel the strange tingling in my aura all across my skin. What was reflected away from the walls was even worse, creating a massive tsunami of pure matter that rose nearly a mile into the sky as if meaning to create a new mountain. A voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Man the walls. Hold the line." The Authority 12 gave her command, and all at once, everyone who was fighting on base stopped in their tracks. They looked around dazed before the voice came back with greater intensity. "Man your stations. We are under attack." Ho! There was a resounding wave of acknowledgement from the entire base as everyone forgot about what was happening and ran to their positions. Finally, mounting the walls, they were able to see what was beyond. And while some directly collapsed to their knees, others were able to retain enough of their faculties to start hurling spells and arrows at the roiling mass below their feet. The King of Anarchy marched with an army straight from hell. The landscape around the base couldn't be seen. It was now nothing more than an endless carpet of countless monsters. The aura created by this army was so overwhelming that it created a tangible fluid all around them, one that suppressed every human within the base. Anybody below a certain threshold of power would have directly died standing within such an aura. But the base wasn't completely helpless. It only took moments, critical moments, for all of the walls to flash with countless runes inscribed on each brick, causing a massive shield to appear from the top of the wall and rise into the sky, forming a protective dome. The suppression disappeared entirely with that, and a flood of magicka rejuvenated the battered bodies of the soldiers within. John glanced up for a split second before sighing. Fancy gimmicks. That shit won't hold, Anarchy. We need to gain as much distance as we can. I'm setting my aerial. Everyone connect to it. After he spoke, Fiden, Amara, Tana, and Vetsmon all tapped their own aerials and connected it to his local node. With that, everyone was able to maintain their connection regardless if the base fell or not. John then dialed the Puppet Master, who shockingly picked up. "John, Puppet Master, I'm leaving. That's Anarchy. I'm not even going to ask how you know. Either way, I have a request. I've already sent the surviving students to the gates. Please, save as many as you can. Not many survived. A few elites even died. Sorry your perfect record had to fall today. That's what happens when a king shows up. I know you're driving the steed. Everyone should fit within. Just take them and run. Use the base as your sacrifice. And you. I'll be watching." He muttered before the call hung up, leaving John clicking his tongue. After scratching his head, he whipped the wheel around and continued driving. "Get ready. We're picking up some students. Can we really babysit? I don't want to, but the Puppet Master didn't exactly leave me any room to be indifferent. They're waiting at the gate. Get ready to help them squeeze." A soul-rending scream shook the atmosphere. The squad stuck their heads out the windows, looking behind them to see. the king of anarchy itself. It threw itself to the altitude of the Authority 12, the warlock tossing out thousands of spells at a time to intercept. Yet all of them were torn apart or simply didn't do any noticeable harm. The two clashed, but it was clear that even among Authority 12s, there were massive gaps in strength. Anarchy used each of its 6 weapons in sequence to attack in a reckless, random, yet fluid manner. There was no technique to it, but it seemed so elegant that one might think it was the greatest technique a knight could learn. It even hurt itself with its own attacks, occasionally slicing through its own body just to sneak in another quick attack on the warlock. It was unrelenting. Not even the occasional blink spell to move the warlock away was enough to allow a breath. Anarchy was going all out from the beginning, and wouldn't stop until one of them died. The shockwaves their attacks gave off shook the dome over the base until it cracked. John grit his teeth, flooring the steed and sending it to the gates. It wasn't long before they arrived. He kicked open the door, finding all the Magisterium students standing around, gawking. "Hey, all students, get the fuck in here. Let's go," he yelled, his voice backed with aura so it echoed clearly in their minds. They all turned to him, some hesitating to get in. His voice fell. "I'm leaving this base. If you want to stay, then I won't bother wasting my time." Nobody responded, but the battle in the air caught their eyes once more. Some Authority 11s joined, but 2 of them were immediately reduced to gore the moment Anarchy focused on them. The warlock couldn't even do anything about it. And then, one of Anarchy's weapons separated from its normal barrage and flung toward the sky. The other 2 Authority 11s survived moments longer, but not because of their skill. They were given a brief moment of respite as Anarchy paused for a moment, but not out of fatigue. One of Anarchy's weapons rose toward the dome, a smaller, yet still massive, beam of darkness piercing through the barrier with all the ease of a vigor blade through flesh. Huge fragments of magicka, dissipating as they fell, scattered throughout the purple sky. It was so easy that John wondered why it was even there. His aura flashed. John turned to spot a tide of monsters roaring over a section of the wall. Thousands of soldiers met the tide and suppressed it, but it was clear that the base had been irreversibly compromised. All the students could see it. They could feel it even more intensely, the suppression on their souls gut-wrenching. They wouldn't be able to perform at even half their normal standard. Suddenly, the steed was looking a lot more attractive as a dozen ran over to board. Betsmon and Fiden made way for them, opening a hatch on the back. The steed had a massive cargo hold that doubled as a troop transport. There was more than enough room. John sighed as he counted how many were left. The 4th-year students originally numbered around 150 in total, 40 of whom were elites. Most of those elites were here, but in total, those at the gates only numbered around 40 now. Of those 40, only around 25 were elites. So 15 elites and over 100 normal students had died. It was sad. Nothing more than Anarchy's mere presence was enough to reduce this entire base to such a state. And it would probably get worse if they didn't create enough distance and time. Who knew how long the Authority 12 would be able to stall? They couldn't be anywhere near here when she fell. When one student ran, the rest followed. Before long, every remaining student from the Magisterium was crammed in the steed. John sat back down and slammed the pedal once more, throwing the vehicle forward straight through the gates. They shot past empty guard posts, rocketing across the terrain and rolling off into the distance. However, after only a minute or so, John cursed. "No fucking way. What? These guys are flanking the base. Over there." He pointed, his squad sitting up and looking off into the distance. There, they could see a dark tide of tiny figures circling around the base. They were headed straight for the back gates. They would cut off any route of escape. Just then, though, John frowned and looked backward. "Hey, Tana." "What?" "Check behind us. Are they circling around there too?" She went silent for a bit, crawling back up to the turret and looking off into the distance. The same scene played out, except those monsters were much closer than the other group. "Why, yes. Well, shit. It's a pincer. I don't know if we'll actually be able to make it out." He muttered and slouched a bit, shoving his foot down on the pedal a little more. Those 2 flanking tides of monsters both looked like they were heading straight for them. Of course, the base wasn't ignorant to the issue. They could see massive area spells exploding in the midst of the flanking armies. But that was only thinning them out, especially when they started fighting back. The flying monsters only numbered slightly fewer than the land monsters. Winged beasts circled the base and swooped down like hawks. Spells flew into the sky and exploded like flak in order to take them out, but it was only so effective, especially without the dome. The steed wouldn't go completely unnoticed. They needed to get past the pincer attack and keep running. In the best case, they would be able to outrun any potential enemies. But an all-out war wasn't exactly conducive to giving people the best-case scenario. Amara was quick to ask John, "What happens if we can't make it past?" "We'll just have to push through." "Fightin', get on the other turret with Tana." "Got it, John." Tana suddenly shouted. "Incoming human," from the back. "Soldier." "No. White robes." "That's the guard." Vetsmon suddenly responded, climbing to the top where he stuck his head out the turret hole. At that moment, there was a thud as the Templar jumped on top of the steed. He looked down through his helmet at Vetsmon before reaching down and grabbing his face, pulling Vetsmon close. "This is war, boy. This is what you need to prepare for. Now tell your driver to keep going. Don't worry about what I'm doing." "Huh." John, who heard everything, turned around with an odd look. Then, the Templar took out a heavy crystal device, cradling it in his arms before raising it up into the air. A soundless golden beam shot into the sky, cutting through the clouds and exploding with holy radiance as it created a swirling portal up above. Suddenly, the flanking armies of beasts surged toward them, causing John's eyes to bulge. "What the fuck is he doing?" "I don't know. Ack. I know they say shit gets worse before it gets better, but I'm failing to see how this gets better," he yelled while flooring the gas pedal. It made the ride much less stable, but they didn't really have a choice now. The steed roared with power and flew across the terrain, Tana panicking from her spot in the turret. "John, we got incoming. Use the turrets. Don't let them intercept." "Okay." Tana nodded before she and Fiden spun the turrets around, centering their sights on the incoming hordes. 2 barrels aimed for the groups. There was really no need to aim, so she pulled a clamp by her hand and fired. 2 spell circles appeared over the ends of the barrels, multiplying in size before flashing and firing off a massive bolt of fire that hurtled straight into the hordes. Boom. It exploded in their midst, sending several flying and slowing them just a tiny bit. Tana's eyes widened in excitement. "Haha, I got guns like John." Repeatedly pulling the clamps, Tana and Fiden let loose dozens of bolts of fire that broke up the incoming hordes. They were far, so the shots were inaccurate, but they didn't need to be accurate when there were just so many targets. It was only when they started to close and that Tana started panicking. John yelled. He could see them. "Just keep firing." "Should I go up?" "No. Save your energy." He stopped Amara from moving, instead knocking on Vetsman's armor. "Go talk to the other students. Tell them to be ready to abandon ship." "Will we really?" "I don't know. Just do it so they're ready to fight." Vetsman nodded while stepping into the cargo hold where all the students were stuffed. John continued to listen as Tana and Fiden unleashed fiery hell onto the hordes. Almost all of them were converging on the steed, all because the Templar wanted to make a beacon out of them. Before long, the news started to close. Amara pushed herself back into her seat as the monsters got within 200 yards. "Threading the fucking needle here. Get ready," John shouted, watching the distance close. 200. 150. 100. 80. 50. 30. The explosions from the turrets practically licked the steed as they made contact. The steed rocked as several bodies slammed into it, feral screaming making its way past the thick ruined metal into the cabin. Several students shuddered. The Templar suddenly shouted, "Done." With his word, the device in his hand suddenly dimmed, the beacon disappearing from the sky. Just like that, the mass of the incoming horde slowed themselves down, turning toward the base. What was left chasing them was only a tiny portion. The issue was that they were still being chased, and not just by a bunch of mindless small fry. Everyone could feel several high authorities barreling toward them, regardless of how undeveloped their aura was. None of them would be able to contest them. The Templar shouted again. "Cooper, you take everyone and keep running. I'll handle the big ones." "Fine. Whatever that beacon was, I hope it was worth it. It was worth more than my life." He drew his sword and shield, his armor flashing as he took up a stance. 3 authority 10s on wings barreled at him. One of them dove down like a missile while the 2 others flew straight at him, faster even than the steed could go. Rara. With a sound to rival John's guns, the Templar let loose a sweeping wave of vigor that blew all 3 enemies back, catching hundreds of lesser beasts in the crossfire. What remained was now a mere fraction of the fraction still chasing them, only smaller and weaker and slower beasts. The steed was ahead. They just had to drive straight. The only threats to their life were the remaining few enemies. But the Templar could only handle so much as a knight. Perhaps a warlock at the same level would be able to handle multiple enemies at their level for a duration, but a knight was limited in reach. So perhaps it was inevitable that the steed was rammed, tossing the entire thing into the air like it was a sack of potatoes. Nobody could do anything as they were suspended. And thankfully, Vetsman had quick enough reactions to wrap John up in a bear hug right before they landed. The heavy hunk of metal skidded across the ground. John could sense one of the Authority 10 beasts outside about to trample all over the steed. It would kill them all, crushing them like a bag of chips. But right before that happened, a familiar flash of blue light enveloped the area, highlighting every being around them for all to see. A dozen different shields appeared around the steed, intercepting the beast. A massive shockwave had blown it back, clearing the area of the scraggly purple grasses and any bloodthorns looking for an easy meal. Prepare to disembark, John muttered when everything went quiet. Vetsman carried him while climbing through the now broken windshield, more shockwaves reverberating in their ears from the battle around them. All the other students also climbed out of the cargo hold, Tana and Fiden pulling themselves from the turrets. The puppet master's voice came to their ears. We can only do so much for you. Start running and don't look back. John Cooper has a map of the region. Follow him. With those words, John suddenly looked down at his aerial, seeing that he had received a large data packet from the puppet master. When he opened it, a huge map was projected in the air. It had everything from the most recent front lines, a huge mark of randomly twisting red marking Anarchy's passage, to the geographical routes back to the military depot. It also had routes to nearby villages, even distant cities. It was a map John had recently been wishing for. A little silver lining. Run. Now. A yell came a moment after, prompting all the students to make a run for it. There were nearby forests that John had been avoiding, though in preparation for this, had stuck close to. Everyone decided to head for that, using all manner of magic to cross the distance as fast as possible. Tana disappeared while Amara flew with her magic. Fiden ran beside Vetsman, who carried John in his arms. Pontek was naturally there nearby, along with the other elites and those who specialized in speed. Everyone was running, monsters hot on their heels. Once through the tree line, John pointed. Follow the direction of the tree line. That'll keep us in the proper direction. Got it. Vetsman responded while following that direction. Like that, they created more distance. But the shockwaves from the battle behind them only continued to get worse. Not only that, but they couldn't completely outrun the monsters behind them. After all, those beasts were stronger. John grit his teeth. He could see all the students behind him. Most of them would be cut down as soon as the monsters caught up. Given enough time and no help, they would eventually reach them. There seemed to be no hope, but that was only if they had one squad. The entirety of the elites were here, as well as what remained of the regular students. Making a decision, his aura projected outward, touching everyone's minds. This is John Cooper. Those monsters will catch up to everyone given enough time. That leaves us one choice. There's only 2 Authority 7s. The others can be killed easily. So on my mark, we turn and fight. Given a group effort, we can win and continue smoothly while the Templar and Puppet Master fight off the others. Get ready. John took out a Lewis gun after finishing, pounding in the pan magazine before glancing back. Then, before the student at the back of the group could be caught up to, he sent the signal. Now. Vetsman stopped in his tracks and turned, John aiming his gun and Amara drawing spell formations. And then they watched as all the students passed them, continuing to run off into the distance. Chapter 128. Heartstopper. I almost didn't react when I saw everyone streaming past us. Turning around had killed our momentum. We wouldn't be able to get back up to speed before the scourge was upon us. I had taken the gamble that everyone could use their brains to figure we had a chance of survival through teamwork. Perhaps, in a moment of crisis, they would revert to their teachings at the Magisterium, instilled in them for even longer than it had for me, and band together to face the threat. But when it really came down to it, I suppose it was everyone for themselves. I pounded Vetsman's chest with my fist. Divert to the side. Quickly. He took off without a moment's rest, my squad running to the side instead of following behind the pack. I looked back at the horde, the 2 Authority 7 screeching as they redirected their pursuit towards us. They were both a type of scorpion, one I recognized from my Magisterium classes, a Heartstopper, known for, well, heart-stopping. Both darted towards us. Then a white wave, honed to a fine point, slammed into the carapace of one of the scorpions from behind. Whatever it was, in a rare moment of luck, the scorpion shook off the impact and diverged with a good half of the swarm. It continued chasing after the rest of the group while we were left with the other half. Our chances, though much higher, still looked grim. We were all worn out from the battle between ourselves at the base, despite the rejuvenation. I had almost shattered Amara's barrier only because I pumped so much Psycha into the bullets I could, at best, empty a pistol magazine before dropping unconscious. Thankfully, I had only fired a few shots, but that still used around half of my reserves in just a minute's time. It wasn't good for the body, not for me, not for the others. Tana. Yes. Amara called to Tana, and they linked up while running. Amara brought out her gifted knife from Shadowbane, a one-off weapon that could kill high-level enemies. My eyes brightened. This is a powerful weapon. It'll kill that Authority 7. I'm leaving it to you. Use it at the right moment. I won't let you down. Tana took it with a nod, glancing back at me before shooting off into the trees. We continued running as I let out a breath. Handle the small ones first, then focus on the scorpion. Ready? Yes. Let's go. With my word, everyone spun around in sync, preparing attacks. I was dumped to the side before Vetsmon shot off with his shield. Phaidon also shot forward, making a beeline straight for the scorpion and stopping it in its tracks. I took aim at the small fry, opening fire without a word. Explosions rang out as I mowed down all the nearby beasts. It was easy to kill the ones I could see, so I did as much as I could. Phaidon also started killing stragglers while Vetsmon charged the scorpion. For the first few seconds, it seemed to be going well. That was until Vetsmon actually clashed with the thing. I watched as his shield was shredded by the spikes on the scorpion's head upon collision, the force knocking him into the air. I felt my pupils narrowing. Phaidon. Got him. I didn't even have to say anything. Before a word came out of my mouth, Phaidon was already on his way, launching his body towards Vetsmon and tackling him to the side. However, the tail was the scorpion's chief weapon, and it came like a whip on top of both of them. An explosive crack resounded as it slammed them both into the ground. It cratered beneath their bodies. Their armor crunched inwards, taking the shape of the spikes on the creature's tail. Perhaps their adrenaline surged at just the right moment, because, despite the damage, they were able to jump away like nothing happened. A second afterward, though, while running away, Phaidon buckled and rolled to the ground, blood oozing from his chest plate. Vetsmon didn't fare much better, but Phaidon had at least taken the brunt of the hit for him. Amara fired off a barrage of spells, slicing open what monsters I couldn't see, and throwing a few at the scorpion for good measure. It was pushed back for a moment, allowing Vetsmon to stand back up and prepare an attack. Yet, with one swipe of a claw from the scorpion, he was sent straight back to the ground, his chest plate into his body. As his head snapped to the ground, I felt his aura greatly diminish. He had actually lost consciousness. But I wasn't even given the opportunity to panic. Taking advantage of the attack on Vetsmon, Tana appeared on top of the scorpion's back. I hadn't even sensed her. Her aura was impeccably hidden. It seemed in this moment of crisis, she had pushed her aura forward a large step. Just like that, she plunged the knife between the layers of the scorpion's spiked carapace. It plunged deep and like a needle, injected a surge of pure power almost through the scorpion. But perhaps the worst place to attack a scorpion was on its back. Tana learned this the hard way as its tail spike plunged into her gut. My vision flared, almost blinding me for a second. I saw the scorpion turning into ash from the inside out, the point of penetration spreading a wave of death, but I registered none of it, even as the carapace collapsed and clattered to the ground. Tana was left in the midst of the dissolving shell and a pile of ash. She quickly ripped the tail out after cutting off the spike. She seemed healthy, at first. It only took 2 steps for Tana to collapse in a heap. Tana! Amara screamed as I ran forward, sliding to Tana's side as she fell on her back. Without hesitation, I unbuckled and ripped off her chest plate before pulling up her shirt, finding the hole in her gut. It wasn't exactly cindered, close enough but significantly to the side. Perhaps it had destroyed a kidney, but since she was a knight, she could survive all that. Instead, what made my heart drop was the rapidly spreading venom. I could see it spread visibly as it turned her veins black while traveling upward toward the heart. I panicked. I didn't have anything like an antivenom. Nothing geared toward recovery could stop something like this. And even though Tana was a knight, this venom wasn't something she could naturally fight. She would die. Without her heart pumping, no oxygen would reach her brain, and she would be brain dead before long. How long? I wasn't sure. Perhaps her magic could keep her going for a little while longer. I saw her eyes trembling while looking toward me, her weak voice barely getting pushed out. I did it. We're not done yet, Tana. Just stay with me. We're getting you home. She couldn't respond, slowly losing consciousness as I took out a knife and sliced her shirt in half. I looked at her bare chest, black veins already spreading to her heart. When I put my ear to her chest, I could barely hear the last few beats before her heart stopped. Clinical death. I pulled my head back, hand moving down her chest before finding the right position over her heart. Then, I put my palms down and started chest compressions. Her vigor wasn't active, so her body barely resisted my efforts. She was just a normal girl now. Thankfully, otherwise there would be absolutely nothing I could do. I felt her chest cave under every press, maintaining a steady rhythm while including mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. These were the only two tools at my disposal. Amara came over not long later. John, check the others. I spit out those words, leaving Amara to check Fiden and Vetsmon. My spark was wholly devoted toward keeping my body in a rhythm, while I just had to keep count of how often I provided Tana some air. At the same time, I could hear and feel the clashes between the big players in the distance. One fight in particular seemed to almost shatter the world. I could see flashes of light and dark cut across the sky occasionally, attacks that I could never hope to match in my lifetime. That was an issue. I didn't know what was going on, but it was clear that we wouldn't be attracting any attention anytime soon. That was good since we wouldn't be attacked. Bad since I couldn't find someone to get Tana treatment. I didn't know how long she could hold on for. All I knew was that as long as I could do something about it, I would. After some time, Amara came back. They're all right. Hurt pretty bad, but they'll live. Good. I can't spare the attention. Is there some way I can help? Amara kneeled down in front of Tana's head. I glanced at her for a second and spoke between breaths. Are you able to circulate air through her lungs? It would be something along the lines of simulating breathing, I think. Can I try? Hang on. I pushed a few more times before providing another round of air. Then, I nodded. Go ahead. Amara's hands waved over Tana's face. I could see the mana in the air move into her mouth. Then I could feel her chest expand underneath my hands before falling back down. It was a bit irregular, but eventually turned stable. Good. She doesn't need full breaths. Just enough to get oxygen in her blood. Are you operating her heart? Yes. The venom caused her heart to stop, but so long as I can keep it going artificially, she'll stand a chance. It won't be as good as a normal heartbeat, but it'll have to do. I'll be here as long as she needs me. She said that while taking a seat, continuing to ventilate Tana's lungs. Not having to give mouth-to-mouth occasionally let me settle into a better rhythm. My body screamed at me from the constant exertion, but any aches and pains I simply ignored, shutting them out for Tana's sake. The battles in the distance continued to rage, showing no signs of stopping. After nearly 2 hours, a bright golden light blinded me for a second, despite the fact I was looking down. A few more shone through my tightly shut eyelids, but that was the end of the commotion. The battle seemed to calm, for better or for worse. After another half hour, a flash of familiar blue light illuminated the darkening trees around us. I sighed as the puppet master flew over, landing by our side. He took one look at Tana. Heartstopper. Yes. What are you doing? Keeping her heart going. We need something to clear the venom and restart her heart. John, I don't think dash. Unless I hear solutions, I don't give a damn. Where's Vizen? Recovering. My mouth opened, but I couldn't get the words out. I wanted to demand his presence, but chances were he wasn't capable. I gritted my teeth. What's the situation? The church appeared and drove back the strongest of them. Unfortunately, the horde still numbers in the millions. What's left of the kingdom is in full retreat. They'll be passing by soon, where we will all join them. And Tana? Any solutions? I'll try. He said that before flying off. I redoubled my efforts. After a little bit of thinking, I looked up at Amara, whose face was getting paler. It seemed she was having a hard time. I wouldn't stop her, though. Her comfort wasn't worth risking Tana's life by any stretch. She would just have to deal with it. Then again, I didn't even know if she would live. After the 3-hour mark, my hopes were slim. I wasn't really thinking about it at this point. I didn't want to. I just kept pumping, occasionally glancing off into the distance. At some point, a massive column of soldiers wended their way towards us. It was the retreating military, and among them were a few dozen Templars that shone in their white and gold armors, the only purity in this hellscape. A strange presence felt near me. I turned and looked to the side to find an unexpected visitor. Anderson, the strongest knight in the church, perhaps the world. And he was crouched down next to us with his characteristic toothy grin. Amara didn't seem to see him. Is she even alive? You've been doing that for a while now. I don't know. Can you neutralize the venom? I can do a lot of things. I just drove back the king of anarchy. Question is, what's in it for me? I didn't realize I had anything you'd find valuable. Get creative, boy. Perhaps it may not be anything tangible. Tell me, are you asking for help or charity? His bright blue eyes pierced straight into my soul. It took everything I had to not falter in my compressions. Help? Good answer. I'll save your friend. But I want you to remember this in the future. When you have to choose, I want you to remember what I did to tip the scales in your favor. Maybe then I'll be repaid. He said that while taking out a black pill, dropping it in Tana's open mouth. It dissolved immediately, clearing out the black veins from her body. Amara finally realized something was happening as Tana's heart restarted. She rushed to feel her heart, putting an ear up against her bare chest. I felt her wrist, faint, but present. I almost collapsed on my arms, letting out a long sigh while hugging her head. Don't ever do that again, okay? I feel like I'm missing something. Amara muttered as I moved to pick Tana up. I just shook my head, realizing Anderson was gone. Don't worry about it. I made a deal with someone. Someone who? What did you promise? Someone important, and I'm honestly not sure. It's nothing bad though. Plenty worth it. Let's get her a shirt. Amara just sighed while taking out a spare shirt, covering Tana's bare chest with it. The puppet master reappeared sometime after that, bringing us into the retreating army and deciding to ignore the topic of Tana's miraculous recovery. There were few spare vehicles to use, so we had no choice but to march with everyone. Vetmon, who was still unconscious, was laid on top of one of the few trucks while Fiden was given some recovery meds and resigned to march with us while healing. I kept Tana with me, shifting her on my back. I also put my coat on her. Her body was incredibly cold. At least she was alive, I kept reminding myself. It was quite the miracle. Or perhaps a given. She was a knight, so since I was able to keep her heart going, her own body worked on preserving the rest. It was almost logical. But those 3 hours felt like an eternity. I didn't know if it was possible that she could be alive after the first 5 minutes, let alone hours. But I banked on the fact that knights defied death itself, as had been shown to me repeatedly. That, and the voice of my angel continued to echo in my mind. Don't give up. Seemed she hadn't been talking about running away. It seemed the kingdom could at least respond quickly to a crisis. We didn't have to march for more than half a day before the soldiers did something peculiar. They found a spot on the ground and started digging. Earth warlocks caved in the earth while scooping out massive chunks of land. And what was revealed below after a few dozen meters was the rail tunnels. Better yet, they had sent some rails over. It seemed we were lucky and most of the rail cars weren't actually at the base at the time of the attack. Since we now had access to them, we were able to load them with people and head back to the military depot. Once there, all the students were sent to the medical ward to get checked. All things considered, my squad had gotten off pretty well. It would have been smooth sailing had Tana not gotten poisoned. As for the other group that abandoned us, I suppose I shouldn't have been surprised, but a good chunk of them survived. The children of rich nobles naturally had a few things to preserve their lives against stronger enemies. It was just unfortunate for the ones who didn't descend from endless generational wealth. The rich kids kept everything for themselves. What was 30 elites and 20 students had been cut down another chunk. A headcount said there were only 18 elites and 5 students, including us. 23 students remained of the 150 who left for the excursion. It was an utter massacre, killing off almost all of the new blood that would have become soldiers only a month or so later. The 4th year, even disregarding the elites, was supposed to be a generation of exceptionally talented students who were basically guaranteed to rise above the average. They would become valuable soldiers in the future. At least a few would likely reach Authority 10 within a decade or two. Now, over 90% had been killed unceremoniously. Those left were generally the cream of the crop, or at least the richest of them. But that didn't mean the kingdom hadn't lost a major portion of their upcoming talent. It was the first tragedy of its kind. The puppet master had never lost an elite before, and student deaths were exceptionally rare. Now, it could be said that so many elites surviving through this was something to be proud of, given what happened. A king of the Scourge had stepped out to do battle. I didn't know the last time that had happened, but considering the fact that few knew about the kings, I could guess that it was a long time ago. War was coming, that much was certain. Sitting in the medical ward, we were all given some sort of recovery medicine. I resorted to my cigars. Except for some internal injuries and a headache caused by the initial battle against Amara, I was perfectly fine. Amara was also untouched. It was our knights who needed the treatment. To our surprise, though, someone came and found us while we were waiting around. Amara. Dad? Amara's eyes widened when her father appeared out of nowhere. He was wearing bloodied and beat-up armor, so he had obviously fought with something. Thankfully, he had come out on top. Ikor ran up and patted down his daughter. Are you okay? You weren't hurt. I'm fine, Dad. What about you? Your armor is dented. Oh, I'm fine. Your father may not be a demigod, but my skill hasn't degraded even after all the paperwork your mother has made me do. If not for the situation, it would have been a refreshing battle. I see. But why are you here? She looked at him worriedly. She probably didn't think that her family should ever have been a worry. Turns out, her father had gotten caught up in all this. He sighed. I had visited the base to talk to you, but while I was spending some time with some old friends, Anarchy appeared. I had no choice but to run as far away as I could before the coercion messed with my mind. Run away. You felt it too, didn't you? The desire to kill those you were close to in order to spare them the horror that was coming. If I had been nearby, what would have happened shouldn't be talked about. Amara's breathing hitched a bit. Her own father would have come to kill her if he hadn't made the wise decision to run when he did. If something like that had happened, how would he have lived with himself? Unfortunately, that was now the story of most who survived the mental coercion. They had either lived long enough to get saved by the Authority 12, or they had killed whoever they were trying to save. My own ears twitched as I heard the screams throughout the depot. Some were from the medical ward. Most were coming from the surviving soldiers who had to bear the agony of knowing they killed their friends. All because a king had stepped within a few miles of the base. Such power was horrifying and still hardly comprehensible despite us experiencing it firsthand. Ikor suddenly waved his hands. Never mind that. What matters is that you're alive. Both of you. You can't imagine the weight on my chest as I was looking for you. So don't worry about anything else. Once you're ready, I'll bring you both home. John, I invite you to stay with us. I don't want you to be alone at a time like this. I appreciate it. Of course. He nodded to me before sitting down on a nearby seat. After a few moments of silence, I lifted my aerial and dialed a number. Maxwell picked up almost instantly, causing me to snort a little. Hey, you'll never guess what happened. You were attacked by the King of Anarchy and survived? Way to kill the surprise. Hardly something to be excited about. But I suppose making it out alive is an achievement worthy of accommodation. Good job, and I'm glad you're safe. I could feel the relief in his voice. I wasn't sure how he knew about what happened, but it was nice to hear such genuine concern. I smiled. Thanks. I've been invited to the Teleria household. Should I go? You can do whatever you wish. Doubt you'll ever have to step foot on Magisterium grounds ever again after this too. Once this tragedy reaches the public's ears, there's going to be an uproar. How many students died? Only 23 remain. My squad comprises 5 of those survivors. I see. All right. I needn't know anymore. Be with your friends. I'll be waiting at the capital for your return. Sure. Goodbye. Goodbye, my boy. The call ended, my aerial dimming. I silently put my arm around Amara, pulling her in while waiting. Before long, Vetsmona and Fiden came out to greet us. Chapter 129. Are you okay? Fiden and Vetsmon walked over from the medical ward, a cloud of depression hanging over them. I stood up and walked to meet them, placing a hand on Fiden's shoulder. Hey, what's wrong? Mira. It took me a second to understand what he was implying. My heart sank. She wasn't there. Not in the steed, not in the group that abandoned us. She's not here. The medical ward's atmosphere grew oppressive as the screams of the soldiers faded away. I didn't know what to say. She didn't make it through the initial fight. If she had been with the other students, she probably would have stayed with us when we stopped to fight. But now she was nowhere to be seen. Even if she survived the initial battle, since she wasn't here, she was somewhere out there. And that only meant that she was already dead. Fiden's girlfriend was gone. I wrapped him in a tight hug. I could only imagine how he felt. It wasn't a feeling I ever wanted to experience. Once we separated, I brought him over to a seat, guiding him to slump into the seat and simply being there. Eventually, he asked, How's Tana? She's in a coma right now. Should survive. How healthy she'll be when she wakes back up, I'm not sure. But she's at least alive. Yo, you were keeping her heart going for hours. Thankfully, it worked out. Yeah, given the shit circumstances, we all did the best we could. A long sigh escaped my lips. A few tears leaked from the corners of Fiden's eyes, tracing rivulets down his cheeks. Tana didn't seem like she would wake up anytime soon. I had fears of neurological damage, but for now, we could only wait for her to come out of her coma. We couldn't really do anything except notify her parents and leave her in the puppet master's hands as those unwounded in our class were teleported back to the capital. Vetsmon couldn't find the Templar assigned to him, but he still had his writ. despite all that had happened. He went straight back to the Holy See to report to his parents. Fiden went back to his parents with a promise that we would meet up soon. I didn't want to leave him alone for that long, but he needed a familiar place to process things. That left Amara and I to the Teleria Dukedom, the city of Joffrin. Ikor accompanied us to the mansion where the Duchess and Faye were waiting by the door. Worry was so palpable in Faye's aura it seemed to almost stain the entryway, seeping deep into the gray bricks. Talexia silently walked over to her daughter and wrapped her in a crushing hug. "Welcome home." "Thanks, Mom." Their greeting was warm but succinct. Amara walked over to Faye afterwards, wrapping her in a hug. Her face, tense, instantly melted into relief. Talexia faced me for a few seconds before stepping forward and hugging me as well. I was a bit shocked. I didn't think we had gotten so close. The hug was short and sweet, and I felt my eyebrows rising as we broke it off. I suddenly feel my spirits being rejuvenated. Few more seconds. "Tisk, cheeky boy. Leave the cuddly stuff for my daughter." "Heh, will do." We shared a smile before I went over to pick up Faye, poking her ribs with my fingers. She let out a peal of laughter. "Ack, I'm not a kid." "Why are you ticklish then?" "Only kids are ticklish." "Liar. Put me down." "Haha." I laughed as we walked into the house, letting Faye down when the doors closed. I pulled her in for a quick hug before she could run. "It's good to see you, kid." You too." "I heard something happened." A few beasts attacked our base. But we're fine. Your sister single-handedly killed them all and flew us home." "Really?" "I did not." "Stop lying." I got a smack on the shoulder. Faye snickered. We filed into the dining room after a little more talking. My stomach rumbled upon smelling food. I had forgotten entirely to eat with everything going on. Dinner was already mostly made, so we sat down at the table, occasionally exchanging a few words over some inconsequential topic. I didn't really offer anything. I suppose they noticed, since after an hour had passed, Talexia broke the silence. "John? Are you okay?" You haven't eaten anything." I looked down, finding a full plate that I hadn't touched at all. I scratched my head. I don't think I'm hungry. I think I just need some sleep. Is there an open room I could use?" "Of course there is." "Ikor, if you could." This way." Ikor nodded and stood to lead me. Amara spoke up from behind me. "Do you want me to come with you?" No, that's all right. I'm just gonna catch some sleep. Don't mind me." "All right." She muttered in acknowledgement as the two of us walked out, heading up to a guest room. "Here you are. If there's anything else, let one of the maids know." "Sure. Thank you." "Of course." I gave him one last smile before walking into the room, shutting the door and taking a few steps inside. The room was completely silent, the thick door drowning out the already faint noises of life, yet it sounded like someone was screaming in my ears. My stomach churned. I sprinted to the bathroom, spewing what little was actually in my stomach inside the toilet. Ikor descended back into the kitchen, Talexia asking, "How is he?" "Vomiting." Silence reigned over the dinner table. What broke it was Amara's sudden sobbing. Faye watched as her sister broke down in her seat, sobbing almost uncontrollably. She had a feeling something wasn't right earlier, that John's attempts at trying to lighten the mood earlier were just a mask for something far more serious. Her family sat in silence, letting her process her emotions the best she could. When her tears finally seemed to dry up, she weakly stumbled up, pushing herself away from the table. "I'm going to bed too. Please let us know if you need anything." Amara didn't respond and simply left the kitchen, leaving the remaining three at the table. Faye spoke up. "Can I ask what happened?" "I suppose you'll hear about it soon enough." Talexia sighed. "The base your sister was at was just destroyed." What?" "Yes. One of the strongest scourge beasts in existence attacked it earlier today, alongside an army of millions. Most of the soldiers stationed there were wiped out, along with over 90% of the Magisterium's fourth-year class." Faye sat in stunned silence, unable to comprehend it all. Ikor chimed in. "John and your sister are only 2 of 23 students that managed to survive. Their entire squad made it as well, though one of them is in a coma and has yet to wake. The fact that they're alive is a miracle, but I can't imagine the stress for them. They're just kids, and they had to face a monster like that." Ikor went silent, recalling the image of anarchy. Simply gazing upon that entity was enough to drive one insane if they weren't powerful enough to resist. And its mere presence was enough to plunge the base into a homicidal frenzy. John and Amara had both gazed upon it, succumbed to its insanity, and tried to kill each other, before getting pulled out of their stupor. Now, they would live to tell the tale, the image of anarchy permanently branded into their psyches. Not many people, even among the survivors, could claim such a thing. And they were just kids, not even out of school. Ikor just wished he could have done something about it. But at the time, getting as far away from them as possible was the best choice. That's why he threw himself into battle with others on the opposite side of the base. The details of what transpired there was something perhaps only his wife would ever know about. Yet, even now, he couldn't quite wrap his head around how they managed to escape its influence. Preliminary reports suggested that every single person who actually caught a glimpse of anarchy was dead, which was most of those who had been on the wall. That mental coercion had disappeared once the stationed Authority 12 did something about it, but even that couldn't cure those who had experienced the worst. There was a reason the 4 kings on the Black Spider repository didn't have any pictures. It was because pictures couldn't be captured, not by photo or eye. It was only when the king projected their true form that people would go insane. Otherwise, they would only see an incomprehensible form that was harmless, though confusing, to gaze upon. John and Amara had seen Anarchy's true form, yet weren't insane. Ikor had seen them atop the wall with the others who had glimpsed Anarchy, and later saw the red tears of blood dried on their faces characteristic of those afflicted. He wanted to know what happened, but the forces involved in that battle were beyond their own world. They might not even know, and he didn't want to press the issue. All he cared about was that they were alive. He couldn't give a damn about anything else, because by all stretches of logic, he should have lost his daughter. Ikor looked up after snapping out of his own thought process, seeing his second daughter looking downtrodden. He smiled a bit. I don't want you to worry so much about what happened, Faye. Just be there for your sister. She will need family now more than ever. Good. Now, get ready for bed. Your mother and I have things to discuss. Ikor sent Faye off. After that, the night was spent spilling secrets that would likely never get uttered again. Any change? Talexia looked up from her desk at Ikor, who sighed while sitting down across from her. No. Though our daughter made her way into his bed at some point. They've been sleeping for a full day. I don't blame them. I only just woke up. Ikor wiped his face. The 3 of them, after going to sleep for the night, had been asleep for a while. Ikor woke up some hours ago, but he was also an Authority 10. John and Amara had yet to wake even after a full 24 hours. Despite that, Amara managed to slip her way into John's bed. Both parents hoped they would wake soon. Unfortunately, the 2 only emerged after another half a day. It was almost lunchtime the next day when they walked down. Their hair was completely disheveled, their eyes squinted and face covered in the markings of whatever they had been sleeping on. Amara was also on John's back as they marched their way straight to the kitchen. The family watched as they flipped on a water spout and started gobbling up everything that poured out like thirsting beggars. When they eventually made it to the table where everyone sat, their front sides were drenched, but it didn't seem like either of them cared as they stared blankly into space. At that moment, Talexia slid a newspaper over to them. News got out. It's the only thing the kingdom is talking about now. Dozens of nobles have also gone to the magisterium in outrage, though they're getting shut down. The front page is a summary of the outcome. John reached over as she explained, taking the newspaper and checking the front page with hazy golden eyes. There in big bold letters were the words, "The Calamity Class, 127 students massacred." It went on to summarize how the 4th-year magisterium class was almost entirely wiped out, victims of the worst incursion in decades. It was almost like they didn't care at all about the tens of thousands of soldiers who died as well. Then again, no news sold better than that which freaked people out, and what better than covering the kingdom's future getting shattered? Soldiers died every day, they usually not in the numbers that they just did. It was basically expected. What wasn't expected was for school kids to get massacred, and no journalist would pass up such sensational news. As for details about the King of Anarchy appearing, it seemed like that was being completely suppressed. After all, almost everyone who had seen Anarchy was dead. And it seemed the top brass weren't keen on scaring people more than necessary. A military base had fallen. The citizenry didn't need to know why. John passed the newspaper to Amara, having gleaned an idea of what was written with a quick skim. He spoke as she looked over it. What's graduation going to look like? Talexia looked up from her food and responded, Not sure. There are only 23 students to graduate now besides the 3rd years, and since there are already talks of a memorial being put up, a graduation would really only serve as a kind of funeral. They're still deciding what to do. Regardless, it won't happen for another 10 days. For now, there isn't anything you 2 need to worry about. Perhaps except plans for the military, which I wanted to talk to you about, John. John lifted his head when Talexia asked, "How would you feel about enlisting under the Warlock Corps? I suppose it would be a better fit than the Knight Corps." There aren't any divisions for summoners to go into or specialize in except intelligence. But if you plan on doing any fighting, we can't do that, so you'll go through basic training alongside the Warlocks. As for who takes you under their command, I can already feel the headache. There's always a lot of competition for the crowned champion, but I have a feeling it'll be worse with you. He didn't respond, taking a moment to think. Nobility had 3 interests: their assets, the magisterium, and the military. It wasn't wealth or influence that really defined a noble, but sheer power. A noble title was directly tied to the strength they personally wielded, and the only way to maintain that was by ensuring powerful successors as well. Their assets granted them the resources to invest, the magisterium provided a safe base to develop, and the military served as further tempering to bring a noble scion to the required level of power. Noble children were always cycling through the ladder too, and being the nobles that they were, naturally didn't go through normal channels. They got preferential treatment at every step. Every noble worth their salt had been through the same path once. A noble's social network was vast, and they would pull as many strings as they could to ensure their children had an advantage. As for John, despite being a commoner hailing from a completely unknown background, he would be treated rather similarly. His pioneering of the summoner class, being crowned champion, and having Amara's parents willing to pull strings for him put him miles ahead of the ordinary enlisted. Loads of people would be fighting to hold him under their command. But that wasn't what made things difficult. It was the fact that John didn't have backing that would make things complicated. He was a popular candidate for subordination yet didn't have any rights or decision-making power to himself. It wouldn't be like Amara, who could just choose to be under her mother. Of course, Talexia would have more of a say given John's relationship with her daughter, but that would be limited. She would definitely have to fight for it, and the mere anticipation was already giving her a headache. Of course, she wasn't just fighting for him because he was Amara's boyfriend. His performance during the tournament was shocking even to her. She had never seen his combat prowess before, nor had most people. The show he put on was eye-opening and very, very tempting. Such lethality had never been seen before. It was pure killing power in the form of long metal tubes. However it worked, all of the big players in the military wanted it for themselves. Talexia wasn't an exception. And unfortunately, in a grim way, the competition would be even greater since the pot of elites to choose from had been cut by over 90%. Well, it would all have to wait until the issues regarding that event blew over. As Talexia remained deep in her thoughts, John and Amara stood in unison and walked out of the kitchen. She watched them with an odd face, not saying anything as they vanished into the upper floors. She looked over at Icor. What was that about? I'm not sure. By the way, did you see Anarchy? She asked inquisitively. Although they had gone through the same thing, Icor was reacting to it much differently. Sure, he was also an authority 10, but she didn't want to disregard the differences so readily. Sure enough, he shook his head. I didn't dare look out to it. My body might be strong, but my mind doesn't necessarily follow. Aura was never my strong suit, so I didn't want to test the theory with Amara there. I just ran and resisted as long as I could. A good choice. Something tells me that they're going through something right now, though. Recovery, most likely. That, or they're preoccupied. They're thinking about something. Chances are, it's Anarchy. What can we do? Icor asked worriedly. They couldn't do much about that, even at their level. It was a miracle that they weren't going insane, but it seemed they also weren't completely unaffected. Whatever it was, it felt like they could only wait. Talexia was also frowning, her fingers wrapping across the table. I'll call a friend. Perhaps he'll be curious enough to indulge me. She tapped her aerial with those words, sending a few messages before waiting patiently. After a minute or so, she got a response. She clicked her tongue. We'll have to wait, but he'll come. I suppose I'm not the first to call him. How long? A day or two. For now, let's just watch them. So long as their condition doesn't get worse, we'll be able to do something about it. She sighed, the two of them falling silent in contemplation. Chapter 130. Rationalize. Anarchy was more than just a lack of order. It was the insanity that wrought the ruin of all things stable. It destroyed peace, disrupted harmony, defaced all forms of law. It made friends, lovers, and family turn on each other, as if death was the only purpose of the living. It warped the desire to protect into the desire to kill. And finally, it unlocked all inhibitions that might have prevented someone from carrying out their newfound intentions. These thoughts had come to me after a day or so of thinking. Amara and I hadn't been asleep for so long. It was just that our minds were so occupied with our thoughts that we may as well have been sleeping. Neither of us could pull ourselves out of the stupor before we figured everything out. We had attempted to make sense of anarchy. Not just the concept, but that which embodied it. That two-headed monster haunted both of our minds. Only through comprehension could we drive it out. My guardian angel, as well as Amara's, had only saved us from the immediate insanity that anarchy had imprinted onto our minds when we saw it. That did nothing to wash the image, not merely a memory, but carrying the influence of anarchy, the raw, unfiltered concept the monster represented, from our minds. It was difficult to think of a living thing as a walking concept, but this was a world of magical bullshit. I wasn't closed to the idea. The issue was that it was simply too easy to think of the monster. The moment its image popped into your head, its influence would hitch a ride and come as well. As a result, a homicidal rage similar to the one we initially experienced would flood your mind. It didn't have the same secondary effect of getting rid of inhibitions, thus not actually affecting your desires nor making you act on your thoughts, but still proved impossible to simply wash from your mind. Not unless you could rationalize your way out. And to do that, you needed to understand why anarchy wasn't something to follow or believe. It was effectively a moral and philosophical debate. Except the outcome of this internalized argument would dictate your actions, for better or worse. It wasn't something you could just haphazardly conclude and push to the back of your mind. If you couldn't reach a good conclusion, you would return to the insanity that affected everyone at the base, except nobody could save you this time around. This made it incredibly difficult to let myself come to a definite conclusion. And I was thinking several times faster than Amara. How long it would take her, I wasn't sure. And that's why we were constantly communicating. I had established a telepathic link almost the instant I realized what was going on. I wanted to make sure that my own thoughts weren't going down the wrong path. I was keeping my mind in check, using Amara's thoughts as a sanity test. But as time went on and both of us figured out what we had to do, we entered a deep discussion that wouldn't end until we could come to a consensus. We established pretty quickly that anarchy wasn't just something to go against. I had learned about no small amount of philosophical, moral, and ethical beliefs on Earth, and I myself had come to the conclusion that everything, both good and bad, had their roles to play in our lives. Call it the cycle of life, yin and yang, duality, opposites attracting, or whatever else you wanted. There were two sides to every coin, and that meant anarchy wasn't wholly or inherently something to bastardize. It played a part in our lives, especially my own philosophies. Did a revolution or rebellion not take a certain level of anarchy to achieve? Did plunging a country into chaos not require the dissolution of law, peace, and harmony? It didn't matter if it was to achieve your goals or not. Without anarchy, you would never be able to get away from order, regardless of whether that order was good or bad. Or put simply, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. It was an unfortunate truth of the world, but violence did solve problems. A utopia of peace and harmony, by definition, was unachievable. Maybe humanity was never deserving of something like a utopia. Or maybe we would never be able to appreciate one without being incapable of achieving it. Regardless, it was clear to me that anarchy had a role in my thinking. It wasn't inherently good or bad, but merely a function of life. And only when taken to its purest extreme did it become a very bad thing. After some time, I could feel Amara resonating with my thoughts. The only debate was over what degree of influence anarchy could have on our lives. That wasn't as easy to determine. Too much anarchy in our lives would mean we would be trying to overthrow every form of authority we came across. We might not be trying to kill everyone we came across, but the level of conflict in our lives would skyrocket. There would be no peace. But too little meant that we wouldn't be able to achieve any of our goals. In this way, our relationship underwent something of a test. Amara and I were facing pressure at every turn. Just about everyone wanted us separated, and we had to fight just to continue seeing each other. It wasn't easy, that much was certain. I, for one, would have a far easier time in life if I just broke up with her. Almost all of the noble class would get off my ass, and I would be free to pursue anybody they didn't care about. But we never did that. Everyone came after me since I was the only one they could touch, and I fought them all off. Amara did her best to help in the form of resisting the pressure on her family and keeping it away from me. We both had our own battles to fight. And we were only willing to keep fighting because we were willing to accept a certain level of chaos and anarchy in our lives to get what we wanted. But there was a balance that we had been pretty desperate to maintain. If I hadn't gotten as strong as I did, then that balance likely would have collapsed a while ago. but I was able to triumph over the tournament, which was the last card they could play to semi-discreetly dispose of me. Because of that, I was able to refrain from resorting to a greater level of anarchy, a level that probably would have been my downfall. Due to my experiences, both on Earth and here, I felt like I had a pretty good grasp on the level of anarchy I could allow in my life. Unlike Amara, ethics and philosophy were prevalent topics on Earth and something I had debated often enough. I had even taken classes on them, for however much that was worth. But she didn't. Those things simply weren't as big of an issue here in this world where there was only one dominant religion and an existential enemy at your doorstep. For the most part, everyone was too busy with living to worry about crap like that. Amara never had an opportunity to reflect on morality. I would have to be careful. She was much more volatile than I was. She didn't have the same stability of mind I did, which helped rather significantly with dealing with anarchy. And since she also didn't have a foundation of years of pondering and debate, she needed to form a philosophy in a short amount of time and with far higher stakes. It was difficult to help her while I was also trying to rationalize everything and subdue the monstrous image in my mind, but I was trying my best. Which, after almost 48 hours, led to the current conversation. Who the fuck should be allowed to tell us what we can and can't do? I'm the daughter of a duchess. If I want to have sex with you, then I shouldn't have to give a damn about anyone else. I'll fuck you whenever I please. Whenever we both want to. Huh. Yes, I get that. But my point still stands. I inwardly sighed. She was practically explosive at this point, and I had devoted a chunk of myself away from rationalization towards restraining her a little. It was amazing just how calm she usually was. Amara didn't let her emotions show very often, especially not in public. Even when we were alone, she was generally the one who tried to keep herself calm and collected. In comparison, I wore my heart on my sleeve. That's how nobles were supposed to be, and that's how she had been raised. But that also meant that much of her emotions had been repressed. Both of us were completely unfiltered right now. I was still a bit surprised at the depth of her discontent. Despite understanding her upbringing, she was holding back a lot more than I expected, far angrier about the whole situation. Which is why I asked, if you understand exactly why they're doing what they're doing, then why are you so mad about it? It's not something you can necessarily control, their own opinions I mean. Since that's the case, you shouldn't be letting it get to you like this. It's a matter of principle, John. I know you also understand that. You cite that plenty enough. You know why I'm so mad. This is just the first time you've seen it, because believe it or not, I have more self-control than you do. I have to, for my family and our image. For me, the game is all about having a poker face, as you like to call it. It's all a bunch of bullshit, but that's the way it is, so I play along. But because you find no reason to conceal your own emotions and filter your words, I have to compensate. That's why everyone sees you as the stupid peasant who couldn't possibly have any thoughts worth hearing, while I have to be the ice queen bitch. You think I like playing nice with a bunch of old motherfuckers? You think I like smiling when I feel like gouging out their eyeballs and spreading their guts across the floor? I stayed silent as she exploded. Do you think I like hearing about how you fucked other girls too? Sex is supposed to be one of the most intimate things a couple can do, and you've done it with multiple other girls before. Part of me can hardly believe that you could be as intimate with me as I would be with you. I can't help but imagine it as one-sided now. But I never told you these things because that's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do would be to disregard it and trust you when you say that it has no bearing on us. And that's what I did. But that never meant that it didn't piss me off. You just didn't get to see it. And now we stand at a crossroads because I've exposed myself. So what do you plan to do? What can we possibly do that would fix our balance? We should take a step back. I said that while opening my eyes, sitting up on the bed we laid in. Amara sensed it and did the same, the two of us looking at each other with fire in our eyes. She was right. We had reached a crossroads. She was exploding, all of her bottled-up emotion coming out all at once. And I was left here wondering if she was even capable of taking our relationship to the next level. So I was about to make things really simple. Amara, I'm not the one with an issue. You are. You hate the fact that I've had sex before. I understand why you do. But right now, you need to cool yourself off and tell me if you're capable of getting past that. Because if not, then there's no reason why we shouldn't break up right now. Do you understand that? Fuck Sake. She suddenly started crying. I could feel the anger within her, but I could also feel the surge of dread at the mention of us breaking up. She seemed to sober up pretty quickly, but the conflict was obvious. She looked down, drawing her knees into herself. It hurts. She whispered out loud. I get so mad sometimes. I can't know if anybody around me is trustworthy. All of the nobles have openly talked about how valuable my child would be for them and how I'm at risk of tainting my womb with some commoner garbage. And then their children come and try to be friendly with me, talking about how pretty I am and how amazing my progress is while calling us lifelong friends. I'm not even sure my few childhood friends are still my friends. Sometimes I think they just make an effort to stay relevant in my life so they can try to manipulate me due to the state of my family. I can't know, and it's infuriating. And you. I might be the same, right? I looked down at her with a neutral face, watching as she nodded lightly. You. Maybe you're trying to sleep with me for my money or my mother's influence. You're not a noble, so attaining one of my mother's businesses would set you up for life. Or worse, you could just see me as a trophy. Sleeping with me would be quite the impressive feat, especially if you never meant any of the things you've said to me. Even you rejecting my gifts could be an act. I just don't know. Good God, woman. I let out a sharp huff before standing from the bed, pacing a few times before turning back to her. It was difficult to see her so pitiful. She was doubting everything we've ever done for each other, everything we've told each other. She was doubting all of the experiences we've had up until now. I shook my head. To think we faced the fucking incarnation of death together and you're doubting whether or not I really didn't want you to buy me the hood. It's quite enlightening, though. I told you that I was going to trust you and love you unconditionally, but obviously I didn't even think about the fact that you didn't promise me the same. You're calling everything I've done into question, and why? Because you've had some bad experiences with some stupid fucking nobles? You're really going to let them ruin everything for us? All I'm doing is recalling my life's experiences. This is how my life is. Then let me make it crystal fucking clear, because right now, there is no possible way that I can try to act or deceive you. I simply don't have the patience for shit like that, nor will anarchy let me, especially when it might dictate whether I give you the rest of my fucking life or not. I went over and propped my knee on the side of the bed, leaning over to her and speaking with a low voice. I had to admit, I was pretty pissed now too. I simply do not care about the thoughts of nobles. I don't care about their opinions. I don't care about their feelings. I don't care about what they want, like, or hate. The entirety of the noble class could come and gargle on my balls, and it wouldn't make me like them anymore. Frankly, that goes for your past experiences with them too. Where I come from, shitting all over the name of nobles and elitists is an enjoyable pastime. And we did that because almost all those people are a bunch of disgusting immoral pigs. And it seems like you've come to the same conclusion. But you've made the mistake of thinking that I could possibly be remotely similar to them. It's insulting, and it tells me one thing. I tapped Amara's forehead. You obviously haven't stopped being one. You let them get into your head. You let them brainwash you into thinking you have to play their game to survive. And even if that's not the case, at the very least, you let them convince you that you should care about anything they have to say. You see, dealing with nobles is relatively easy for me because I don't actually listen to them. They think I'm just a worthless peasant with no thoughts worth hearing? Who the fuck cares? All of my unfiltered conflicts with them in the past didn't change anything since they've hated me from the beginning. There was never any room for negotiation. What would being polite to them achieve? And why should their opinion of me hold any weight with you? Amara didn't respond, so I turned around and found a chair to sit in. I let her stew in her thoughts for a while. In my eyes, I could see our auras. Mine was pretty solid, and in the cloudy form it was usually in. Honestly, my rationalization about anarchy was already pretty set. This discussion with Amara was the only loose end that I needed to figure out. But Amara's was volatile, reflecting her emotions. It was unstable and fluid, flowing about her in violent streams that changed directions in a heartbeat, making it clear that she had yet to come to a conclusion. But after what had to be almost half an hour of stewing in silence, she finally started mumbling. With every utterance, her aura solidified a bit more. Whatever she was thinking, it was setting things in stone and would make or break this relationship. I need to stop being a noble. All of it needs to stop. They're my enemies. Everyone's enemy. There's nothing holding them back, so they dig their filthy claws into everything they can get them on. They've twisted even their own children to play their games. They need to be dethroned. In a way. I smiled a bit, rubbing my chin as her head snapped toward me. What do you mean in a way? You made it pretty clear that they need to go to hell. They do. But you need to understand that this place isn't like my home. Like I said during the discussion we had with Vetsman's father, magic makes it impossible to abolish the noble class. Even if there were someone powerful who did so by killing all nobles, they would then become king, the de facto noble class that stands above all. That's what magic does. So I agree that nobles need to go fuck themselves. But we don't do that by getting rid of them. We need another way. Kind of like what the church did. Yes, you keep them in check, but you have to have the power first. Until then, we can only do what we can to not give them an excuse to just outright kill us for daring to go against them. Which is what I've been doing. Yes, you've balanced that well. Only because you can find safe refuge with my mother and the hotel. Exactly. Which is why you also can't just forsake your nobility just yet. We need the title and the protection it affords us, so long as we come to the conclusion that our relationship can continue to work. I stood and walked over to the bed, sitting on its side and grabbing Amara's hand tight. Amara, I can't do anything about your doubt beyond what I have. That's something you need to rectify within yourself. All I can ask is that you look at what we've been through and understand that I'm not here to deceive or use you. You worry that I'm like the nobles. Well, unfortunately, I'm also worried that you're like them. I liked you back then even before I knew you were a noble. I knew nothing about you other than the fact that you were cute, smart, and fun to be with. Your mother and her lie detector test made that pretty clear. As for my history, I unfortunately can't go back in time, nor can I regret what I did. Not to mention that for me, it was never a big deal. What I did back then could never affect what I do with you now, just like how all the dates I've been on back then don't make ours today any less fun or romantic. But how much it affects you is something only you can decide. It's not something I can help you with, because for me, I'm done doubting. I don't feel like there's any point. After finding you, all I want to do now is live life with you. I want you to be the one person that I don't have to question at all. It could be us against the world, with enemies on all sides, and I'd be just fine knowing I was fighting with you because I could lay my life in your hands without a shadow of a doubt. The question is whether you want the same. I finished with a breath of resignation. It wasn't a decision I could make for her. What I wanted was clear. She had to decide to meet me there. This was a street that went both ways, and if I needed to leave her behind, then so be it. I wouldn't waste the time. Her eyes met mine, but they also looked like they were staring off into space. She spent a long time silent before muttering. It seems like we'll have to kick it up a notch. Kick it up how? I haven't been extreme enough. I've been lagging behind in just about every respect. From our relationship to my power, I've just been riding along and reacting to everything. But that's going to have to stop. I need to start dictating my own life. Amara's aura rapidly solidified as she nodded. One thing was for certain, though. When her eyes focused on mine, I knew that we were going to do just fine. You. Yes. How soon is too soon to get married? I don't even have a ring yet, dear. Then how keen are you on waiting until marriage to have sex? Waiting was a matter of principle. How keen are you on abandoning that? She went silent, her aura shifting one more time before her aura properly solidified. She let out a breath. We'll figure that out later. For now, I need to tell you something. Amara spoke while suddenly collapsing to the bed. It looked like all her energy was being sucked away all at once. Even her face went pale. She smiled at me while whispering, I can't tell you how much I love you. If I wasn't about to pass out, I'd try to put it into words. But for now, I just want you to know that I'll be ready. She mumbled, barely getting out her last words. I'll be ready for the ring. I'll be a woman you can be proud of. I'll wait however long. She went silent, passing out as her aura went still. That's when I suddenly felt my own aura seep out of my body, like I was letting some strange ethereal fog rush from my pores, surrounding me in a metaphysical cloud. It quickly solidified, becoming so stable it almost felt suffocating being inside. But that process, like with Amara, drained all my energy like a black hole. It only took a few seconds before my mind threatened to shut down. I crawled into the bed, pulling Amara close before passing out myself. I couldn't respond to her, nor could she get all her words out. The conversation was a bit all over the place. Anarchy was still in our minds, and we were trying to work it out. But I knew exactly what she wanted to say. Like her anger before, it was all too obvious. So I let my consciousness fade, feeling more content than I ever had been. Note from the author. Hello all. 2 announcements to make. First, a new update to my Patreon, and the reason this chapter got posted a bit late. Advanced chapters have increased from 10 to 14. I wanted to provide more so all of my primordials get more bang for their buck. I was updating my profile in general and noticed how bland and outdated it was. Not only that, but the corpse that was my Discord server needed a bit of resuscitation. Now, both of those things are shaped up and chugging once again. I'll be doing my best to maintain things. So my second announcement. Discord link. Now wonder the thing was dead. I didn't have any links. You'd almost think it was exclusive. That's all for my announcements. We're finally making transitions in the story to bigger and better things, so stick around for more. Also, I don't know how many of you are followers before, but I've been dabbling around with Serum once more. For those old fans, keep an eye out. I might be throwing out some chapters soon, though I want to make revisions first. My writing then was not as decent as it is now. Cheers. Chapter 131. Grand Duke. Grand Duke Anselma, thank you for coming on such short notice. Talexia and Ikor both greeted the man at their door. He came alone, but his mere presence was far beyond what most could ever hope to witness. Anselmo was an Authority 12 warlock and one of the strongest individuals in the kingdom by virtue of his elemental knowledge. He allegedly had 3 perfect affinities in their respective enlightenments, as well as a 4th affinity that was infinitely close to perfect. He had effectively completed the path of a warlock, standing at the pinnacle of the world. But he was a man of knowledge, responsible for pushing magical technology and enchanting leaps and bounds ahead to where it was today. He had done the work of generations by himself. Because of this, he was the head of the Magic Spire, the kingdom's hub for all magical research and development. This made him both very smart and very rich, far above even other Grand Dukes. And he was at the doorstep of the Teleria household, something that would likely never happen again. Anselma gave Talexia a small smile. Thank you for the hospitality. Unfortunately, I've been extremely busy lately, so I can't stay long. If you don't mind, I'll take a look at your daughter now. Of course. Right this way. Talexia ushered him in, taking him straight to the bedroom. There, they found both Amara and John laid in the bed. They were no longer cuddled like how John had fallen asleep, but separated and laid out tidily. Still, Talexia was worried. They came out for a short time before going back and having a conversation. Then they fell asleep and haven't woken up since. They've been like this for 18 hours. Their auras are faint, but strong. Anselma peered down at both of them. His own aura washed over them both and immediately sensed how stable theirs was. Both of their auras are incredibly powerful for their age. As for the boy's mind, from what I can sense he's doing something similar to resetting. I imagine the girl is doing the same. Resetting? Why? Because of anarchy, of course. Anselma backed away. Duchess Teleria, what I'm about to tell you is something of an open secret among those who have studied the Scourge Kings. Simply gazing upon a king imparts their influence. Just because you may escape the king doesn't mean you will escape what they are. In the case of your daughter and John Cooper, they have gazed upon anarchy, and so their minds were filled with anarchy. What they've been doing for the past few days is processing anarchy, or more specifically, honing their aura until it could handle and harness its concept. Did they succeed? They have. But success may not look the same for everyone. They were forced to reconcile anarchy with their lives and beliefs. The conclusions they've come to will therefore shape their personalities. As for what conclusions they've come to, and how it will affect them, we won't be able to know that until they wake up. So long as they didn't allow it to take over their lives, they'll be able to operate relatively normally day to day. They'll also be perfectly healthy physically regardless of what changed in their psyche. I understand. Talexia nodded, reaching out and stroking her daughter's face. It seemed things wouldn't be the same as they were. The encounter with anarchy was life-changing in more ways than one. She could only hope that her daughter was able to handle herself. She also regretted not knowing this sooner. If she had, then perhaps she would have been able to help her daughter with processing everything. She recalled many hours earlier hearing some voices coming from this room. Perhaps John and Amara had been talking about anarchy, getting through the plight together. In that case, she could only hope that John was a good influence on her. Anselma gazed at the two for a bit longer before closing his eyes. Don't worry so much, Duchess. Although they are in a deep sleep and their aura is faint, I sense no abnormal influence from anarchy. Of course, I've never met them before, so I can't gauge how much they will have deviated from their baseline, but I can say for certain that both of them have managed to work their way through the insanity well, especially considering their authority. How they managed to escape in the first place is something only the divine can know, but be at ease knowing your daughter will come back to you, and she'll be even stronger than before. This experience is one that can temper even the auras of Authority 11s, let alone kids like them. I can imagine. Thank you very much, Grand Duke. Of course, the two of them shouldn't be asleep for much longer, but do try to feed them if you can. The longer they're allowed to sleep, the more they'll gain and the more stable they'll be when they wake. We wouldn't want them losing out just because they were thirsty. Understood. Is there anything we can do for you while you're here? No, thank you. The appearance of anarchy has me busier than I've been in 30 years. Though, there is something I wanted to mention. Here. Anselma suddenly took out an envelope from his coat, handing it to Delexia. Don't open it now, only if you need to. I wanted to ensure that John could come under your wing in the military. In exchange, I want you to make sure he will be taken care of. He need not be coddled, but so long as you keep an eye on him, I'll be at ease. I've heard from some contacts say that he's a summoner paving a new path, and I would hate for him to fail prematurely or get unsavory attention from his enemies. If you have trouble taking control of him, just hand this to Intima. I see. Telexia held the letter carefully. Something like the paper in her hands meant a lot more than just taking John under her wing. It involved another level of responsibility and scrutiny. She asked meekly, Is there anything you want in exchange for this letter? Yes, but nothing you can give me. John Cooper's life could be said to be one big experiment. The farther he goes, the more value humanity as a whole will gain. Those who want him dead are nothing more than short-sighted fools. Only now have they started to realize that the Scourge is still a massive threat to our very existence, and there's still an enormous well of power that humanity has yet to tap into. Perhaps he will be the key, but we can't know unless he's allowed to grow. If a little letter will open a door, then I don't mind writing it. Don't be afraid to use it. Yes. She nodded, stowing the letter away. After that, Anselma brought out a coin. Then I must go. Good day, Duchess. Good day, Grand Duke. She quickly bowed a bit, watching as Anselma flicked the coin into the air. When it came down, it grew in size and created a portal that fell over his body, warping him away to an unknown place. The coin vanished with him, and Telexia let out a sigh. My eyes fluttered open when I heard some groaning. I discreetly tilted my head over to see Telexia holding Amara's head, a floating stream of water flowing into her mouth. Amara was trying to dodge it, apparently aroused to consciousness. Once Telexia saw that, she stopped and took Amara's hand. Amara? It's okay. You can keep sleeping. Amara didn't respond, just laying there. She was definitely waking up, but obviously not in the mood to give anyone the time of day. I watched with half-lidded eyes as Telexia set her hand down and stood, walking over to my side of the bed. A ball of water floated around her, turning into a stream as she sat down by my side and cradled my head. Just as she was about to give me some water, we made eye contact, her brows raising. I spoke after a few awkward seconds. You can continue. Tisk. Haven't changed, have you? She smiled a bit before setting my head back down, standing back up. After that, she just let us both naturally come to lucidness. I sat myself against the headboard while Amara shifted under the sheets. Her arm snaked around and found me, grabbing my shoulder and pulling herself up so she could lay against me. She snuggled against me for a while, her eyes still closed. Once her eyes opened, she stared at her mother for a long while, as if deciding on something. Once she came to her conclusion, she sighed. Hi, Mom. Hello. How are you feeling? Amazing, actually. I don't think I've ever felt this clear-headed in my life. Are you feeling this too? It's pretty nice. I nodded when Amara looked up at me. Clear-headed was one way to put it. I certainly did feel like my entire mind had been power-washed and made squeaky clean. Everything flowed smoothly, and that was saying a lot considering my psyche. But what was even more prominent was my aura. It felt completely different than before, and not just due to its newfound power. It was difficult to describe, but it felt like it had risen to another stratum, almost like advancing authorities, or perhaps being enlightened. I suddenly turned to Telexia. Duchess, are there levels for aura? Perhaps something along the lines of proficiencies? Yes, there are. There's no official categorization, but the military generally recognizes 3 levels of aura. From lowest to highest, they are sensory, visionary, and clairvoyant. Sensory auras are just that. They can generally sense the people around them and their mental states. As for visionary, this level is entered when someone develops an auric technique. I heard that you used illusions, so that would place you within the visionary level. And the clairvoyant level? Well, it's like its namesake. That level allows someone to effectively predict the future. They can see and feel things before they even happen. And vague feelings of anxiety or danger aren't enough to place you within that level. It's more so a matter of being able to read the fabric of reality, almost, and tell with certainty when something specific is going to happen. It also comes with the most profound auric techniques known to man, something only found around the level of the Scourge Kings. That's an awfully large gap. My brows raised. The difference between a visionary and clairvoyant seemed to be the same as the difference between an Authority 6 and an Authority 12. It was so massive that there was space for plenty more quanta between them, yet it was barren, much like the kingdom's information on aura. I had yet to hear anything definitive about Aura and its various stages of advancement, which was only driving home the thought that the kingdom really was holding information close to its chest. There were no techniques at the magisterium, and the military probably only handed them out to loyal and strong soldiers. Even that was most likely a lie. Chances were, all the Aura techniques were in the hands of the nobles, and you'd need to be born into or pledge fealty to them to gain access. More than that, you'd have to be someone worth giving a technique to, both a valuable asset as well as someone who they knew wouldn't threaten them. It was no doubt a bootlicking shitfest among those who tried to advance. I understood why, though. Aura was a powerful thing. It was the one thing that scared nobles, which was why they kept its information behind lock and key. I most likely wouldn't be getting anything that could help me keep track of how developed my aura was, not even from Telexia. Even if she wanted to give me something like a technique, it probably wouldn't be something that would fit me. Information on aura was as scarce as it was tightly guarded. Seems I was on my own, though perhaps Maxwell would have a bit more insight. He came from the church, and they no doubt had just as much if not more information on such things. I simply shrugged and dropped the topic. There would be a time for questions later. There was a long minute of silence before we heard a knock on the door. "Mom, I've got the broth." "Faye." Amara's face brightened when Faye walked in, a look of surprise crossing the young girl's face. "You're awake. Are you disappointed or something? Come here." Oh. Faye stifled a smile as Amara waved, handing the bowl of broth off to Telexia before getting grabbed and lifted onto the bed. Amara planted Faye between us, giving her a big hug. You're the cutest little sister in the world. You know that?" "Yes." "Haha. I love you, Faye. Don't you ever forget that, you hear?" "John, I'm scared. I'll protect you." "Hey." Amara pulled as Faye tried to escape to me. Laughter rang in the room as we fought over our hostage. Even I could see how uncharacteristic Amara's sudden proclamations of familial love were. She was usually quite reserved, even if it was clear that she cared about Faye. It seemed she changed more than I thought, although I certainly wasn't complaining. It was a world of difference from the doubt and mistrust she held within herself previously. If she had finally learned to open up to and trust those who really mattered, then she would be much better off. We would be much better off too. It's not like I had ever asked for blind trust from her, but what I gave her was expected in return. If she couldn't trust me, then none of this would work. But that was gone now. I'd have to watch her for some time to see just how much anarchy had changed her, but my initial thoughts were leaning toward definite improvements. We had woken up in the afternoon, it seemed, and were still feeling fine, so eventually we jumped out of bed and went about our business. One of the first things I did was send some messages to my squad, including the puppet master and Vetsman's parents. It was from them that I received status reports and exchanged information on what was going on. Fiden had woken up like us while Tana was still in her coma. Vetsman was also still asleep. He had passed out in the streets while walking to the Verga Tower, so nothing had been done about him yet regarding his punishment. Since Fiden was awake, I talked with him a bit. Our brief conversation about how he was doing was concluded with a promise to meet up soon. From his messages I could imagine that he wasn't much in the mood for conversation, but it was still him that asked to meet, so I was thankful that he wasn't pushing us away. Still, he seemed different. I was hoping that he handled anarchy well, because like Amara and I, the rest of the squad had seen that monster, except he didn't have anyone left to help him handle it. I was especially worried about Tana. Unfortunately, I could only wait for a report from the puppet master about her. Seemed like everything was just a waiting game now, although I did have one other thing that I could do. I had yet to really start on the next advancement formation, and I had a lot of inspiration to put to use. With the hours and days of free time I now had, I decided to start taking a look and see if I couldn't crack open the can of bullshit. Chapter 132, Allies. It really was a big fat can of bullshit. To say I got nothing done was actually an understatement. After spending almost 3 entire days looking at my advancement formation, I felt even more confused than I was before. I knew which cluster of formations to start from, but there were still 4 formations within that cluster, and I had the freedom to start from whichever one first. It didn't matter which, but the illusion of choice added another level of indecisiveness to my actions. Each formation within the cluster was unique. They all had to connect to each other, which meant they had to be completed independently first. It was easy when I had already completed one, could see where the connections would fall in place, could visualize the energy flow. But until I completed the first cluster, there was none of that. So I could only attempt to understand each one individually, which would be fine if not for the absurd complexity. The formations contained symbols and runes and lines that had partially branched from the normal two-dimensional drawings into three-dimensional constructs. It was like a network of pathways leading to and from structures of data. I thought I had gotten a good grasp on the language of these symbols and formations, but a whole new world had been introduced. I had to learn an entirely new level of the same language that changed how things could be interpreted. It was like I had only learned the words before, and now I was learning the grammar. 3 days did nothing more than break down the foundation I had built. The only solace was the necessity of the whole affair. These next levels would involve an evolution of sorts. My knowledge would have to follow along. I hadn't been sure how long it would take to reach the next advancement before I started. I was hoping it wouldn't be long, but I intuitively understood that each level would take much more time than the last. Even those at the Magisterium had taken years to make their early advancements. Granted, they were younger than I while taking the same steps, but I still knew that my rate of advancement was unsustainable. I hadn't expected a wall this high this early, though. I wasn't even halfway through the power hierarchy. Would I really have to spend an entire year to get to Authority 6? What about 7, 8, 9? Those could only take longer. The difficulty seemed to be ramping up exponentially, and I was right at the bottom of the curve. How many years would it take just to develop those authorities? 5? 10? I didn't want to think even that far ahead, but couldn't keep myself from doing so. There was a constant worry in the back of my mind that taking so long to reach those higher levels of strength would be my death. My survival up until this point hinged on unprecedented advancement, of which the rate was practically unheard of, and the far above average lethality granted. If I were to suddenly lose that, would I be able to protect myself against all the shit that would no doubt come my way? I sincerely hoped the military would be different. I didn't care if it would involve a harsher lifestyle, so long as I didn't have to worry about the bigwigs and my supposed brothers and sisters in arms trying to kill me. I was getting sick and tired of it. All the people worth killing were precisely the ones I couldn't kill, whether that was because of their strength or the consequences of doing so. I just wanted to go to a place where I could stop worrying about betrayal and depression. I lifted my head and let out a sharp exhale. Amara lifted her head from where she was reading the science book we had compiled. Her voice echoed through my aura. What's wrong? I'm itchy. How would you feel about heading back to the capital early? I wouldn't mind. Is there a reason why, though? Well, I've been contacted by a few people. I thought I should pay the market a visit. I tapped my aerial, looking at the messages from Patriarch Tavera, the Key Master, and my friends from Divine Distribution. They were all checking on me. Everyone in the kingdom had heard what happened. I hadn't even let them know that I was alive, though, since I had been preoccupied and didn't feel like being social. Now, though, I had pissed myself off thinking about the tournament and the position I had been in. My time as a delivery boy in the black markets had been filled with constant bloodshed. There was a reason the orders for the trenches went mostly unfulfilled, and that was because it often took killing your way through to get anything done amidst all those psychos created by Apocryon's drugs. And the more you killed, the more people you pissed off, and the more people you'd have to kill. It was a vicious, self-reinforcing cycle. But at least I could kill them. A bullet through the skull meant one less nuisance to worry about in the future. I would never have to fear their revenge, and the more blood that was on my hands, the more people began to fear me. It got to a point where I didn't actually have to kill anymore to make my way through. I had founded my notoriety in blood. But at the Magisterium, I couldn't instill that same fear. I was a chained dog that could only nip back. I had to suppress every instinct within me to not do what I had learned in the trenches, to dive straight for the jugular. I could only be unruly, not something that would be worth putting down. It was annoying, the reason why I found myself worrying about not advancing fast enough, and why I suddenly felt like going back to the market. Although, there was one other reason. I looked at Amara, simply enjoying the silence for a moment as we exchanged smiles. To say that we had the hots for each other right now was an understatement. I was micrometers away from saying damn it all and tearing her clothes off. At the very least, whenever we weren't training, she was trying to make out. The sex we weren't having was being compensated by our less explicit activities. But to our great distress, we were being watched like hawks. Both of us could sense the Duchess aura on the entire household at all times, especially since we were inside. After our advancements, it was all too clear, and I myself could actually block her view to some extent. All I had to do was use some of my illusory capabilities and mask my immediate surroundings, like a fog, but for aura. But it didn't matter. The absence of my presence alone would be a hint that we were doing something, and the Duchess would be all over it. We were under her roof, so I understood her concerns, but it was still annoying. Our intimate time was frequently disrupted. She didn't even let us sleep in the same room. Why she was doing all that, I didn't know. Even Amara was confused by it all. Not even her worry over Anarchy's influence was enough to warrant that much surveillance. Either way, I much preferred the undisturbable hotel. Amara combed back her gray hair. I'm not sure how my mother would feel about that, but I say we should go anyway. It's getting suffocating here. We also need to see Fiden. Should we even ask? I don't know. Can we even sneak out? If we're smooth about it. Go pack your things into your spatial sack. When you're done, we can go shopping. Oh, all right. Amara smiled and walked off, heading to her room. After that, we met by the front door. Sure enough, just before we could walk out, the Duchess appeared. Where are you going? Shopping, Mom. We lost everything in our chest at the base. Take Faye with you. Faye is busy. I'm not dragging her out just to babysit her. And besides that, we aren't children that need attending. I think we can find some clothing shops just fine by ourselves. That's not the point. Then what is the point, Mom? Talexia went silent, her face falling. Fine, since you care to be so blunt. John, a word in private, please. Mom, Joe Dash? I'm not asking. Talexia waved her hand, creating a bubble that locked me in with her. Amara could only silently protest. Not even my telepathic connection was maintained. I turned to the Duchess, who had dropped her fake face of indifference. I'm only going to ask this once. What did you tell my daughter while she was dealing with her thoughts on Anarchy? She hasn't been the same, and I know you had a hand in the change in her behavior. I just need to know whether you decided to take advantage of that to keep her fixated on you. First of all, I didn't tell her nor lead her in any particular way. In fact, our discussion was quite the eye-opener even for me. Your daughter is not easily convinced of much, not unless extreme circumstances compel her in one way or another. It's not like I could somehow shape her however I wanted, but I suppose I can divulge the intimate details. All things considered, I respect you, though I sincerely hope it goes both ways. I cleared my throat, the Duchess maintaining her silence and letting me explain. Turns out, your daughter harbored quite an unhealthy level of doubt. Doubt in everyone and everything. She didn't know who to trust, cause of shitty noble politics, and it seems like deep down, she could barely trust me despite everything we've gone through. The core issue there was my history, which if you want to know about, you'll have to ask her. That's something I think should stay between us. Anyway, it pissed me off, so I gave her an ultimatum. If she wanted our relationship to work, then she had to trust me. Truly, and not just act like it. Thankfully, Anarchy forced us to be completely open with each other, so she had no choice but to either change herself and come to trust me, or not. If not, then our relationship would have ended right then and there. But she did. She managed to get past her doubt. Now, our relationship is fully functional. And we'd be having quite the time of our lives if not for the timely greetings you always seem to give us. I smirked at her as she let out a sharp breath. She continued staring at me as she considered my words. Those purple eyes of hers were piercing, but like with Carrion, that was only because of their power. Duchess Talexia Teleria was a powerful woman, no doubt. But there was a reason she wasn't an authority 12, and I had a feeling that aura was the very reason. I couldn't match her, but my level of aura allowed me to hide whatever she would normally be able to see. So long as she didn't directly pressure me, I could hide away. But she didn't, so she could only stew in her thoughts and figure out how she felt about all this. Finally, she huffed. I should have been there. I didn't know what was happening, but now I regret not keeping an eye on you two. I don't know. I think it was for the best. No, it wasn't. John, you are quite the amazing man. You've managed to pull off the impossible a few times now. I applaud you for it, and I do in fact respect you. But the one thing that's always concerned me is that head of yours. My daughter has never been quite herself since she met you. I believe that change is mostly good. She's far happier and livelier than she was before, but as she becomes more and more like you, I start to notice the risky behavior she adopts. It comes from you, and I don't like it one bit. And you think she was better off with the alternative? Everything was normal less than a year ago. So yes, I believe that. Normal isn't always a good thing, Duchess. My face turned neutral as I looked down at Talexia. Although she was supremely powerful, I was still taller, and we both knew I didn't treat people as if they were above me. I could look down on an authority 12 if I felt like it. Now, I'm not usually one to argue for throwing away all forms of order and normalcy. But ever since I showed up in the kingdom, it feels like that's all I've been doing. Everything I come across is stupid, including the entire noble way of life. All of you are so pompous and arrogant that the mere presence of a commoner like me seems to piss you all off. But it didn't bother me much until you all started trying to kill me just because I started dating a girl who I didn't even realize was a noble. If I could remind everyone that Amara approached me first, I would. But nobody gives a damn because why would they listen to little poor me? But regardless of all that, the root of the issue is the fact that all you nobles are just a bunch of assholes. It's all politics with you people, and Amara hadn't quite accepted that way of life yet. And then I came along, someone who didn't put up with that shit, and helped her see the light on the other side. Our few days wrestling with anarchy was just the turning point that helped Amara understand that she didn't have to put up with that shit either. It was because of all the crap that she'd experienced as a noble that she still couldn't trust me even after facing the icon of death itself. All I did was show her that she could. Now, what would you have told her? I'm genuinely curious because I find it very sad to imagine you trying to keep her on the same road she had been on, the very one that gave her trust issues in the first place. That's not how this works. Talexia shouted, her aura rippling a bit. I could tell she was restraining herself so as to keep the conversation civil, but this topic was putting her on edge. You said it yourself, John. You're not a noble, so you don't know how this life of ours goes. We all have trust issues at first. I remember when I was a girl wrestling with the same thing so many years ago. I was slated to become the heir to the Teleria household. What kind of position do you think that put me in? I couldn't trust anyone, not even my own family, and most certainly not outsiders. It took me decades to find my husband and another decade just to get married. And all that only happened because I eventually learned through time who I could truly trust and that my doubts had been unwarranted. It's a matter of experience, and Amara would have learned that eventually. It's a part of our lives. Now I'm not a mother who won't fight for her daughter. There's nothing I wouldn't do for my children, and I'm not afraid to wield the full power of my household to make sure their lives are stable and fulfilling. But you, John, have put me in a bad position. My daughter loves you, and I understand that. I understand why. Believe me, if you had a noble name on your back, I wouldn't hesitate to simply let you two walk your road and see where it goes. But you don't, and there are dozens of other nobles who want a piece of the Teleria household, who threaten the foundations of this family, and demand my daughter as the price to let it stay together. Both of us were able to stall while she was at the magisterium, but then you came along and now we're on very shaky ground. So forgive me if I'm unable to place my full trust in you, especially when you have such thorough influence over my daughter. The price of letting you two off a leash is higher than I'm willing to pay right now. We know, Duchess. I sighed. It felt like we were coming back full circle, arguing the same damn things over and over again. We know all of that, and it's why we've held ourselves back up until now. Both of us have agreed to wait until marriage to do anything. But believe me, we know exactly why we aren't able to do anything right now. And it all goes back to what I was saying. Nobles are just a bunch of old assholes who think they should own the whole damn world. Which is exactly why I don't put up with it. Now, that lifestyle was keeping Amara from trusting me. And she wanted to trust me. So I gave her the choice, and she made hers. Whether she's completely thrown out that way of life, I'm not sure. I can't read into the depths of her psyche. All I know is that we trust each other fully now, and we're prepared to do what we need to in order to make our relationship work. Take that for what it's worth. I can only hope that you don't try to get in the way, because I can be pretty damn stubborn too. My lineage, as common as you may think it is, fights for what it wants. If it works out, I'm going to marry your daughter. And nothing less than killing me is going to stop me. That much I can promise you. Ah. I envy that youthful freedom. Talexia closed her eyes, her head hanging for a bit before a tear rolled down her cheek. I was surprised as she took a deep breath, wiping that tear and collecting herself. I wish I didn't have to do all this, John. I truly do. I wish I could just let you two be happy together. But our name comes with a price. The luxury and wealth demands certain concessions. Unfortunately, both of my daughters were destined to have their marriages more arranged than not. It was never supposed to be difficult because they wouldn't know anything else. But you've made this a lot harder on all of us. And right now, I don't see an out. Know that, because at some point, they will come to collect. Yeah, I massaged my temple, the two of us connecting in our mutual melancholy. What I did had really only delayed what they thought to be inevitable. And in that sense, this recent massacre actually bought me even more time. In that newspaper we read before was a list of the survivors. And one of my more hated enemies, the punk known as Raven and one of Amara's suitors, wasn't on there. That was one entire family that no longer had any grounds to pressure the Teleria household. They had nobody to marry off anymore. I wasn't sure about the exact number, but I was certain that he wasn't the only one. And given the state of the military right now, reeling from the loss of a major base, as well as the outcry from the nobles who lost their children, there was no way anyone would be bothered about a marriage at the moment. We had time, and getting through her first years in the military would be yet another excuse Amara and her mother could use to keep people off their ass. So we had more time to find an out, even if there wasn't one right now. After several more moments of silence, I sighed. Duchess, I get that there's not a lot going for us, but I want Amara to be happy just as much as you. I may just have a different vision of what happiness and fulfillment looks like. Still, that's no reason we can't meet in the middle and be allies in this. I usually make it a priority to be on the good side of my girlfriend's parents. You mean you do this often? Amara isn't the first girlfriend I've had, but I'll do my damnedest to make sure she's the last. I suppose. She let out a long breath, to which I smiled and put out my arms. She looked at me with a raised brow. Hug. Still cheeky. She rolled her eyes before accepting it, the two of us wrapping up in a tight hug. It was quite funny. She was the same size as Amara, so it was easy to just bear hug her like she was no more than an ordinary woman and not some all-powerful duchess. Of course, she noticed my amusement as the hug went on for longer than normal and her head was smothered in my chest. That's when I felt some freezing cold fog nip at the back of my neck, causing me to jolt. I'm still a duchess, you know. All I see is my future mother-in-law. Who's a duchess? I failed to see the relevance. Sure. She chuckled before dispelling the dome around us. Talexia walked off as Amara stood there glaring. Take care of my daughter in the capital, please. Always. I gave her one last smile before sticking out my arm so Amara could link her own. Let's go, dear. Just like that. Just like that. She took my arm, and the two of us started making our way out of Joffrin. Chapter 133, Alicat. Amara was right. One thing I hadn't really thought of until after the fact was how all of the stuff that was in my storage chest was still back at the overrun base. We obviously didn't have the time nor mind to try and retrieve it, so it was probably sitting among thousands of monsters at the moment. That meant I had very few spare clothes. I never had many belongings in the first place, but now what little I had was gone. The only solace was the fact that I still had everything that was expensive on me or in the hotel, such as my nice formal wear. Anything I lost could be easily replaced, and replacing it needed. Although I was planning on using shopping as an excuse to sneak away, I really did need new clothes and supplies. I was missing an entire wardrobe and associated chest to store it in. Amara and I took the teleporter to the capital since we didn't care to take the rail. Once there, we went straight to the hotel to greet a familiar face. Keymaster. Long time no see. John, it's good to see you in good health. You as well, Lady Amara. Keymaster. Amara curtsied a bit as I shook hands with the Keymaster. I leaned on the reception desk, letting out a long breath as he smiled. I have to admit, John, I wasn't initially sure if you had survived, but I knew someone such as yourself couldn't possibly die in such an underwhelming manner. Underwhelming is one hell of a way to put it. But yes, I suppose I was lucky. A few stars aligned that day, and I was able to make it home, my squad included. It was a fortunate coincidence that a Grand Templar was there to call upon the church. The church? Walmer's face lit up with question marks, prompting an explanation. I had guessed it as soon as I saw Anderson appear. That beacon the Templar burdened us with while running away was something that managed to call down a few paladins of the church. Anderson was probably only just one of many that were called, along with an entire brigade of Templars. With their help, the kingdom was able to retreat with some of its soldiers and anarchy was forced back. Of course, a majority had been killed unceremoniously, but taking small victories was all we could work with now. The Templar watching Vetsmon being a Grand Templar was a small detail I hadn't known, but the Keymaster was right that his presence was incredibly fortunate. Even then, the church probably had plans in place to respond from anywhere. The first emergence of a Scourge King in decades, and they were able to respond within the hour. It was an incredible mobilization, speaking to the church's prowess. Once Amara was filled in, she nodded. So that's what I had missed when keeping Tana alive. You know a paladin? I don't really know him, but Maxwell does, and given the circumstances, we've been acquainted. And you're in debt to him. I would say that's a bad thing, but it may very well be good since it's a paladin. Either way, it's a miracle we're here. So, tell me, Keymaster, how's the market doing? The war settled yet? I looked over, the Keymaster nodding. Yes, tensions have settled, and the Tavera family has come out relatively victorious. That crown played its part perfectly, and now they're in the process of redrawing territory lines. As for the other mafias like the Clockwork Association, they're in a precarious state at the moment, though alive. Time will tell how this will play out. That's true. Though I wonder who managed to make a crown at that level. It was an Authority 11 beast heart, right? Making a crown that powerful would take one of the best minds in the crown-making business. There can't be many at that level in the whole world, and I don't think the Tavera family went to someone from the kingdom for help. There's also no way they did it in-house. They're a knight family after all. That's quite the speculation there, John. My brows raised when I saw the key master's wide grin. He seemed amused. I realized that this situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Who helped the Tavera family? Who knows? That's not the question to be asking, though. It's why. I drifted off and thought. Someone powerful was helping the Tavera family reach a realm of power far above the other mafias in the market. They would only do that if they had something to gain. A simple conclusion would be that a Tavera family takeover of the market was beneficial. Whoever helped them would be similar to a partner who had control by proxy. Maybe the kingdom really did help them in order to take control. But if they didn't, and it was a third party beyond the kingdom's control, far more was at stake than just control of the market. At some point, I shook my head. All right, I'm stopping there. Too far above my pay grade. Haha, political undercurrents are fun to think about, aren't they? Yeah, it's a real hoot to know that the stability of humanity is on a knife's edge, especially when a Scourge King just made its debut on the battlefield. I'm stressed enough knowing I'm going to be on that battlefield soon too, so no thanks. Yes, the military will be quite the change of pace for you. But you'll be ready for it. Is that what brings you here also? No, I'm going shopping. I explained the fact that I had lost my chest, prompting a nod of understanding. I hadn't even thought of something like that. Quite unfortunate. Hey, I hadn't either until just recently. Shopping is only one reason I'm here, though. I need to check in with the Patriarch. Maybe I'll take a job too. Oh, well, I can certainly provide you with the latter. I'll take your recommendation. I smiled as the key master lifted his aerial, transferring a data packet straight from the repository. A very fat man appeared. He had to be at least 600 pounds with how large he was. Turns out, he was also a warlock. This is Turner Bremen. He's an Authority 6 warlock who managed to acquire some power and infrastructure during the recent chaos of the market war. Nobody dares do anything about him since his father is an Authority 8 warlock in the Clockwork Association, but I have a feeling you won't care about such things. This job is to simply kill him, though there's an extra reward stipulated for anyone who manages to destroy the stolen infrastructure he's taken over. What's the infrastructure? A strainer for moonshine. They don't grow the plant, but they do refine it to give it greater potencies. There's also packing, but that's secondary to the strainers. Now, if you kill the man, someone else will only take his place. But destroy the building, and it'll cripple a major part of the market's current drug chain. It'll also mean less profits for the Clockwork Association. Doesn't seem too difficult. There will be plenty of people, but I should be able to handle that. All right, consider it done. I tapped my aerial a few times, stowing the data. The key master smiled and nodded. Happy hunting. After some shopping, it will be. Have a good day, key master. With a wave, Amara and I left and made our way over to the Founders Market. On the way, though, Amara pulled on our linked arms. Hey, let me join you. Your mother told me to do the exact opposite of that. That was a long time ago, and I hardly give a damn now. I already know this is some dangerous stuff, so I want to help you. Or do you expect to destroy an entire factory alone? That was the plan. This isn't exactly my first rodeo, honey. I suppose that's true. But still. I hummed and pulled Amara into a side alley, facing her. You do realize that this will involve killing most of the people, if not all, working in that factory, right? To say nothing of the difference between open field and urban warfare, you've never killed a person before. I never planned on involving you in my work not just because of your mother, but precisely because of how dirty it is. And I certainly don't want you doing this just because you think you have to match me or prove something. Simply wanting to support me isn't going to be a good enough reason to join. I can do it myself. Convince me I should let you, and I will. Otherwise, let's go shopping and you can wait for me in the hotel. You have however long it takes to buy our stuff to think on it. I said that while pulling her along, the two of us walking down the street in silence. Like that we made our way to the Founders Market, passing through Chef Black's food shack and finding the store that sold my old chest to me. Once there, I talked to the shopkeeper and got the same model, just with some more space. We paid and left, heading out of the market and back into the capital where we found some nice clothing shops. Although the market was good for unconventional or powerful items, when it came to luxury and comfort, the capital couldn't be beat. While it wasn't cheaper by any means, I didn't care about that too much. I almost always wore my coat out of habit. I couldn't afford to be caught off guard, and it was my one source of protection. But everything underneath, besides perhaps my warm socks from Luna, I wanted to be more comfortable than durable. I got a few pairs of some generic shirts and pants, things I could wear whenever. But I also had Amara help me pick out some more fashionable items. Sure enough, she had plenty of input planned for me. I bought enough clothes to wear completely different things for 2 weeks. It was a lot, and some couldn't fit in my chest, getting stuffed into bags instead. But that was fine. I wanted to have a stash both for the road and home. I didn't want to lose everything if my chest got lost again. Everything took almost 4 hours. I had my own sense of style that frequently clashed with some of the clownware of this world, so Amara and I had quite a few debates over what exactly was a good fit. Even the dresser at the store we went to was in on the fun as she and Amara tested my patience by dressing me in dozens of different outfits. I would have come out with several times more if I had no standards. But in the end, it worked out well enough. Amara also bought a few things. We went back to the hotel and dropped everything off in the room when that was finished. It was there that I looked at Amara and crossed my arms. All right, let me hear it. She pondered for a second and then squared up to me. Moonshine is a drug, right? Yes, a smoked one. Then that's all I needed to hear. It's stupid that humanity has its thoughts on anything other than wiping out the scourge. I get it. We can't be so fixated on one thing for centuries, especially when we've reached a stalemate. But the fact that those people are wasting their lives away with such things is disgusting. And even besides that, I know those things are used to manipulate people. I've heard about some of the things you've done before, and I want to be a part of that. There's a lot of scum within the market, and I wouldn't mind cleaning some of it up myself. If this hunt is going to help anything at all, then it's worth putting my effort toward. Because now I know that we've got things to fix both within and beyond this kingdom. I stared at her. Her argument was soundly based in principle. It wasn't just because she wanted to follow me. And that was what I was looking for. I nodded. All right then. Let's go. Just like that. Just like that. You need to do this because you believe it should be done. Don't get me wrong. We'll be making some good money. These kinds of things pay well. But this isn't something you should just stroll into without a good reason. Why did you start doing it? Because I had to. I spoke while gearing up, slipping my fingerless gloves on. I turned over my hand, glancing at the letters of the word bang across my 4 fingers. I suppose I technically had a choice. But I stuck with it because I needed money and I had just gotten to the kingdom with nothing to my name. I was desperate. But you're stepping into this of your own volition. You've nothing to gain from this, so you better be doing it for the right reasons, especially considering the risks. And to that end, we'll be getting you a mask. Want me to cover my face? Yes. They can get mad at the American all they want, but you can't give them an excuse to give you or your mother any trouble. So you need to go incognito. Incognito what? It means you need to disguise yourself. Just cover your face, get out of those obvious warlock robes, and do as I say. Go ahead and change, then we'll go by the mask. She nodded and skipped off. Before long, she came back out in some new overgarments. Amara wore gear underneath her robes that was primarily responsible for safety. The robes themselves were imbued with special enchantments supplementary to her magic. Nice, but not essential to have. She also had a tight black undershirt and black pants with some straps that held last-ditch items like knives and medicinal pills. It fit her body well. Then she put on an overcoat similar to mine, letting it hang on her shoulders. All right, let's go get the mask. She spoke as I took one last glance, clicking my tongue. Looking sexy. Take off my clothes and I'll be even sexier. Tisk, why am I the one who has to exercise restraint? You don't. Come on. Silence temptress. I'm a good Catholic boy. Pfft. Uh-huh. She laughed as we left. Once in the lobby, I hit up the Keymaster's desk. Keymaster. You know a place that sells masks? Of course. Building 1288 in the Founders Market. No shit? Thanks, man. I fist-bumped him, and we continued on our way. Once again, we entered the market, walking down the streets, peering at building numbers until we found the shop. Surprisingly, there were a bunch of parents and children there, many of them buying masks. Or perhaps not so surprisingly. My brows raised as I approached a lady with a fox mask inside. Well, you're a new face. Welcome to the faceless abode. You can call me Aki. How can I assist you? We're looking to get her a mask. I motioned to Amara, who stepped forward. Aki moved over, reaching out her hand and tracing a finger from Amara's forehead to her chin. I watched from the side, Aki tilting her head a few times before nodding. Very well. For protection, aesthetic, or do you want a new face? That's up to you, Amara. I don't need protection, just aesthetic. Very well. Aki nodded, waving to the wall nearby. Across it were a few hundred mask designs of all shapes and colors. You can choose from the wall or I can do a custom one for you, which will cost extra. You can also ask for changes to a wall design. Come back to me when you're ready. Sure. We nodded and moved to the wall. This was Amara's mask, so it was up to her, but many of the designs were pretty, so I had fun looking at all of them. I even considered getting one myself. Some were shaped like the faces of animals, like various fox, bear, wolf, or bird masks, and all of them were painted in various ways. Some of them had tribal designs, some had stars across the face, some were shaped like theater masks. All of them were artistic, no doubt, and it was clear that this Aki sold to everyone. Hence the children who were in here wanting the pretty pieces. After all, you had to make money somehow. Aki didn't limit herself by making expensive products. After many minutes of looking, Amara leaned back and sighed. I moved over to her while checking out some more masks. Find one you like? I found 50 that I like. Understandable. Well, maybe pick something that reminds you of something important to you. Amara went silent, so I walked off and left her to her thoughts. I continued browsing, finding a number I liked. This Aki was an amazing artist, so there was a lot to choose from. But I had my eye on one in particular. It was a white mask that resembled the face of a barn owl but without any eyes. It had some sparse golden accents around the sharp curves of the structure, but was otherwise just pure white. I stared at it for a while. That's when Aki appeared beside me. Good eye. The facial structure of a paragon is always eye-catching. Paragon. Of course. The paragon species of Isekai, the alley cat. Beautiful creatures of mystery and illusion. Paragon species of Isekai. I've never heard of it. My. Never? Surely you've heard of the dragons then, right? The name rang a bell. After all, it was in the name of this kingdom. I have. Well, the dragons are the paragon species of mana and vigor. The immortal mane, formerly known as the lore beast. Nothing dominates the lands quite like the lore beast, the strongest creature in the world. You can imagine it like a behemoth tiger. But of course, nothing can prepare you for the real deal. Its kingly aura leaves all in awe, almost as much as its power. I nodded. This was all new to me. I didn't realize that dragons were real, but since this kingdom was called the Kingdom of Dragon Tongue, I suppose they had to get it from somewhere. It seemed like it was an actual species, though I wondered if they still existed since I hadn't seen any. Not only that, but dragons were only one of 3 of these paragon species. There was one paragon for each of the 3 Magus classes, and apparently this mask was modeled after the alley cat. Would you like to get this mask? Sure. Why not? It's more expensive than the normal ones. That's due to the eyes. I used a special material for it, allowing you to see through it despite the design. If you'd like, I have one that's armored, one that I made for another customer who backed out. Protection around Authority 6 for 50,000. What do you think? Sounds good. I'll take it. Great. I'll be right back. She clapped before dashing off. After some seconds, she was right back out with the mask. It was the same as the one on the wall. I grabbed it and felt the material. The inside was soft and comfortable while the outside was rigid. It was split into 2 layers. Can I try it on? Of course. After asking, I activated my necklace and felt the hood unfold over my head. Then I placed the mask over my face. It sat over the air mask just fine. I would have 2 masks on, but after moving around and taking some deep breaths, the alley cat mask did nothing to inhibit my breathing. I didn't even notice it over my vision, and it didn't threaten to fall off. These have some special adhesive magic. It won't go anywhere, even with something under it. It can stick anywhere on your head as well. Neat. Here. I turned toward her and took out 50 gold bullion from my bank card. She smiled, taking out her own and letting me transfer it over. Pleasure doing business with you, sir. If it breaks, please come in any time for a repair. Thank you. I nodded and took off the mask, letting my hood disappear before placing it back on my face. Then I walked over to Amara, who seemed to have decided on one. Boo. You got one. It was cool. It's also an armored one. A good deal for Authority 6 protection. I'll get some protection too then. I think I want this one. She pointed toward a void black mask with 2 round eye sockets, within each socket a small flame that glowed eerily, like a wisp. I figured my eyes are my most iconic trait. True. Is that the one then? Another splendid choice. Shall I prepare an Authority 6 protection plate? Aki appeared behind us, Amara nodding. Yes, please. Coming right up. As Aki ran off to the back room, we stood around at the empty register for a bit, continuing to look at more masks. Before long, she came back out with a new mask, identical to the one on the wall. I'll sell it to you for the same price as your partner here. 50,000. Okay. Thank you. With pleasure. Aki bowed a bit after Amara paid. I smiled when she put on the mask. Besides her gray hair, there really wasn't a way to identify Amara now. That's when Aki tapped my shoulder. When I turned to her, I could sense a sudden spike in anxiety, her fingers trembling a bit. It put me on guard. It was a sudden shift in attitude when she had been perfectly normal this whole time. You are the American, right? I am. Is that an issue? And no, not at all. I just wanted to ask, where did the name come from? It's what people where I came from call themselves. Another country very far away from the kingdom. Aki went silent for a few seconds, her entire body shivering in a mixture of anxiety and excitement. She mumbled again. Perhaps the United States of America? For the first time in a long while, I was rendered completely speechless. There was only one reason someone should know that name. No fucking way. Chapter 134, Pillars of Creation. Upon hearing me curse, Aki suddenly sprung up and started running around the shop, ushering people out. I'm so sorry. I need to close for today. Please come back tomorrow. She ignored any protests, doing her best to clear the shop until she shut the door on the last disgruntled customer and left it dead silent. I turned to her, taking off my new mask and looking at her own. She took off hers in kind, placing it to the side of her head to reveal Asian features. I pointed. That mask. That's a kitsune mask, isn't it? Not my most popular product. Kids like the dragons more. So you're Japanese? I am. I lived in Osaka before all this. Fucking hell. I almost laughed in disbelief. Amara tugged my sleeve. What's happening? This lady is from where I am. Kind of. I knew it had to be possible ever since I bought this, but I didn't think I'd meet one of you now of all times. I suddenly took out the katana I had bought back at the auction. I had kept it in my personal spatial ring the entire time, the only evidence that I wasn't alone in this new world. I stuck it out to Aki. Recognize this? I do. I'm the one that sold it. Was it yours? No. It was the weapon of another man who I came here with. He died while we were making our way over, but I can't say I was particularly fond of him. I sold his weapon since I was short on money. It was the only thing of value I could give up. So it wasn't you who put the anime figurine on there? No. TSK. Can't whack a dead man over the head with a stick. Whatever. I threw the katana back into my spatial band. It was basically worthless now that I had found Aki. Initially, I thought the katana had only been found way out there in the place they call the Outlands. But it turns out that was just a story Aki told them, something that increased the value of the sword. I didn't care, but perhaps I should have thought about finding the buyer earlier. Aki and I looked at each other for a bit before I sighed. Well, this is a hell of a meet. And for warning, this is my girlfriend Amara, a native, and she doesn't know about my secret. Oh, I see. Greetings, Amara. Greetings. John, why don't you just tell me already? I don't know how I feel about doing that right now. I looked away from the wispy eyes of Amara's mask, dodging the issue. Aki smiled. Don't worry, Amara. Our secret isn't a bad one, but it means a lot more than you can imagine. Uttering such a thing can only invite bad luck. So it's not bad but can only invite bad luck? For us, yes. For you, it wouldn't really change anything other than the fact that it makes you an incredibly lucky lady. I always told her she was the lucky one in this relationship. I grinned, earning a laugh from Aki and a quick eye roll from Amara. Fine, I won't pry. Thank you, dear. Now tell me, Aki, how long have you been here? I arrived here about 7 years ago, and I've only been in the kingdom for about 8 months. 7 years. I let out an amazed breath. How old were you when you arrived? I was only 19, having just started university in the year of 2019. Shit. So you're 26? I am, about to turn 27. I'm sorry. My head dropped a bit. 7 years in this world wasn't a length of time I was looking forward to. She just smiled, existential pain evident in her visage. It's okay. I've made my peace with it a long time ago. I've only been here for a grand total of 14, maybe 15 months, and I still haven't really made my peace with it. And honestly, I can only imagine it getting more painful as each year goes by. I mean, this wasn't how our lives were supposed to go. I was supposed to become an animator. Aki clasped her hands. I was going to study art, maybe work on some of my favorite media. My father wrote manga, 2 of which had been animated. I figured I could follow in his footsteps, and maybe I'd have an easier time breaking into the industry. But I had only just started, and didn't even realize what was happening before Her breathing hitched, probably remembering her death. Mine had been pretty odd, so it wasn't all that traumatic. But that didn't mean hers had been the same. We had both died. That seemed to be the prerequisite for getting sent to another world. I heard her sniffle as she continued. I didn't even get to say goodbye. And my mother, my sister, none of them know what happened. I just vanished and was thrown into this hellish place with nothing to rely on. And I didn't even get to collect myself before we were thrown at the forefront of an all-out war with demons. I just want to go home. I know. I stepped forward and brought her into a hug, feeling her tears wet my shirt. There was a lot of meaning packed into her words. I was already thinking about how she had come from 2019. Additionally, wherever she landed had already fought a war with the Scourge, and it didn't seem to have gone well since she was here. Regardless, after 7 years, there was definitely a lot of pent-up stress and regret, hence why she was now bawling her eyes out. I had to admit that I also missed my family dearly. I sincerely wished I could go back, but what made it bearable was the fact that I was carving out a pretty good life for myself here. I had a girlfriend who I didn't mind sticking around for, and being honest, there was a lot on my plate to distract me from homesickness. 7 years would get to anyone, though, especially after what Aki seemed to have gone through. I pitied her situation. After a little while, Aki calmed down, backing away and wiping her face. I am so sorry. I can clean your shirt off. Please, it's fine. Let's find a place to sit, though. I have a feeling we'll have quite a lot to talk about. Of course. Over here. I will welcome you into my home. You as well, Amara. We followed Aki into the back room before ascending a set of stairs into her loft. It wasn't big, but it was cozy. After scrambling about to clean some of the immediate surroundings, she went to the kitchen and started brewing something. I apologize for the mess. I certainly wasn't expecting the American to enter my shop today. Call me John. And don't worry about it. This place looks great. Thank you. The black market isn't the most attractive place to have a home, but for me, it turned out to be the best paying. I've just done what I can to make it presentable. This place was a dump when I bought it. Aki brought over a steaming kettle not long later, pouring us some cups. It smelled like a kind of tea, though none I'd ever smelled before. I didn't even drink tea. I took a few sips, not liking the taste, and once Aki sat down, we started talking. There was too much to talk about. Both of us seemed eager to dump as much information as possible. Aki was definitely more curious, though. I had come here from a different time. 2019 was 6 years before I had been killed in 2025. Now, it was supposed to be 2026. Aki's age seemed to go with the year, making it easy to establish a timeline. It was only a difference of 6 years, but a lot had changed in that time. Technology was one thing, and the global state of affairs was another. I couldn't possibly remember everything that happened over a 6-year time span, let alone things regarding Japan, her home country. But my summoner memory was getting to be pretty damn good, so I could remember most things, and once we started talking, I had a fun time dumping all kinds of past news and developments. Even though we came from 2 very different places and walked 2 vastly different paths in life, there was some common ground we could relish in. That discussion took 2 hours by itself. I felt sorry for Amara, but it seemed she was just fine listening to us and attempting to infer things from it. Most of the things we talked about were completely foreign, but she wasn't an idiot. Her inquisitive nature was positively glowing. She had always been a curious girl. But at some point, I had to move on to business. I felt bad for her, so I didn't mind feeding her a slice of her old life, but her history over the past 7 years was of great interest to me. After those couple hours of talking, I shifted the topic, getting into the nitty-gritty. Aki, where exactly did you come from? And I mean where you were prior to the kingdom. Well, at the time, it was thought to be the last bastion of humanity. They were the pillars of creation, a collection of kingdoms, and they were located on an adjacent continent across a sea. There are thousands of miles from here to the Bloody Sea, and then it's a 2-week sail with a magic boat to reach the other continent. And what happened there? Why are you here? They fell. She muttered two simple words. They implied volumes worth of devastation. The pillars of creation are no more. All of the kingdoms were razed to the ground over the course of 2 years. They and the Scourge had been accumulating power long before I arrived, and my 6 years there were spent watching the gradual downfall of that empire. The Scourge was simply too powerful, even though the pillars were much more powerful than the kingdom is right now. The last 2 years that the pillars stood were a constant horrific genocide. Entire legions of soldiers would go to fight before getting decimated and then resurrected as demons and monsters, just to march right back into their homeland and do the Scourge's bidding. In my 5th year, they finally introduced their kings and went all out. It was hopeless from then on. Morale was shattered in just the 1st year, and after that, everyone could only wait for those monsters to storm through the walls. Did they try to run? I remember my mentor speaking about the pillars of creation and the religion of those people. Some must have escaped, especially if you're here. Everyone tried to run. It only made things worse, but nobody cared. There was only one reason some managed to make it here, though. It was thanks to the church that we could get transportation. The church? My brows raised. I didn't expect to hear about them. Aki nodded. The church had already been establishing a forward base on the continent. Due to the chaos, we knew nothing about them until the pillars were already collapsing. And those of us who were able to run were found by them, taken here. Most of the upper echelon of the pillars, those who survived anyway, are still probably within the church right now. Wow. Did the church manage to maintain that base? I have no idea. I can't imagine they did, since they would have had to fend off all the Scourge's forces by themselves. But that's inconsequential. What I do know is that any remaining legacy of the pillars are now in the hands of the church. Not many know this, but if my logic is correct, crowns are being perfected because of those legacies. Let me show you something. Aki suddenly stood, turning around before undoing the clothes she was wearing. My brows raised as she exposed her bare back to us. On it, I could see hundreds of inscriptions from the base of her neck to the small of her back, all of them radiating pure magicka, flowing with power like it was blood. And accompanying those inscriptions were a few devastating scars that told their own stories as well. These are invocations, the source of power the pillars used. It pulls on pure magicka, and depending on the inscription, allows the person to wield that power in different ways. It's extremely rigid in its use, though, until aura is introduced. Only then can the power be raised to the level of what you know as Authority 12s. The most important part of it, though, is the fact that anybody can get inscriptions and wield the power. It's only a matter of resources, knowledge of different inscriptions, and aura. That's game-changing. I felt my heart palpitate. If this was true, then the entire ordinary population of the kingdom would be able to wield magic. It would multiply the combat power of humanity exponentially and overnight. And existing magi would be able to use that power to supplement what they already had. I heard Amara put my thoughts into words. We could use invocations to compensate for the weaknesses of the different classes. Warlocks could attain the intelligence of summoners, summoners would be able to attain the strength of knights, and knights would be able to supplement their combat with the elements of warlocks. It would be a paradigm shift the likes humanity has never seen. Yes, with our legacies, we might just be able to stand against the Scourge. But it's barely been a year since the church inherited this knowledge, and the entire continent of the fallen pillars is one massive nest for the Scourge. They hold power and numbers that you can't even imagine. Sometimes I wonder if it even matters. But the chance exists. Aki's shoulders dropped, but I could hardly care about her own hopelessness. Amara was right. Those legacies would upend this world's entire power system. I didn't know why they didn't also have the 3 magi classes, but now we would be able to capitalize on their strengths. It was like we were missing an entire half of the power system. It was like we were always meant to have more options to make up for such obvious weaknesses. Summoners were seen as useless precisely because they couldn't make use of their own powers. Their weaknesses far outweighed their strengths, especially cold summoners. If I had been a cold summoner with swords instead of guns, then I would be no different from all the others. There simply wasn't anything I could do. How could you be a knight without any of the strength or durability? But if a cold summoner with swords could receive invocations that boosted their strength and survivability to the level of a knight, then they would be even more combat capable than knights. They would have power and durability with the versatility of a walking arsenal. If the ability to hand off weapons was also developed, then one summoner would be able to equip a small army single-handedly and from anywhere. The possibilities were endless. Warlocks could harness a summoner's power of mind to create and cast spells dozens of times more complex. Knights could use mana to imbue their bodies and weapons with the power of the elements. It almost seemed like the Scourge never stood a chance, but that was only if we could actually use the invocations. Whether they were compatible with those who had crests or not was a mystery. All that knowledge was in the hands of the Church. I couldn't make any guesses even if hypotheticals got my hopes up. What was clear, though, was that no matter what, the Church was in a superior position. Even if Magi couldn't use invocations, the ordinary population could. The pillars obviously made it work without crests. There was no reason we couldn't spawn an entirely new army of those soldiers, once with just as much potential as Magi. Humanity finally seemed to be in a good position. It was all in the Church's hands, though. What they did would determine the future. My only concern was regarding the kingdom, and, if they knew of this information, what they would do about it. The web was suddenly much larger, and I found myself frowning again before long. Aki buttoned back up her clothes and sat back down. Amara and I were too lost in our thoughts to consciously register it, but I still pulled myself out of my racing thoughts to acknowledge her existence again. I suppose I should thank you for the knowledge. It's been enlightening. Of course. By the way, do you have that booklet? Oh, yes. I suddenly remembered. Along with the katana, there had been a small booklet. I brought it out. That booklet, at least the latter parts, have several indications that the man I was with developed. He told me they were theoretical designs for new ones, better ones. He had been learning about them from one of the kingdoms during the war. I couldn't tell you what they mean, but it's something. If you wish, I could translate the descriptions into English. Well, I certainly can't use it otherwise. I'll thank you in advance. I handed her the booklet. She took it with a smile. It's no problem at all. And, for when I finish, if we could. Aki raised her wrist, exposing the aerial. I smiled and nodded. She beamed when we exchanged info. Not quite like phones, but I'm just happy I can talk with someone about things. Thank you so much, John. I'll get this translated and hand it back to you soon. Sure. Don't be afraid to call. I'll have plenty of free time until I enter the military. Understood. With that, we said our goodbyes, and Amara and I left the shop with our masks. Not everything could be discussed in one sitting. There was surely more information we could give each other. We would just need time. But the inherent trust we had for each other as fellow Earthlings was obviously high. She didn't hesitate to spill just about everything from her history, and I finally had someone I could relate to. I could consider us friends, even after just one brief meeting. And now, it was late into the night. It was the perfect time for our original order of business. I looked at Amara, who glanced at me before slipping on her mask. Ready. Ready. Let's go. We'll scout the place before moving in. We only have 2 objectives, so let's complete them smoothly. We took each other's hands and started walking. The warehouse we were looking for wasn't far from us. It was time for our first hunt as a couple. Chapter 135, Dark Side. Amara and I sat against the wall of a building. Across the street from us was the very warehouse we were going to raid. Since this was now going to involve both of us, I decided to give her a rundown of how I usually did things. I didn't have a specific procedure or system or anything, but I needed the 2 of us to be on the same page. If anything went wrong, it would go wrong fast, and the 2 of us would need to react properly. We discussed things while snacking on some kebabs. Those at the warehouse only 100 feet away had no way of suspecting that we were there to kill them, even while we were relaxing in plain sight. So we'll just go in and kill anybody who threatens us? Basically, yeah. I'd prefer not to kill any workers, but if they're strong and hold any sort of hostility toward you, don't hesitate. As for the ordinary, don't worry about them. They'll start running as soon as I start shooting. This'll be interesting. Are there any differences between killing scourge beasts and killing people? In a technical sense, not really. But the process of killing the 2 is very different. I bit off a chunk of meat, trying to explain while chewing. It's obvious, but if you're going to kill, go straight for the kill. That means shoot for the head, neck, and chest. The only reason you would aim to injure is if they're a knight you need to wear down. But besides that, you need to know that people are generally unpredictable. They get pissed and fight on instinct. You've had training, and you'll have no problem overpowering them, but making mistakes or getting caught off guard isn't something you can really defend against. Even with a barrier? Well, maybe you can. I couldn't. Since you have a barrier, you'll be much safer in general. As long as you don't get complacent and keep it powered. And aura is going to be even more important than with scourge beasts. It's the only thing that might let you know how the flow of a battle will go against other people. Trust it and react accordingly. Now, what about specifics? What do we do once we walk through that door? Focus on the people. As for the machines, that's what this is for. I summoned a bag into my hand, the bag filled with high explosives swinging gently in the breeze. This was a satchel charge, and it was my main weapon against that earth mage during the tournament. If you need or want to destroy anything, go for it. But focus on eliminating threats before worrying about the machines. They're not going anywhere. Right. As for the firefight, I want you to stay with me. This is your first time doing anything like this. I just want you to focus on keeping yourself safe while slinging spells from a distance. Most of the enemies we'll come across will be pretty easy to kill, besides the authority SIXS of course. We meet one of those, you keep them occupied. I'll wipe out the lower authorities, and we'll take them down together. It's like taking down a strong beast. Kind of. You'll learn as you go. You ready? 1 second. She scarfed down the rest of her kebab, as did I, before the two of us stood up, slipping the masks over our faces. Just follow my lead. We'll breach the garage first, then we just clear the building. You don't put down your barrier until all threats are dead. Got it? Then let's go. I hoisted the satchel charge onto my shoulder before walking over with Amara's hand in mine. When we approached the large warehouse door, I dropped the satchel right in the middle. I didn't bother empowering it. It would be more than enough by itself. Hooking up a string to the detonator, I scanned the street, meeting the eyes of someone walking out of a side door to the warehouse. I waved. Hi. What are you doing? I was bringing over a delivery for Sir Bremen. I need to do something first, though. Hang on. I put up a finger before walking off with the string and Amara, leaving the bewildered worker behind as we turned the nearby corner of the building. I yanked the string. The ground quaked with the explosion. From around the corner, a wave of dust billowed around our feet. A Tommy gun appeared in my hands. Start. I turned the corner once more, the roiling cloud of dust unable to hide the remains of what was once a door. Hopefully it wouldn't collapse on us. I quickly identified several powerful individuals moving hastily and dozens of ordinary people all around the grounds of the warehouse operating magical machinery. One of said ordinaries, after recovering from the sudden shock, found me and ran over while yelling. He threw a fist, but I responded in kind by simply lifting my leg and kicking him right in the gut. He keeled over without issue, and Amara and I continued on our way. An Authority 4 knight barged through a door. My reflexes worked as if with their own mind, snapping my gun over and sending a bullet straight through his head. As he collapsed, several others emerged from various entrances. Amara sensed them as well, so she started casting spells. I could sense her anxiety while doing so, more power than necessary being infused into her magic. I didn't bother her, though. I have the stairs. I've got the doorway. She responded, the two of us turning to our self-assigned zones and unleashing hell. 6 knights and 5 warlocks were all that emerged. All 6 knights jumped at us from different angles while the warlocks started casting spells. Of the 6 knights, I immediately gunned down the 4 in front of me. I then moved to the warlocks, sending lead their way and collapsing their barriers. That's when Amara's spells hit, dense lances of air flying over and skewering all 5 warlocks through the chest. Even the ones whose barriers I didn't break were obliterated without mercy. I clicked my tongue while killing the last 2 knights. Amara made this look too easy. Once we were done, we watched the rest of the ordinary workers run out. A presence suddenly tried to make itself scarce. Amara sensed it too, our heads snapping to the back wall of the warehouse. He's running. Through the wall. Amara dashed forward, preparing a spell and sending out a bomb of air. It exploded right in front of the back wall, blowing a huge hole so we could jump through. I instantly spotted our target, Turner Bremen. The fat warlock could do nothing but throw a gust of air at his feet, launching himself over a building. He had a powerful barrier around him in addition to all those layers of fat. You chase. Got it. I gave a word, Amara shooting off. He wasn't the only one with mobility. I just stood where I was, taking out a Garand and taking aim. I acquired his huge figure as he made it to the top of a nearby apartment. I didn't even bother aiming much, simply unloading the in-block full of empowered bullets. I managed to send 4 his way before he dipped out of my line of sight. Still, his barrier was left shattered. I started running as Amara rapidly caught up to him. Circling around the building at almost a full sprint, I followed them on the ground as they ran, skipped, and bounced on rooftops and pressurized air. Try and send him my way. Got it. He's got a lot of mass, though. Do your best. And know that he's probably calling for help. We need to finish fast. As soon as I said that, Amara upped her pace. This Turner had a pampering father from the Clockwork Association. There was no doubt in my mind that there was help nearby for him to call, if not the father himself. Thankfully, I didn't have much to worry about. Amara was able to use a series of concussive shockwaves to blast Turner off course and into my sights. That's when I unloaded the rest of my clip, lighting up his barrier and shattering it with Amara's help. Once it broke, it only took a few bullets to shred through his body, ripping straight through his considerable girth. He fell from the skies and into the streets, hitting the floor before Amara landed right next to him. Before I could do anything or he could even beg for his life, a blade of air decapitated him. Just like that, our target was dead. Amara looked up to me, earning a nod. Good. Anything on his body? 2 spatial rings, a bracelet, and an aerial is all I can see. Take everything except for the aerial. She didn't even respond before taking off his arm, ripping the bound spatial storages off his flesh. Once she came back to my side, I waved. Let's go. We ran, heading right back to the warehouse where I left a well-placed satchel charge with some extra Psycha for good measure. Once we'd blown the roof off and let the building collapse, we vanished into the chaos. We went straight out of the market without a word, taking off our masks before exiting and heading to the hotel where we found the key master. He smiled at us on arrival. Well done. Your bounty for this job comes out to a total of 240,000 coin. Shall I split between the 2 accounts? Please. Understood. The deposit was immediate, as our aerials chimed the moment he finished speaking. Amara had her own account, thankfully, so this wouldn't earn any attention from her mother. Amara sighed. Barely 10 minutes of work for all that money. You made it easy for me. How do you feel? Fine. It really isn't much different from killing beasts. A bit bloodier, but otherwise pretty easy. They aren't trained as properly as those from the Magisterium, especially the elites. The part to worry about is the weight on your conscience. I put down my aerial, fumbling with the bloodied spatial storages of the dealer. Amara glanced up at me. Do you have any weight on your conscience? Would you think me a total monster if I said not really? No. Then no. Not necessarily something to be proud of, but I had to get used to it a while ago. I don't care to have any remorse. But I also pick and choose my targets. Now let's go rest. Thank you for the job, Keymaster. We waved, the Keymaster bowing a bit. Of course. Come back if you ever want a recommendation. Will do. After a night of rest, the next day came. That was also when we got 2 pieces of news. Phaidon had arrived in the capital, and Tana had finally woken up. With that, we all rushed over to the Magisterium's medical ward as soon as we could. We joined up with Phaidon and entered Tana's room, finding her with the puppet master. She was wide awake, sitting up in her bed with a few doctors around her. Amara went over for a hug, embracing her while I smiled. How's our girl? Tana didn't respond, simply turning and staring at me. My smile faded, feeling something different. Sure enough, the puppet master spoke for her. She hasn't said anything yet, but it's only been an hour or so. Doctors said she's physically perfectly healthy. Well, I would say that's most important. Would they know if she suffered any brain trauma? Not necessarily. But if there was an abnormality anywhere in her body, we would have found it. I stood over to the side, giving Amara space to sit next to Tana and give her some company. As she tried to get Tana to talk, I turned to Phaidon and patted his shoulder. How are you, man? Feeling a bit better? A bit, I suppose. Things have changed, though. He brought up his hand, staring at it as if inspecting a foreign body part. I got concerned. How did you handle anarchy? I handled it, but it made me realize some things. Like? I haven't done enough. I've obviously been far too relaxed. I've realized that if things continued as they were, I would lose everything I hold dear, more than I have. Perhaps you were the only one who did enough, and you even tried to help us keep up. What you did is nothing short of miraculous considering your position. I just did what I had to. I'm not perfect, Phaidon. I shrugged, feeling a bit of melancholy. He was putting me on a pedestal, and I didn't want him to do that. I was forced into my circumstances. Of course, I didn't necessarily try to wriggle out of them, instead continuing to push back. But that didn't mean I was doing that much better than everyone else. I was just doing what I could, and it was just enough to keep my life, as well as the lives of my squad. But Phaidon just shook his head in response. No, your achievements and the good you've done are undeniable. You're someone who's going to go far, farther than me. But I'll be damned if I can't at least try and keep up. I'll do everything in my power to make sure that I fill out every possible gap in my talent. This recent event, Myra's death, it taught me that who I was wasn't enough. If I want something more, then I'll need to fight harder, smarter. And most importantly, I'll need to fight by the side of those who will hold me to higher standards. Since Vetsmon is gone, I'll attempt to fill his role and keep you safe. You can rest assured that you won't die so long as I still breathe. I glanced at the side of his face, hiding mixed feelings behind a worried face. I can't say I've ever had someone tell me that they've laid their life down for me. It was quite the experience. I couldn't really reject that, but I also felt weird about accepting it. So instead, I just decided to meet him on the same level. I squeezed his shoulder, looking back toward Tana. You're not the only one. My job is to watch over all of you. So long as I have anything to say about it, you'll never be put in the position to lay down your life for my own. Well, you've already proven that you're capable. Not necessarily. One person was put into that position, and it was only because of luck that she managed to survive. We both looked at Tana, the girl in question turning toward us. Amara muttered. I put her in that position. No, I gave the order to do what we did. I was an idiot for thinking those people had any sense of logic or honor. I've learned my lesson, but it was almost at a dear cost. I can only apologize now and dash. Stop. Tana spoke, stopping my words. Her face looked deadpan as she continued. You saved my life in an impossible situation. We all should have died. I was certainly prepared to. I couldn't see a way out even with the escape we were making. And giving my life up to kill that Heartstopper seemed to be the one thing I could do to at least give you all a chance. But you actually brought me back from that. I'm completely healthy. You gave me another chance at life, and now you're apologizing for it. Honestly, it's a bit too humble for my tastes. It doesn't suit you. I think I've said that before. The puppet master suddenly mumbled. Tana smirked at him. I'm just being honest. Now, what we should be doing is finding those students and killing the rest of them off. The last thing they deserve is to live after abandoning us. They're all safe at their homes. But the difficulty of killing them right now is secondary to the fact that I can't let you do something like that. The puppet master shot Tana a scolding look, making her roll her eyes. Whatever. Then let's inform the newspapers. We can drag their names through the mud. Then they'll at least be branded for the scum-sucking cowards they are. Please don't. For your own sakes, I implore you. The puppet master massaged his temples. Tana was dead serious, and we all knew it. I just sighed. Seems anarchy got to you a bit, Tana. It opened my eyes. Nobles are the most selfish bastards in the world, and those people deserve to be taken full advantage of. We should be stripping them of all their good for before ridding this society of their names. It would only benefit. I've heard you say things like that. I didn't realize how right you were. Heh, I see you've finally come to the dark side. Welcome. Glad I could finally make it. The two of us laughed mischievously, causing the puppet master to shake his head. I'm not sure which will bring this kingdom to its knees first. The Scourge or John Cooper and his band of misfits. Who knows? If it's you, you rebellious punk, then I want you to promise me job security. I work too hard for a good-paying, easy job like this, and I don't want to lose it just because you decided to overthrow noble society. Huh? Yes, sir. I gave him a salute before he waved. Then I'm going to leave before getting involved with more treasonous talk. Now, I don't know when I may see you all again, but for what it's worth, you all are some of the most exceptional students I've ever had. Take care of yourselves in the military. If humanity is going to be saved by anybody, it's going to be people like you. We're only as good as our teachers, sir. Phaidon chimed with a small smile, making him shrug as he walked out. We were left alone, Amara leaning her head on Tana's shoulder. I'm glad you're okay, Tana. Thanks. Question is, though, what's going to happen now? I know we'll be entering the military, but does that mean we'll be able to stay together? That's probably not going to happen. At least at first. Amara explained. Basic training will separate us by class, so you guys will go elsewhere. As for what happens after you get out of that, it all depends on who decides to take you under their wing. That, and their word determines what base you're assigned to and what commander you fall under the authority of. We're quite the special generation, so there will be many hands pulling us different ways. My mother doesn't even know if she can take control of John, let alone you guys. So if I'm being honest, we probably won't see each other for a long while, not until our ranks rise a bit and, with some luck, we somehow get put together due to our history and chemistry as a team. I've heard of magisterium squads being put back together on several occasions. Sounds like we'll have little control over things. Basically. Though, there is one thing that might increase the chances. If we're all outstanding enough and catch some eyes, we'll have a decent shot at entering a division of special operations. Get there, and we'd be able to fight to get our squad back together. That's true. Fiden nodded, dipping his head in thought. All the more reason to train harder. In fact, if I don't get there, then I'll be doing something wrong. Agreed. I just woke up, but I'm thinking with my recent improvements, I can manage something like that. I'll need to start getting active again. Tana concurred with Fiden, then both of them looked at me. Tana grinned. We'll be expecting you there, John. Indeed. You're practically built for special operations. It should be pretty easy for you to get in. Hey, we'll see. I shrugged and pulled out a cigar. Chapter 136, Point of No Return. Tana was awake and Fiden had arrived in the capital. Although Tana would need to go back to her parents' estate to check in, she would be coming right back. There wasn't much time until graduation, but we wouldn't actually need to attend. Apparently, all of the fourth years who survived were having issues even if they didn't gaze upon anarchy, so going to a graduation ceremony wasn't in the cards. They would simply send us a nice certificate stating that we had graduated along with a display of all our accolades and achievements. Our identification cards would also be updated to display the fact that we were alumni. All of that hardly mattered now, though. Only 6 weeks after the graduation was official, we would ship off to basic training. They weren't wasting any time. It wouldn't be long before I was a military man. It was strangely ironic that I, the American, would be joining a force other than the U.S. military. Well, we had all already experienced military life and were generally adapted to it. Now, after some training that would mold us into what the kingdom wanted, we would be living that life every day for the next several years. I didn't have any hopes of ending my contract soon. Apparently, those that came out of the magisterium were automatically contracted to serve for 12 years. The kingdom was under constant threat, so they didn't have any room for short-term contracts. It took time for Magi to become strong, and due to their greatly increased lifespan, they had plenty of time and energy to give. The kingdom had no qualms taking advantage of that. I understood why. It was just an unfortunate reality here. My only issue was how I would go about dealing with the people. The night after we met up with Tana and Fiden, all of us decided to go out for a nice dinner. Tana wasn't leaving just yet, so we would all have one more day together as a squad. We all promised to meet the next morning. In fact, they would be coming to my hotel room. For now, I was hanging around the room with Amara. I stood by the glass, staring out at the sunset-illuminated streets of the city with my fancy eyeballs. Those posters of me that sprang up after the Magisterium tournament were all gone now, the usual assorted advertisements and notices of capital life having replaced them. My mind was on the military, though. I could only sigh, thinking that it would be more years of trying to keep myself safe from my fellow humans. I'm not looking forward to this. The military? More bullshit politics, more angry old assholes I'll have to dodge. Question is, how am I supposed to keep myself safe? I barely survived a year. How am I supposed to get through a dozen? It's not going to be the same. The military isn't the magisterium. Amara set down her book, looking up from the couch. The magisterium is full of a bunch of immature children that have yet to really experience what it's like to fight for their lives. Elites in fourth years are only a bit better off due to their greater experience with missions and combat. But it's a fact that the military does a good job of beating that out of them, even the noble children. There's a chain of command that can't be flaunted. Sure, there's plenty of nepotism, but remember your own words on who keeps the nobles in check. The scourge does that. Exactly. We're in a state of constant war, even more critical with anarchy on the loose. Nobles have little time to deal with their petty and dramatic children because they're needed on the battlefield. Even more than that, they can't go around sabotaging their fellow soldiers because that directly reduces our ability to fight the scourge. If there's too much infighting, we'll collapse. They know that, so they're forced to bend. If a noble child comes and tries to oppress a higher-ranking officer, they'll get their teeth kicked in, and they'll have nobody to blame except themselves. Of course, there are limits and exceptions, but that's generally how it is. I rubbed my chin and thought. So if I'm the same rank as a noble child, you two will be equal. They can't do anything to you, nor can their parents. Chances are, you'll be underneath my mother. If anybody does anything to you unjustly, there will be hell to pay. There are rules in the military, and they aren't loose like those at the magisterium. Once again, without order, we fall. You'll prove yourself to be valuable in short order, and with that charm of yours, I have a feeling you'll be just fine in the military. Hope so. Anything better than how things were at the magisterium is acceptable to me. You're my next concern, though. What about your marriage? Won't they keep trying to get me out of your life? No. At least, not nearly as much. She shook her head. The reason they were trying to marry me off so quickly was precisely because of the military. There's no time for marriage negotiations and courting. Our full focus is on fighting and growing. And children aren't that valuable unless the parents who have them are at the ends of their talent anyways. So why was your marriage such a big deal now? Wouldn't it be customary to wait until after the military? Because they wanted to lock me in. A lot of things can happen during one's service, and they don't like to risk any potential love affairs. So they marry us off while at the magisterium. And then the military is just a decade or two of fighting. A married couple may not see each other for years during that time, but since they're already married, when the time comes to continue the bloodline, there are no arguments to be made even if they have different thoughts. So it just minimizes variables. And it opens up the alliance. If I got married right now, even though I wouldn't have children for a decade, the husband's family could start working with the Teleria household. That means business acquisitions and political favors. It's a decade's worth of profit to be made before even considering children. There are more than enough reasons to make it happen now. And we fended them off. I smiled. It seemed like I pissed some people off a lot more than I realized. Amara nodded. Yes, we managed to hold off until we could be safe. But we still can't do anything right now. If we were to suddenly talk about getting married, all those issues would pop right back up and they'd be coming at you full force. I'm not supposed to even be thinking about that stuff in the military, so we'll need to act like that's true. So we wouldn't be able to get married for another 12 years at the least? Correct. That's a long time. I put my head on my arm propped up on the glass, eliciting a knowing smile from Amara. That's exactly why I asked if you still wanted to wait. It would be a long time to wait. I'll have to think about it. Wouldn't there be a risk of having kids, though? Or do you know the magic for that stuff? I don't know the magic yet since my affinities don't align. But I've got things that do the same thing. And the risk of someone finding out about Inception? Well, given how powerful my aura is now, only the most powerful people I would come across would notice if they looked. You mean the only ones that matter? We both stared at each other before she sighed. I guess we have to wait. Not necessarily that long. It's not like they can watch us all the time. Eventually, we'll get our chance. Or we can just do it right now. Why you just said we have to wait? Fuck that. Girl, I oughta dash. I stomped over and grabbed her leg, yanking her off the couch before throwing her over my shoulder and marching to our room. She squeaked when I threw her on the bed, her face already thoroughly flushed. Chapter 137, Bonds. My bare skin, sensitive in light of the erotic memories of last night, told me someone was squirming. I squinted bleary eyes at the sun streaming through the window, taking a moment to rub the sleep from them, and looked down to find Amara shifting into an upright position. Something must have alerted her to my wakefulness as she slowly turned around, cheeks flushed bright, taking a moment to meet my eyes. My smirk turned into an ear-to-ear grin as I took an almost sadistic joy in her embarrassment. Well, good morning, darling. Have a good sleep. She turned away, covering her face with her hands. I'm a dirty whore. You're my dirty whore. Wog shut up. I'm sticky. And crusty. She took a moment to feel her cheek. I think my face has your stuff on it. Pfft. Yes, you were quite enthusiastic last night. It wasn't technically sex, but it's pretty damn close. What did you think? I think sex is tamer. More normal, I guess. But that. I propped my head up with the hand not pinned under Amara and watched her think. My smile faded a bit. Not that I regret it. And then returned in full force. I mean, you asked for it. I didn't think you'd shove your tongue inside me. I've never even heard of doing something like that. Ah, you're so innocent. Is that a bad thing? No. Just makes you cuter. I chuckled before pulling her in for a hug, combing back her hair with her big titties on my chest. Was it too much? I know it was sudden. No, it wasn't. It was just shocking. But I liked it. Since we can't quite have sex yet, we'll have to keep doing that until we can. Stave off the horny. She smiled and left a gentle peck on my lips before shifting herself around a bit more, disappearing under the blanket. Then my aerial rang, my brows raising as I answered. Yo. Fiden responded. Hello. We're at the hotel. Shit. My eyes widened before my legs suddenly jerked in shock. Fresh Prince was getting the lollipop treatment under the blanket. Wasn't she just embarrassed? This girl was bipolar or something. I clicked my tongue and turned my attention back to Fiden. Just chill out in the lobby. Maybe introduce yourself to the key master at the front desk. He's a cool dude. We'll be down there in a little bit. All right. His response was succinct. We bid each other a short farewell before I looked down at the lump in the blanket. I threw it aside. Amara froze for a second, looking into my eyes for a second before she continued. We'll need to call room service. This room is not decent. MHM. I think a shower is in order too. We can't be long since they're waiting. She left fresh prints out to hang for a second to properly respond. That's up to you. Amara paused with a smile, making me snicker before I grabbed some of her hair and pushed her back down. Hello. Hi. Tana and Fiden waved to get our attention from a group of couches in a corner of the lobby, both their gazes fixed on Amara's beet-red face. They stood up and exchanged a few whispers as we approached. I clasped hands with Fiden while Amara exchanged a hug with Tana. Fiden whispered in my ear. What happened? Oh, nothing important. We were just messing around a bit. Sorry we came down late. We had just woken up when you called. It's no problem. Here, let's head up. I waved them over, giving a greeting to the key master as we walked past. Once in the elevator, I slotted the golden key in and punched my floor number. It was a quick trip up, and before long we walked into the hotel room. Fiden and Tana looked around with wide eyes, muttering in succession. So this is where you've been living this whole time? It's really nice. Nicer than my family's manor. It's definitely comfortable. I chuckled as they walked around, checking out the kitchen and bedroom. Thankfully, the hotel's room service was prompt. It only took a minute for the cleaners to get there, and after pointing them in the right direction, they took a measly 5 minutes to clean. Impeccable service. It was made even better by Amara's perpetual embarrassment upon seeing just to what extent our wild romp last night had messed up the room, and that the cleaners knew exactly what we had done. That was on top of what we did in the shower just moments ago. She was so cute when she was all flushed red like that. Fiden stood with me as Tana walked around, as if inspecting. When she arrived at the table, she poked my orb sitting in its projection cradle. Is this a projector? What's on the orb? My advancement formation. Oh, let me see. Tana tapped it, the entire formation cluster being projected in the air in all its miserable glory. Her jaw dropped for a few seconds. That's insane. Yes, it is. I'd barely started and it's melting my brain. Well, at least nobody can say you're stupid. She shrugged, turning it back off while taking a seat on the couch with Amara. Fiden had wandered over to a nearby counter and lifted some things up from there. They were the 2 spatial storage bands that came off our recent kill, brownish droplets staining the otherwise pristine metal. Blood. Oh, right. We haven't looked through those yet. I went over and Fiden dropped them in my hand. I explained what had transpired while trying to activate them. They're spoils of war Amara and I got. From who? Some drug maker in the black market. Don't tell her mother, or anybody else that Amara got involved with some of my work. You should call me next time. It must be dangerous. Tisk, I'm trying not to pull more people into that place with me. Don't worry about it. I won't be working that much anymore since I'll need to prepare for basic training. That reminds me, I need to see Tavera. I mumbled before suddenly frowning. I couldn't get into the sacks. Binding storages to a crest was only useful since it prevented anyone else from opening them. That's how mine operated, as did most Polaris brand sacks. But if the owner wasn't there to erase their crest from it, then it would persist. Now that our target was dead, his items couldn't be accessed. Seems I'd need to find someone to help me with that. They looked much nicer than my own, so I wouldn't mind swapping them if they were better. Mine was due for an upgrade anyway, one of the things on my list of preparations before the military. I tossed them back on the counter. No luck. They're still bound. You wouldn't happen to know anyone that can get rid of the restrictions? Nope. I'll find someone later then. I shrugged. After a lull in the conversation, Fiden caught my attention. He looked at me and raised his fingers to his neck, tapping it. I raised my hand and touched my neck where he indicated. My fingers met the irregular lump of scabbing and a bit of dried blood. I smiled. Seemed Amara was biting pretty hard last night. And with a quick look, I noticed she also had a hickey. Hers was a bit more discreet since I didn't try to bite a hole in her neck. I shrugged again. He snickered. After that we hung out in the room, ordering some food for a brunch. None of us had anything to do, and it was fun just being together and eating. At some point, though, Tana had to depart for her home. We all walked her to the station and saw her off. After that it was just Amara and I plus Fiden, who excused himself. I'm gonna go train. Right now. I have yet to do so today. And the puppet master is helping me, so I'm on a schedule. All right. Well, keep in touch. We've got some weeks before we ship dash. You're John Cooper? My head swiveled when I heard the sudden shout, laying eyes on a man and woman who came running over. They were dressed in suits and held no ill intentions, so I wasn't on guard, not to mention the fact that the man was a summoner. I could sense his psyche. Phaidon shifted himself between us as I responded. Who's asking? My name is Joel Hunterson from the Capital News. This is my partner Abigail Acosta. Pleased to meet you. The little lady bowed to the side, though Joel seemed too excited to do anything else other than get straight to business. I've been investigating the events surrounding the recent retreat on the front lines, especially the reasons surrounding the deaths of so many students and noble children. The military, kingdom, and magisterium haven't given any official response, and none of the surviving noble children are capable of coming out of their homes. I was hoping you would be able to shed some light on the subject. I stared at him for a few seconds, glancing to the sides to see Amara and Phaidon's neutral faces. By now, Joel's excitement had drawn the attention of bystanders, and I felt a few eyes drifting my way. I would need to finish this quickly. You do understand what kind of a position this puts me in. You ever thought about the fact that the kingdom doesn't want you knowing what happened? Of course. But a military base headed by an Authority 12 being completely decimated indicates some extreme circumstances that the people ought to know about. And you couldn't talk to any of the soldiers? They're being detained, so no. You three are the only survivors that are out in the open right now. The only ones that can't be suppressed. So please, the people deserve to know what happened. Even if you only give me a hint. I let out a breath, linking my mind with Amara's. How much can I say? I'm not opposed, but only if it doesn't land me in legal trouble. I'm not entirely sure about the details, but there's a chance that information about the kings are military secrets. Open secrets, but still secrets. Putting that info out into the public will catch eyes and trouble. I wouldn't. I hummed, thinking about her words while continuing to stare at Joel. Then, I sighed. I'm sorry, I can't tell you anything. But I can't tell you anything. I repeated myself before turning and walking. At the same time, my aura found his mind and echoed some words. The King of Anarchy has appeared. He didn't respond since he couldn't, but he clearly heard my words, his brows raising and aura conveying his surprise. Then, I heard him mutter, "Let's go, Abigail." Sir, can we really let them go? It's fine. We have some other leads to follow. Let's not trouble such a historical summoner. He turned and strode off, his words making me smile inwardly. He really knew how to play it cool. Seems he was a half-decent investigative journalist. We bid Phaidon another goodbye so he could go train. The two of us made our way to Tavera afterwards, threading through the midday crowds of the Founders Market. She threw on her mask as we walked through the streets and into Tavera territory. Upon approaching the gate to the headquarters, a pair of guards in dark gray armor faded from recesses in the entryway and blocked our way with crossed halberds. Who are you? State your business. I'm here to see the Patriarch. My name is John Cooper. I held up the golden cigar case, which was really my only form of identification relevant to the Taveras. The guard looked at it for a few seconds before standing aside. Understood. I'll send word of your arrival. Thanks. We walked past, heading into the building and noticing a lot more people than normal. All of them were dressed in red, black, and white uniforms, and all of them had sabers at their waist. I eventually found the Patriarch's estate, meeting another two guards outside the door. They stopped me again. State your business. I was paying the Patriarch a visit. Is he here? He is, but let him in. A voice boomed out from the office behind the cracked open door. The two guards, to their credit, didn't hesitate an instant, pulling open the double doors and standing guard with their blades at their sides. Once we made our way to the study, I found the Patriarch and another man within. He smiled at us. John, I'm glad to see you're okay. Yes, thanks for the concern. I just thought I'd stop by and say hello, let you know I'm still alive and all. Of course. You've come at a good time, in fact. John, meet my grandson, Emmerich. Emmerich, this is John Cooper. A pleasure. We shook hands, Emmerich glancing at the masked Amara for a second. Once he looked back at me, he smiled. I saw what you did at the Magisterium. I never would have imagined the sight of a summoner beating a knight in a fist fight. You have my respect. Thank you. Though it was only possible since he was critically wounded. Heh, nobody cares about that. You brought down a knight and entire authority above you. That alone is an event worthy of the history books. I'm flattered. I grinned. This Emmerich seemed friendly. The Patriarch chimed in at that moment. John, Emmerich is the one who we gave the crown to. You're currently looking at the future patriarch of the Tavera family. Oh, wow. Congratulations. Thank you. Though I have a lot of work to do before the succession. Emmerich smiled, making me shrug. I'm sure you'll be fine. You won the war in the markets. Now you just need to dominate the rest. Maybe I can help out with the trenches. I've had some experience there. Indeed, though I can't say I want to see Apocryon again. Yes, he's quite the character. Almost killed me with his aura one time. You have my sympathies. My experience was also rather haunting. He's only Authority 10, but dare I say he has the aura of an Authority 12. It is the only reason I don't preemptively end his reign. I see. Unfortunate. We nodded to each other in understanding. Apocryon was a menace to all who crossed his path. Speaking of war, you'll be entering the military soon, right, John? The Patriarch muttered, shifting my focus. Yes, sir. Hopefully I'll have an easier time than at the Magisterium. I've heard of the troubles you've had there. The military will indeed be easier, socially at least. If you wish, I can also talk to some friends of mine and get you placed under a friendlier name. It may help you stay out of the spotlight. I appreciate the concern. Hopefully the Duchess has already taken care of that. If that's the case, then there's no reason for you to be troubled. Perhaps. Either way, I'll warn them. Competition will be fierce, and every little bit will help. Perhaps what I do is what tips the scales in your favor. Are you sure? I don't want to trouble you. Nonsense. You underestimate my influence, boy. Rest easy and take care of yourself in the military. I better not hear anything about you risking your neck before you climb in power. You've too much potential left to unearth, and I intend to see it at some point. Don't deny us that. Of course, sir. Thank you. I smiled and nodded to him. He grinned. Good. Now, I hear you recently killed the Bremen boy. His father is currently trying to hunt you down. Thankfully, you make yourself scarce. I try. Should I be worried on my way back? Perhaps. Certainly don't let your guard down. Our territory covers most market entrances, but those warlocks may be lingering. Leave through the west or northwest entrance, where Chef Blue and Red work. They should be safer. Will do. And speaking of Bremen, I brought out the spatial storages we took off the body, explaining the situation. The Patriarch nodded when he understood. That shouldn't be an issue. For future reference, Building 455 on 2nd Street. There's a warlock there who specializes in cracking spatial storages. But for these, we have a warlock here who can do it. If you head to our logistics building in the east wing of the estate, look for Harold. Tell him I sent you. Oh, thank you. Then I won't keep you. Enjoy your final days as a civilian, John. With the situation out there, you certainly won't be entering with favorable conditions. I smiled bitterly, nodding as we said goodbye before heading down to that warlock to get the spatial storages unlocked. You seem to favor this kid. Emmerich muttered once John had left, earning a chuckle in response. I suppose I do. But for good reason. You can't possibly fail to see the value he represents. I do. But going so far as to pull strings in the military for him? You might be met with trouble. And it'll be worth it. His future favor outweighs any potential negative consequences right now. Don't make the mistake of missing such a potential ally, Emmerich. Luna and the church both have eyes on him, and it was merely a stroke of luck that we met him first. The kingdom as well. All the more reason. The Patriarch raised a cigar, letting out some puffs. You've been spending too much time slaughtering our enemies. Time to start building friendships. They're just as important, especially if you plan to take my seat. I've been running this family for over 150 years, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that the only reason we still stand today is due to the bonds we've forged with others over many decades. John is young, but he is one of those bonds we need to develop. Keep that in mind, especially as the kingdom's tensions rise. Understood. Emmerich nodded solemnly. With the recent market war and suspicious movements in the kingdom's royal house, he had been on edge and suspicious of everyone beyond their family. Too many of those he once thought allies had forced his blade against them as they tried to backstab the Tavera family in the midst of the war. But John Cooper seemed to have earned the approval of the Patriarch himself. He'd have to heed his grandfather's advice and keep watch for that name in the future. Chapter 138. Convictions. The Tavera Estate's logistics warlock easily cracked the 2 spatial storages we brought him, revealing quite the haul. For one, there was a large amount of gold totaling around 250,000, already enough to make everything worth it. Then, there were some books for warlocks and documentation of Clockwork Association activities. Finally, an assortment of miscellaneous things, ranging from clothing and gear to magic consumables, medicine, and what seemed like alchemical materials. There were also tons of drugs. Thankfully, the warlock was also someone who bought spoils like these. So after going through everything with Amara, we decided to sell most of it. We received another 180,000 with that. Amara decided to keep some of the gear and consumables since she could use them, and the documents from the association. Enemy intelligence, in other words, fetched a decent price. Finally, we were left with the 2 storage items. They were bigger than my own, no doubt about that. I had wanted to make an upgrade, but with the amount of money we were receiving, I eventually decided to sell them both off. The 2 bands sold for another 340,000, putting our grand total at 770,000 coin. Turner Bremen was spoiled rotten by his father. No wonder the man was after us. I deposited it all into my bank card, taking a look at the total as we left the Tavera headquarters. 1,941,330 coin. That's quite the sum. You've been saving up? Time to spend it though. Let's head to Polaris. We left the markets, thankfully not running into anybody as we made our way to the Polaris Bank. There was a little kiosk beside the main building. There, we were able to find all the different kinds of storage devices they sold. Normal storage devices would simply bind to the crest of the owner, and usually couldn't be removed unless the owner wanted it to be. Otherwise, you'd have to carve it off their body, so it couldn't be stolen by normal means. There were several other types though, such as ones that were designed to hide within clothing. There were even ones built into certain pieces of clothing, such as earrings, belts, even shoes. The ones I wanted though were the really expensive ones that carried a ton of storage space and also couldn't be taken by any means. Those were the implants, storages designed to reside within the body, completely undetectable under normal circumstances. One model was a tooth implant, while another model would be implanted underneath the skin on some part of the body. The only issue with them was the fact that the amount of space I wanted would place my cost around 1.2 million. More than that, I also wanted to get a Mara one. Of course, I couldn't afford 2.4 million coin on my own, but she also had money and didn't want me paying for her stuff anyway. In the end, we agreed to get one for each of us, and I would give her 400,000. After making the sale and transferring her payment, I was left with a measly 300k in my account. It was definitely worth it though. I would probably never need another upgrade. I didn't actually need that much space for my private stash. Only the most valuable items would go in there, while everything I could lose would sit in my normal storage. I wouldn't be hurt in the event that I got screwed somehow and lost access to it. Still, this hidden stash would be multiple times larger than my previous stash. After our purchase, Amara and I were brought to another room where they implanted the storages. It was a simple affair. They numbed the skin, made a small incision, and slipped the small pill-shaped storage inside. That also contributed greatly to its cost. Smaller sizes required a smaller white crystal, and to compensate for the reduced space available, they had to use a much stronger one. After running some healing magic over it and sealing the skin, they were done. Just like that, in no more than half an hour, we had both received concealed storage devices with space equivalent to a large room. That didn't stop me from walking out with a sad face. I'm poor again. Yeah, right. You could make that money back up in a week if you really wanted to. With bounties, maybe. I'm not trying to stir the pot more, though. There's already enough people that want me dead. What's one more? You little demon. I'm trying to keep both of us out of trouble. You walking around with me like this isn't very safe. I like a little danger. She smiled mischievously, making me grin. Right then, though, her eyes widened. Wait, we should go see Luna. Huh, I guess she did say to go visit her. Let's go then. We're already here. We linked arms before turning around and heading to the Polaris headquarters. I only got stopped when trying to enter the core areas, to which I flashed the badge Luna had given me last time. I was an honored guest of the Polaris family, so I was let straight in where we went for the study. Sure enough, Luna was there, smiling from her chair as if expecting us. I was wondering when you guys would show. I've been lonely. Apologies, Lady Luna. Oh, don't be silly. I know more than anyone what's happened recently. I'm just glad you two are safe. She jumped over her desk and landed on a couch. Another appeared right in front of her, which Amara and I sat down in. Luna beamed as we got comfortable, prompting me to remember her last gift. Your warm socks have been very nice. Thanks for the gift again.
Oh, I'm glad.
Do you have them on now? You already know. Hee hee. She laughed when I lifted my leg and exposed the hot pink socks. They were way too comfortable to care about the color, so I almost always wore them. After that, Luna leaned forward, smiling while looking between both of us. So, what have you two lovebirds been up to? I don't sense inception, but bite marks like those don't come from kissing.
Wo?
Amara suddenly flushed a bit, looking toward me for help. I just laughed. Haha, well, we can't quite get married yet. But yes, you could say our intimacy took another step forward. She let loose an uncharacteristic but wholly appropriate giggle. Worried about inception? Our situation still doesn't allow us to do as we please. I understand. My husband and I were like that at first. Our love was an affair that my family wouldn't stand for, until he became so powerful that they begged me to marry him. She sighed with nostalgia. Omara perked up with curiosity. You have a husband? Was he a commoner?
No.
He was from the church. The Anderson peerage.
Ah.
Omara nodded while I suddenly narrowed my eyes at Luna. She looked at me and giggled. Yes, John? You look inquisitive. Your husband, is him, yes. I believe you two have met. I went silent, eventually sighing. Then thank him for me, for saving Tana. Haha, don't let him worry you so much about that. If I learned that he let one of you die, anarchy would be the least of his worries. Maybe. Still, I'm thankful. I was desperate. It was a desperate time, and not nearly as bad as what's coming. With anarchy having emerged for the first time in 3 decades, everyone is preparing for another grand war. Millions of beasts are flooding in, and millions of soldiers are being drafted and sent to the front lines. You'll be one of many, John. Unfortunately, you're going into this at the worst possible time. Or maybe the best. Depends on your goals.
I nodded her conjecture.
Millions of scourge beasts were flooding over and attacking the kingdom, which meant trouble, but it also meant money. White crystals could only be created when black crystals were being harvested. This war would bring riches and provide opportunities. I needed to be more focused than ever on increasing my authority. Thankfully, I had Maxwell covering a good portion of that for me, from the formations themselves to crystals. But my secondary concern was regarding the invocations that Aki had told me about. It seemed like scourge beasts were the same here as they were over there when the pillars of creation fell. That meant that, more likely than not, the invocations that gave them power were made from white crystals. More crystals meant we could make more soldiers, so long as the church actually moved forward with it. Lord knows we'd need it for the coming storm. I didn't believe that anarchy appearing out of nowhere was for no reason. Luna was right. Another war was coming, and nothing like the idle battles that they've been fighting for decades, if not centuries. I just hoped that the church and kingdom would take advantage of it. They definitely knew better than I did how desperate the situation was, but that didn't always mean they would act accordingly. Still, a war was good for whipping people into shape, as horrible as that sounded. Hopefully the urgency would spur the higher-ups into action. Besides that, though, there wasn't anything else that I found beneficial about the situation. This was, in fact, the worst time for me to enter when considering my survival. Perhaps the only thing I'd get out of it was the combat that would keep me on my toes and motivate me to get stronger. If I just sat around at home for the next 2 years, I might eventually start wasting away, even though I didn't need training or combat to make me better. All I needed was my brain and time. Amara and I spent the next little while talking with Luna. She seemed to enjoy the company. Well, more Amara's company. They discussed things regarding spellcasting and magic. Amara spilled some of my scientific knowledge without saying it was from me. While she couldn't compare to Luna's breadth of expertise, I brought a unique perspective that even she found interesting. Because of that, Amara was able to keep Luna's interest, giving her a leg up in the conversation. It certainly didn't make them equals, but it showed that Amara was more talented and knowledgeable than one might initially think. I had no issue sitting to the side and letting them go back and forth, and it was only when one of Luna's trusted aides came in with a report that the conversation finally had to stop. With a quick promise meet again and chat sometime in the future, Amara and I left the Polaris headquarters. So the church has a hold on the black market. That seems to be the conclusion. Omara looked up from her book across the kitchen island as I cooked dinner. The head of the Polaris family is married to the church's strongest knight. The Tavera family had to have gotten their crown from somewhere, and chances are that they went to the church, or maybe Polaris, to do so. Which means that the church has the two controlling organizations within their pocket, with the others either being thoroughly suppressed or a non-factor. Not to mention the control they have over the invocation legacies from the pillars of creation, as well as the production method for perfect white crystals. And when factoring in the corruption of the nobles of the kingdom, the church holds all the cards. I concluded, stirring up the last of the meat within the frying pan before taking it out and plating it. After setting the table and sitting to eat, I mumbled my thoughts. Shouldn't we just join the church at this point? Can we even do that? I don't know. I'd say we should call Vetsmon, but I'm sure he's busy. Either way, they seem to be the best place to go. Well, unless we intend to run and throw away all our connections with everyone here, I'd say that's a bad idea. I think it would be better to just spend some time in the military. At the very least, this war is going to last many years. There's no rush. I nodded and chomped down on some savory lemon chicken, or at least that's what this meat felt like. I had to play around with the seasonings and fruit to try and resemble a lemon pepper mix. The church seemed to be accumulating a massive amount of power and potential, a necessity to ensure humanity's continued survival. After sending a quick message to Aki on my aerial earlier, I also learned that the Pillars of Creation had fought a total war with the Scourge for 16 cumulative years. She only arrived after a decade of war had already passed, and the Pillars fell 6 years later, 2 years after the king stepped in. I think it's safe to say that we have some time, like you said. Aki said they fought for 16 years. We may not get that long since the kings have already stepped in, but hopefully we get at least 10 before the war concludes. That means we have another decade to make ourselves as powerful as possible. I'm already progressing much faster than I normally would thanks to you. But 10 years isn't a long time. How long does it normally take to reach the highest authorities? My mother reached Authority 11 when she was 53, so it took her 37 years. I've heard that Authority 12s have taken anywhere between 30 years and 80 years, placing them between 40 and 100 years old. So we would certainly have to be abnormal to pull this off before we hit 30. You've certainly proven that you're talented enough. I just don't know about myself. Omara looked down at her plate. Her fork trailed to a stop as I lifted my head to look at her. The month was May, and we would be graduating right at the start of June. Omara would be turning 21 only a month later in July, while I had turned 23 back in January. That meant that in 10 years, we would be in our early 30s. Under normal circumstances, the talented magi who could hit Authority 11 and 12 would need at least another decade on top of that, if not 2, to hit their full potential. It simply took longer to grind through those later authorities. It didn't take them long to hit Authority 8 or 9, but getting through 10 and 11 took years by themselves. The difficulty rose exponentially. But if we planned to do this in 10 years, we would have to spend a measly 1.5 years on each authority from now on. That would place us around Authority 11 by the end of the decade. Just saying such a thing was asinine. Although I had blazed through my first 5 authorities in around a year, that didn't mean I could keep it up. I had the benefit of age on my side. I wasn't trying to figure everything out at 16 years old like everyone else in this world did. And I was already stumped by my next advancement formation. It would take weeks just to figure out how to start the first formation of the first cluster, let alone link the 4 formations within one cluster, do the same for all the other clusters, and then link all the clusters together. Only then could I actually start using the entire formation to cultivate power for my advancement, which would take another chunk of time. Was 1 year even enough? I wasn't sure. And Amara hadn't been going at the same speed I was. She only advanced to Authority 5 last year. She had been working toward Authority 6 for around 6 months now. She was ahead of me, but I didn't know by how much. And that wasn't considering how I was piling all my scientific knowledge on top of her regular studies. It was certainly daunting to think about. I looked up right as she resumed eating. How close are you to Authority 6? Pretty close. Maybe 3 months? Wow. So you'll go up an authority in less than a year. Yes, thanks to your knowledge. Unfortunately, my knowledge isn't endless. There are a lot of details left, but we've gone over many of the general conceptual ideas. You're beginning to truly understand how the world works. I don't know how much more I'll be able to help." I sighed, thinking how regretful it was that I couldn't yet recall more knowledge. The more perfect my mind became, the more I could remember. My memories were becoming more like files in a computer rather than a jumbled mess of glimpses and random thoughts. At some point, I would remember everything I had ever seen, heard, tasted, smelled, and felt. I would be able to call upon every article and page of information I had ever seen, even if I didn't understand the information it held. But I hadn't reached that point yet, so what I could give Amara was limited. Even if I could, it wasn't like I knew or had seen everything. There were people far smarter than me on Earth. I had just been a curious college student. Those scientists were masters of their craft. Amara suddenly flicked a little bit of sauce at me, catching my eye. "Dear, how many times do I have to tell you how priceless your knowledge is? You've frankly given me far more than I can use right now. I have enough for years as it is, let alone all the finer details you could give me. Get that disappointed look off your face. I might need help if I want to advance to the top within a decade and keep up with you, but I also don't need you to hold my hand at every step. Your future wife can stand for herself. Still, I'll make sure you have everything I can think of between now and when we ship off. We should buy some books so I can fill them. God, you're so stubborn. And then you get bitchy at me when I try to buy you something. I fail to see how that's relevant." Pftaha. She snorted and continued eating. Thinking too far into the future was going to be a headache at best and halt progress at worst. Amara's little verbal joust had lightened the mood, and I felt a smile spreading on my face. Well, we certainly had our long-term goal now. 10 years was an assumption, but it wasn't like we could really hope for anything better. In 10 years, the war might be reaching its climax, all the biggest players duking it out in a fight that would decide the fate of both humanity and the Scourge. If we were just barely reaching Authority 11 by then, we still wouldn't have the power to truly make an impact. Not to mention how I still wasn't sure if I could make it that far yet. I was blazing a new trail, so my future was uncertain. So we either had to hope that we had more time, or hope that something changed within that time. Perhaps if the church figured out the invocation technology, Amara could get something that would strengthen her mind, that would speed up her comprehension, and then this goal wouldn't look so daunting. And if that didn't happen, we could try and get her a crown that did the same thing. Anything to speed up her progress. Unlike me, she was practically guaranteed to hit Authority 11, if not 12. And knowing the kind of power my knowledge gave her even beyond the advancements, I was anxious to give her as much as I could. I made my plans. We had over a month before we shipped off. I would have to thoroughly prepare, because I wouldn't have the freedom I did now. If there were loose ends, I wouldn't have the time to tie them up. So that night, Amara and I went to bed with convictions, as well as no clothes. 60. Chapter 139. Command. Weeks and weeks passed by with nothing significant happening. The Magisterium's graduation was a big event, but a heavy damper was put on the situation given what recently happened. A highlight of the graduation was always the presentation of the fourth-year class, including the pride of the Magisterium, the elites. They would have ceremonies displaying their accolades and speaking of their achievements, impressing all those of the capital who could come to watch. It was an event only slightly smaller than the tournament and would be accompanied by an after-party at a noble house, usually the president's. But this year, the graduation ceremony was succinct, and only the third-year students were in attendance. I was sure that there were at least some of the fourth-year students who were functional by the time of the ceremony, but none showed up. The Magisterium probably wanted to try and stay subtle about it all. Needless to say, the whole thing was underwhelming. Amara and I couldn't be bothered. We decided to enter the stadium and take a glimpse, but when we heard the droning of name-calling and saw how boring it was, we left and decided to go on a date. Brunch was far more invigorating than some disappointing graduation. So much as stepping foot in that stadium would infect someone with the depressing atmosphere. Only some of the third years would be staying for another year, while the rest would get shipped off to boot camp. And considering the recent massacre, none of them were thrilled. After brunch, Amara and I had nothing to do. It was around 5 weeks of idleness. We staved off our boredom with studying and training. I continued to fill out as many pages as I could with anything I could think of regarding science and standard conceptual knowledge. Even little details such as the standard composition of air, the properties of some specific compounds like carbon monoxide, mixtures of deadly compounds like chlorine gas or cyanide, and how they interacted with the human body, details about the general functions of the human body and what chemicals were involved in those processes, as well as how to interfere with those functions using specific chemicals. Most of the knowledge I recorded was geared towards being weaponized in some way, but I had to be thorough. After all, it wasn't enough to say that carbon monoxide was deadly. She would have to know that it took the place of oxygen when inhaled and distributed into the bloodstream, eventually suffocating the person and killing them, eventually being the key detail there. She had to know how she could apply the knowledge, especially regarding chemicals and the body, otherwise she couldn't use it. Still, there was too much to write down. I filled pages worth of information every day, and yet as we got closer to the deadline, it felt like I was only further away from actually giving her everything I knew. I obviously couldn't possibly scribble by hand every single bit of knowledge hidden in my brain. But there was so much she could use, now or in the future, and I wanted to make sure she had it. Although she said that she had enough for years to come, I wanted to make sure there was enough variety to inspire her if it was possible, and enough to be used in any situation. Nonetheless, she would have 3 books full by the time I was done, not even including the contents of our nightly discussions. Plus, there was one interesting thing I found out while using the Advancement Formation Orb. Summoners could easily use orbs. In fact, most orbs were designed to be used by summoners exclusively due to Isekai and its properties. If a warlock or knight wanted to use one, they had to use special equipment not unlike the projection cradle to implant information. Summoners could simply hold the orb and inscribe information with their minds. It was incredibly easy for summoners to write or receive massive amounts of information quickly since orbs were designed around Isekai. If I wished, I could get an orb and write down thousands of pages of information and diagrams rather easily. It would take a fraction of the time it took to write it down physically. But my girlfriend wanted her books. I understood why she, like all warlocks and knights, didn't like orbs, but it was still a bit regrettable. Despite that, I still went and got an orb for myself. They were expensive, and I didn't really have a use for it at the moment, but it was good to have. The only heartache came when I looked at my pitiful savings account. Other than all that, though, my mind was on nothing but making final preparations for the military. Finally, a week before the day we were supposed to ship off, I got a letter from the puppet master, given to Fiden and passed to me. Conscription notice. Looks like it's finally time. I took a knife to the letter, slicing it open and taking out the sheets of paper within. The folded papers were laid out on the countertop. There was an official wax seal sporting the regalia of the kingdom's magical forces, a circular emblem with a coiled dragon and 2 swords crossed in front. I read through every word. This wasn't a letter that went through the magisterium. It came straight from kingdom recruiting offices, notifying me that since I had graduated from the magisterium, I was legally obligated to serve a term of 12 years within the magical forces. This was all stipulated within the contract that I had signed when I first enrolled, though they hadn't mentioned 12 years specifically. After getting through all the bureaucratic crap, I was given directions for basic training. I was to report to the recruiting center in the capital on the morning of the day a week from now for processing. From there, I would undergo all of their introductory stuff before getting shipped out to a base for training. Basic training in this world was different from Earth. Generally, Earth's militaries spend around 2 months in boot camp, give or take a few weeks. It was a good amount of time to drill everything into a recruit's skull and shape them up while also not taking up too much time. Here, it was shorter. The kingdom's magical forces didn't need to train a recruit in combat because they were either a magus who had already gone through a magic academy like the magisterium, or they were an ordinary person who didn't need much, if any, combat training. While there were still ordinary people who operated in the field, they were generally there for logistics or maintenance. They rarely had combat roles, so those who came to basic training needed no standard combat training. My training period would last around 6 weeks. It seemed that I had been sent this letter with a bit of attention to detail because they noted my combat ability as a summoner and determined that since I didn't really fit into any standard category, they would be throwing me in with the warlock squadrons. Not only that, but because I was a summoner, they also offered me the opportunity to go through intelligence training. Amara had told me such a situation was likely, so I wasn't surprised. A summoner's place in the military was usually behind the desk, using their smarts for the purposes of outmaneuvering the scourge and processing all of the information that needed to be stored, utilized, or sent within the military. They were in charge of communications, reports, strategy, and tactics. They also designed and engineered most of the equipment and armament used, like magical turrets, vehicles, consumable items, and more. Thus, summoners occupied the highest intelligence ranks in the military, what would equate to officers on Earth. The infantry were the brawn, but should they prove themselves, they could also become an intelligence officer and sport two ranks that afforded them greater responsibilities, pay, and opportunities. I would be allowed to choose whether I wanted to go through intelligence training while at the recruiting center. If I decided I did, then I would go through that training immediately after basic. As it stood right now, I saw no reason why I shouldn't do so. Besides that, I was given some details on what I should expect, what to bring, what to leave behind, among other things. I finished through the letter before stashing it away. I had already thought about what I would do and how I would handle myself for weeks now. There weren't really any other ways to prepare beyond tying up loose ends, but I didn't have many of those and had already dealt with most. Normally, this period would be filled with family time, but I could only sigh. It didn't get any easier to think about them even over a year later. I glanced to the side, the spot in the corner of the couch where Amara usually sat. In her place was her grimoire of science, a compilation of all the drawings and scribbles I had first written for her. She had gotten it properly bound, giving it a plain but nice hardcover. Right now, she was at home in Joffrin, having been summoned by her mother. There were things for them to discuss and I didn't want to intrude, so I stayed behind. What they could be talking about, I wasn't sure. Either way, I didn't worry. There was nobody I trusted more than her now. What do you mean, you couldn't take his command? Who stopped you? Omara frowned at her mother, a tinge of anger bleeding into her disappointed tone. She didn't think her mother could actually manage to lose control of a situation such as this. She was an Authority 11 and a Marshal of the Warlock Corps. That was a large chunk of humanity's battle power under her command. There were other marshals just like her, but something like this shouldn't have been a problem for her to take control of. Now, John had fallen through her fingers. The battle that had been raging behind the scenes for weeks now was lost as soon as the recruitment letter went out. The question now was, who had authority over him? Amara noticed that her mother wasn't mad or worried. She could sense her emotions now through her aura. Anarchy had made her aura obscenely powerful. Not even she knew how powerful it was, but being able to see through her mother was a good indicator. Granted, she wasn't on guard and actively concealing thoughts, but Amara hardly cared. It wasn't like she was trying either. Instead, Talexia was inquisitive, which at least meant that whoever had taken John wasn't someone to worry about. Hopefully, Talexia's fingers wrapped across the arm of her chair, head resting on her fist. He's been taken under the jurisdiction of one person, though it may as well be two. I thought I had a sovereign on my side, a powerful card to play. But of course, a couple calls and 2 days later, it fell out of my hands. Why? I don't know. But one thing's for certain. John will get his share of fights. Who did he fall under? Sovereign Haley and Sovereign Adam. Together, they run the operations side of the Warlock Corps. More specifically, it's Haley he's technically fallen under, and she is in charge of the joint forces of Knights and Warlocks, working in tandem with the other sovereigns on the Knight side of things. Apparently, since I don't handle operations, and John has proven himself to be a highly lethal asset, they managed to argue that he should fall under their wing. And the one person I thought would help me changed his mind. You're under Sovereign Intima, right? Omara recalled her vague knowledge on the topic. Talexia's superior was Sovereign Intima, a man who was in charge of the recruitment and training divisions. While warlocks that came out of the magisterium didn't necessarily need to be taught how to fight, they did need to learn advanced spells from somewhere. Although it seemed the contrary, the vast majority of magi didn't come from noble backgrounds that could provide their own sets of spells and advanced knowledge. In fact, even most nobles couldn't do that. Only those at the very top of the social strata had the accumulated wealth and capital to provide their magi with such resources. So, warlocks, while serving with the military and collecting accolades and merits, would gradually be taught battle-oriented spells not covered in school. Sovereign Intima was the highest authority on such matters, and Talexia was one of a couple marshals under his command who worked with such affairs. She wasn't in charge of operations or tactics. If the military wanted John's lethality, the case could be made that he would waste away under Talexia, who leaned more toward the logistics side. She nodded. Yes, I'm under sovereign intima. And although John won't be under my command nor his, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I can see the silver lining, but I still find much to worry about. They aren't concerned for his safety. Actually, they are. If they had the conversations I think they did, then the only reason John was allowed to fall under Sovereign Haley was because she could provide assurances in regards to his health. At the very least, I'm not worried about him, especially in the short term. They won't do anything with him until they figure out the best way to use his power, so he'll be safe. Amara silently pondered, putting aside the conversation with her mother. Needless to say, they probably wouldn't be together, whether through training or afterward. She definitely preferred to be with him, but could wait if need be. John had been working himself to the bone to give her everything she might need and arm her with knowledge for the future. Even before that, they had weathered a lot together, especially pressure from nobles. Now, though, they would be free from that, especially him. If she wasn't seen around him, then he wouldn't have to suffer from so much scrutiny. And now that he was earning the eyes of those at the top of the military, she figured he could go without the additional pressure of worrying about her presence. He would thrive even more without her than if she was there. While she received knowledge from him that was changing the way she understood the world, she couldn't do anything like that for him. And, at least for now, she'd like him to stop thinking about her and focus on himself. She thought this would be a good opportunity for that. So long as she didn't have to worry about his safety, she was perfectly fine letting him go out and take on the world. By the time she saw him again, he would no doubt be far beyond what he was now. Of course, she'd have to soak up every bit of him before they had to leave. But after that, their entrance into the military would be a good opportunity to devote themselves to their own advancement. There would be no more school, drama, or politics to hold them back. That's what the military was to the nobles who entered. A training ground, a place to temper themselves so that they would one day succeed their parents. It would be no different for Amara, except now, her goals were a bit higher than merely fulfilling the talent that her mother gave her. She had an incalculable advantage, and it would take her much higher. And she'd need it if she wanted to keep up with her future husband. Contrary to his confidence, he didn't believe in himself nearly as much as she believed in him. He was still doubting whether he could reach the same heights as her. She was doubting her ability to keep up with his insane advancement rate. Well, time would certainly tell. Hopefully, they would both have enough of it. 67. Chapter 140. Fealty. When Amara returned to the capital, she gave me the news. I didn't have any idea how the Duchess was trying to get me under her wing, but it was a bit disappointing that I wouldn't be despite Amara's assurances that it wouldn't be that bad. It seemed that bigwigs had their eyes on me. I was getting used to it, as well as the trouble it usually came with. But now, it seemed that the attention would be more beneficial than not. If everything I was being told was true, then I'd be having the time of my life in the military, regardless of the Duchess' intervention. People were beginning to recognize just what I represented. The potential future for the entire summoner class. I was now an asset, an investment, and bringing me down wasn't in their best interests. Whatever got those noble dicks off my back was fine by me. And now, it was about time for me to say goodbye. Amara returned only 3 days before we had to report. In that time, we put together our luggage while making last-minute preparations. Amara went and made sure all of my academic papers were bound into her books while I stocked up on plenty of cigars, enough to last me the next 2 years. They were also a level stronger than normal, compensating for the subtle amount of vigor in my body from temperings, as well as the crown. I actually had to let Amara pay for some of it as well since I was broke now. I had also decided to take on another bounty since my bank account was so pitiful. Amara came along, and we net around 250,000 from 2 hits. It wasn't nearly as much as the spoiled warlock gave us, but it was something. And it was during our salvage after the second bounty, just a day before we were meant to report, that I had an interesting encounter. "You got the storage?" "Yeah. Let's go then. I never liked this place." I glanced around, seeing nothing but shabby wooden houses and crappy dirt roads. There were 3 other bodies around our bounty as well, some unsavory idiots who tried to lay a hand on Amara. I couldn't even lift my gun before she simply took their hands off. Whether they were dead or alive now was none of my concern. She tossed me the storage bracelet. I snatched it out of the air and stuffed it in my coat. Although the bounty didn't give us as much, he also wasn't being protected by a powerful father. There was little to worry about. We trudged through the trenches for a bit, intending to make our way out of the godforsaken place and back into the normal markets. I felt something running our way, though. Wamra felt it too, and the two of us came to a halt, stances wary, before it even turned the corner. It was a brunette girl with a huge axe on her back and a long black coat, not unlike my own. My brows raised when I noticed that she was an Authority 6. It wasn't so much the authority that concerned me as the level of danger she could pose in spite of it. My only solace was her non-hostility, but I drew a pistol regardless, resting it against my chest, watching as she walked toward us. She spoke first. "You're the American? Who's asking?" "I." "Nobody in any official capacity." "She's a noble." I heard Amara's voice in my head, her words making my own tilt in interest. I wasn't sure how she came to that conclusion, but I'd take it at face value. Besides that, though, the girl looked rather young. She'd be going through the magisterium if she were a noble, but that would only make her power level more confusing. Maybe she just looked young for her age. Seeing my lack of a workable response, she continued. "My name is Arya Gorvach, daughter of a former noble. But that is not important. I wish to ask you something. A proposition, perhaps." "Yeah? What's that?" "I don't know if you recognize me." She lifted her head, confusing me for a second before it suddenly clicked. "You're the girl who was to be delivered to the Clockwork Association, yes? You saved my life, as well as those who were meant to be sold many months ago. I've learned since then that we were going to be used as human experiments, so my gratitude to you cannot be conveyed in words. There's no need to thank me. What I did back then was only a given. It was within my capacity, and so doing anything but saving you would go against all manner of human decency. Maybe so. That doesn't change the fact that you did it, and my gratitude remains the same. So I've been trying to find you, not just to thank you, but to offer you something if I may approach." "All right." I put the gun away. This girl wouldn't hurt me, so I didn't mind letting her close the distance. She walked forward with measured steps. I could tell she was anxious, trying not to scare me as if I were on a hair trigger. It was almost humorous if not for how somber she was being. Then, once she was a few feet away, she dropped to a knee and took out her axe, laying its shaft across her hands. "I've devoted myself to purging this filthy place, saving as many as I can from the fate that had been my own back then. But I don't want to do it alone. I don't know if I can, but I know that I can help you. So, if you believe me worthy, I wish to pledge to you my fealty. And my offering to you shall be the heirloom of my family, the Bloodsworn. It is all I have left of my fallen lineage." I looked down at her, processing everything she said. I wasn't exactly familiar with this kind of situation. I wasn't sure how to react. But there was a clear issue that I immediately shattered her hopes with. "Arya, do you realize that tomorrow I leave for the military?" I could sense her jolt in response. Seemed she had been living under a rock recently. It was a bit funny. "I'm sorry, but I can't help you, or accept your fealty. I simply won't be able to. Not to mention that I'm not strong enough to make any meaningful change. Not yet anyway. I need time in the battlefield. So for now, this isn't my place." "I see." Her arms dropped a bit. I could feel her disappointment clear as day. I was also a bit sorry, but there really wasn't anything I could do. Even the bounties I could take were severely limited. All the valuable ones had the strength around Authority 9. That wasn't something I could touch, let alone the leaders of places like the Clockwork Association. I was realizing that these organizations went much deeper than even close inspection would reveal. The Tavera family gave me a glimpse of that, so I couldn't do anything until I got much stronger than I am now. It was the same for this girl. If she wanted to make real change, Authority 6 wasn't enough. I reached out and pushed the axe back into her arms. "I appreciate what you're offering, but if I'm being honest, you're not strong enough right now to do much either. Both of us need to cultivate our power. Once we do that, we can make this place sparkly clean, starting with the people who bring the filth here in the first place. Until then, though, we need to buckle down." "You're right, but even so, there's at least some good we can do, no matter how little." "Of course, but that's not my fight. Not right now. So, although I hate this, unfortunately I'm going to have to leave this place in your hands." With those words, I summoned a bullet, a standard .38 special, and placed it in Arya's hand. She looked at it, my mouth curving into a smile. It's like I'm fulfilling a prophecy. Anyway, I'll come back eventually. If I don't, it's because I'm dead. If I do, though, I'm going to be far stronger than now. So when that time comes, I'll either have to take care of all the scum here by myself, or I'll have one well-established ally. Think you're up for it? I put out my hand, Arya looking at it before putting away her axe and taking it. Her hands were actually calloused, despite being a knight. Once she stood, she looked me dead in the eye. I'll await your return and become someone capable of cleansing this place by your side. Good. In the meantime, you should go find the Tavera family. I'll send a message to their patriarch. Maybe he'll have some work for you. The Mafia? Are they trustworthy? If my recent encounters are reflective, then yes. In fact, it was their patriarch that gave me the job to go and kill the man who was going to sell you. Without him, you would probably be dead. I understand. She nodded, then looked at Amara. They stared at each other before Amara spoke with a bit of an edge to her voice. I'm his girlfriend. Oh, my apologies. I could feel Amara's amusement under the mask, making me roll my eyes. All right, we need to pack the rest of our things. We leave in the morning. Let's.
Goodbye, Arya.
I hope we meet again sooner rather than later. I waved at the girl, hearing a goodbye in return as we walked off. Amara linked our arms as we walked back to the hotel. I also sent that message to the patriarch. I didn't think he'd mind working with someone who was hellbent on clearing out criminals and enemies of the family. Once inside the hotel room, Amara sighed. People really are attracted to you. In general, I mean. Well, I am quite the charmer. Even those I've never met before flock to come and pledge their fealty to me. I'm not sure if I should be worried about being separated or not. You'll do just fine, but I can't help but think about all the girls who will have their eye on you. Yeah? And what am I supposed to do, knowing all the guys will be fighting and begging for your attention? Please, I couldn't possibly give a damn about any other man. I can't even fathom another being able to compare to you. And I couldn't possibly care about the eye of another woman. I've already got the best. She's the prettiest, and I've seen her proficiency in action. Not to mention how she's already claimed all of my knowledge. I'm too invested. That's true. We shared a smile and a kiss. Then she stared at me before nodding her head to the side. We need to shower. Care to join me? Dear, you've got that knife from Shadowbane. If I ever say no to that question, I want you to stab me with it. Hee deal. She grabbed my hand before the two of us ran to the back and stripped. After that, we jumped in a hot bath. It was our last night together, so we weren't quick to jump to the climax. Instead, we spent some time simply savoring the pleasure of laying together in the tub, intertwined under the steaming water, relishing in the silence. I never got used to it. It was always so invigorating, simply being with her. A better way of putting it would be an addiction. I just couldn't get enough. And it only got worse when I thought about how she thought the same exact way. There was no better feeling than knowing the person you loved felt affection just as intense. It was a mutual addiction. Our auras practically fused given enough time. I could close my eyes and see every inch of her, feel every little emotion and thought she had. She wasn't quite on the same level, but since I was completely open to her, I knew she could sense it just the same. We could both be completely vulnerable, and the only feeling that resulted between us was pure happiness. It really was a drug. I couldn't help but think about how dangerous it was, how she could absolutely ruin me, and there would be nothing I could do about it. Damn, was that an amazing feeling. After some stewing, we eventually started to move and wash each other. It was intimate, as well as a bit humorous. I found a few of her ticklish spots in the process, she a few of mine. A few minutes after that, both of us found out that neither of us liked being tickled at all. I would be going into the recruiting center with a new bruise on my jaw. We dried each other off, and the heat from then on never died, things quickly getting spicy. 65. Chapter 141. Offer. Amara and I stood outside the recruitment center, the noon midsummer sun beating down on us. She held my arm as we looked around, Fiden and Tana beside us. It wasn't crowded. All the third years who weren't staying at the Magisterium would be processed later, letting us fourth years have more of a streamlined experience. Not that it mattered. There were only 23 fourth years now, and some of them didn't even show up. I couldn't say I was pleased to see any of them. The rat bastards had left us to die. As I ran my eyes around the entrance of the building, my aerial pinged with a message. Stay where you are. My brows raised. It was from Son. A few moments later, a huge magical vehicle, blocky and utilitarian, slowed to a stop on the road behind us. I felt a pang of pained familiarity as its lines briefly flashed into those of the steed that had saved our lives just weeks prior, interrupted by its side hatch swinging open. Son, inside, was sitting behind a table with all sorts of gadgets strewn across it. He waved me in. Amara and I glanced at each other before clambering into the cabin. The door gently snicked shut as we moved to sit down. I caught a glimpse of Tana and Fiden waiting outside. I didn't even get a chance to greet the man before he started talking. This will be the last upgrade I give your Ariel. After this, we'll design a new generation and roll yours out to the mass market. Your current Ariel is the Psycom 1, designed to be utilized directly with the mind. Summoners are most proficient with this type of communication. They'll be our market. You've done well testing all of its functions. Most people we give prototype products to tend to forget about them and never send messages. You use it like a limb. Put your arm in this cradle. You'll be able to message and call from within your mind. We haven't yet figured out how to do the same with visuals, so you can't do the same with images. We'd need expertise in illusory psychic techniques in order to develop that function. Which brings me to my second order of business with you. I'd like you to come to the Magic Tower under my wing and help me in my research and development division. The resources at your disposal would be vast. Should you accept? Son halted his monologue with that offer, continuing to tinker as I mentally ran through his words one more time. It was certainly tempting. The fact he was offering me this right in front of the recruitment center meant he had a way to simply exempt me from service. The method he would use came just a second after that conclusion. The only reason a summoner would enter the military was if they weren't smart enough to get into the Magic Tower first. They were valued for their intelligence. The kingdom wanted to put them in places where they could advance technology and give everyone an edge. Things like magic vehicles and the rails came straight out of the Magic Tower, and the value of those products went without saying. And here I was, the strongest summoner yet, about to enter the military. Son probably thought it was a waste, and since we were acquainted, he didn't have any issues simply throwing down the offer. There was nothing stopping me from accepting it right here and ditching military service, living a safe and lavish lifestyle in the most prestigious intellectual institution in the kingdom. Unfortunately, that wasn't where I was needed. Not yet, anyway. I'm sorry, sir. I can't accept. I have a feeling the military is where I need to be. Well, you're certainly capable enough. That much is obvious. But your mind is approaching a level rivaling my own, even though I sit for authorities above you. I'd hate to let you waste that in that brawny place. There's still a lot of brain to be used there. Not as much as the brawn, I suppose. Still, things are changing. In the future, I'll need strength instead of technology. Technology can multiply strength. It absolutely can. Which is why I'd like to propose a counteroffer. He glanced up at me from the devices below. My Ariel had been entirely stripped down by this point, and yet even more was being added on. I spoke plainly. I'd like to assist in your work anyway. You can send me schematics and ideas, and perhaps I might have some things to add. I can also give you some of my own ideas, things I've thought of, and things from my homeland that don't exist here. As my girlfriend here can attest, I have knowledge of a different perspective of the world, completely non-magical, yet more than capable of changing the landscape of the kingdom. I'd like it to be used even if I can't exploit it completely for my own benefit, because like I said, things are changing. Humanity is going to need every advantage it can get. Allow me to work with you from my position in the military. I don't even need an official job title. The only sound in the vehicle now was the soft clicking and sliding of wire-thin mechanical arms, slotting various strange devices into place. I briefly wondered if they fit because of spatial magic. There was a small pull on my psyche as every piece was installed, each reaching to form a connection. And once it was all done, he nodded. Very well. I accept this counteroffer. You don't need it, but I will give you a job title, as well as compensation in the form of both a salary and intellectual property rights. Your ideas, should they prove beneficial or profitable, will be paid for. We can negotiate those details as you provide material. I will also provide you with a workstation directly connected to the Son Industries network. You'll be able to access our repository where you can view and submit documents and artifacts. We will also be in direct contact with each other, but none of this can happen until you at least finish basic training. After you get stationed at a base, I will send you everything you need, including a contract. Sounds good. Very well. Until then, we shall simply shake on it. He stood as my arm was released, and we grasped hands. I look forward to doing business with you, Mr. Cooper. Likewise. Good luck in basic training, as well as during your assignment. If you ever feel like you're going to die, just say the word and I can have you transferred to the Magic Tower. Don't let your mind be wasted. Thank you. I smirked a bit before leaving the van with Amara. Once we stepped out and the van left, she looked up at me. Look at you. Already making friends at the top, and yet turning down their most opportune offers. Do you know how many would kill for a job like that? I told you. I need the military to keep me sharp. The scourge needs to be eradicated, and I need to assist in that goal while advancing my power. Yet your knowledge would revolutionize the world, which is why I'm still going to work with him. Tell me again why you can't just bide your time and advance your authorities without fighting. You're a summoner, not a knight. She asked as we linked back up with Tana and Fiden and went into the recruitment center, looking for where we needed to sign in. Because draining my power actually helps me advance. Whenever I use up all my psyche and go to sleep, I have dreams. While I still have dreams anyway, those particular dreams help me with my formations rather massively. I think it's because I'm recovering psyche while dreaming, so my mind gets pushed in that direction. Either way, the more often I dream, the faster I advance. That's right. I still can't believe you regularly have dreams. I've only ever had one, and that was during my enlightenment. I don't know why that is either. Unfortunately, it also means I need more sleep. I can't get by with the 4 hours every night like you. Yeah, you'll have fun with that during basic. I grunted in response, earning a giggle from Amara. Sleep deprivation was certainly going to be my worst nightmare. At some point, Fiden nudged me and pointed at one of the desks. A clerk sat there expectantly, sharp eyes peering over squared glasses at the students fooling around in front of him. Amara gave him her ID first. Magisterium students, here to report for duty. Ah, yes. Let me check your identification and I'll be able to get your assignment. He lightly picked up her ID and tapped it on a runed pad with practiced efficiency, going through each of ours in turn before filling out some information on a set of forms. John Cooper, you are designated to be infantry, but you also have the option to go to school for intelligence. Have you decided if you would like to? Yes, I'll be doing so. Understood. You will be sent to the school after your time at basic training. The clerk stamped my paper before handing it to me. The others got theirs as well. With that, he filed everything away before nodding to us. John Cooper, Omara Teleria, Tana Choron, and Fiden Desmus. You have hereby reported for duty. You are to proceed to your designated halls and await further orders from your commanding officer. I suggest you get any affairs in order before doing so, because you will not be coming back out except to deploy. We chorused in acknowledgement. Then proceed, and thank you for your service. With that, he shooed us off before repeating the procedure with some other recruits. While walking away, we turned and looked to the halls he spoke of. On the other side of the building were signs designating each hall next to wide doorways. Looking down at our papers, we found the halls we were assigned to. I spoke first. I'm in Hall 3. Hall 2. Omara responded resignedly. Looked like we wouldn't be going to the same place. Fiden was next. Hall 1. Hall 1 as well. Tana smiled. She would be with Fiden. Once at Hall 1, I looked inside and found a couple dozen knights standing around. Magisterium students weren't the only ones being sent off today. However, I also found a familiar face. Pontek Gulliard. Amara spotted him as well as the few others from our class, scoffing in disgust. Bastards. We should kill them where they stand. They don't deserve to live. Hang on. I patted her shoulder before walking in, catching everyone's eyes as I went straight to Pontek. Tana and Fiden tailed me. They had to be here anyway, but I could feel them primed for battle. If I started a fight here, they'd probably join me. Pontek turned, his long sword strapped to his back as it always was. Black hair, tall but lean, and black eyes with hues of red. I'd never taken in his features before. I simply never saw much of him. We had never even talked before our battle. He was supposed to be my greatest enemy, being Amara's prime suitor as well as the strongest elite besides myself. Yet, I couldn't bring myself to hate the guy. In fact, I was here to thank him. Once I was right in front of him, I noticed that he was just an inch or so shorter than me. Then, I spoke. You lured the other scorpion away, right? With a vigor blade? Yes. He nodded, making me smile. I had seen a flash of white back when we were running. I didn't know what it was and didn't have the time to care then. All I knew was that the second scorpion had been distracted, which saved our lives. In retrospect, I realized that there was only one attack powerful enough to catch its attention and make it jolt. And there weren't any warlocks besides Amara that could do such a thing. The only possibility was that Pontek was responsible. In fact, he was the reason that more of the students had been killed. If he hadn't lured that thing, then we would have had to fight both the scorpions, been killed, and the rest of them probably would have been able to get away. The puppet master hadn't arrived long after, and with our distraction, they would have been able to keep running and get saved. But this man right here took the heat and gave us a fighting chance. Depending on how you looked at it, we owed each other our lives. I put out my hand. You saved our asses. Thank you. You have no need to thank me. You're the only reason any of us had a chance to survive in the first place. But you still saved our asses at your own expense. Thank you. He looked at me for a bit before finally shaking my hand. I chuckled a bit, smacking his shoulder after that quick shake. We need more good men like you. Don't get yourself killed. I'd prefer it if more were like you. That disgusting combat power will be valuable against the Scourge. Then let's agree that we're not so different. Fightin'. Tana, you've got some competition. We'll see. Tana muttered with an evil grin. I wasn't sure if I should feel bad for Pontek. After that, I said my goodbyes to her and Fightin', giving them both hugs. Amara joined and wrapped up Tana with a bit of sorrow. Fightin' smirked. See you in special operations. Heh, we'll see if they take summoners. They don't take summoners, but they'll take you. Maybe. I pat his back before waving, Omara and I leaving the hall. Then, we stood in front of Hall 2. I heard a barely audible sniffle when we stopped, smiling as I looked down. Omara's head hung low. I could see the faint trickle of a tear, its path made visible by the soft ambient light. I reached out and lifted her head. Ah, you really do love me. WL, I don't see you crying. We're not going to see each other for months, maybe even years. Why aren't you a mess? Because I'm super manly and thus incapable of crying. Shut up. Haha, you're so cute. I wrapped her up in a hug, which she returned with crushing force. We stayed like that for a while, until the commanding officer in her hall suddenly appeared. I could sense a vague sort of disapproval. I separated with a sigh, only for her arms to wrap around my neck. She planted a deep kiss, nothing erotic, but one that tried to convey as much love as possible. Once the commanding officer started talking, she pulled away, sniffling one more time. I love you. Love you too. Now go on, and try not to kill any familiar faces. We'll see. That's my girl. I gave her a quick smack on the ass as she turned, making her flush as bit as she had no choice but to walk off. I left with a laugh, heading into my own hall where another officer was talking. Head to the rails in about 20 minutes. From there, you will be sent to Fort Lauder and undergo basic training. Your assignment afterward will be dictated by your performance or whatever jobs you pick out. Now line up. I want 5 equal rows 30 minutes ago. Everyone scrambled around, myself included, to line up as he ordered. I slipped into the middle of row 2, standing straight yet still feeling like I was sticking out like a sore thumb. The surrounding warlocks weren't that tall, and my face at this point felt like a household icon. After that, we simply had to wait 20 minutes. During that time, a few more people arrived, getting yelled at with enthusiasm equal to that which inspired the initial scramble, eventually evening out the 5 rows. Once that 20 minutes was up, another door slammed open. There it is, trainees. Row 1. Through the door. The rest of you, fallen behind. March. The first row moved with his command, following the officer out where he led us to the nearby rails. We saw all the other halls as well. There were 8 in total of varying sizes. I glanced around as we started to line up near one of the docks. I quickly found Amara as well as Fiden and Tana. They found me as well, and the 4 of us shared a smile before we lost each other in the rush. The rails arrived in front of our docks, the officer yelling as soon as they opened up. "Inside now! You all get the cheap seats in car 8. Hurry up, unless you want me to box you all up in the cargo bay." Everyone rushed forward into the rail, heading to car 8 before scrambling into the cramped seats. The officer then waited around some more, chatting sardonically with some of the other officers until it came time for departure. "Listen up. We have 3 hours until we reach Fort Lauder. The only reason you're allowed to get out of your seat is if you're about to shit yourself, in which case, if you come find me in the next car, I'll direct you to the nearest window and toss you out. Enjoy these 3 hours while you can. Trainees. It'll be the last enjoyable experience you ever have." He slammed the door behind him, leaving everyone alone in the car. 64. Chapter 142. Tedious. Chatter grew after the officer left, slowly at first, then faster and faster, until the train car filled with the dull buzz of whispered socialization. Most of us were still complete strangers with one another, but that didn't stand in the way of nervous energy seeking a release. People talked to whoever they could regardless of familiarity. I didn't really get a chance to check if there was anyone I knew, though I didn't care to either. Anybody I'd know was someone I wasn't fond of. I only had a few friends and they were all elsewhere. So everyone else was either a stranger or someone I'd prefer to be dead. There were 2 columns of chairs with a dozen rows in each. Each row had 3 seats, so it wasn't much unlike airplane seating. Not comfortable, but we'd only be here for a few hours, so I didn't care. I was on the end of the row, 2 others beside me and 3 others across the center walkway. None of us talked for a few minutes, but once the chatter got louder, more people felt comfortable enough to. I was tapped on the shoulder, looking to the side and finding the girl I was sitting next to looking at my face with curiosity. "Where'd you get all those scars? They look like they were painful. More fights than I'd like to count." "Not from the scourge? Only some. So you're a magisterium student."
I'm Abby.
"Nice to meet you. John." I shook her hand, and at the same time as I mentioned my name, I felt several eyes land on me. I let out a small sigh, waiting until a boy in the row across from me spoke. "John? John Cooper? That is my name. You won the Crown Championship. I was at that tournament." "Cool. Wait a minute, prove you're him. You're a summoner, right? Why would you be with the Warlock Dash?" His words stopped as I shoved the barrel of an M1 Garand right up into his jaw, pushing until his eager body went back into its seat. "Is this proof enough?" "Yesh." I pulled back the gun, the boy rubbing his face until I heard a whisper. "So cool. You're a summoner? Why would you be here then? Don't you guys go to logistics?" I was silent as I looked back at the girl next to me. With blonde hair and blue eyes, along with her curious face, she was the spitting image of innocence. Seemed she had been living under a rock as well. I couldn't imagine anyone in the capital not knowing who I was. The boy answered for me after a few moments of silence. "John Cooper is the strongest summoner to ever exist. He beat down the Magisterium's best. He dash. I can speak for myself. Thank you very much." "Oh, of course." The boy backed down, making my brows raise. What was this guy, a fan? He was talking like I wasn't even here. It was weird. I looked back at the girl and shrugged. "I can fight, unlike other summoners. So I'm being trained for that with you guys." "Oh, sorry. I didn't go to the Magisterium. My parents sent me to another city for school. The Magisterium was too expensive for us." I nodded. Maxwell had paid my fees for me, and even then it was only for 1 year. Normal kids paid tuition for all 4 years, not to mention the costs of living in the capital. There was a reason nobles were so prevalent, and why the population was so small. Being born with a crest wasn't exceptionally rare. A large chunk of the population was born with it. It was just that most didn't have the talent to get anywhere above Authority 5, and doing so would take many years, unlike the nobles who did that as a bare minimum prerequisite during their teens and early 20s. So most of the kingdom's population that lived in other cities would simply go to the school within those cities. All of the major population centers had magical schools like the Magisterium, just of much lesser quality. It seemed Abby's parents couldn't deal with the expenditure, yet lived in the capital since that's where she went for recruitment. Whatever the situation, she was now being shipped off to the military. I could only sense Authority 3 power from her. I was at that level not long ago, and I couldn't fathom going into the military while so weak. Someone like her would be nothing more than another body on the front lines to fall namelessly. And here I was, thinking Authority 5 was much too weak, nothing more than the start of a much larger journey ahead. It was a nasty feeling. I had both killed and seen many people die. The common factor was that they did so in large groups, unless they had enough power, in which case they would already be standing out from the rest. So when I looked at Abby and thought about how much worse the war was about to get, I couldn't see anything more than another dead body. John? I zoned in as my name was called, Abby staring back at me in confusion, still alive. I turned away.
Sorry.
Authority 3? Huh? What element are you working on? Earth. That's what my father recommended. But how'd you know I was Authority 3? I only advanced a few months ago. John Cooper is the Magisterium's greatest. He can use aura to the highest degree. So naturally, sensing your authority is easy. I looked over as the boy started yapping again. Red hair, freckles, pale skin, and a loud voice. He was only Authority 4, and barely so. Hey, what's your name? Henry Holler. Holler? Shut up for me, please. Yes, sir. Pfft. Abby stifled a laugh while I settled in. File out now. Move those fucking feet. I want 5 equal rows right on those lines. Right when the doors to the car opened, we were yelled at until we finally organized ourselves on the lines right in front of a large building. Right above the double doors was a metal sign of large blocky letters. Fort Lauder. Ignited Hope. I glanced around, counting 20 people in each row. There were only 100 people in this squadron. I felt like it was a bit too small. After lining up, the first row was filed into the building where they were processed. There were some logistics to take care of first. Stripping clothes, receiving standard issue gear, and surprisingly, no buzz cuts. I forgot this wasn't Earth's military. Even then, I was pretty sure cutting down hair was a modern thing. I never paid much attention to my hair. I at least kept it from getting long, though it was still medium length. I either swept it to the side, or if I was trying to be more proper, I would comb it back. Either way, I wouldn't be getting my head shaved. It was rather nice. I was already warned beforehand, so I didn't have any issues when I had to turn in my clothes and belongings. My aerial went into my hidden spatial storage within my collar, while I had to turn in the extra storage band on my arm. My coat and valuables were also hidden away. There was no way I'd allow anyone to take them, so the only thing they got their hands on besides the band were some normal clothes. After that, I received some standard gear like a few sets of white shirts and shorts, as well as some socks and a pair of boots. Another thing I didn't have to worry about were all the medical screenings. For some reason, this world didn't seem to have any diseases, at least none that could affect Magi. I had yet to actually see any Magi get sick so far, though that also led me down the thought that if there were magical diseases, they'd be horribly devastating. Either way, there wasn't a long list of immunizations or vaccinations I had to get. After we had all our gear and were situated, our shakedown ended, and we moved into the first phase of basic training. It was midday by the time we made it to the dorms. We weren't in any barracks, but had a large building which was effectively an apartment. Each room held 2 people, and it wasn't long before we were assigned a partner. Thankfully, I didn't get Holler, though I wasn't sure if the alternative was better. After all names were called and all dorm numbers assigned, I proceeded to my door and waited until I spotted a nutritionally advantaged individual hobbling over with his gear bag hugged in front of him. My brows raised when the rotund warlock approached. He reminded me of a target I had killed not long ago. I immediately formed my evaluation of him as he meekly looked past me at the door I was standing in front of. He didn't want to get within 5 feet of me and was too worried about speaking too loud in my presence. Did he think I was going to punch him or something? But he was Authority 5, which meant he had surprising talent. Certainly better than Abby or Holler. You're saying Naren?
Yes.
John Cooper. I put out my hand. He almost flinched at the simple gesture before catching himself and giving me a dead fish handshake. He was looking more pitiful by the second. I shrugged inwardly before throwing the door open and checking our little room. At least we'd have 2 beds. It was certainly better than what I'd expected to have. I threw my bag on the left bed while Sane took the right. We only had some minutes before we needed to head back down, and in that time we needed to have our gear stashed properly. I dumped everything in the bag and quickly folded all my garments before throwing them into a chest at the foot of the bed. Sane did the same, just much slower. I barely had the last pair of socks in before our instructor's booming voice shook the building. Everyone report to the bay now. Last pair gets 5 extra miles tonight. Let's go. I spoke before rushing out. I heard Sane scramble and follow. I jogged all the way down the hall, all the other recruits beside me as we tried to push through the door. I had to stop though, sensing Sane far behind. There, in the back of the ruckus was Sane trying to push forward while also being courteous to everyone around him. I simply slipped through the door before stepping to the side and waiting. Like that, everyone rushed out to the bay, which I assumed was the courtyard outside the dorms since all our instructors were waiting there. But it was only after everyone was out that I finally saw Sane emerge from the doorway. I looked down at him before waving, simply jogging over with him in tow. And so, we arrived last. An instructor came yelling as we jumped in formation. Cooper and Naren, you two get 5 extra miles tonight. And you can forget about grabbing a treat during dinner. Yes, sir. I straightened out while responding, Sane trying to do the same while already sweating. After we got chewed out, the instructors started giving more instructions, such as what to do and how to respond whenever we were spoken to. It was standard procedure. We were to salute whenever a superior officer walked past, had to acknowledge our orders as loud as possible when they were given with a yes, sir, and had to stand at attention with our arms to our sides. They went and corrected all our forms, spending an hour doing just that. During the process, I couldn't help but sigh. I don't think I could have gotten a worse partner. Sane looked to weigh around 280 pounds and stood at 5 foot 10 inches. No athletic ability to speak of, and certainly no confidence. I was hoping he was at least competent and capable of following orders. Otherwise, basic training would be an even greater pain in the ass than I thought it would be. In this world, there was no such thing as giving up during boot camp. Everyone had to get through it, because military service wasn't voluntary. Every soldier was needed, and they would serve their time, willingly or otherwise. Unfortunately, that meant I was stuck with Sane. The only solace was the fact that basic was only 6 weeks. It also wasn't like I was training for anything important. Once we graduated, none of this would matter. I decided I would just have to figure out how to make it work. All right, start running. If you thought basic training would just be hurling spells all day, then you are dumber than we assumed. Down that road, right now. We're doing laps, trainees? Yes, sir. Everyone yelled before taking off, running down the road and getting scattered in the process. Stop, stop. Get back in fucking formation. Fucking dumbass. More yelling, and everyone shifted back into formation before taking off into a run again. 5 long lines of 20 each, and Sane was right behind me. I felt him puffing air on my back, not even 200 yards in, and each lap, as said by the instructor, was a mile long. He was wheezing before long. A guy behind Sane started with a harsh whisper. Hey, get back up there. Before he yells. I heard Sane stomping as he struggled to keep in pace with the group. It was only a jog, but he couldn't keep it for long. At some point, he stepped off to the side, everyone running past him as he stopped and started vomiting. An instructor was immediately on him. Fuck. Already? Get your sorry ass back in there, trainee. Go. Fucking move. Get those oily paws of yours moving. Hey, who's this guy's partner? Fucking hell. I muttered before stepping out and saluting. Me, sir. Cooper. We don't fucking tolerate sad sacks of shit. I don't care how long it takes, you will get your partner around 2 laps. And I suggest you get him moving, because lunch is in an hour. Yes, sir. I saluted one more time as the instructor ran off. Then I looked down, finding Sane heaving on the floor. Did they never make you run during academy?
I'm sorry.
I didn't ask for apologies. Stand straight and start walking. Keep moving, no matter how slow.
Yeah.
Yes. He hardly managed to breathe while shuffling forward. He was trying to jog and barely managed walking speed. I just walked beside him. I couldn't even pretend to jog at this speed, and I didn't care much about getting yelled at. While he struggled for air, I watched as the rest of the squadron ran ahead. Of course, some handled better than others, but all of them could at least run. How someone like Sane managed to exist, I had no idea. I suppose there had to be at least one, but I didn't think they'd be in my squadron, let alone be my partner. Before long, the squadron looped around and lapped us. We got yelled at a few more times, Sane speeding up just a bit before falling back down to walking speed once they were gone again. And then an hour passed. I watched them all head into the chow hall, and we were just barely crossing a mile. Another sigh escaped. This was going to be a tedious 6 weeks. 60. Chapter 143. Ranks. The one good thing about having a slow partner was that I didn't have to move fast. I could easily perform well above standards, but had little desire to. Vigor preserved my strength and stamina. Not to mention how much those two had increased in and of themselves due to my training at the Magisterium. Plus, I was pretty sure that these instructors knew exactly who I was. Maybe they gave me the short end of the stick on purpose, but I didn't feel any ill intentions, nor were they treating me particularly discourteously. It was only Sane that they were getting on. All I was told to do was to keep pushing him. So long as my life wasn't made more difficult, I was A-okay with anything they gave me. I didn't even care about running all day. The only annoyance was them cutting into my sleepy time, of which there already was little. As our first night approached, we finally managed to get called in for dinner. By that time, Sane was nothing more than rags. I, on the other hand, had a little pep in my step. I was hungry after missing lunch. I jumped in line behind everyone. The near mush they served us didn't become more appetizing after marinating in the odor of a bunch of young adults. Nothing I wasn't used to, however, given my experience in sports. Not much got worse than a full locker room after practice. "John." An airy voice called out to me. I looked over to see Abby at a table, waving vigorously. I lifted my eyebrows and walked over, sitting down across from her. "Hey, Abby. How was running? That boy seems to be weighing you down." That's one way to put it. But for me, it's a light jog at best. I chuckled a little bit. Abby initially seemed kind of airhead, but turned out to also have a sense of humor. I asked, "Who's your partner?" "Her name is Henrietta, and she's nice. And a bit loud." "Abby." A girl came running over and jumped into the seat next to Abby, gently nudging her with her shoulder as she set down her tray. My face fell. Red hair, pale skin, no freckles. She looked like a near-carbon copy of Henry Holler. "John." Speak of the devil. I heard another call as Henry came running over with his partner, the two sitting down next to me. "Meet Jack Smithson. He's my partner." "Sup." I nodded at them before burying my nose in my food, occasionally glancing up at Henrietta and Henry. I asked the girl between bites of food. "Henrietta, what's your surname?" "Hitchens. And you're John Cooper, yes?" "That's right. This is John Cooper from the Magisterium dash." "Holler. Shut up." "Yes, sir." He stiffened and saluted. His voice was seriously loud, especially when he sat right next to me and my sensitive ears. It rattled my eardrums. Abby stifled another laugh as I resumed eating. At some point I heard some heavy breathing, finding Sane heading to an empty table in the back with a tray of food. Henry nudged my arm. "It seems you got the runt, John. My sympathies." "It's fine. It's just basic training. Still, I'm not sure if I've ever seen someone so unfit for the military." I took another silent glance at Sane. Henry was right. It was almost like the guy was trying to be as unfit as possible. Maybe he was just scared shitless of actually enlisting. Well, at least he was good at eating. I watched him inhale the entire tray of food before sitting in silent contemplation, maybe shame. Unfortunately for him, there were no seconds. I cleaned off the rest of my tray. The food was bland, but hopefully nutrient-dense. I just need to get through these 6 weeks and I can move on. I don't care about being weighed down. None of this has any bearing on the future. Certainly not for the Magisterium's top elite. But for others, impressions mean a bit more. Henry's voice went down to a mutter, Henrietta's head bobbing in agreement. Another reminder that I couldn't allow myself to be insignificant. I'd be reduced to a statistic otherwise, to be tossed around on a whim against the scourge. For those with no noble backing and no obscene talent, staying safe in the military was far more difficult than it would be for me. At least I'd have eyes on me. I'd have value to bigger players. They wouldn't, and they'd be treated accordingly. I glanced around the chow hall. 100 trainees, and I couldn't see a bright future for any of them. None of them mattered. None of them would survive. They'd all be decimated as the scourge flooded in by the millions. Just another 100 deaths to add to the other hundreds of thousands. 5 minutes, trainees. If you're not formed up in the bay before then, all of you will be joining Cooper and Naren on their extra 5 miles. Yes, sir. Resounding shouts echoed through the hall as a dozen eyes fell on me. That's right. We had more running tonight. Everyone rushed out and formed up. The sun was passing twilight, the sky fading from purple to black. A few magic lights illuminated the bay where we all gathered, well before the 5-minute deadline. 2 instructors stood before us as we stood at attention, standing around for a few minutes before barking instructions. Listen up. Lights go off 2 hours past sundown every night. That's curfew, and unless expressly ordered, none of you are to be found outside the bay after curfew under any circumstances. If there is an emergency that we absolutely need to know about, medical or otherwise, you are to report to my quarters right over there in the east sector of the dormitory, room 1. Otherwise, being found outside the bay after curfew will land you official disciplinary action. To that end, none of you are allowed to travel beyond the dormitory without your assigned partner. They must remain in contact with you at all times. Do you understand that, trainees? Yes, sir. Another shout that echoed off the walls of the dorms. Then, the instructor waved. Retire for tonight. Cooper and Naren, remain in your positions until given further instructions. Dismissed. Everyone saluted and made their way to the dorms. The instructors also walked off, seemingly with no intention of giving us further instructions anytime soon. I let out a long sigh and simply stood there at attention as everyone left. We were soon left alone in the middle of the bay. Chilly winds and dark landscapes our only company. That, and Sane's still heavy breathing.
Sorry.
I don't like apologies. Sane went quiet after my rebuttal, but it was not without thought. I really didn't like apologies, a philosophy I carried from a well-respected family member of mine. I glanced at him in the corner of my eye, waiting a few seconds before muttering, apologies mean nothing and do nothing for anyone. The only things of value are your actions. In this case, what do you need to do in order to fix this situation? Keep up. Exactly. So keep up, or work until you can. That will be your apology. I don't care about anything else so long as you're doing that. Yes, sir. With those words we went silent, and then waited an entire hour until the instructor emerged from the dorms. Cooper. Report. Sir. I turned and ran over, the instructor heading past the entrance to the dorms. Once on the other side and away from the chilly breeze, I saluted in front of him. He spoke first. At ease. I understand the situation clearly, Cooper. Nobody with an eye on your name is going to care about your performance here. I've got orders to get you through this and out of here without delay. And although you still need to meet the bare minimum standards, don't worry about being held back by the sack of fat out there. We only paired him with you so that we can ship him out faster. Otherwise, he'd be going through round after round of basic training with no end in sight. You'll compensate for him in a way, and not without reason. We could have picked someone else. He trailed off for a second before sighing. Let's just say it's another case of nepotism. So please, bear with it. 6 weeks, and you'll never have to deal with this again. Understood? Understood, sir. Good. Now head back out and do 2 miles, then retire. Any more might kill that kid out there. Sir. I saluted before jogging out, waving Sane along for the run. He didn't say anything as we ran, and I didn't let him stop. As I had said before, he had to move, no matter how slowly. I didn't care if he had to crawl. He would continue moving forward until he was done. I ran ahead and did both miles, taking no more than 15 minutes. I didn't want to be completely idle during these 6 weeks. Plus, breaking a sweat felt nice in the cool night air. After that, I walked with Sane until he finished the 2nd mile, after which he basically had to crawl back to the dorms. I washed up and retired right before lights out. Sane laid down on the floor without even washing, filling the room with an unhealthy odor. Unfortunately, he passed out before I could even say anything. I just had to make do, donning my hood, the mask filtering out the odor. Thankfully, it was comfortable enough to wear to sleep, sparing me the irritation, and so our first day ended. The first week went by slowly, but that was only because everything happening was new. Once we settled into a routine, each day flew past. Unfortunately for Sane, things got much worse before they got better. I could practically hear his creaking joints and limbs on the second day as the previous day's trials took their toll, and the instructors knew not the concept of mercy or recovery days. Every day of the first week required 2 miles of running in the morning. After that, we moved on to form drills for saluting and standing at attention. I couldn't count how many hours they made us just stand outside while going off and doing their own thing. Sometimes we missed lunch because of that. Everything else was educational. We were taught things we'd need to know, such as ranks and insignias for both infantry and intelligence ranks. We also learned protocol for communication and appearance, such as when to wear dress uniforms, when to wear fatigues, and how to take care of all our gear. It was all standard stuff that I had no issues following, and I was a summoner, so forgetting anything wasn't really even an option. For one, the infantry ranks almost always directly corresponded to the person's authority. Us trainees were the sole exception. All of us were ensigns with a blank insignia, unable to advance in rank until we finished basic training. Anybody who went above Authority 10 with an infantry rank was required to train for the intelligence ranks as well, because by then they would be trusted and powerful enough to lead massive amounts of troops. At the very least, they needed to understand the wider picture, as they themselves were strategic weapons capable of altering the face of a battlefield. This also meant that the infantry ranks ended at Authority 10, shifting to the intelligence ranks. At the peak of intelligence ranks was the title of Sovereign, exclusive to Authority 12s. Sovereigns were the pillars of the kingdom's combat power, as well as the leading authority on, well, everything. They might not be the greatest tacticians, considering that there were many more summoners who were several times smarter, but nobody could trump their sheer power. That alone was the deciding factor most of the time regarding major decisions. Still, most of the work involving leading the military fell to the marshals. That was Duchess Telexia's rank. She, according to some rumors from Amara, only became a marshal because she had to. And because of her distaste for logistics and intelligence activities, all the paperwork fell to her husband, the poor man. Another detail I learned was how one person could hold 2 ranks. Unlike on Earth, however, one rank didn't inherently supersede the other. An A4 sergeant was a higher rank than an I3 officer, but equivalent to an I4 captain, and underneath an I5 major. The intelligence ranks were mostly composed of weaklings. Putting it simply, many ordinary people who enlisted went there and carried out logistics roles. Summoners went there too, to be trained into higher-ranked roles for intellectually demanding tasks like tactics and strategy. Because of that, they couldn't be allowed to outrank all the infantry ranks like officers did in Earth's militaries. Those with actual power wouldn't allow themselves to be ordered around by some powerless summoner. Only if that summoner outranked them directly would they be forced to comply, and even then it depended. But there were those with power who also took to the intelligence roles, and when that happened, they would sport 2 ranks. They could be both an A6 first sergeant while also being an I4 captain, and they would wear both insignias, one on each shoulder. These were all things that they taught at the magisterium, though I hadn't been there long enough to learn them. Now I was, though, and it was nice to finally put things into perspective. Amara's mother stood at the peak of the kingdom's military, holding some of the most devastating power humanity had to offer in that unassuming body. Thinking of it that way, I felt weird about treating her the way I did. That thought only lasted for a second, though. She was just a nice lady, and would eventually be my mother-in-law. Like Amara, she was also too pretty to look scary. Report to the bay in 5 minutes. Everyone heard the announcement, regardless if they wanted to or not, and rushed to line up in the bay in formation. There was a moment of silence before the instructor continued. The second week is upon us, and now we will be shifting into combat and formation drills. All of you must know how to operate when called upon to fight. You must know how to stand on a wall, how to obey commands given by your commanding officers, how to launch spells, and where your presence will be appropriate in combat scenarios. Teaching you all how to conduct yourselves in and out of combat will take no less than 3 weeks. Starting now, all of you, double time to the eastern fort walls. Move, trainees. With shouts we were herded and sent off toward the walls of Fort Lauder. These walls, however, weren't here for defense, but education. Once at the walls, we were rushed up the stairs and lined up on the ramparts. When I looked back at the base from that vantage point, I could see some of the other squadrons being trained and drilled. We were only one group of many. Cooper, step aside. I turned when I was called, finding another instructor waving me over. Right then, the warlocks listened in as they were taught standard procedure. I, on the other hand, got some private instruction. You're a summoner and I've heard about your weapons. You're a ranged fighter, so most of what we'll tell you here will be applicable in some way. However, anything relating specifically to spells will go right over your head. All I want you to do is follow along with the procedure. You've been up on walls before, so you should have a good idea of what's expected. Yes, sir. Although I usually ended up doing my own thing, that was only when I was trying to kill as much as possible. Here, that wasn't necessary. I would just shoot once whenever they told us to fire. Nice and simple. All right, groups, spread out along the wall. On my count, one section will unleash a simple spell at the targets down below. You will await your turn and fire precisely when we tell you to, not a moment before or after. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Then move. Some other instructors came and separated the groups. I was dragged into one as they rushed to their positions, forming a long line atop the wall with gaps between groups. I looked down and found the aforementioned targets, propped up on boulders. The first instructor yelled, "Section 1. Ready? Fire." With his word, all the warlocks scrambled to get their spells off, weak or otherwise. A variety of elements crashed down around the targets, pelting them with water that immediately burst into steam from fire, blown away or smothered by gusts of wind and billows of dust. The boulder was hardly harmed, and the next instructor stepped up. It was my turn. I slung an M1 Garand and aimed through the irons, finding a smaller target a bit farther away. My safety flicked off right when I heard the instructor. Section 2. Ready. Fire. I pulled the trigger a half second after his command came, the crack of my gun echoing in the distance as my bullet ricocheted off the rocky target. I heard a slight buzz, and sure enough, all eyes fell on me. I glanced around before focusing my attention back on the targets beyond the walls. Using my vision with the iron sights on my guns was still an art I was perfecting. Might as well make an otherwise boring exercise productive. Section 3. Ready. Fire. List of ranks. Infantry ranks. A1. Ensign, blank insignia. A2. First ensign, 1 stripe. A3. Corporal, 2 stripes. A4. Sergeant, 3 stripes. A5. Master Sergeant, 3 stripes with 1 arrow. A6. First Sergeant, 3 stripes with 2 arrows. A7. Commander, 3 stripes with 3 arrows. A8. First Commander, 1 sword. A9. Chief, 2 crossed swords. A10. Brigadier, dragon and sword. Intelligence ranks. I1. Ensign, blank insignia. I2. Lieutenant, 1 silver bar. I3. Officer, 2 silver bars. I4. Captain, 3 silver bars. I5. Major, 1 vertical arrow. I6. Lieutenant Colonel, 2 crossed arrows. I7. Colonel, 3 arrows. I8. Brigadier General, Dragon W/1 pair wings. I9. Major General, Dragon W/2 pair wings. I10. General, Dragon W/3 pair wings. I11. Marshal, 1 crystal star. I12. Sovereign, custom insignia. 65. Chapter 144. Keep going. The last 3 weeks felt like a blur as we moved into the last week of training. The monotonous training routine simply blended every day into one giant, indistinct mess. Dinners now were quiet, quite unlike the first day's bustle. Even Henry and Henrietta, usually somehow enthusiastic even after our grueling training, were quiet today. I, meanwhile, was perfectly fine with the silence and sane, as usual, was fighting for every last breath even as he sat down to eat. There was a question on my mind, though, so I lifted my head toward Abby. For a brief moment when I faced her, my face burned a bit, momentarily filling my skin with the sensation of a horrible sunburn. But it faded away as rapidly as it arrived, and I was just left with the sight of her picking out the vegetables in the slop we were served. Hey, Abby. Have you thought about going into intelligence? A little. I don't know if I can, though. They don't tend to let warlocks into those roles. Henrietta bobbed her head in agreement. Summoners are always the first to get picked for intelligence roles, and ordinary people get second pick after them. Anyone with fighting ability is forced to fight. The only way a warlock gets off the front lines is if they're good at enchanting, and that takes special training the military doesn't give away easily. Only the Magisterium offers those classes beforehand. Then I have another question. What's the difference between this place and the others? Why were the warlocks separated when being sent to basic training? Well, we're being prepared for the front lines. That's why they're teaching us how to fight on walls and in formations. The other warlocks are stronger, so they're being sent to back or midline positions. I stuffed a spoonful into my mouth in contemplative silence. You'd think it would be the other way around, but when a soldier had valuable talent, you made sure they had enough time to fulfill that talent. There was no sense in throwing them as is into the meat grinder of the front. It wasted more than just one life. A soldier with talent was worth many times more than their peers without. They'd kill off a dozen Authority 7s to save one potential Authority 10. This was exactly the position of those within this squadron. Nobody here exceeded Authority 5, and none were as talented as those from the Magisterium. Having extracted most of their meager talent, the military would use them according to their fixed value. They were worth no more than the time they could buy by throwing their lives on the line, and putting them into intelligence positions would do nothing more than waste their power. There were enough ordinary people who could fill those positions. On the contrary, there would never be enough warlocks to be sent forward to fight. Yet another aspect of this grim reality. I shook my head and resumed eating. Putting too much thought into it would get me nowhere. Abby's piercing gaze found mine. What about you, John? Will you go into intelligence? Yeah, that's the plan. I should still be fighting, though. I don't plan to sit behind a desk all day. A summoner who fights. I still have a hard time believing it. You really are special. I'm just doing what I can. I shrugged. Abby looking up at me for a bit. You've got a lot of scars. You've already fought a lot. Somewhat. But it's dangerous. You don't have barriers or a strong body. You're just an ordinary man. Well, that just means I have to use the one tool at my disposal. Your mind? She tilted her head inquisitively. I nodded in response. Well, that and extraordinary violence. My weapons are the best at killing, better than any sword or magic spell, and at a longer range as well. So although I'm physically weak, I just compensate by killing everything else first. But yes, I have to be smart about things. I have to place myself in advantageous positions. But so does everyone else. I suppose. Still, I can't imagine fighting like that. At least I have my barrier. You don't even have that. I shrugged. I had long gotten used to fighting like I did, and it wasn't like complaining would help me anyway. After dinner passed, we only had one more formation drill to do before we retired. Or, at least before everyone else retired. I looked down at Sane. We were frequently punished due to how slow he was. He still couldn't keep up with the rest of the squadron, but I wasn't totally upset. I didn't particularly care, but you could say I'd been coaching him through it. And tonight we had another 2 miles to do. As we stood in the bay awaiting the order to start running, I spoke. You're getting better, Sane. He didn't respond, but his aura spoke in his stead. He was shocked, if not a bit wary. I rolled my eyes at that. You're losing weight and gaining stamina. Keep this up, and you might be able to hit the physical ability standards by yourself. But you haven't been speeding up. It's time to start pushing. Cooper, get going. We got the command from the instructor. I waved Sane along. For the first half mile, you're going to move at least twice as fast as usual. I don't want you thinking about the rest of the run. I just want you to get through half a lap at a proper pace. The standard you have to meet is 1 mile in 7 minutes. You're nowhere near that, but that's okay. To start, I want you hitting the half-mile mark in 3 minutes. I don't think I say dash. I didn't ask if you could, but I'll give you some incentive anyway. Hit that time, and you won't have to do the second mile the instructor gave us. Understand? Yes, sir. He nodded as I adjusted my mind, assigning my spark to count the time. All right, I'm running with you. Starting now. Move. I waved him along, the two of us moving at a fast jog. It was barely 5 seconds in before his breathing got heavy, but he kept up. I kept glancing at my side. I was running at precisely a 3-minute pace, perhaps a few seconds faster. It was easy to visualize and pace myself with my spark, and Sane kept up for the first quarter. Of course, That was at the cost of most of his stamina. It was clear that he wouldn't make it from my perspective, and maybe even from his. Either way, he started slowing down. I yelled, "Come on. 1/2 left. Get the hell up here." Ack. I heard a grunt as he forced his legs to keep moving. Compared to before, he was much better at pushing through pain. I had spoken to him about such things almost every day. After all, I had a plethora of experience with this stuff. 3/4 in, and the guy was sucking down air so hard I thought his lungs were going to explode. He also became unsteady, so I yelled again. "Don't you dare stop. If you stop, you're never getting up again." 1 foot in front of the other. The burning doesn't mean you can't keep going. Ugh. Ack. He grunted with every breath, his feet trudging a pace behind me. I kept track of the time as we got closer. "Move. It's right there. Come on. Get here." I sprinted ahead and stood at the line, counting down. 5 seconds. Run. Ack. 3, 2, 1. Huh. He threw his leg across, stumbling over and coming to a halt. I nodded. 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Right on the mark. You'll have to run around that pace for double the distance 3 weeks from now. It seems almost impossible, but hey, stay on your fucking feet. Walk around if it burns too much. I flicked him as he tried to lay down. That was another thing I didn't let him do. I know it burns, but you're not as tired as you think. It just fucking hurts. You never run that fast because you're always anticipating the miles ahead. So now that you kicked it up a gear, your body is being shocked awake. Still, it's good that you met the mark. 3 short weeks, and you're already getting better. Now you just need to keep going. Start walking. You got a 1/2 mile. I waved him along. He picked his body up, ever so slowly starting to trudge forward. Then, he stopped and buckled over, puking up his dinner. I shrugged. It wasn't like he didn't have plenty of fuel on his body. I'm going to run my miles. Stay on your feet. The burning will subside eventually. I took off with that, doing my portion of the run while timing myself out of curiosity. At a race pace, I crossed the 1/2 mile mark in 2 minutes flat, feeling decent. Then I kicked it up a gear and crossed the mile mark in 3 minutes and 41 seconds. That got me plenty winded, but I was still disgusted. A little bit of vigor and I could shatter Earth's mile world record. And I still did another mile at a jog pace. When I was close to finishing, though, I spotted Sane lower himself to the floor. I rushed over and yelled, "Hey, get up. The dorms are right fucking there." How? How do you do this?" He mumbled from the floor, and with my acute vision, I actually saw him crying. I let out a long sigh. Boy, I've been training my body for years, and harder than most nights. I just don't have their disgusting strength because I'm a summoner. Even then, though, it's not like my fitness came naturally to me. I've never been like you, but I've also never been allowed to be like you. You're a noble kid, right? What's your father? Count. A count. In some random city out in the territories, that's probably godlike. You didn't have a place like the Magisterium to keep you in check, and your father's nobility let you slack off and turn into this sack of lard. There's really no excuses. You did this to yourself, all while knowing it would bite you in the ass one day. I felt his anger rise as I kept talking. He actually mustered the energy to yell back. I am a count's son. My father still serves, and I'm graduating even if I don't meet those stupid standards. And I heard you're nothing but a commoner. What do you think my father will do when he hears Dash? Shut your mouth.
Ugh.
All the air rushed out of his lungs after I drove my foot into his juicy gut. Then I bent down and grabbed his sweaty hair, pulling him up to eye level as he struggled to breathe. Listen, fatso, I don't give a damn about your father. I've dealt with nobles far more powerful than him. I've also killed people with fathers more powerful than yours. In fact, you remind me of one of them, an unfortunate fat body who was left decapitated on the roadside. So believe me when I say that you do not want to find out how little I care about your tiny slice of nobility. Huh. I watched him as he started shivering, cowering under my mere gaze. Was he seriously that terrified by a few words? I almost rolled my eyes. The guy looked like he was about to piss his pants. I pushed his head away before sighing. Then I thought of something and reined in my aura, watching him visibly calm. I let out a curious exhale before squatting back down. I'm trying to help you, Naren. You're a sad little existence, but you've got so much more potential than you've allowed yourself to see. You're just scared. You'd rather look as pathetic as possible so that no responsibility or danger gets thrown toward you, rather than actually make yourself capable of handling those things. And now, you've been tossed at my feet. You're unfortunately my current responsibility, but I have no issues trying to help you improve. I mean, you've already done so well. You've got some grit. Definitely a far cry from the sad sack of shit you were when you first arrived.
Ugh.
He grunted while raising himself to a seated position, his breathing unsteady. I looked at him. He'd already lost at least 50 pounds, if not more. He was visibly skinnier and was running far better than he did the first week. It was amazing progress and hardly took anything by my standards. I tapped his leg with my foot. All you have to do is keep going. Of course, once we finish, you're not my problem anymore. You could go right back to that sad little life, and I wouldn't know nor be able to do anything about it. You'd be totally off the hook, free to hide behind your father. But both of us know how much you hate that. I doubt you've ever been satisfied with yourself, let alone proud of the things you've done. Fortunately for you, you've got no choice while I'm here. I'm going to get you as close as fucking possible to that 7-minute mile, if not past it. You can hate, curse, and threaten me all you want. Whatever helps you cope, because you've got plenty of work ahead of you, and you're not stopping now. I walked off with those words, heading back into the dorm, though not before leaving one more command. Shower before you get into bed. Another week passed, and Sane seemed to have had his attitude culled by our little talk. He was getting better by the day. The instructors loved handing out extra running. They were probably trying to get Sane in half-decent shape as well, because although they could be bent, the standards still existed. They couldn't be completely flaunted. At the very least, they had to actively attempt to get him better, even if the attempt didn't work. I didn't care either way, because now Sane had become a little pet project of mine. I'd make him run more even if they didn't. By the end of the week, he managed to improve by a whole 20 seconds in the half mile, hitting 2 minutes and 37 seconds. I knew he already had the strength since he always carried so much weight with him. And now that he was losing weight and gaining stamina, he was improving at lightning speed. When the 5th week came, the instructors focused on the last bits of formation drills. We learned how to get organized within an army, the kinds of orders that might come down from superiors and how to follow them, as well as how to work in smaller tactical teams of 5 to 6. As a ranged summoner who could actually dish out damage, I'd be treated almost exactly like a warlock. I didn't know what exactly was waiting for me after basic, but chances were, I'd be fighting with moving platoons. Not all battles were fought defensively from bases. That's all us Magisterium students could experience for our safety. The military, in fact, led many offensives to rout scourge invasions. There were mobile battalions beyond the bases. Those were the deadliest places to be, though they also included the strongest combatants the kingdom could offer. People like Amara would be stationed on bases, but since I wasn't with her, I'd probably get put into a more active position. Either way, I'd be using all the knowledge they gave me. We entered our final week. That's when we started to conclude the educational parts of basic training, moving on to things like target practice and getting to know what would be expected of us. We hadn't had a chance to use much magic at all, so they started getting us primed again. As for graduation, it wasn't anything like on Earth. Once finished, we'd simply have a little ceremony with our dress uniform, get our ensign ranks, and move on. However, testing to meet standards also occurred during week 6. That week was both Sane's hardest and easiest week yet. 65. Chapter 145. Graduation. Rest for today. Huh. Sane looked at me with wide eyes. I disregarded his shock as I continued polishing my dress shoes. I said rest. That means no running. Why? Because you need to recover. 5 weeks of non-stop running means your body is tired and worn. Today, you'll do nothing, and tomorrow you'll go for a slow jog. The day after that, you'll get another rest day before taking the test the day after that. That should leave you in prime shape. Remember that recovery is just as important as working out. Sane didn't respond, sitting in a stunned, contemplative silence.
I glanced over.
By now, he actually had a figure instead of being a round blob. He had lost even more weight. It happened so fast that I was actually worried for a bit, but it seems like he had actually gone through a tempering of some sort during one of his advancements. It was poorly executed. so he didn't get much vigor out of it, but it was something. Besides, I was pretty sure everyone in this world was naturally more physically capable than those from Earth. With Magicka in the atmosphere, there was no way they weren't. In fact, that would explain the taller average height. Either way, Sane's cheeks had slimmed while his body was big, but no longer morbidly obese. If he were an athlete, this would actually be an amazing bulk weight to be at. He could gain a ton of muscle with all that fuel. It was honestly scary how fast he progressed. A transformation like that in 6 weeks was unheard of on Earth. He probably would have gotten hurt if he tried that there. But here, with some vigor and naturally heightened abilities, it was more than possible here. How easy it would be for him to shape up. Even just average exercise would make him perfectly fit over the course of some months. But he let himself fall so low. And for what? But perhaps that was the fear. It was so easy to be valuable. And value in the military meant you'd be placed in harm's way. I was on the fast track in that direction, so I understood it well. Well, whatever he did after this was up to him. Still, hopefully he'd see the light. A day of relative leisure passed. Nobody was worried about hitting standards, so they all simply did the bare minimum. By now, we no longer got yelled at as the instructors made final preparations. The next day, we were issued our official dress uniforms. The warlocks had red coats. The name was self-explanatory. The pants were black while the shirt and coat were both maroon red. There was no hat. Another thing that came in was the armor for the warlocks. While many wore robes imbued with some defensive measurements, armor was still the most protective. It was just that it was heavier, bulkier, and less comfortable, so it wasn't worn often, from what I'd seen, on bases. But warlocks did in fact have armor. It was designed to be worn over the fatigues, and consisted of some plate mail that covered vitals and broad surfaces. It was definitely lighter than knight armor, with additional allowances like a wider aperture on the helmet for visibility. However, I wasn't one of the people who received that armor. It was then that I was called by an instructor who pulled me to the side. "Cooper, I've been given some special instructions for you. You're not getting the standard warlock armor. There's a custom order waiting for you after you deploy from intelligence school." "Understood, sir." "Good. For now, just get your dress squared away. The lack of armor will cause you no issues." "Yes, sir." I nodded and was dismissed. Once I arrived at my room, I checked out my dress uniform. It wasn't like the warlocks. The dress uniform for summoners was called glimmers, also for good reason. The pants were similar to warlocks, only with 2 white stripes helixing down the sides of the legs. Then there was the white coat, which had a black cape-like design going around the collar and down the arms and back. The undershirt was also black with gold accents blending from its collar into the coat. It was a dress suit, more suited for a wedding than a military. Summoners sure did know how to make themselves stand out. Perhaps this was one of the few things they could take pride in. It certainly wasn't bad-looking, just eye-catching. I also wondered what the female dress would look like. Hopefully it wasn't an actual wedding dress. Well, everyone would definitely know I was a summoner. I starched up the coat a bit more, cleaning off any dust. "Wake up, trainees. It's testing day." I rose out of bed, immediately looking towards Sane. He looked well-rested, if incredibly nervous. I threw off my covers and spoke. "Let's do this. Get up. We'll need to get out there and warm up." He nodded and followed me. 15 minutes later, everyone was out lined up in the bay. The instructors walked back and forth, clipboards and papers in their hands. The head instructor had a watch in his hand. He shouted, "Today is your last day of casual running. After today, all your running will be for your life. Now, all of you head to the mess and eat. The first test will begin 30 minutes after that." Dismissed. Everyone walked off, their steps faster than usual. Once in the cafeteria, I grabbed a tray and sat down, and Sane settled in across from me. Before he started eating, though, I reached out. "Stop. I only want you eating these 2 portions. Don't eat the meat." Sane looked down. I had cut off half his tray. I explained while taking a bite out of some bread. "You want to stay light. If you eat the meat, you'll be heavier and it'll slosh around in your stomach while you run. You'll get nauseous. The other stuff will pass through faster, make you feel better." "Understood." He nodded and started chewing, clearing off the 2 portions before pushing the tray away. I cleaned off my portions too. That's when Henry and Abby arrived.
Y John.
"Hi, Zine." "Hello." "Hey." We greeted before standing. Abby staring at us. We need to warm up. Sane's got a big day. No minute to waste. Ah, I see. Good luck, Sane. Thanks. He smiled at Abby in happiness before we walked off, the two of us heading straight outside. I just smirked. It was humorous seeing him get all giddy when near Abby. Once outside, I pointed. Half-mile, cool jog. Just get your blood pumping and joints warm. Yes, sir. He nodded before running off. I watched him go, getting approached by the instructor. You think he'll make the mark, Cooper? I think so, sir. At the very least, he's much better than he was. Indeed. You've shaped him up marvelously. I suppose I should thank you because I never intended to give him the time of day. Our positions are different, sir. I could provide a personal touch. Either way, it won't be a stain on your record. Much appreciated. I look forward to the trial. He walked off, leaving me to watch Sane. After he completed his half-mile, he did some stretches that I taught him, and once done with those, he came walking over. I feel good. Good. Take it easy until the trial. Drink water. Stay warm. Understood. He nodded, walking off. Eventually, everyone made their way out and lined up in the bay. Once our allotted time was over, the instructors appeared once more and waved us along. We were brought to our normal starting point. The trail was well-traveled and marked for a mile. The instructor shouted, "Listen up, trainees. Your first trial will be a 1-mile run. After that, you'll have a series of body exercises which will test your strength. In order to pass, you must finish the mile in under 7 minutes. You must also do 35 push-ups and 35 ab crunches given 2 minutes each. Now, everyone line up. We begin in 5 minutes." With that, everyone started to crowd around the line. I moved to the back with Sane and muttered, "I'll be running at 6-minute 30-second pace. Keep by me, and you'll do just fine. But you can run much faster. I don't care. Focus on yourself. Don't worry about other people." He went silent as we waited, and eventually, the instructor raised his hand, pocket watch in the other. It went down. Start. Everyone shuffled forward, some running at a half sprint to get ahead. Some were treating it as a race since passing was so easy, but I simply stayed at a jog. Sane stayed beside me, and we quickly fell behind everyone else. Before long, we were done with a quarter. Good. Keep this up. Focus on deep breaths. I heard Sane's labored breathing. Not desperate, but stamina still wasn't his strong suit. Eventually, everyone was ahead of us and we passed the half-mile. By that time, the first place was getting close to finishing. I saw Sane watching them, his breathing heavy. Relax. Don't look at them. We're halfway through. He bobbed his head as we continued, and once we reached the last third, he was heaving for breath. We could see the finish line, but he was drifting back. Keep your pace. The finish line is right there. You've done good. Don't waste it. Huh. I heard a sharp breath, but kept my pace. I crossed the finish line and looked back to see Sane still trudging forward. 30 seconds. Come on. You're right fucking there. Come on, Sane. Abby cheered from the side, and like that gave him a second wind. He sped up, his head dripping sweat as he sucked down air. The instructor stayed silent as I beckoned Sane forward, and finally, he crossed, practically throwing himself over the line. The instructor clicked his watch. I felt my mouth curl up. 6 minutes and 54 seconds. Congratulations, you've all passed. 30 minutes until the next test. A few people cheered, but most were silent, choosing to instead gulp down the crisp morning air. I walked down towards Sane, who laid on his back. He couldn't hold back the smile, even though he tried. Well, would you look at that? You fucking did it. Good job, Sane. Abby walked over with Henry, his partner Jax, and Henrietta. They all clapped. You did great, man. Impressive. Thanks.
Sein beamed.
I nudged his stomach with my toe. All right then. That's it. 2 more tests which you can easily pass. You're basically done. All that hard work and you did it. Barely. You still fucking did it. Shut up and accept that you won. You worked your ass off for it. Now get some water in your system. If you fail these next 2 tests just 'cause you got lazy, I'll kick your teeth in. Yes, sir. He nodded and crawled to his feet, leaving for some water. Abby walked to my side, sweat coating her forehead. You're amazing, John. You got him to do it. Not difficult for me, at least. Some people just need to get out of their own way. You mean to stop being scared? Exactly. How do you do that? She looked up at me, her breathing still a bit laborious as she pulled her hair up and exposed her nape. Oddly, the scene felt a bit seductive. It was weird. I glanced at her with slightly narrowed eyes and formulated my words. You just have to figure out what's worth fearing. Fear can be an important tool that keeps you safe, but it can also smother you if you don't keep it in check. I think I understand. She nodded and dropped her head, contemplation on her features, but she soon lifted her face again and returned with a smile and a quip. You must not be afraid of anything then, huh? You seem to have it all figured out. Please. It wasn't that long ago when I was shitting my pants in fear. I thought I was gonna die. That doesn't seem possible. You look so scary. What can possibly be scarier? Have funny. There are plenty of things scarier than me. I just pray to God that you don't ever come across them. And what if I do? My gaze turned solemn, Abby's aura looking all too clear to me. She was terrified and wanted something reliable from me. So I searched for an answer, but none seemed good enough. Perhaps the necessity for an answer itself was the dilemma. I just spit out what I felt. Fight like hell, Abby. If you can't do that, run like hell. And no matter what, just know your guardian angel will be there for you. They'll always be there to protect you. Could you be my guardian angel? I thought you said I was scary? I smiled a bit at her, earning a giggle. But scary monsters need scary people to fight them. That reminds me of something I heard once. What's that? He who fights with monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. My, how dark. She smiled and then waved. I'll go get some water. Sure. I nodded, watching her walk off. Oh, how I wished I could be her guardian angel, and how regretful that I didn't even have the power to be anybody's. Everyone passed the tests cleanly. Tomorrow was graduation. Parents could travel out to the fort to see their children during the ceremony. It was short but a respite nonetheless. The day came, and I donned my new glimmers. We had already practiced the procedure, including the marching and standing by during the various speeches. It would be like a show for the families that decided to come. There were even flag bearers. And when the start of the ceremony came, the squadron marched onto the grounds in formation, lining up accordingly while glancing over at the wall of parents and family members to the side. 100 trainees shifted before saluting the instructors at the front, the right hand forming a knife hand and crossing over the heart. The instructors saluted back, letting several moments pass before barking out a command. At ease. The salutes went down and everyone shifted to a parade rest. Trainees, stand by for pinning. Instructors, go forth and introduce this new batch of recruits to the kingdom's magic corps. The instructors saluted once more before moving forward, one to each of the 5 lines, each with insignias in hand. They went down the lines, each trainee putting up their palm to receive the blank insignia. Before long, the last trainee received their pin. We clenched our hands over the pin. Trainees, apply your pins and become an honored soldier of the Magic Corps, to defend against the scourge of humanity, to uphold the glory of our kingdom, the king, and the people. We lifted our pins, sticking them to our left collar. Once all our hands went down, the instructor smiled. Congratulations. You are all now soldiers of the Magic Corps. For honor. For honor. For honor. The mantra of the kingdom echoed across the grounds. Then the instructor saluted once more, all of us returning it. Once the hands went down, he shouted, "You are all to report to the bay at sundown. Until then, be with your families." Dismissed. Sir. Once acknowledged, everyone moved to the side where the families were. I stayed put, watching them all give hugs and happy greetings as the atmosphere was filled with chatter. At some point, the head instructor came over to me. "Cooper, I've got a message from above. Transfer orders." "Thank you, sir." "Of course. Did your family not come?" "I don't have a family here." "Oh." I responded while opening the letter, stamped with the military seal, official orders from what looked like a general. It told me I was to report to the Intelligence Academy at Fort Octus as soon as possible. Apparently it had started 10 days ago, but I was to be slotted in midway. They believed I'd have no issue catching up, and then I'd get into active duty faster. Well, it wasn't like I had the choice. Is there a rail I can make the transfer with, sir? I'd like to leave as early as I can. Indeed. I'll pass down the message and give you a time to report to the rail within the hour. Can't keep a general's orders waiting, so be packed and ready to leave. Yes, sir. Thank you. We shook hands, the instructor walking off. I threw the letter into my spatial storage. Then, Abby came walking over, her family in tow. It looked like a normal family, and neither parent had any magic to speak of. John, where's your family? Not here. Are these your parents? Yeah. Mom, Dad, this is John Cooper. He helped me during training. Abby brought her parents forward, the two of them shaking my outstretched hand gently. I smiled. I didn't help much at all. Abby did just fine on her own. We'd still like to thank you, Mr. Cooper. We've been worried about Abby. It's reassuring to know she has friends to help her. The mother smiled. She looked pretty young, as did the father. Hell, I almost looked older than him. Then I glanced at her younger sister. If Abby was around 20 then, she looked to be only a year or two younger. She also didn't have any magic. I looked back at Abby. It seems you're the first of your family to become a magus, Abby. Yes, I suppose I was lucky. Which is why you need to take care of yourself. Try to get into intelligence, even if you're also an infantry. It'll be safer that way. I think I'd feel safer if you were there, though. We should all be going to the same place. Do you think it'd be possible to stay in the same platoon? Sorry, Abby. I brought out and lifted my transfer letter, the big red wax seal clear on the front for them to see. Order came down from the general. I'm going straight into the Intelligence Academy. After that, I really don't know where I'll be headed. Chances are it'll be somewhere on the front lines, but that could be anywhere. I see. She let out a depressed mumble, her mother subtly rubbing her on the back. Then she stepped forward, the two of us hugging for a bit, at least until we were interrupted by a familiar voice. Henrietta. We both turned, finding Henry approaching the girl, my brows raised, noticing how flush his face was. Henrietta, whose family was intrigued, all looked at the bold young man. He stood before her, almost shouting, I like you. I think I've fallen in love. So, if you'd be open, I'd like to date you. Henrietta stood there stunned, her face gradually turning bright red.
You idiot.
Why are you doing this here? I couldn't wait any longer. But we're going to the same place. And there were a million ways to do this less obviously. But I had to make sure. Henrietta covered her face, looking between her family, Henry, and Henry's family. Every spectator was barely holding back amused laughs. I myself almost buckled over. This was hilarious. They were practically soulmates. After stewing in her embarrassment for a little, she softly nodded.
Fine.
Really? Shut up. We'll talk about this later. Stupid. Bahaha. I cackled as she pulled her family away, Henry smiling in victory. He had no shame. I silently wished them luck. Then, I saw the instructor approach from the corner of my eye. Cooper, I've got your tickets. There's a departure heading to Fort Octus in 2 hours. Report to the terminal for departure at 1,330 hours. All of your belongings are prepared at the warehouse as well. Yes, sir. I took the slip of paper from him, reading the details before tossing it into my spatial storage. It was time to move on from this brief respite. 64. Chapter 146. Precision. As the instructor walked off, I pulled my aerial from storage while adjusting my sleeve, strapping it on in one smooth motion. The device glowed the instant it touched my skin as it scanned my crest, and I felt a click in my mind. I tapped it a few times to get it into working order, feeling the connection grow stronger with every touch. I really could operate this thing with a mere thought. It was nice. Abby leaned over and looked at it. Wow, is that an aerial? I've never seen one up close before. Are you a noble, John? God, no. Those are really expensive. I wouldn't say they're that expensive. Not compared to some of the other things I've had to buy. Seriously, the capital drives you broke if you're not careful. Once my aerial had fully booted, I saw the message each from Amara, Fiden, and Tana. They were all finishing up their basic training as well. Amara was already getting transferred to her new assignment, near the front lines, though not on it. Fiden and Tana were in similar situations. I messaged them back, taking only a few seconds to send all 3 messages. With the speed of my mind, it was ridiculously easy to send and receive data. Unfortunately, I still had to look at the thing. It was only a step away from becoming a fully fledged neurally linked computer. Magic was insane. Once that was done, I set it down and looked back at Abby. Go ahead and be with your family, Abby. I've got some things to take care of before I leave. Of course. Though, I have one small request if you don't mind. Abby glanced back at her parents with a bit of excitement. Could you use your weapons? I know they're dangerous, but I can't stop thinking about how cool they are. I don't see why not. They are pretty cool after all. Loud though. I smiled and took out a Lewis gun, testing the slide a few times before slotting in a Pan magazine. This is the Lewis gun. It fires full power cartridges at a rate of over 500 rounds per minute. I tossed Abby one of the bullets, her head tilting as her parents looked over. This thing? Indeed. That little metal bit on top is launched out of this tube, going 2,000 feet per second. That sounds kind of impossible. Better believe it. I raised the gun, pointing it over the walls at an angle. These rounds would fly well beyond the base. I looked over. Cover your ears. Yes. Dad, Mom, hands over your ears. Abby, who knew how loud these things were, hurried her family to cover their ears. Once they did, I pulled the trigger. Explosions rattled from the gun, booming across the base. Spent casings fell from the gun in the same rhythm, little puffs of dust accompanying the tingling of brass before they simply vanished into wisps of silica. I saw a little flinch from one of the nearby instructors, who cut his conversation with a parent short and started storming over. Once the pan was spent, I stopped, bringing down the smoking barrel of the gun with a smile. Abby's eyes were wide. My ears hurt. They'll get better. You could kill a lot of monsters with that thing. Hell yeah. I basically just fired 100 arrows. Only took 10 seconds. You have that bullet I gave you? Abby brought up the cartridge, giving it another curious inspection. I watched her for a second before putting out my hand. Let me see that. But I want to keep it. It's interesting. It's dangerous. Let me. But it's the one thing I have to remember you by. Abby clutched the bullet and dodged my hand. I almost frowned, thinking it weird. I didn't know she could be so persistent. Perhaps realizing her mistake, she opened back up her hand, looking down at the bullet. Would it really be so bad for me to keep it? I was silent, slowly approaching her while settling my aura. I put on my best poker face, my hand rising to just under hers. And then, with a bit of my own time dilation, I slipped the bullet out of her palm, sending it right back into my dimension. Her eyes widened, unable to react. And because of that, I sensed a surge of anger when she looked up at me. Uncharacteristic, I thought. It didn't quite faze me, especially when I saw her calm down so quickly. Weird. Sorry, Abby. I don't want you hurting yourself. There's a reason my weapons are so deadly. Yeah. Her face fell as I walked off, waving to her parents. Good to meet you all. Enjoy your time together. Oh, of course, Mr. Cooper. They smiled as best they could, the situation having obviously turned awkward. They were probably disappointed that I treated their daughter like that instead of getting all fuzzy with her. Well, I only gave bullets as promises. And now, seeing what I did, Abby's trust for me disappeared entirely. It was unfortunate. For a bit, I had actually taken a liking to her. The instructor intercepted me on my way to my dorm and gave me a quick earful about firing the gun for a bit too, but I wasn't really paying attention, having not spotted Sane while making my over. I just continued after he finished lecturing. I packed all the standard issue gear into the duffel they provided while throwing everything else into spatial storage. From there, I went to the warehouse, where I grabbed my old clothes back from them. With that, I was ready to leave. I made my way to the terminal well before I had to be there. Since I had time, I ended up texting Amara for a while, working out the new functions of the aerial. Tomorrow, she would be deployed to Nagalev Bastion, a familiar name. It was one of the earlier bases we had gone to on Magisterium excursions, relatively safe, but the rapidly changing front line meant nothing was off-limits. Thinking, I brought up a data packet, something I hadn't checked out since I got it. The map the puppet master gave me while we ran from Anarchy detailed most of the front lines while giving a general overview of the entire kingdom. Turns out, there was one particular landmark that separated the front lines from the rest of the kingdom. It was called the River of Desolation, a massive river that cut through the middle of the continent and acted as a dividing line between the kingdom and its enemies. The front lines were located beyond the north side of the river, holding back the scourge to what could be considered their part of the continent. The kingdom rested relatively safely on the southern half of the continent. Purple Sky, which was now destroyed, was one base located deepest in the Scourge's territory in the north. There were adjacent bases and forts, but even those were slightly behind Purple Sky. It was considered the first line of defense. I could only imagine what was happening among those other bases. If Anarchy was leading the charge, then all those adjacent bases were probably gone by now. On the other hand, the Scourge wasn't marching on kingdom territory yet, so they had to be doing something right. As for where the church fell on the map, I had no idea. Very few church establishments were displayed, one of the exceptions being the Holy See. I knew the church had a military, but that was the extent of my knowledge. Still, it was nice to see all the dividing lines. It gave me a better idea of how much room we had. It was clear, though, that if the Scourge made it over the River of Desolation, that would mark the beginning of the end. An alarm sounded, interrupting my thoughts. The rail glided to a stop in the terminal, slowing to a halt before doors hinged open. Some people walked out while some walked in. Others were leaving while some were simply unloading cargo. Next departure for Fort Octus. A conductor shouted through the terminal, so I walked up to him and handed him my ticket. He checked it before handing it back. I was told about you, Ensign Cooper. Go ahead and board. Yes, sir. We saluted each other before I boarded. I just took one of the many seats on the sparse car, throwing my luggage beside me. It wasn't long after before I felt the rail move beneath me again. Get off my rail. All transfers, report to your commanding officer immediately. All fresh recruits, report to Commander Joro at the armory. Double time. We are under siege. Amara's book snapped closed, a page of a dozen doodles disappearing amidst the massive stack that was her new scientific grimoire. Her gaze pierced the walls around her to find the towering aura of the Scourge army in the distance. They really were under siege. But this wasn't anything like that led by Anarchy. This army was pitiful, hardly worth worrying about, and certainly nothing that she would stress herself over. She stood, glancing at Tana beside her. Tana hoisted their bags as they made their way out. What's the plan? Tana asked as they slipped into the stream of people. Amara shrugged, grimoire disappearing into her personal spatial storage. We do what we're told. We need to report to Commander Jaro. I meant in general. You think we'll even get the chance to prove ourselves? Your mother won't let you do dangerous things. I wouldn't worry so much about that. My mother won't have a choice. Unless she plans on posting me behind the river, we'll encounter more than enough danger. Besides, they won't have a choice either. If they think they can keep us out, then we'll just have to pry our way in. Lead the way. Tana fell into place behind Amara, her presence fading to nothing in the sea of people. Amara smiled a bit as they walked. Whatever happened to Tana during her coma, it seemed to be extraordinarily beneficial to her aura. They were now at the same level, but due to the path Tana seemed to have chosen, Amara couldn't actually pick up on her if Tana didn't want her to. She initially noticed the phenomenon when Tana had killed that Heartstopper. She had appeared on its back, as if manifesting from the ether. Nobody knew how she had gotten there undetected, not even John. The only issue was how she exposed herself when she attacked, something she couldn't really control due to the power disparities. Now though, Amara wasn't sure how extensive those abilities were. No matter what though, she had chosen a path much like John's, but dealing with completely vanishing versus illusions and trickery. Amara's fingers fluttered, micro-vacuums appearing on the tips before sputtering away. She had yet to choose her own path. There was ample opportunity to think, given she hadn't really been forced one particular way. Even Phaidon had a developing path. He was always one for speed, and according to Tana, there was no way he couldn't now project blades of vigor like the genius Pontek. They were also close to breaching Authority 6. But her? She had all this scientific knowledge exposing the secrets of the universe, the talent of her mother guaranteeing her rise to at least Authority 11, as well as the incredible tempering of her aura by Anarchy. The possibilities, the paths she could travel, were limitless. She'd be grateful for all the options if that didn't also make it much more difficult to find her way. And frankly, she didn't feel like she had a lot of time to figure it out. Not only was there the pressure of her friends, but her aura was making her anxious in a way a scourge siege never could. Was this what John always felt like? She felt like she was getting a glimpse at the incessant paranoia that John once felt, the overwhelming demand for progress, the fear of falling behind and losing everything. It seemed she wasn't alone in feeling like John. Even Tana had told her something about it recently, which meant that Fiden and likely Vetsmon were all feeling it too. If it kept up, she couldn't imagine what they would all look like a year or so from now. She had to make sure that when the time came, she would be an irreplaceable part of their team, and finding her path would be the first step toward making that happen. Amara and Tana weren't the only ones to report to Commander Jaro. There were many from other forts who had just undergone basic training. All of them, however, were at least Authority 4. Only the ones with some power were sent here. Once they arrived, they found Joro shouting out orders from the armory. They approached and saluted. Ensign Teleria and Ensign Choron reporting for duty, sir. Teleria? Drop your bags off in. He flipped through his clipboard. Residential Block 3. You'll head up the wall and join Section 3. Your partner can join the repulsion forces below. Understood, sir. Before you go, though. The commander sifted through his pocket, pulling out a pair of pins and insignia. Congratulations, Corporal Teleria and Corporal Choron. Your performance thus far has been exemplary. Just remember that paperwork usually takes a few days to process. Thank you, sir. We won't let you down. Amara and Tana saluted once more, taking the pins and insignia. It hadn't even been 10 minutes, and they had already been promoted twice. Their ranks still didn't match their authority, but rising in ranks took both power and responsibility. It would take time before Amara was allowed to do things like lead her own squads or platoon. From what she knew, formal promotions didn't even start until one was slated to become a first sergeant, the Authority 6 equivalent. Until then, they were more like a whim, handed out in order to quickly catch a powerful soldier like her up to her equivalent rank. Once she got to Master Sergeant, the promotions would slow and follow her power. When the conversation finished, she and Tana left to go find Resident Block 3. Only after traversing half the base did they finally find the blocks. Resident Block 3 was one of the nicer blocks, certainly better than what their corporal status should afford. But Amara didn't care. She'd take whatever the Teleria name gave and run with it. Anything to eliminate potential roadblocks and speed up her progress. Plus, there was no reason she saw to deal with being uncomfortable or put on airs. After entering the block, they went through the rooms. Each one had a pair of name tags on the door. So when they found one without tags, they entered and set themselves up. When are we going out? Tana threw her bag onto a table, Omara responding. Today? I'm not. The siege is already past its climax. I've got more important things to work on instead of standing out there for the next 5 hours. Omara brought out one of her books while looking through her aura. She could feel the intensity of the siege, and it was only going down. Tension was dropping, so she didn't have to worry about it. As for the order from the commander, well, she wouldn't get in trouble for spending some time settling in. And by the time anyone thought about it, she wouldn't be needed. Tana shrugged. Okay then. I'll go though. My training is out there. Unless you need me. No, thank you. I've just got more studying to do. Tana watched Amara start to flip through the book. It had no title on the cover and was generally unmarked except for diagrams and pages of text within. She got curious, walking over to read some of it. Amara didn't mind, pretending like she was reading as normal while settling on a topic. Tana read aloud. The 3 modes of energy transfer, expressed as conduction, convection, and radiation, can be generally narrowed down to the 2 principles that only physical mediums in contact and radiation can transfer energy. Fire and flame, or combustion, occurs among gas, which is a fluid and thus falls under the category of convection. It only differentiates from conduction due to the difference in behavior between solids and liquids and gases. But the fact remains that if you want to transfer energy from one thing to another, you either need to make them touch or radiate to bridge the distance. This principle brings into question the nature of the fire element. Fire is only a natural chemical process, a chain reaction that releases the energy contained between certain chemical bonds. There are plenty of reactions that release energy just like fire does, some that do so with millions of times the intensity. See section on nuclear reactions. So I ask myself, having seen the variety and extensive applications of singular elements, what else does the fire element hold jurisdiction over? What physical phenomenon would fall under that element? My immediate answer is the transfer of energy. If that answer is true, then the fire element holds, by far, the most extensive array of physical interactions of any element, and by extension, the most powerful and destructive, the levels of which very few have likely ever understood. But this conclusion compels me to narrow my view, almost unwilling to believe that one element withholds such a broad concept. It would render all other elements almost obsolete. And so, the further sections are dedicated toward hypothesizing various phenomena, why they may fall under the element conceptually, and what about their specific functions would justify their place under said element. Tana scanned all the words, sometimes multiple times, yet still not understanding most of it. Some were just outright foreign while others implied much more complex definitions that she didn't know of. But a few lines stuck out and pointed her in an interesting direction. He's trying to define the fire element? Is that even possible? Tana was a bit dumbfounded. The very nature of magic essentially stipulated that anything was possible, and that there were many unique paths that could all take a warlock everywhere, nowhere, and sometimes to the same places. It was so hard to definitively define any singular path toward learning magic that, to this day, they still couldn't definitively guide a warlock toward understanding an element. All warlocks were essentially left to try and comprehend everything on their own. Only the vaguest concepts were able to guide them in a general direction, but beyond that, they had nothing to help them except the spells they often used as milestones of comprehension. But spells, due to their nature, were reductions in the comprehension of an element and couldn't be used as direct teachers. So to read that there was a potentially definitive way to define an element by what it held jurisdiction over was ridiculous at best, not to mention it came from a summoner with no knowledge of elemental comprehension. Amara puffed out her chest a bit. And he's succeeding, even if he doesn't realize it himself. I won't truly be able to test his hypotheses in depth until I perfect my fire comprehension, but even now I can associate certain comprehensions with what he's talking about and develop spells. If the spells can be developed at all, then he's correct. If they can't, then either I'm not strong enough yet, or we've narrowed down the jurisdictions of the elements more. The only issue is how complex and small some of this stuff is getting. We're dealing with scales so tiny and yet so comprehensive that I'm having trouble developing spells without some serious buffering on my focisi's part. Amara brought out her staff, looking at the crystal on its end. The foci helped warlocks buffer their spells so that the smallest mistakes didn't lead to a catastrophic collapse. The more advanced ones even allowed them to multiply output by mimicking the spells as they were being made, turning one spell into 5 or 6. But even with a relatively advanced staff, Amara was pushing its limits. She had already hit its buffer ceiling several times, and it often led to collapses of the spell formations, which meant she either needed a better foci, or she needed to change the way she approached spell formation. Tana rubbed her chin. Can't you just use aura to compensate for the buffering? Not really. Aura still relies on the mind to process information, and my mind isn't like John's. Plus, the buffering doesn't address the crux of the issue, which is the sheer complexity. Even disregarding the buffer issues, collecting all that information is asinine. Most of it is redundant, but I don't know that until I collect it. It's a nasty cycle keeping me from making spells. So you just need to use aura to collect the information, right? If you can see it with your aura first, then you don't have to worry about figuring out which is redundant or not and filter it before it even gets to you. Amara looked up from her book, tilting her head. That was right, in a sense. What passed as sight for aura was an odd combination of sensing sources of energy and piecing together magical interferences. At least, that's how Amara understood it. But she remembered John's stunt clearly while he was getting his crown. An image of him projected in her aura through his, similar to telepathy, but much more thorough. Perhaps that was the first step toward transferring visual information via aura. Either way, she knew that she could see with aura. As John said, it was like a magic limb. It could do anything, become anything. And suddenly, thanks to Tana, she was getting ideas. She brought out another book, flipping the pages until she landed on a specific section: precision and what it means to be precise. She scanned the title, clenching her fist. Normally, she wouldn't know what to look for. Finding a direction was always the hardest part of advancing. But if she was having issues with complexity, and she knew exactly what to look for to gather the information she needed and rectify her troubles with spell formations, she just had to do it. She looked beside her at the bed, and suddenly, all the materials around her, from the solids of the sheets to the gases in the air, started sharpening and turning into different colors and textures, taking on their own distinct properties. Her eyes dilated, the hairs on her arms rising and goosebumps blooming all over. Precision, dividing the world into all its constituent parts and properties, and revealing so much information that before long, her nose started to bleed. A few seconds after that, her vision started to redden. And yet, the elements all around her only became sharper. Umara? Huh. Amara shook her head, looking at Tana as all the detail faded. Tana stepped closer, touching near Amara's eye and finding blood. Then, with a widening grin, Amara grabbed Tana's arms, ecstasy on her face. I ought to kiss you, girl. Huh? Are you okay? Did anarchy get to you again? Haha. I just found the answer thanks to you. Come here.
Achei.
Tana backed away, Amara moving forward with puckered lips. After laughing some more, Tana left, though only after some reassurances that Amara was okay. And she was more than okay. She was ecstatic. The path she was looking for. What better way to use scientific knowledge than through complexity and precision? She needed to perceive more than just what her senses could if she wanted to manipulate the elements and use them as John described. She could only wield physical phenomena, chemical reactions, and reconfigurations if she could see the parts of those processes in the first place. The only issue was that it was straining, hence why she was bleeding. But anything could be solved with enough training. And now, she finally knew what to train toward. She brought back up her book, buckling down and entirely disregarding her military duties for the time being. 58. Chapter 147. Sanity. Next. Fort Octus was even more massive than Fort Lauder, perhaps because it was a logistics hub. It was both a school for intelligence and a hub of bureaucracy. Learn in the classroom, walk outside to practice. What better situation was possible? It was also behind the river of desolation, which didn't matter to me. I didn't come here to fight. In fact, I was only interested in earning an intelligence rank because of the perks and insider information access. If I could keep my intelligence rank on par with my infantry rank, I'd be able to command my own soldiers when I rose to the appropriate level. It was responsibility, but it was also influence and power. I'd need friends and people who could protect me if I was going to be here long term. It was with those thoughts that I was thrown into the deep end of the Intelligence Academy. By the time I arrived, settled in, and finally got to the first class, I was 11 days behind. The total duration was only 40 days, so it was an entire quarter of the class that I had missed, not to mention that most of it was introductory and contextual procedures. On top of that, it was the Summoner Academy. They separated summoners and ordinary people because they obviously learned at different paces. Because there weren't as many summoners who came through, class sizes were smaller. I wouldn't be in a class with 100 summoners like I was with the warlocks. As for why the class had only started 11 days ago, and not when basic training did, that was because they often waited to accumulate a large enough group of summoners before sending them off. It wasn't cost-effective to send batches of 5 or 10 when you could just wait and send all 40 at the same time. When I got there, I was told to report early in the morning so my instructor could brief me. Turns out, I didn't miss as much as I thought. Ensign Cooper? Yes, sir. Good to have you here. Find a seat. I gave a quick salute before turning and finding a desk in the front row. It was a classroom setting, quite the opposite of basic. Once seated, the instructor went to a chalkboard and started scribbling down words. A majority of the first week here was merely teaching the new recruits military basics. I've taught them the chain of command, how to conduct themselves, and much of what you learned during the first half of your time with the warlocks at basic training. The next 2 weeks, the first of which we're halfway through now, will be about the job description of the intelligence officer. What we do here is simple. Depending on your rank, you will often be responsible for collecting, filing, and transferring mission reports, keeping inventory at places like armories or warehouses, maintaining complex gear, weapons, and systems like nodes, debriefing superior officers, acting as a communications liaison, and, eventually, managing command of troops and resources. We'll teach you everything you need to know about these except the last one. Know, though, that you usually won't be responsible for any but one or two. And what jobs you're given depend entirely on the needs of the base that you may be stationed at. Now, here's your books, what we call the Silver Six. We've gone over the entirety of the first and half of the second. I'll be working with you personally, but we need to catch you up quickly. I hope you're a fast learner. Yes, sir. I nodded after looking down at the stack of 6 books. I was beginning to understand that the teaching style for summoners was inherently different. I should be able to keep up just fine, though. My information retention was honestly rather unbelievable. I was finding myself memorizing even the minutest details of things I came across on a whim, not to mention an incredibly sharp recall of previously blurry memories. And creating new memories, as opposed to remembering them, was far easier. Needless to say, I was going to do just fine. I had both a mind that was dozens of times more powerful than an ordinary mind, as well as a secondary spark that acted as a miniature mind itself, multiplying that overall power. I wasn't a genius before, but I couldn't say that now. Put me on Earth, and I'd likely outperform all intellectuals, past and present. The only department I could possibly lack in was creativity, and perhaps only a savant could hope to match me in sheer processing ability. Memorizing a book? That'd be too easy. I picked up the first book in the stack, scanning the first page for about a minute before closing my eyes. I could almost perfectly remember every word. Another 1 or 2 more looks, and I'd be able to recall it word for word, and that was if I memorized it passively. That was just 1 page. Given less than a day of casual reading, I could probably memorize most of the book word for word. Have you created your first spark, Cooper? Yes, sir. Then this will be easy. We have an hour before class. Follow along, and we'll get through this quickly. With that, the instructor started going through the first book. We jumped through multiple pages a minute, and I got a summary of all the knowledge I needed to know. Every book had fluff in it that was unnecessary to truly retain, and the instructor flew past all that. The instructor only said things once, and, after seeing how well I retained everything, never even bothered with clarification. Every word that flew out of his mouth was promptly soaked up and stored in my mind. Through the process, I assigned my spark to do what he didn't, which was stimulating my brain with repetitions of information, making everything that came in stick the first time. It was like rereading something over and over again, but happening in the span of seconds instead of minutes or hours. This was active memorization instead of passive, something that wasn't so difficult to do given my control over my own mind. I quickly found out how much stimulation was necessary to make sure the information was memorized. Some things stuck more than others. Other things needed a few repetitions to make sure my brain got a handle on it. However, I found this wasn't without cost. My head was noticeably warmer from the activity, and sweat started dripping. Compared to my more passive use of this ability before, this used a noticeable amount of psyche, to the point where it felt like it was radiating from me as I used it. Before long, an hour passed. By that time, we were halfway through the book, pausing for a second as all the other summoner trainees walked in. The instructor shouted, "All of you sit down, seal your mouths, and take a good look. Talk about the pinnacle of summoners. John, are you all right to continue?" "Yes, sir." I nodded. I still had plenty of psyche and more than enough energy. With that, the instructor continued flying through page after page. There had to be at least 500 within the first book, which was definitely the largest. It went over every facet of the military's logistical system, from top to bottom, detailing how every log, record, and report was filed, accessed, or disposed of. It detailed all the features and how those records were organized, why they were like that, and the methodology to fill out and file said records. There were also plenty of legalities to learn, and I was burning it all into my brain on the fly. In the process, I affirmed that this was where summoners really shone. I was a damn genius. The classroom was silent as the instructor talked without end. He bounced from topic to topic, chapter to chapter, without even stopping to breathe. He was also a summoner, after all, and had been over all of this countless times. He could easily recite everything, and I took it in just as easily. And then, after another hour, he snapped the book shut. I sat there for a few seconds before looking up from my own book, my forehead glistening. The instructor smiled. Chapter 2, second paragraph. A report has 4 basic sections, consisting of the header, context, personnel information, and repository designations. The header will be detailed with the names of those involved, as well as the commanding officer, jurisdiction, location, time dash. Chapter 5, paragraph 6. A communication relay can go through 2 dash. Chapter 11, conclusion. Repositories within a forward operating base will differ from those within an established stronghold, namely by their lack of thoroughness. Yet they must still be compiled and kept, preferably in the hands of the highest commanding officer or their assistant.
No shit.
You all see that. The instructor looked up to the rest of the class, sneering. Ensign Cooper just memorized the entire first book in 2 hours. And for that, guess what he's getting? I sat there and watched as the instructor dropped a pin and insignia on my desk, that of a corporal. I had just been promoted twice. I took them slowly, looking up at the instructor and catching a wink. Now he's Corporal Cooper. Just keep in mind that he's already ranked beyond all of you, so treat him accordingly. Do you understand, trainees? Yes, sir. A resounding response shook the room. I saw the instructor wave, so I stood. Go ahead and head down to the cafeteria and get some food inside you. Then take the rest of the day off. We'll continue tomorrow. Also, head down to requisitions and grab your summoner fatigues. Can't have you walking around looking like a warlock. Yes, sir. Dismissed. With that, I was let go. I left the classroom and headed to the cafeteria. I was in fact getting really hungry. All the energy I used up just thinking had taken its toll. The brain consumed a ton of calories, after all, especially when stressed to such a degree. I was also dehydrated, so I went to the cafeteria and got myself some breakfast. Thankfully, they still had some out. After eating, I went to requisitions as I was told. I checked in with the clerk, who was already expecting me. I guess a general's orders weren't taken lightly. Everyone involved was brought to attention. Warlock fatigues were slim attire. The pants were a dark red while the shirt was black. That's what I had been walking around in since it was the only pair of fatigues I had. But now, I got what the summoners wore. Similar to the Glimmers, summoner fatigues were made of black pants and a white button-down shirt. There was also a long winter coat for relevant weather. Considering summoners were effectively office workers here, it was no surprise to me that their attire reflected that. At least it didn't stand out like Glimmers did, merely being plain colors. I went back to my room with 4 pairs of them and put one on. It was surprisingly comfortable, easily worn all day. I unbuttoned some of the buttons along the long sleeves and rolled them up. After buttoning my pins and insignia onto my shirt, as well as placing a small patch with my name on it, I finally settled down. First day here, and I had memorized an entire book in 2 hours. It was a hell of an introduction, and hopefully not a repeat experience. I had a bit of a headache from the whole thing, but at least now I could rest. Though, since I still had some energy, I decided I could break open my advancement formation and take some peeks. It was a long road ahead, but I still needed to walk it. Since I was here to learn, I may as well do as much as I could. I'd have enough fighting later on. Relaxed settings like this wouldn't be available every day. Fucking move. Dress and get in the damned line. Vetsman's eyes snapped open when the voice rang in his ears. 2 months, and it never got any less grating. His head throbbed a bit as he jumped out of bed, sprinting to his locker where he yanked out his prepared dress. It was a full set of heavy armor, and by heavy, he meant heavy. It was at least double his body weight, amounting to nearly 500 pounds by itself, and it was his daily wear. Just about every waking hour was spent in the metal coffin, and simply existing inside it required him to spend vigor. Without the minimum strength granted by his power, he would collapse after just some steps, let alone hours of activity. And it never got easier to wear, mainly because they kept increasing the weight whenever he got used to it. In this place, being comfortable was a sin. 5 seconds. Huh. He let out a sharp breath, strapping on the last plate before running with all his strength. And he stepped behind the line, at attention, right as the instructor clicked his stopwatch. Vetsman wasn't the only one. There were 39 others. They were all lined up square on the line, all in heavy armor, dead silent in front of their instructors. There were only 3 instructors, but each of them radiated the gut-wrenching might of Authority 10. They were also relatively old, veterans who now found value in teaching the younger generations instead of fighting on the front lines. The one in the middle sneered. Well, would you look at that? All of you made it and right on time. Usually we'd have 1 or 2 stragglers, but not today. Congratulations. You've all earned 5 flights. Starting fucking now. Last one to the deck gets double. Move. Everyone sprinted off the moment the instructor yelled, bolting out of the barracks and off toward one of the decks in the distance. The deck was an elevated metal platform that led to a series of massive stairs. Each step was 4 feet tall, like a staircase for a giant instead of humans. There were 99 steps in total, and one flight was one ascension up all the steps. They would have to ascend nearly 500 steps in order to complete their workout. So long as they weren't last, of course. The instructor always carried out his threats. Vetsmon put in his full effort to reach the deck, as did everyone else. They bound across the grounds before climbing up. Different people had armor weighing different amounts, and thus had different speeds. Vetsmon was never one of the fast ones, at least not with his armor on. He had the heaviest by far, but although it was torture at first, the benefits were becoming clearer with time, or so he begrudgingly admitted. And thankfully, he barely managed to make it a step before the last guy. The poor bastard jumped on top of the deck just after him, his foot landing a moment later than everyone else's. Jackson gets double. Congrats, slow ass. You lost to the tank again. Jackson took heavy breaths. He had been losing a lot recently. Vetsmon had stopped allowing himself to be last, despite all the disadvantages. But it was getting frustrating. The pain was mind-numbing, day and night. Something like this would screw him for the rest of the day, cascading into the next like it had been for weeks now. He couldn't take it anymore. Jackson's breathing hitched, his rage bubbling forth until it could no longer be suppressed by his metal casing. Vetsmon shivered a bit when he saw how joyful the instructors got. Poor Jackson. They were practically begging him to break down. Foo dash. Huh. The instructor dove forward right as Jackson yelled, sending out a kick and sending him flying several feet, his body thrashing against his own armor. Vetsmon could only continue as he heard the yelling. What is it, little punk? You got something to share with me? Come on, let me hear it. You know how much I love it. Huh. Huh. Jackson's heavy breathing stirred up winds as he picked himself up off the floor. The pain, the wrathful anger, the desperation and fatigue, all of it came crashing down on top of him. It had been relentless for 2 months and never got easier. None of it did. Once he stood, despite emotions that almost blinded him, he snapped off a salute and yelled, "No, sir." Then what the fuck are you standing around here for? You getting lazy on me? Do an extra 3 since you like taking your sweet time? Yes, sir. The hand came down, and Jackson jumped up the platform and began the flight. Vetsmon, already halfway up, could only grit his teeth. He had been doing that. He knew how difficult it was. Not even Jackson had dealt with the oppression he had. If anyone was most hated, it was him. And yet, he wasn't allowed to compare himself. He wasn't allowed to be a victim in this hellish place. He had no friends here. Nay, he had no friends in the church. Dare he say there were none anywhere. His parents had sent him off to this place, a special camp with no name, for re-education, but not before stripping him of his family name. No questions asked. He wasn't even allowed to process anarchy in peace. The moment he woke up, he was shipped off. There was a period of about 8 hours between the time he woke up after collapsing in the middle of Saints Walk and the time he arrived here. After that, it was nothing but hell. His conclusion on anarchy? He didn't know. He had been riding a dangerous line for a long time after arriving, filled with rage and indignation every hour of every waking moment. And yet, he wouldn't stoop to the level they wanted him to. They seemed to know exactly what he was going through. They knew how pivotal the moment was. And yet, they seemed to be doing everything in their power to make sure he became a monster. It was like they wanted him to be driven mad, so they could just put him down like a dog. He knew why this had all started. He wasn't stupid, but he didn't believe anything warranted such treatment. He didn't care what he did. Yet something inside him didn't allow him to believe it. He wasn't allowed to give in, yet couldn't seem to rectify the troubles within himself. It was perpetual, a constant agony that never ceased, not even when he slept. Each step up the flight took almost his full effort. He could barely put in enough strength to ascend the step in a single bound. But he did it, because if he didn't, or was too slow to proceed up the next, then he would only get more. His legs spasmed, still not completely recovered from the day before. It was like nights were never strong in the first place with how he had been feeling recently. Or perhaps it was precisely their strength that made all of it so damn difficult. A body that didn't let you break, that endured the tribulations of the flesh that would otherwise bring death. A body that would persist even beyond the mind. Vetsman turned his head, his eyes catching a stele with only 2 lines of text on it. For we build our sanity upon our faith in Christ, that his light may forever blind the insanities of the beast. Pray, O children, may your battles become prayer, so that you may not become monsters, so that the light of your heart purifies the abyss of the unholy flesh, for it is no longer man. Vetsman read them and shook his head. Those 2 verses were the foundation of the philosophy of this place. That was driving you to the point of insanity, so that you learned to endure it. Supposedly, there was no stronger man than the one who was broken. He didn't know if that was true. He didn't care. He was just trying to keep up, every minute a fight to keep himself in check. With each flight, his joints and limbs creaked under the stress. His body could barely take the strain, but he pushed on anyway. And once he finished all 5 flights, he ran back to the line, standing in front of it and waiting while taking long, deep breaths. Jackson continued in the distance as the instructor walked up to them. The instructor took one look between each person before scoffing. Hurry up and go eat. You've got 20 minutes. Go. Sir. They all saluted before sprinting off, heading to the chow hall. It was there that they grabbed massive portions of food and shoved it down their throats. Vetsman almost felt emotional. He always did while eating. The chow hall was the one place they didn't have ridiculous restrictions. It had one rule: eat as much as you could. There was enough food to fill a city here, all of it imbued with vigor. It was the only reason they could survive the hell that was this camp. Because of that, they filled buckets instead of tiny plates. Entire pounds of meat and fruit were stuffed inside before getting devoured at a table. If someone placed a butchered animal in front of them, it would get cleaned down to the bone in minutes. Everyone who had come here didn't eat in such a barbaric way at first, but given enough time, all of them lost their manners. There was little time, and their bodies were desperate for fuel. Missing a meal was deadly. Jackson would be having a hard time today, which was exactly why he had almost broken down. A minute before 20, everyone rose from their tables, buckets empty, and disposed of them before sprinting back to the line. There, the instructor was ready to give another command. Jackson stumbled to the line. A large rack of swords, spears, bows and arrows, knives, axes, halberds, maces, flails, shields, and more appeared. He barked, "Grab your shit and head to the arena. It's live fire today." "Yes, sir." Everyone went to the rack, grabbing their choice of weapons. Vetsman looked around before grabbing a longsword and shield. The longsword made his shoulder hang. It was heavier than any weapon he had ever wielded, completely unusable unless he applied his full strength. The shield was the same, almost as heavy as his entire set of armor. With those 2 things, Vetsman was forced to actively spend vigor just to stay standing. And when they got to the arena, they all heard the growls, howls, and cries of live scourge beasts. Live fire training. That meant there were very real monsters prepared to kill them. Even bringing royals here wasn't out of the question. It had happened once before, the instructors turning it into a team project that they almost failed. That day, a few people lost a few limbs. The instructor yelled, "All of you, jump in." They were silent, anxiety radiating through their auras. Yet they jumped in anyway, all the trainees including Vetsman gathering in the center of the arena. Then, all the surrounding gates started to roll open, revealing the monsters hidden within. Vetsman's arm flexed, standing at one end of their formation. They were surrounded, and it was his job to hold his end. The others would hold theirs, hopefully. Spears occasionally tapped his sides, sticking out in front of him as the knights behind him held their positions. That's when the monsters were released. A few hundred of them came surging forward, of all shapes and sizes. Some could fly, others slithered. Some of them launched poisonous or fiery projectiles. They were bombarded from all sides and angles, yet they didn't move an inch. Vetsman held up his shield, protecting his head from a compressed fireball. The flames exploded over everyone's heads as he glanced forward. A behemoth, Authority 7 and towering 15 feet high. It rushed at Vetsmon on massive hands and skinny hind legs, its head grossly disproportional to the rest of its body. Angry red marks of recently released chains crisscrossed its body. With every stride, it left craters on the ground. Once it arrived, both hands raised, it slammed its full weight straight down. Vetsmon held fast, his shield meeting both fists. His legs almost buckled, a crater forming under him. But he stood, and with gritted teeth, drove his long sword into its chest. Several spears followed up from behind, all of them severing or impaling the beast and sending it recoiling back with bloody wounds. Vetsmon let out a breath, feeling his arm swell with an injury, but he ignored it. Several more beasts were trying to break the line. They were a small group, outnumbered and overpowered, but they had dealt with situations like this before. Vetsmon held his side, occasionally shifting a bit to intercept anything that might threaten the integrity of the formation. Otherwise, he was rooted to the ground, refusing to buckle even when the soles of his feet split open. Gradually, the beasts started to die. One by one, they were whittled down and killed, either dying to a phalanx of spears or a few well-placed arrows. When they had been culled to a suitable number, the formation split, a shout echoing in their ears. Their captain, the leader of their squadron, gave his command, "Expel." With that word, Vetsmon launched himself forward, throwing his shield against several beasts and knocking them away. His team behind him shot through the opening, those with swords, knives, and maces spreading out to do battle with anything they could lay eyes on. Arrows fell by the dozen as the archers used the spearmen as cover, rapid arm movements launching arrows like beams of light. Spearmen moved outward in measured paces, killing anything that dared rush them and the archers. And at the forefront, Vetsmon continually swept out with his sword. With every swing, glimmering blades of vigor flew across the air, bisecting entire rows of beasts within a dozen feet. Then, when all the remaining beasts were killed off, they all went around and confirmed their kills, hacking up vital organs and limbs. When every beast was confirmed dead, everything went silent. They all looked up at their instructor, breaths heavy and bodies aching. He nodded. "Acceptable. Take 30 minutes for reflection, and then head to the line for further orders." "Yes, sir." They all saluted before everyone kneeled in their places. The odor of blood and the disgusting monsters around them served as its own kind of tempering as they closed their eyes. Vetsmon did just as everyone else. However, he couldn't manage to reflect on the most recent battle. In his mind flashed memories of anarchy and their retreat. The sight of that monstrous icon was one thing, but perhaps a greater shame was his inability to protect his team. He still remembered the words of his guard. "This is war, boy. This is what you need to prepare for." His words were true. The true face of the war with the scourge. Vetsmon had gotten a rare taste of it and survived. The real battles were with those things, not the mindless armies under them. He was a fool. How could he have ever been lazy? He may as well have killed himself and his friends. His pitiful efforts beforehand had been nothing but a lousy joke. The fact that he was alive was a miracle he didn't deserve. But he had survived, and only because there were some people smarter than he was who had led them out of that hell, and people stronger than him who could defeat those that tried to kill them. He was a knight, and yet had been at the mercy of his enemies. He was supposed to be a shield, and yet had buckled under a few hits. He was supposed to protect, and yet had almost lost his love and his team. To the line. The captain's words roused Vetsmon from his reflection. His eyes snapped open. He stood and marched. His body screamed at him. His spine felt twisted, his arms broken. His boots leaked blood from his soles. He had almost lost everything, and yet the pain he was feeling now was hardly bearable. He grit his teeth. He hated having to decide. He didn't want to. He knew he couldn't just have things come to him. Strength and success wouldn't just lay down at his feet. But did it have to be so agonizing? Why did he have to trade his sanity for the strength to defeat his enemies? Why did he have to walk through this hell to protect his loved ones? He whispered, "Oh Lord, help me, even just a little bit." 36. Chapter 148. Hell. The subsequent days were even easier than I expected. Of the Silver 6 books for the Intelligence Academy, the first was the thickest. I had memorized that one in one go, so learning the others was childishly simple, especially since I had comparative ages to do so. Even better was the corporal promotion. I was treated like royalty compared to the other trainees. I got occasional free time, had my own room, and generally wasn't treated like shit. It was nice. However, after a few days passed, Colonel Kotz decided to go off script. I was given 3 more books to memorize with no explanation. He was certainly quite clear on what he expected of me, so I followed orders and read the books. Learning the Silver 6 was easy, so learning 3 more wasn't hard. With that goal, my 30 or so days at the academy passed uneventfully. Since I was so detached from the rest of the class, I didn't make any friends, unlike at basic training. Graduation came fast after I memorized the books and passed the tests with flying colors. On the 10th of September, I, like everyone else, was dressed in glimmers, shining with water from a light misty rain. The standardized uniform and drab gray skies finally made it so I didn't stick out like a sore thumb. And one by one, we were all made ensigns. I sported 1 pin on my left collar for intelligence and 1 on my right collar for infantry. My left shoulder had been empty and my right shoulder had the 2 stripe insignia of a corporal. Once finished, we all saluted and were congratulated. At the ceremony's conclusion, I was promptly called up. "Corporal, sir." I turned as all the other ensigns went to speak with their families. Colonel Kotz came up to me, handing me a sealed letter. "From the general. You have your assignment, and I've already got a rail for you to catch." "Thank you, sir. Here's your ticket. Rail departs at 1400. Get your affairs in order and I'll meet you there at 1340. "Understood, sir." We saluted each other before he walked off. I now had my glimmers along with warlock fatigues and summoner fatigues. One of them was meant to be worn under armor, and the other was like an office suit. My bag bulged at the seams. I'd have to upgrade at some point. For the time being, I just threw extra things into the spatial band on my arm. Unlike at basic training, I wasn't stripped down when I got to this academy. I still carried everything on me. While packing, though, I found my attention drawn again to those 3 extra books the colonel gave me to memorize. They were collectively called the Golden Trio, and they were what I assumed to be more advanced material on the inner workings of the military communication network, specifically material developed after SON's widespread deployment of nodes. Communication was vital in a war, and SON made it easy. So the military developed protocols for aerial communication, simultaneously contracting SON for standard issue aerials that could be used for battlefield communications. It was surprisingly similar to radio on Earth. There was an etiquette to follow, certain lingo to know, technical details about nodes and how its networking worked. But all that stuff comprised just one of 3 books. The others talked about what we'd need to know as a captain or major, specifically how to operate as a tactical field advisor. It went into strategy, the thought process of higher ranks such as I7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s, and how to properly lead troops in accomplishing set goals. In other words, the Golden Trio books were the things higher-ranked intelligence soldiers would need to know to get promoted. I wasn't stupid. The colonel gave me a glimpse of them early. I smiled and packed them away before taking a moment to relax. I had time, so I opened my letter and read. Assignment details. I was to report to Stronghold Charlie and find Commander Pollux, who I'd be under the command of. There weren't any other details that told me what I'd be doing. I shrugged and threw the letter into my spatial band. Then, I brought up my aerial, tapping it a few times and seeing messages from Amara and Son. I checked Amara's first, smiling at the loving words I saw. Apparently, she had already gone on several missions. She was part of a strike force that went out and hunted packs of scourge beasts that liked to linger beyond the base. It wasn't unlike what we had occasionally done at the Magisterium. Since she was with Tana, I was much less worried than I would have been. They would protect each other with their lives. Besides, I trusted her to handle herself. Warlocks turned knowledge and comprehension into power, and I had given her an arsenal. My expectations of her were high. After sending an update, I turned to Son's message. Apparently, he had gotten in contact with some people and already knew where I was going. He said the workstation was on its way, along with a contract that would make me an employee under Son Industries. I sent an acknowledgement before pondering what I would do from here on out. I wanted to work with Son because loads of technology would help humanity, but my own knowledge of engineering was limited, and Son already had plenty of magical items that mimicked what I knew. such as aerials, cars, and rails, among other things. I'd have to find suitable pieces of tech that could be made with the limitations of this world's current era. I had a few ideas in mind, though they'd have to wait until I got settled at Stronghold Charlie. Thinking of that, I tapped my aerial and pulled up my map, finding Stronghold Charlie on it. It was one of the forward bases beyond the River of Desolation, not the deepest into the front lines, but also not in the back. It was somewhere in the middle in terms of depth, located to the extreme west and effectively inside a mountain range. I could imagine just how troublesome the Scourge beasts would be with so many places to hide. The number of hunter-killer missions would be completely unlike anything I'd done before. Still, it seemed like a decent place. After some time, I headed to the rail terminal where I found Colonel Kotz waiting. I approached and exchanged salutes. "Cooper, here's a parting gift." He handed me another insignia, the 2 silver bars of an I-3 officer. "I can't promote you straight to captain since you have to take a test for that. But since you've memorized the Golden Trio, that'll be easy for you. Put in for it when you get to Stronghold Charlie." "Understood. You'll also want some winter gear. It's blisteringly cold over there. Coats are usually lined with something to protect you, but pants are often overlooked. For now, take this." He pushed a folded pair of pants forward, a thick set with a built-in white crystal to power whatever enchantments were weaved in. I took it with raised brows. "Thank you, sir. Of course. You know, I was surprised when I heard you'd be coming to my fort for the academy. I had some expectations since I've heard about some of your achievements, but you surpassed them. You're a hell of a summoner. I'll be looking forward to your future. I'll do my best." I just smiled and nodded. This was an unexpected compliment. After that, we said our goodbyes. I stashed the pants and waited until the rail showed up. It was mostly devoid of people. Cargo would have to keep me company. I just took my seat and waited until it shot off into the tunnels. I was a bit excited. It was finally time to start the next stage of my life. Hopefully, I wouldn't get torn in half by some monster in the process. I'll be blunt, kid. I don't have the energy nor desire to fight to place a talented knight in some rear position. The general rumbled with a low voice. "I've spoken with your father, and I managed to get a hold of you, so you at least won't be thrown into the meat grinder that is the fight to retake Purple Sky. But that took a lot out of me. Nearly all of the 4th years are dead, so there was a lot of competition for the few that were left. If I recall, only 12 of the 23 were actually able to enlist, and only 9 were elites. The other 10 either lost limbs or were driven to some degree of insanity, while another left for the church. Your talent is in high demand. That much is for damned sure." The general let out a puff of smoke from a thick cigar. This one was the exact opposite of medicinal. Fiden's nose twitched at the smell as his eyes fell on the 3 pairs of dragon wings patched to the man's shoulder, as well as the name tag with S. Thorn inscribed on it. Not only was he a general, but he was also a brigadier. An authority 10 knight with brains, and a menacing one at that. His words made Fiden frown, though. "Sir, if I may speak." "Yes?" "I also don't have the desire to be placed into a rear position. Quite the opposite, in fact. Well, your father is asking for your safety. He's a good friend of mine, but it seems he's being overprotective after the massacre. My thoughts apparently don't align with his. Is that right?" He smirked a bit, Fiden nodding. "So, how ambitious are you?" "Special operations. I want to meet my friends there." "Ho ho, quite ambitious indeed. Why, though? What spurred this eagerness to throw yourself into the depths of hell?" "If anarchy made me realize anything, it is that the weak mean nothing in this war, both on the human and Scourge side. This is a battle between kings and sovereigns. My friends will eventually rise to that level, I have no doubt. So I need to keep up, otherwise I won't be able to fight with them, let alone protect them. To that end, we've all agreed to attempt to enter special operations." Yes, I've heard about your squad." General Thorn rummaged and grabbed a sheet of paper off his desk, glancing at it. "The only intact squad after the massacre, comprising 4 of the 9 elites that entered the military. Either incredibly lucky or incredibly competent to survive the massacre. No matter what, you 5 are promising. It's only unfortunate that Verga has gone back to his peerage. So it seems you have high opinions of their talent. Everyone else does, and I'm inclined to agree. Surviving anarchy is no small feat, and now, I'm pleased to hear that you haven't had your will to fight cowed. So since your balls are still intact, I'll put you to the test. I doubt Gons will mind. Phidon tilted his head as General Thorn tapped his aerial, making a call. A voice came through. Thorn? Not the call I expected to receive today. Hello, Gons. I've got an offer. Lay it on me. Some new blood wants a chance at special operations. Phidon Desmus, one of the 9 elites we received this year. Oh yeah. There was a small chuckle. Hasn't been neutered by anarchy like all the others? Nope. Seems like it fanned the flame. He wants to fight. No shit. Well, the prerequisite for even getting looked at is a mission. Can't take him if he can't do that. General Thorn glanced at Phidon, who brought up his fingers. With a swipe, vigor swept through the air. A thin blade several feet wide flashing through the air for a few seconds before dissipating. Thorn smiled. He's reached a mission. He's also still Authority 5, on the cusp of advancing. Shit, I wish I had that fucking talent. So you'll take him? Well, if you aren't going to, send him over here and I'll take a look. We've lost some men recently with the wave of attacks, and I have a feeling I'm going to need new blood to fill the gaps in our operational capacity. Very well. He'll be on a rail by tomorrow. The call ended with a succinct goodbye. Thorn and Phidon stared at each other for a bit. Well, you heard him. You won't be getting slaughtered en masse on the front lines, but you'll also be encountering the most dangerous the Scourge has to offer. Those guys can die like all the rest, as they have. So, still think you're up for it, even as an Authority 5?
Yes.
Phidon's answer contained no hesitation. If anything, it was impatient, like he was annoyed Thorn was even asking the question. The general smirked. Fine then. Go rest for now. You'll need it. I'll have a ticket for you tomorrow. After that, you're at Gon's mercy. Thank you, sir. Though I have to ask, how difficult would it be to offer my squad the same opportunity? If I'm up to standards, then they most certainly are as well. It's more difficult than you think. I can't just pull the daughter of a duchess, and John Cooper has sovereigns watching him. The only one I could do something about is Tana Choron. She's with Amara. It's better to keep them together. Well, that doesn't leave me many options, does it? He chuckled. Phidon lowered his head. Thank you, General Thorn. I appreciate the opportunity. I'll be waiting to hear good news. Focus on yourself. I'll give the names to Gans, so if your friends really are exceptional and express interest, he'll be able to act. Until then, perhaps you'll be able to carve out a little spot for your little crew. I'll do so. Good confidence. With a wave and goodbye, Phidon was dismissed. He left the admin building he was in before retiring to his dorm. He sat down on his bed, thinking for a few seconds before tapping his aerial and sending out a message to all those concerned. He didn't think his squad would meet Gans, but at the very least, names were mentioned, and if they really were being watched, then they should know that the path was open. Perhaps it wouldn't be long then until they all met up with him at Special Operations. General Thorn, his father's friend, turned out to be an exceptionally valuable contact to have. After getting some responses and smiling, Phidon shut things down and went asleep. The destination was Stronghold Beta. It took about a day for him to arrive. When he stepped off the rail, he was hit by a pleasant chilly breeze. Stronghold Beta was one of the deeper military bases. It was located on a central plain not far from the middle of the warfront. But it wasn't as busy as many other bases like Purple Sky. That was because there was a huge dividing canyon between them and Scourge nests. That meant most battles were small skirmishes. They happened often, not at any significant scale, and across complex terrain. It was also prolific with skilled fighters on both sides. Royals could be found in mass here, whereas the mindless monster mobs commonly found laying siege to bases were actually rare. It was no wonder it was also the headquarters for Kingdom Special Operations. Phidon Desmus. Phidon's head spun when he heard his name. He saw a short man standing not far from him, waiting, no doubt for him. Seeing the single sword insignia of an A-10 brigadier, he snapped off a salute. Sir. Ensign Desmus reporting for duty, sir. Unclench your asshole, Desmus, and follow me. The man ordered and waved, Phidon hoisting his bag of gear and following behind. The base seemed mostly empty. The only people he saw were sentries and guard towers on the walls. Other than that, there weren't many walking around, certainly not as busy as somewhere like Purple Sky. That wasn't surprising. Taking down a place like this would bring hardly any value for the Scourge. It couldn't be sieged due to the nearby terrain, and small teams would have to severely outclass those at the base just to take it down, which wasn't likely. Phaidon didn't know who was heading the stronghold, but it had to be at least a marshal, as thus, the atmosphere was generally relaxing. Phaidon found it refreshing. For now, you're only here for an evaluation. It'll be hard to find you a place here since you're weaker than the average. Even at Authority 6, you'll lose your head if you aren't paying absolute attention to every little detail in a battle. I heard you're fast on top of your talent, and I'm sure Anarchy did something for your aura. So my expectations are high, so long as you've got the grit to actually get through training. And hopefully, once you get assigned to a task force, you'll live long enough to become an asset instead of a liability. I won't fail. Phaidon responded plainly. He didn't come here to try. He came here because he was going to become a special operative. The training would be just that. There was no test to be conducted in his mind. The brigadier snorted. Heh, I'm not sure if that monotone voice of yours sounds like arrogance or confidence. You have no idea what you're stepping into. People think they know what being broken is until they step into my program. What makes you think you're different? There was a time not long ago when I thought that I was broken. Then I realized it didn't matter. So I moved on. Now, I'm just doing what I need to do to become better. Phaidon spoke while memories flashed through his mind. Losing Mira was perhaps the greatest driving force behind his rationalization of anarchy. He wanted, so very badly, to make everyone responsible pay with their lives. He wanted to tear apart every incompetent bastard on that base, slaughter every last magisterium student, and then depart to the afterlife so he could slap Mira for being such an idiot. He couldn't have fathomed the all-consuming rage, nor the desperate desire for the deaths of those he once held dear. He felt like if he couldn't send everyone to hell himself, he'd just end his own life. What was the point in being such a weak failure of a man? But he realized during that process that those thoughts were idiotic, pointless, and just as weak as those he hated. He couldn't dwell on it. He couldn't afford to. He had failed to protect one of the people he loved. That was his fault, and now, he was required to live the rest of his life in pursuit of strength so that it wouldn't happen again. No matter how little, he would make sure that his life provided some value to those he cared about, or he would die trying. Being broken? So what if he was? He smiled just a bit toward the brigadier. You can certainly try, sir. I'll take the challenge. Is that right? Phaidon saw him smile a bit and sighed. Now he was really in for it. After that, there was nothing but silence as they walked to what seemed like a training ground. The floor was entirely metal, and in the middle of the area was a tall metal obelisk with deep, enchanted engravings on it. It produced a dense field of power around it. There were currently only 2 people in the grounds, and both of them were knights, sweating as they did some sword exercises. The brigadier walked up to a nearby console, tapping it a few times until the field around the obelisk vanished. The 2 men in the field lifted their heads and looked toward them questioningly. The brigadier pointed. Leave your bag here and step just inside the circle around the obelisk. Yes, sir. Phaidon saluted quickly before dropping his bag and walking over. There was a large circle drawn on the floor around the obelisk about 50 yards from it. The metal-floored training ground wasn't that much larger than the circle. Phaidon stepped within the circle while the 2 other men stepped out. There were some items for training within the circle such as dummies and an obstacle course, among other things. Once he stepped past the line, he waited, looking around. Then, without warning, the obelisk flashed. The air around Phaidon compressed for a moment before dispersing, rushing out of his lungs in one incredible gust. Simultaneously, he felt himself get a dozen times heavier, the still increasing gravity of the area slamming his kneecaps into the metal floor with such force they shattered under his weight. Arg! He let out a long, painful groan. It was more shocking than anything as the pain lapsed his consciousness for a few seconds before he regained his bearings. His body trembled as he flattened on the floor. Even with his strength, he felt like he could barely crawl, and his broken kneecaps made everything worse. No position relieved any of the pain. Even activating his vigor was difficult. It was like it was affected by the gravity too. His power was being suppressed, barely able to keep him together. He heard the brigadier walking over, stepping into the circle and smiling at him. It didn't even look like he felt anything. You better get used to this, because you'll be here often. For now, I'll give you your first objective. Touch the obelisk and it'll shut down. After that, you can get your knees treated. Our healers here are some of the best. Or, you can crawl out, and I'll put you on a rail straight back to the rear. With your broken kneecaps, of course. He waved and walked off the grounds. I look forward to your performance. Phaidon grit his teeth, straining to even lift his neck. Then, he moved his arm, palms slamming down into the metal, and pulled. 62. Chapter 149. Pathfinders. I saw the cold before I felt it. When the rail surfaced to enter the terminal, I looked out the window and saw clear skies and an endless expanse of snowy mountains. A slight chill graced the cabin moments after. I pulled up my coat's collar. It was also black and looked similar to the summoner's coat I had received to go with my fatigues. I figured it wouldn't be an issue to wear it instead of the standard uniform, especially when the weather was so extreme. Still, it seemed I'd have to get used to being cold. Though, given the fact that I had socks, pants, a coat, and hood that was all temperature controlled, I'm not sure if I'd actually have an issue. Not long after, we glided into the terminal. I grabbed my bag and stepped out, instantly feeling the colds bite on my face and hands. This base didn't seem active. There was a squad or two of soldiers alongside me that had stepped out, as well as plenty of supplies to be unloaded. But at first glance, comparing the base with something like Purple Sky was almost like an insult to the massive micro-city. Stronghold Charlie was on the westmost edge of the front lines. Further to the left were more mountains before one reached the coast. I was actually on the border of the Bloody Sea now, though it wasn't like I'd be taking any trips out on a boat. Still, it was obvious what this base's purpose was: keeping the Scourge away from strategic flanks. They might not come with the ferocity they did at other bases because of the terrain, but those that did come were no doubt specialized, less numerous, stronger, and harder to find. I was starting to see why I was sent here. Though my crown was off the books, I was still a ranged fighter with exceptional single-target lethality. In a place like this, ranged fighters were more valuable than close combatants. I walked onto the base with those thoughts. I had my orders. I was to find Commander Pollux and report for duty. Fortunately, I wouldn't have to go looking for him. My eyes caught a man with a shoulder sporting 3 stripes and 3 arrows, the insignia of an A7 commander. Then, there was the name tag that said T. Pollux. The only confusing part was how he was Authority 8, a level higher than his rank indicated. The man wasn't large and wore the fatigues of a warlock. He was several inches shorter than me, and I faintly sensed some water mana. That'd be useful in this place. I walked up to him and saluted. Although I now had 2 ranks, corporal and officer, I defaulted to my intelligence rank. Officer Cooper, reporting to Commander Pollux on the general's orders. Good to see you, Cooper. Welcome to Stronghold Charlie. Come with me, and I'll get you acquainted with your new life here. I dropped the salute when he extended out his hand. I shook it before following him into the base. My breath let out visible vapor as we walked. This was a military base, but in order to handle the snow, the rooftops of the buildings were slanted, giving it a more homely vibe that almost let me ignore the metal and stone construction. Interestingly, there were enchanted conduits along the stone brick roads that melted snow, the remaining streams of water being diverted into a drain system. I didn't know where it went, but it would be ingenious if it was brought to a purifier to be used for the base's water supply. Commander Pollux spoke. I've read of your exploits, Cooper. I'm sure you've been told many times, but there's never been a summoner quite like you. Outstanding ranged lethality. I've also seen some of your mission records. Your performance was noteworthy in every case, but it's also clear you need to operate in a squad. Your strengths are just as clear as your weaknesses. Yes, sir. I'm quite the glass cannon. A fitting phrase. I'm glad you're self-aware too. So you must understand that, given the attention on you and the often unpredictable nature of our operations here, I find it difficult to find a suitable place for you that doesn't immediately put your life at risk. Nevertheless, you've been placed in my platoon, so it will be done. Hopefully the position I've assigned you is a place where you can thrive. I have no doubt your lethality will become a great asset to us should we succeed. I'll do my best. I smiled a bit. This guy was basically saying that he hoped I'd be able to survive long enough to be of value. I didn't mind being of value, but why were we acting like my survival was a casual topic of little concern? Was that not supposed to be my primary goal in all this? I internally shrugged, filing the thought away for later, and continued following him. We came upon some residences where he led me to an empty room. I guess since this base was emptier than normal, there were enough rooms for everyone. He had me drop off my bag there before I was brought to the headquarters building. You're a summoner, no doubt fit for an intelligence role. However, we also want you in the field where we can take advantage of your lethality. After some consideration, I decided to give you a relatively new position. It was only created when we got the aerial nodes. You'll be our communications liaison. The intelligence personnel here at headquarters relay information to us while we're in the field, but since we may be busy if there's a fight, we need someone to act on that information for us. That's where you come in. First, I'd like you to meet one of our handlers. You two will be frequently talking to each other. I was led into a large room with several magical screens that displayed maps and pages of information. There were tables all around with papers and intelligence personnel sitting behind them. There were devices, similar to aerials, but cruder and larger, mounted on the tables like a landline. And behind one was a mature woman with short, deep blue hair and a dark face. She looked perpetually depressed and angry. She saw us approaching and turned. "Polly, this is the newbie. Nice to meet you, ma'am." I gave a quick salute when I saw the 3 arrows signifying a colonel. She was also a summoner, it looked like. I could feel the power of her mind through what little aura she had. She nodded plainly. "John Cooper. I wish I got promoted right out of academy." I just smiled. It wasn't like I had any excuses for it. She leaned back into her seat. "Whatever. I'm hoping you at least won't hold us back. I've heard what you've done at the Magisterium, but all of that hardly matters out here. Everything beyond the walls of this base is hostile. Everything that walks and crawls wants to kill you and burrow into your corpse for the little bit of warmth it may offer. For your sake, I hope you adapt quickly. Such a high-profile kid dying here will only stain our record. Don't worry, ma'am. I don't want me to die either. Whether or not you die isn't up to you. If you can die, you will die. So don't put yourself in the position to. Thankfully, you'll have me in your ear. If you get your leg bitten off, you'll at least be able to hear me say, 'I told you so.'" Duly noted. I couldn't help but grin a bit. I didn't sense a lick of hostility in her aura, just someone who had no filter and said it as it was. I quite like those kinds of people, though the apathy I sensed from her was a bit disheartening. I could imagine that she was a bit jaded after years of being in the military. She looked down and tapped the aerial on her desk. "Connect your aerial to this. This is my personal aerial, and if you get contacted by it, you better answer. Failing to do so will be met with severe disciplinary action. On the other hand, you are only allowed to contact this number when specified or during operating hours. Outside of operating hours, there better be a damn good reason for you to call. If not, I'll have your balls. Is that clear?" "Crystal clear, ma'am." I gave an acknowledgement before exchanging contact info. The screen on her aerial device flashed and added my name to the contact list. She nodded. "Good. Since you're a summoner, it'll be easier to communicate. Still, you're going to have to memorize some maps and learn your way around the terrain. Getting lost is just as dangerous as encountering royals. I'm transferring you a map." "Thanks." I was transferred some data, and a map popped up on my aerial. Like with an orb projector, I could interact with the map and focus on all the little details. After that, she waved. "If there's nothing more, I need to get back to work." "Pollux, is he going out tomorrow?" "I was planning on bringing him along since it's routine." "All right, I'll put it in the logs. Just remember he's a summoner and prepare accordingly." "Of course." Pollux smiled and walked off. I trailed behind him, taking one last glance at Polly as she went back to filling out papers. He chuckled. "She's a hard ass for protocol. And now, you get to deal with her. Just know you'll probably be in charge of mission reports from now on too." "Understood." I clicked my tongue. Seemed I'd have to handle the bureaucracy since I was the summoner. After walking around a bit more, we came upon what looked like a barracks. I heard the boisterous interior before the door even opened. A recreation area greeted us as we entered. There were a few dozen people here, all of them turning their heads from their tables, games, and conversations. Mostly men, and some women, all scrutinized me as one spoke. Is that the new guy, Commander? Damn, he's tall. Yes. All of you listen up. This is Officer Cooper. He's the new communications liaison for our Pathfinder platoon. Andrea, you no longer have to deal with mission reports. Fucking finally. One female warlock let out a cry of relief. As for his position, Cooper is a ranged fighter. I'll be assigning one of you to be his partner in the field. For the time being, that person will be his protection until we decide whether or not he needs it. He'll be coming with us on our scouting mission tomorrow. Either way, get yourselves prepared tonight. We leave an hour before sunset tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Hey, new guy. One guy shouted shortly after, catching my attention. He was a knight, Authority 6 from first glance. He flicked his head from a spot on a couch. Your face looks like it got chewed up by a snow rat. What's with that? Heh. I chuckled a bit. It was true that I had a few scars on my face. Thankfully, it didn't quite put me on the level of deformity. I shrugged. You know, just a little bit of personality. Well, that's one fucking way to put it. Ever consider putting a bag over your head? Might save us some trouble. And rob the ladies of this beautiful visage? I stroked my chin with a smile, feeling a healthy layer of stubble. The knight snorted. Huh. You think you're ever gonna get a girl, you fucking virgin? Well, with that attitude, you certainly aren't. So someone's gotta, A few people chortled to the side. The knight's face fell from cocky arrogance to something more violent. Fucking summoner. I think you're forgetting who's got the power here. Hey now, what's with all the hostility, man? Can't we all just get along? We could be buddies. The fuck? You think I'd associate with a little bitch like you? Alright, then let's get to the part where you shut the fuck up, please. It's not like I find this sudden pissing contest particularly enjoyable either. I sighed and brought out a cigar, lighting it and taking a few puffs. I really didn't know what this guy's problem was. Then, in the corner of my eye, I saw the gleam of a knife. A 1911 appeared in my hand as I lifted my head, the knight throwing the knife as I raised it. It was heading for the side, not at me. I tracked it with my eyes in hand, using a bit of psycha and time dilation before pulling the trigger. The explosion of the gun was the only thing audible as the knife suddenly went flying the other way. It clattered on the floor to the side. A wisp of smoke rose from my barrel. Needless to say, that shut people up. The knight took a few seconds to process what happened, the two of us staring at each other, before suddenly standing. Then, Pollux put up his hand. Stand down. Cooper apologized to First Sergeant Eric. He doesn't have his stripes on, but he still outranks you. My deepest apologies, First Sergeant. I gave a sharp salute, smiling a bit as Eric smoldered. Then, Pollux waved. Let's go check you into the armory. Yes, sir. I nodded and went to walk out with Pollux, though not before he got in the last word. Ugly motherfucker. I stopped and turned, shooting him a half-smile of disappointment and slight contempt. Then I just went and walked through the door. Pollux smirked. Don't worry about him. He's always been a bit of a fiery personality, so I've heard. Speaking of ranks, sir, I was told that I could put in for a promotion to captain. Apparently there's a test. Oh, yes, you can. That would be something for Colonel Polly to handle. Go find her during your free time. Understood. As for Eric, should I expect more warm welcomings like his? Pollux chuckled again. I don't think so. You must understand that everyone here is relatively independent. When we head into the crags and mountains, teams are separated and on their own. We don't defend walls here. We go out and hunt our enemies. We split off into pairs or singles and set up traps and stalk ambush sites. We also get ambushed and are forced to either consolidate and defend or disperse. Ranks mean less. The chain of command is useless out there where everyone has to fend for themselves. That means interpersonal relationships are both less important and unique. That also gives me the challenge of finding someone who will be your partner when you go out there. If I may give my opinion on the matter,
Sure.
I'd prefer a knight for a partner, but I'd sooner go out on my own than get paired with someone like Eric. Anybody who isn't hellbent on making my life difficult for no good reason. Noted. Pollux nodded as we arrived at the armory. There, we met the clerk, Josh. Hey Josh. Commander. Get Officer Cooper here checked in and equipped with the basics. Understood. Cooper, come find me in the garage when you're done. Yes, sir. I saluted him before he walked off. After that, I turned to Josh and got started. The basic package here was primarily cold gear. Not everyone was fortunate enough to be gifted warm socks from the head of the Polaris family, and you wouldn't survive here without layers. So I was given a set of standard issue clothing, a thick fur-lined long coat, 2 pairs of pants, 2 pairs of a wool long-sleeve shirt, some nice boots, insulating socks, and a balaclava. All of the gear was camouflaged for snow too. They had white and black designs across them, though I was curious as to how effective camo was against scourge monsters and scouts. Vision was vision, but when magic was factored into it, there was a whole other layer of complexity. Once I was given all that, I signed a contract stating that the given items were merely loans. Should they be damaged in the line of duty, then they would need to be turned in and then replaced. If I lost them, I would need to pay for it. And at the end of my assignment here at this base, I would have to turn everything in. Standard military things. After that, Josh moved on to one more order of business. I received 2 shipments for you, the first from armor production and requisitions. No need for payment. Here. Josh pushed over a box with a letter pinned to the corner. Then, he pointed to a bigger box to the side. Second shipment is from Son Industries. I'll need an ID imprint for that. Sure. I handed him my ID, which he used to sign a document. Once I got it back, he rested his hands on his hips. Can you bring these back, or do you need help? I should be able to. I walked over to the box of armor. Taking that into my armband storage was easy, then walked over to the huge box from Son. That one had to go into my personal storage. Josh shrugged. All right then, I've got nothing more for you. If you need repairs or more gear, you know where to find me. Just know you'll have to buy any gear beyond your issued stuff. Sure. Thank you, sir. With a wave, I left the armory, everything I received inside my storage. Since I didn't need to drop everything off immediately, I went to the garage where Pollux was standing around. The garage was just that. It stored all the vehicles this base used, larger than a hangar and taking up a huge chunk of the base. There were several dozen vehicles, from magic bikes to steeds. Almost every vehicle was modified for the rough and snowy terrain, as well as painted to match our camo. Pollux waved me over. This here is the garage. Almost every deployment beyond the walls of this base will be in one of these vehicles. You know how to drive any of these things? Yes, sir. I should be able to drive all of them. Good to know, though for now, you won't be. Once you get the gist of how we operate, you'll probably become a driver. I'll test you when that time comes. Still, get used to the sight of these babies. Transport can sometimes take longer than the mission, and occasionally, you may sleep in them. Understood. Did you get everything from Josh? I heard you got some packages. Yes, sir. Good. There's more that we use, things like traps, sensors, and camping gear. But you get those things when you deploy. Understood. Good. Now, relax for a little bit. Alpha Platoon should be returning soon. Pollux grabbed a nearby stool, used by some maintenance personnel in the garage. I grabbed one as well. Then, we waited for a while. Sure enough, there was a distinct alarm as the front gates of the base flung open. 6 steeds flew through, as well as a dozen bikes. The auras of those who rode them practically towered. I sensed 1 Authority 10, 5 Authority 9s, and an assortment of 8s and 7s. A really powerful platoon. There were about 40 of them from a quick count. While there wasn't anybody in our platoon who was below Authority 6 except me, they still couldn't match these guys. Not by a long shot. Pollux mumbled. Alpha Platoon, otherwise known as the Snow Doves, is in charge of most of the search and destroy missions. They fight the strong ones, royals, and unique monsters. As for us, we're often in charge of recon, trap setting, and sensor placement. I'll tell you more about those things tomorrow on our mission, but basically, we're the ones who pave the way for those guys so they can do what they do best. Understood. I nodded while watching them roll into the garage, quickly hopping out with enthusiasm. I glanced around and found patches on their shoulders, ones that sported white doves in front of blue backgrounds, the source of their nickname. It seemed like their mission had gone well, though I quickly sniffed out some blood. Human blood. Healer. One wounded over here. On it. It's just a spear to the leg. I'll be fine. The wounded knight waved off the excessive concern, though still allowed himself to be treated. He was generally battered and bruised, so he had probably taken a beating before getting speared. I watched the healers cast a couple of small spells before talking with the knight and getting him moved to the medical bay. Pollux elbowed me. Just so you know, both of our platoons have healers who deploy with us. They are there for emergency on-site treatment. Basically, they'll keep you from dying until we get back to base. Normally, you won't get fully repaired since if you're getting hurt, the battle isn't going well. There's still mages capable of combat, so they can't devote all their energy to healing. No matter what, it's great that they're there. Yes, and since you're a ranged fighter, they will be the people you must focus on protecting. You understand why they have to be the last people to get hurt, right? Yes, sir. Good. Well, Cooper, I've got nothing more for you today. Go situate yourself and settle. Your first mission starts tomorrow. Keep an eye on your aerial for instructions from Polly. Yes, sir. We both stood and saluted before going our separate ways, the bustle from the garage fading away. 65. Chapter 150. Letter. Having been dismissed by Pollux, I went to headquarters to find Polly. When I arrived, I found her still doing paperwork. I approached and saluted, standing at attention silently. She ignored me as she continued filling out the page, taking a minute or so to scribe things down at a rapid yet consistent pace. Once she reached the bottom of the page, she took a breath, scribbled a neat signature, and turned to me. Cooper, you know how to be patient. Keep that virtue. Yes, ma'am. So, what do you need? I was told to come to you if I wanted to take the test for promotion to captain. Ah. She nodded and rested her hand on her fist, leaning against her backrest while crossing one leg over the other. Dressed in the summoner fatigues, she looked just like an office lady, except her gaze was hardened by years of menial paperwork and military experience. Yes, you can put in for it, but the test won't happen right away. You'll first send in an application, which will be reviewed by High Command before getting accepted or rejected. If it's accepted, it'll be sent back down, and I'll give you the books to study. After studying them, you'll take the test. Once you pass, I'll carry out your promotion. Understood. Then wait here. She stood and walked off to another room. For minutes later, she was back. She placed 2 papers on the desk next to me. There's your application. Fill out the first page, and I'll complete the second. Here's a pen, and there's a table over there for you to use. Thank you. I took the 2 items and headed to the table. The application consisted mostly of basic stuff, requiring details about me and my position in the military, duty station, commanding officer, requested rank, duration of service, etc. I filled out most things easily. Before long, the entire page was filled out. The only difficult part was what to put down under a section titled Reasons for Application. What was I supposed to put down there? Why did anyone want to be promoted? More money? Better benefits? It was like they couldn't understand why anyone would want to have a higher rank. I rolled my eyes at that and put down some fluffy bullshit. Things like how I wanted to serve the kingdom better, how effective I'd be being able to command more people, my past performance during academy. I had a hard time not cringing at my own work. I didn't want it to seem like I was trying to jerk them off, but that was kind of how these things worked. It was all nothing more than ass-kissing and false righteousness. Once done, I clicked my tongue and handed the page back to Polly. She looked over it, reading through my work before smirking and scribbling across the second page. How ingratiating. Just based off this, I'd think you were a noble. Seeing as I'm trying to appeal to nobles, I figured that would work best. Very true. But most people don't even have this breadth of vocabulary, let alone know how to write in such a uselessly eloquent manner. Either way, though, you've been on active duty for all of a day. I'd keep expectations realistic. Then again, if they've got their eyes on you, they're probably waiting for this to come through with a stamp in hand. I certainly didn't ask for it, but I'll take what I can get. I would too. With that, she stamped the second page before putting them together. That's all, Cooper. I'll send this out with the next shipment. And keep your ears open. You'll be receiving a message from me tonight with an instructional brief. Go to sleep early tonight. The Pathfinders are getting an early start tomorrow. Understood. I saluted her, receiving a quick salute back before I left headquarters. Next stop, my dorm. I arrived in the room a little while before dinner. I decided to get myself comfortable with the free time I had. I figured that all of my issued gear should stay on me, so I just kept it in my storage. Then, I brought out the armor box. After setting it on my bed, I pulled off the letter attached to it, saw the insignia of a marshal stamped on its front, and opened it. It was signed by Marshal Teleria of the 2nd Warlock Corps. My brows shifted higher as I read the letter. Hello, John. The shipment of armor you have received comes from an intercepted order in APR. You're one of the extremely few summoners who have ever been placed into a combat role on the level you have. APR planned to give you a slightly modified Warlock armor set, since both summoners and Warlocks have ordinary bodies. But I understand that your coat is of higher quality than anything they would give you. Those armor sets can only sustain Authority 6 attacks at best, certainly nothing comparable to what your coat can take. So I intercepted the order and changed it. What you'll find in the box is a pair of boots and pants. They're rated for Authority 8 and equipped with temperature regulation, something you'll appreciate in the crags outside Stronghold Charlie. The boots also house some movement enchantment. I know that's one of your weak points, and although this doesn't outright solve it, it'll certainly give you more room for error. The enchantment is passive and toggleable, providing a power boost to your steps and weight reduction. It's a step down from outright levitation, but that's the cost of a passive effect. However, you can use the enchantment actively. It has limited fuel, but it can increase the power of your steps by a magnitude using air magic. Use it wisely, and don't kill yourself by jumping too high. It'll help you in the snow, but stealth remains your greatest ally. You can consider this an apology for not taking command over you. The other marshals want to see you perform, which will naturally place you in danger. Thankfully, I know your aura is up to the task, which is the only reason I stopped fighting to keep you under me when they came to me with their decision. Keeping you away from Amara at this point in time is for the best. It's already gotten every major family off our backs, and it will remain that way so long as they don't have to worry about you two fornicating. They're hoping distance and time will cause you two to drift apart. This buys us time. Use it and get stronger. If you attain a high enough rank and gather the merits, you may actually acquire a noble title. This upcoming war will help facilitate that. Then, there will be no more opposition to you marrying my daughter. However, should you fall behind her authority too much, marriage will quickly become a fantasy. Take care of yourself, John, but keep up. Whether it's thanks to you or not, Omara is advancing faster than ever. She's currently on track to surpass me. As of writing this letter, I'm also preparing for her next advancement to Authority 6. For her sake, I hope you're as amazing as I think you are. I want her to be happy, John. Help me make that happen. Telexia. I smiled and placed the letter in my personal storage. I was glad to have the Duchess as an ally. Opening the box, I found a pair of black boots and pants inside. The pants had a heft to them, probably due to the segmented armor plating. They sagged in my hands, the weight of the plates dragging the legs down. The boots were similar. They were made of relatively flexible leather and had smaller metal plates attached in no discernible manner. I hummed appreciatively, slipping off my shoes before shoving myself inside the boots. They were shockingly comfortable for a pair of overgrown steel-toe boots. After securing myself in with the leather straps, I stood and jumped experimentally. No sound besides the equivalent of tapping my feet against the wooden floor. Even when I kicked something, there was nothing more than a normal thud. It seemed the armor plates wouldn't be a source of noise. That was good. I then went on to try the pants, finding them nearly identical. Overall, the two pieces of gear were heavy, though I enjoyed the room the baggy pants gave me. They were thick and comfortable, and almost unbearingly warm in the heated barracks. These would serve well along with the coat. It was a good thing the Duchess decided to do this. Otherwise, I'd have the undershirt, the armor, and my coat, topped off with the fur coat for camo. I'd have ended up discarding the armor if that was the case. Now that I had these pants from the Duchess, I no longer needed the pants from my academy instructor Colonel Kotz, at least, not while I was in the field. I could wear them casually on base, since they were lighter than the armored pants. After taking a moment to mentally catalog my outfits, I stashed everything and moved on to the next box. The box took up a quarter of my room all by itself. The workstation Son sent slowly revealed itself as I pried off the wooden siding and packing material. It was vaguely desk-like with several devices built into it, including a series of orb projectors, a specialized aerial much larger than the one on my wrist, and a large screen that popped out from the back. On top of the desk was a letter. I grabbed it and scanned it briefly. There was only one line. Log in with your personal aerial. It'll take your crest information from that. I shrugged and looked down. The aerial on the desk doubled as a kind of interface. I tapped my aerial to it, and the two devices flashed before the screen glowed to life. I sat down on the chair that came with the desk and watched as a wall of text appeared on the screen. Another letter. As promised, this was my workstation from Son. It was connected directly to the Son Industries network, with limited access to their repository. It was also equipped with a few programs that would help me design things, essentially 3D modeling. The real kicker was how summoners could interface with it. It handled information just like an orb did. Orbs were built by summoners, for summoners, and they allowed the direct use of Psycha to transcribe information. This workstation was no different, which meant I could draw things and scribe descriptions with nothing more than my mind, some Psycha, and a bit of aura. After reading about the details, I got to the last part of the message. It was the contract, a custom one made by Son. I would be receiving the job position of design and development specialist. I'd have no formal schedule, and my obligations were limited. I would occasionally receive blueprints and designs, and would improve designated or alternate aspects. I would also be able to design my own pieces of tech and submit them for assessment. Should anything I made be used and eventually sold, I would receive commissions between 10% and 30% of the profits, depending on how much of the work was actually done by me. This point was negotiable per product. On top of that, I was to receive a weekly salary of 3,000 coin. Besides that, I would also have the opportunity to learn about enchanting, since that was a pretty big part of magical design. The lessons were all on the workstation, and learning them was up to me and my schedule. Finally, there was the last and most major stipulation of the contract. Doing this wouldn't be free. Although I'd be giving him my knowledge, it wasn't like Son knew its depth. All he knew was that I was a valuable summoner, someone who'd acquire far more power than most other summoners. And because of that, he wanted to keep me to himself. So the last stipulation was that, in exchange for this opportunity and position, I was to promise that I wouldn't work or interact with other companies or development entities for the next 30 years. I wouldn't be allowed to talk to anyone about my intellectual property nor anything regarding Son Industries. Basically, it was a non-disclosure and non-compete agreement. And honestly, I didn't mind all that much. Unless Son Industries crashed and burned, I had no reason to go anywhere else. And if they did crash and burn, there wouldn't be anyone to stop me. Besides, who the hell knew what this world would look like in 30 years? It'd be unrecognizable in 10 with the Scourge Kings knocking on the door, given how the pillars went down. It wasn't like I was tying myself down, and money wasn't doing much for me right now anyway. I simply signed when I saw the crest imprint line at the bottom. After that, the screen flashed. Son's face flickered into existence, surrounded by what seemed like a workshop. "Hello, John. I'm glad to see you agreed to the contract. Just remember that as we move forward, some of details can be negotiated, such as commission and salary. This is a live call, by the way." Thank you, sir." I smiled. I had thought it was a video, but it seemed like it was programmed to connect us when I signed. "I look forward to working with you." "As do I. I think an important step in realizing your value will be learning enchanting. Although enchanting relies on warlocks and mana, summoners play an important part in the design process. The only limitation, should a summoner completely understand enchanting, is the warlock's ability to apply the enchantments according to the design. To that end, I'm currently the second best enchanter. The best currently resides at the top of the magic tower. For now, worry not about complexities and simply learn as much as you can. Anything you make will go through my hands first, and I'll guide you should you need advice. Understood. As for your schedule, please take your time. Stronghold Charlie is one of the more dangerous places to be at. Focus on that before worrying yourself with education. You can't design anything if you're dead. Of course. I smirked a bit. Then, Son nodded. "If you need anything, like a trip back to the capital should you want to leave the military, just let me know. Your workstation can send messages to my own. Leave them there, and I will respond when I can." I've also given you a sign-on bonus of 1 month's pay. It should deposit into your bank soon. I'm grateful. Goodbye then. The video call clicked off, leaving me to lean back into my seat. I was now an employee of Son Industries, given the freedom to create anything I wanted. I already had several pieces of technology one could give him, none of them magical, but more than revolutionary enough. And if I could learn enchanting, I'd be able to make some really special things. Although I wasn't something like a full-fledged engineer since I barely graduated from college, I still had a working knowledge of several technologies. I knew how combustion engines worked, I knew how turbines worked, I knew how trains and cars worked, I even knew how to make things like looms and printing presses and several other basic technologies and tools. It really wasn't difficult conceptually. Although the designs would be basic, it wasn't like this world could handle anything more. They simply didn't have the required base infrastructure. As I improved and put out more complex pieces, they would improve their ability to produce what I put out. The hardest part would be learning how to use whatever design program was on the workstation. After that, I could put together various technologies and send them off. I was also interested to see some of the designs they would send me. I didn't know if I could improve them, but learning how they operated would be valuable. But that would wait for now. After turning off the workstation, I stood and left my room. It was about time for dinner. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner were all at set times. Between those times, small snacks would be put out for anyone that needed a bit more sustenance. When I got to the chow hall, I found that most of the base was already there. I filled up my tray and went and found a sparsely populated table. I didn't know anybody here yet, so I just stuck to myself. I gave a nod to the people at the other end of the table while I sat. There were three, two were Authority 8 while the other was Authority 9. They seemed like friends, and none of them cared enough to have a chat with me. I just ate my dinner while operating my aerial, sending and receiving messages with Amara. We could go days at a time without talking to each other, while sometimes we'd hold conversations for hours at a time. She told me about the fact that she was close to Authority 6. She had already mentioned stuff about it, so I wasn't surprised seeing the topic in Telexia's letter. However, one thing only Tana and I knew about was her recent advancements regarding aura. From her descriptions of it, her breakthrough was sensory in nature. She told me how she could sense things in far greater detail, but more than that, the things around her took on extra attributes. She said that the air took on different colors and textures, while she could sense the inherent natures of different materials like metals and fabrics. Of course, these colors and textures she was seeing weren't actually colors and textures. It was all sensed via aura and mana, and interpreted into something familiar by her brain. In the case of the colored air, I assumed that she was actually seeing the elements composing the air, things like nitrogen and oxygen. When I asked about it, she said that the majority of the air was composed of a neutral gray color while there were hints of blue. She couldn't see much of anything else unless she focused on different sources of other types of air. For instance, the air that someone exhaled appeared slightly different than ambient air. She said there was a greater hint of something similar to violet in that air. Perhaps that was carbon dioxide. And in the case of fire, most of the air around it was violet, with streaks of red and orange diffused throughout. The conclusion after she had tested various things was that she was now able to differentiate elements, and not magical elements. Air was no longer just a transparent gas around her, but a mixture of different fluids. And most importantly, she was already learning how to focus her control based on the element. It was as simple as separating oxygen from nitrogen, but the applications for that kind of ability were endless. However, that in itself posed more questions. Why could she control some elements but not others? Why could she pull oxygen out of the atmosphere, but not something like iron out of the ground? Was it as simple as being the difference between a gas and a solid? Or did the magical elements differentiate themselves based on other attributes? It felt like an impossible question to answer, especially since I wasn't a warlock myself. I could only pose those questions to Amara and educate her in hopes that she could figure it out for herself. But no matter what, the question wouldn't be answered until she mastered at least one other element, like fire, which she was currently trying to gain affinity for. Still, she was excited, and I was happy for her. Her aura was starting to go down the path of precision, which would allow her to utilize the knowledge I was giving her. Being able to tell the difference between things like nitrogen and oxygen would be the first step in developing new spells that harness the power of exotic compounds and chemicals. One of her goals was harnessing poisonous gases like mustard gas. Now, she had a place to start from. She'd be a force to be reckoned with very soon. I could hardly imagine her limits. With those thoughts in mind, I polished off my tray and returned it to its designated disposal area. I left the chow hall wordlessly. Not long after that, I received a message on my aerial from Polly. Orders for the Pathfinders. Mission brief in room 2 at 0500 hours. I sent a quick acknowledgement and continued walking back to my room. That was an early wake-up call. I set my alarm and got ready for bed. After finishing any organizing I had to do, I piled on my own cushions, blankets, and pillows onto the bed. There was no way I was sleeping on the standard issue cardboard pad. That was a lesson I had learned at the Magisterium. Always bring your own luxuries. After that, I hastened myself to sleep. I wondered how long my application would take to get processed. I hoped it wouldn't be long. I'd like to rank up quicker than not. 67. Chapter 151. Trail. Next, the incessant beeping of my alarm brought me to consciousness. Although I still didn't feel quite at 100%, I decided 8 hours was enough and tore off my covers. Although the building was temperature controlled, my room specifically didn't have much in the way of active heating. Because of that, the small window I had was a rude source of frosty air. I shivered a bit. My blankets were toasty cozy. The cold air around the room made me want to shrink back under them and go to sleep for another 4 hours. Unfortunately, this was not the day I wanted to be late. Thankfully, I had my warm socks on, so I had no issue stepping onto the otherwise icy floor and dressing myself. I threw on my thermal pants from Colonel Cott's, a shirt and my coat, plus some normal boots, before rubbing my hands together and leaving the room. The bathrooms were communal here. Thankfully, the residential complex I was in was higher quality than the barracks. There were only 2 people in a relatively clean bathroom, one of whom was Commander Pollux. I gave him a silent salute, getting a nod in response before we went about our business. After that, I headed to the chow hall. There, I found some piping hot beverages and morning snacks. There were 2 cooks on duty at this hour, no doubt there for people like us who had to be up at the ass crack of dawn. I grabbed a few snacks before lighting a cigar, taking a few puffs and feeling a pleasant wave of rejuvenation and cleansing. These things were the best for washing out morning fatigue. It was soon after I sat down that Commander Pollux, along with nearly all of Beta Platoon, arrived. They filed in relatively quietly, grabbing plates of food and tables. I glanced at them momentarily, the Knight Eric catching my eye for a split second before I turned away. Their gazes collectively landed on me for a moment before other things occupied their attention and they made their way to their tables. But a group did split off and make their way toward me. Mind if we sit, Cooper? Please. I motioned while taking a better look. 3 girls and 2 guys. 2 were warlocks, 3 were knights. None were Eric, so they were so far all right to me. Commander Pollux talked to me last night. It looks like I'm going to be your babysitter from now. The female knight who sat down across from me spoke first. Beneath her overcoat was a shirt with the name tag AWeber. She was a fit girl with jet black hair, pale skin, and above average looks, though most knights were pretty good looking. She also seemed rather energetic. I nodded to her. I'll do my best to stay out of trouble. I don't know. All those scars tell a different story. I don't mind, but it would help if we took extra care. The rest of the frontline strongholds don't prepare you for the shit you can encounter here. I heard it was plenty hostile. I'll defer to you then. Appreciate it. First Sergeant Amari Weber. Pleased to meet you. Officer John Cooper. I shook her hand, smiling at her rank. Seemed I would be getting an Authority 6 bodyguard, though it would remain to be seen how reliable she was compared to Fiden or Vetsmon. I really wished I had Fiden with me, but it seemed he was shipped off somewhere else. The last time I asked about it, he said he was given a pretty good opportunity, though didn't want to share details until he had some time to establish himself. I had yet to hear back. Either way, I was pretty sure that he was better than this Amare. She was definitely an Authority 6, but my squad could fight well above their power levels. Not that I'd make her an enemy, I just couldn't help but compare. I'd make sure to learn as much as I could from her. This was a different place with different dangers. I didn't want my aura to be my only safety net. The male warlock spoke from the side, sticking out his hand. Gabe Trent. Nice to meet you, Gabe. You're an Authority 5?
Yes.
But you're a summoner? I saw your little stunt in the rec room. What was that thing you used? My weapon. I lifted my hand and squeezed in the approximate shape of a gun. The 1911 popped into my hand. You can think of it like a bow. It shoots projectiles. That little thing? He scrutinized it, probably trying to find something about its features that would justify any reasonable power. It certainly didn't look like a bow. I chuckled. You'll just have to trust me. The only downside to my weapons is the noise. It's an explosion every time I use them. Yes, my ears were ringing yesterday when you used that thing. That could be a problem when we're trying to stay low. I'm thinking about some strategies to mitigate the issue, but I'll need some field testing. Indeed. He nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the rest of the table twitched to attention. I followed a moment later as I heard Commander Pollux draw a breath, start heading over to the briefing room. With that order, people started to finish off their foodstuffs before heading out. Those at my table were among the group, all of us making our way to briefing room 2. A few people were already there, including Colonel Polly, who was fiddling with a map displayed on the front wall of the room. We all sat down. Once everyone seemed to be inside, I did a quick head count. Beta Platoon was composed of 48 people, including me. All right, listen up. Today, you've all got sensor maintenance and recon. Polly spoke, pointing at the map. In one corner, I could see Stronghold Charlie, and in the other, I saw our objective area, outlined with a big red circle. Alpha Platoon had a moderate battle yesterday after intercepting a small detachment of Royals. Those Royals were going around and destroying our sensors and traps. You are responsible for replacing 18 sensors at the marked points. At the same time, we need to find out why the Royals were destroying our sensors. Recon has been requested on Hare's Pass and Scythe's Peak. Check for Scourge activity, report back, get those sensors deployed, and come home. Since you all are deploying past the Black Forest, prepare for an overnight stay. Polly then started speaking to individual squads, assigning them specific instructions on what to do with the sensors. I learned that I was actually to break off from my squad and perform a separate duty, but wasn't given any details then on. As she finished, she looked around the room. Any questions? Eric's hand shot up. Yeah, do we have to? I don't answer stupid questions. Any others? A few people snickered, but nobody asked anything else. So, Polly snapped the folder in her hands shut. You deploy at 0630 hours. Dismissed. All right, people, grab your camp gear and stash 2 trucks. I also want 4 steeds running hot. Anybody not packed and ready by 0610 gets the night watch. Commander Pollux ordered us out, and we made our way to the garage with purpose. Cooper. A minute. I heard Polly call me, so I stopped in my steps and approached. Commander Pollux stayed behind as well. Today, we're going to see how you handle. You're the new communications liaison for Beta Platoon. That means you'll have me in your ear. Besides Pollux, you're the only one with a line back to base. Now, let me give you a small rundown of what happens when you arrive at the operations site. Polly pulled out the map, pointing to the circled area where we needed to deploy sensors and recon. I simply listened. After arrival, so long as you don't get ambushed by the Scourge, Pollux will divide the platoon into 4 squads. They will usually be divided from there based on the workload. Those details are up to him. However, we need to maintain active command over all groups. Since there are only 2 people with a line back to base, what do you think we need to do? Have Commander Pollux and I in contact with 2 squads each. Correct. Each of the squads will have 1 or 2 short-range aerials that they can use to contact you. Normally, so long as they aren't that far away or aren't divided by mountains, they can also contact other squads and Pollux. But that doesn't always happen, and it's your responsibility to make sure that your squads are capable of receiving orders, whether that's from me or Pollux. You'll also need to relay information from them to us. Now, aerials normally have a relatively short range, and I'd have to give you one to use. But I was given a message regarding you and your aerial. I was told that it was much more effective than normal. Yes, ma'am. I nodded, recalling the details. My aerial has a much longer range, as well as its own node. If we set it up, I could be a link between Pollux and all the squads, as well as the base. Its own node? We'll figure that out later. You'll use the repeater nodes that we've placed out there for today. The map I gave you has them marked, so remember where they are and stay in range. You'll probably have to move independently of the other squads. Pollux will figure out the details with you. Understood. Good. Use those summoner smarts and we won't have any issues. For the most part, squads can take care of themselves, but I still need to file objective completion and recon reports. That stuff you'll need to receive from the squads and relay back to me in Pollux. I'll walk you through as you go. Just remember to pay attention to the details. Yes, ma'am. All right. Dismissed. Go pack. She waved me and Pollux off. He spoke as we left headquarters. Occasionally, we need to set up camp out there in the wild. Go to Josh and receive the standard camp kit. Don't worry about food beyond what's in your kit. Pack anything else you think you might need, including a blanket or two, and then meet me at the garage. You might be taking a bike. Yes, sir. I gave a quick salute and then split off. At the armory, I received the camp kit. It was a simple tent with a sleeping bag, some emergency rations, a water canteen, a tiny lighter thing that could be both a heat source and light source, and a big bag to pack stuff into. I just threw it in my storage band. I also went to my room and grabbed a blanket and pillow. With all that, I was more than prepared to survive a night in the woods. I also decided to put on my armored pants and boots. I kept my coat over my shirt, but also I threw on the fur-lined coat that had the white camo. With that, I made my way to the garage. The rest of the platoon was packing trucks with supplies like sensors and food while readying the steeds for deployment. I found Pollux with a hand on a heavily modified, probably personal bike. A generic model was also parked beside it. All right, Cooper. How well can you ride one of these bikes? Very well, sir. So long as they have wheels made for snow, I'll have no issues. Good. The bikes are already prepared for our terrain. And since you've apparently got your own spatial storage, you're more than light enough for a bike. Weber will be riding with you. She knows how to drive too. So you two can figure out between yourselves who makes the trips. Yes, sir. I nodded and looked around. The sun was gradually starting to peek over some mountains, and Amare was hauling supplies into the trucks. I sat on the bike, occasionally taking a package or chest of supplies, until she was done. I basically had everything I owned inside my storages, so there was no way I was forgetting anything, even if I didn't feel prepared for this mission. At some point, Amare walked over with a smile on her face. She wore a snow coat over plate armor. She seemed to have a spatial storage as well since I didn't see her helmet. All right, Cooper. I was thinking I could drive there, and you can drive back. Sound good. No objections here. I hope you have some kind of face protection too. Those winds can be hard on the face. Yes, I've got that covered. I thought about my mask, which was probably better for this environment than the aviator goggles. I could also wear my hood for insulation against the cold. I was interrupted from my thoughts by a shout. Deployment in 15 minutes. Get those crystals hot. Pollux's voice echoed through the garage. I then saw the trucks and steeds light up with enchantments and magic power. Before long, people started lingering. Everyone was ready. Pollux boarded his bike and walked it out of the garage. Amare waved me over when she saw that, prompting me to jump on the bike behind her. We rolled up beside him. Pollux put on a special pair of goggles, a thin construction with a slit through the middle. They were snow goggles, meant to prevent snow blindness, but apparently also served just as well protecting from the wind while riding. The sun cast an orange glow on the snowy mountain peaks in the distance as the rest of the vehicles rolled out behind us. We waited for a minute or so until I got a ping on my aerial from Polly. I answered. Handler to liaison. Com check. Liaison to handler. I hear you loud and clear. Copy liaison. I'm connecting the commander. Stand by. There was silence for a second before I got another ping. Commander Pollux was dropped into the line. Handler to commander. Com check. Copy handler. Hello liaison. Ready to get this show on the road? Head count first. Commander. Copy. The line shifted as I got 4 more pings. Those were the short-range aerials of the squads. Come in Pathfinders. I need a head count. Squad 1. All accounted for. Squad 2. Present. Squad 3, we're here. Squad 4. I'm missing the new guy. The new guy is in front. Squad 4. If that's everything, we're good to go. Go ahead. Handler. Pollux passed control back to Polly, her voice ringing through. All checks complete. You are cleared to deploy. All right then. Let's ride. Pathfinders. At his word, the vehicle surged forward. Amari punched the bike after Pollux flew off. I wrapped my arms around her and activated my hood, all the steeds and trucks behind us following almost soundlessly. It was weird, not hearing the roars of engines. A bit depressing, actually. How much cooler it would be to hear the sweet purr of gas-guzzling diesels revving into the distance. The only benefit was stealth and subtlety, but I wasn't sure whether the trade-off was worth it or not. The platoon flew through the gates and off onto a road. However, that road only continued as far as the base could monitor. So, once we disappeared over a hill, the road ended and we made our way onto impromptu trails. With the snow underneath the wheels, the ride was actually somewhat smooth despite the speed we were going off-road. I made sure my hood and mask were secured over my face. Then, I just relaxed while taking in the chillingly beautiful scenery of the morning mountains. It was snowy, but this wasn't the Arctic Circle. I still saw some greenery poking through. Trees covered the sides of mountains where they could, and jagged cliffs dominated the rest of the space. They called them the crags, and it was obvious why, given the features. The path we rode on was pretty normal and frequently treaded. From the base we moved across relatively flat land, until we got to some geological formations that forced us to slow down. One of them was a hill that we went over instead of around, while the other was a skinny passage between two mountains. Along the way, I recalled the map in my memory, trying to reference it with what I was seeing around me. Thankfully, there were several landmarks that I could use, ones that were almost always topped with a repeater node. Those things were similar to antennas, just more subtle so they didn't get destroyed all the time. Then, after we were about 20 miles from base, we hit the Black Forest. Its namesake was pretty obvious in an ominous way. Even from afar, I was able to notice how different it was from a normal forest. All the trunks, or perhaps stems, were black, for starters. Then there were the canopies that almost completely blotted out the sun, with what looked like massive interlocking flowers. That was the only reason I didn't immediately call them trees. They looked like gargantuan black lotuses. Those lotuses were still in bloom too, because I could see them continuing to expand as morning passed and the sun traveled toward the horizon. Soon, they would plunge everything underneath them into total darkness. Or at least, that's what I thought. The convoy shot straight into the forest as the canopy closed up any remaining gaps. There was an obvious trail lined with magic lights that the convoy followed. Then, once everything around us went dark, the canopy lit up. The bottoms of those huge flowers turned fluorescent, gradually getting brighter as the sun fed them. Each flower had designs within and along the edges of the petals facing us, casting a gentle violet light on everything below. Then, all the black flora on the forest floor began to respond to the light, feeding off it and blooming themselves. Those plants had similar fluorescence of a lesser intensity, glowing dark red, closer to infrared than anything else. And because of that, as we continued rolling along the brightened trail, I felt it get warm. All the air in the covered forest started heating up as all the flora released energy. That caused the snow, which had accumulated on the ground after bypassing the initially folded canopy, to melt. The water then seeped into the ground to be absorbed by the entire forest. How beautiful! I muttered, amazed at the symbiosis at play. It was an incredible system, a marvel of nature. I lifted my aerial and started snapping a bunch of pictures before sending them to Amara. Taking pictures was oddly something I didn't do much of recently, but I couldn't help it. This was too amazing not to share. The trail through the Black Forest went on for quite a distance too, around 15 miles based on the map and my guesstimations on our speed, and we were only cutting through a portion of it. Sometime later, we could once again see sunlight. The residual warmth from the depths of the forest faded, and we sped out from under the canopy, the bitter cold hitting our skin with a bite. My eyes adjusted almost instantly to the light change, finding massive mountains in the distance and much rougher geological formations. Now we were in deep. I heard a ping on my aerial. Commander to liaison. Copy, Commander. Go ahead. That mountain over there with the curved tip is Scythe's Peak. At its base, about 10 miles northeast, is Hare's Pass. Those two sites are major contention areas. We won't go past them. Only the snow doves do. Today, we're doing recon in those areas and replacing any sensors around the battle sites. We expect enemies, so keep those golden eyes of yours open and let your partner position you. She knows what needs to be done. Roger. Pollux went silent as I continued to look around. It wasn't snowing at the moment, so I had crystal clear sight lines of everything in front of us, including the base of Scythe's Peak. Hare's Pass seemed to still be out of view, probably at a lower elevation behind a hill. I waited as we approached. Then, as we arrived at the first sensor point, Pollux pinged in again. All right, Pathfinders. 3 minutes to sensor point. Squad 4, you're up first. Copy. Commander. You know your assignments. Direct replacement. Report any anomalies. Copy. Going off trail in 2 minutes. One of the steeds behind us shifted on the trail. Then, when the 2-minute mark came, they drove off. Nearby was a large clearing at the base of the mountain, probably where some sensors were placed. Pollux spoke again. Squad 3, you're up at the turn. I'm changing your instructions. Replace what sensors are broken and shift the other ones outward more. We need better coverage. Copy. Going off trail. Another steed diverted as we hit the turn. While we continued on, they rolled up and over a hill before coming to a stop at the top. I faced forward. After a few more turns, we entered another clearing. That's when I saw Hare's Pass. Hare's Pass was actually a natural bridge that crossed over a massive canyon. The canyon ran perpendicular in front of us and carried a river at its floor which was located at least a few thousand feet down. It was difficult to estimate how far it was from one wall of the canyon to the other. Perhaps the distance across was a third of the depth. Whatever it was, the pass, which was an obscenely large natural bridge, was shorter than the canyon was deep. I had hardly seen natural formations as tremendous as this. I gazed around in awe at the winding canyon stretching off into the distance and the lazy river slowly flowing below. Quite strangely, the natural majesty soothed the nerves I had coming out here. I took off my mask and hood, letting the cold wash over my face and filling my lungs with crisp, boreal air. 63.